Smooth, authoritative, and stable. Starblade is mine, and I will make certain every sentient being in the universe knows it. No one touches him but me. I didn't become an infamous intergalactic villain without torturing and maiming my fair share of fools who thought to test my patience. Lord Vardox, The Tentacular Tales of Captain Starblade, Chapter 137, River. Step right up and get your Tentacular Tales merch. We've got t-shirts in all sizes, made to accommodate folks of various shapes and appendages. My old neighbor and incognito alien Tom Jones holds up one of the aforementioned shirts. For those die-hard fans of our favorite villain out there, we have our brand spanking, no pun intended, new Team Vardox FTW tees. There's an enthusiastic murmur among the crowd. Tom drapes the shirt over his shoulder like a bar towel and plucks up another. For the more daring among you, we have shirts that celebrate the adventurous side of fandom, or those that hint at a deeper connection. There's some enthusiastic whistling at that one. He tosses it aside and grabs a different one. And let's not forget about our Starblade stands in the crowd. There are answering whistles and cheers. Of course we have Team Starblade FTW. We can't let Team Vardox have all the fun. We also have I'm Too Sexy for This Shirt, and so is Captain Starblade, or those that celebrate a more private admiration. Get your favorites before we run out. Aliens of all shapes and sizes begin surging forward, cash in hands and other appendages, as they surround the folding table where Tom is selling his wares. I shake my head in awe, turning to my super sexy alien boo and now fiancé, Kai. Did you know about this? He shakes his head. Nope. Looks like Tom took a cue out of your book and went the route of t-shirt design. I glance down at the black cotton tee I'm wearing. On the front, in multicolored sequins, it reads, Team ANL. And on the back it says in shiny metallic gold font, Kicking Butt from Here to Uranus. My design is a work of art and very classy. It also promotes team spirit, thank you very much. I've had quite a few orders from folks at work already. Just so you know, I'm going to keep wearing this until it grows on you. I beam. I've got a different colored one for each day of the week. Kai rolls his eyes but favors me with a teasing smile. Save me now. I give his arm a light and playful smack. You know you love it. His mouth twitches and he arches an eyebrow. I wouldn't go that far, darling, but I'll put up with it for you. I clutch my hands to my heart. OMG, honey buns, you're getting to be so romantic. You just called me darling. It's like we're an old married couple already. Kai flushes adorably pink and sputters. I love getting a rise out of him at moments like this. He can be a bit too tightly wound, so I have to help him let go of his iron grip on duty, responsibility, and propriety. I'm like Yoda, teaching him the ways of the fun-loving Force. A microphone crackles to life, and my new friend Nearblob addresses the crowd from atop the small impromptu stage against the wall at the far end of the bar. Good evening, friends, and welcome to Vardox Cantina. Tonight it is my supreme pleasure to usher in our very first open mic night. There's an enthusiastic round of applause and some loud whistles. Nearblob grins, which admittedly is a little freaky since he has no lips. I still haven't quite gotten used to that. This evening, we are most fortunate to have a very special guest. Here to kick things off with a sneak peek from the next chapter in the tentacular tales of Captain Starblade, please join me in welcoming the one, the only, River Sullivan, a.k.a. Kirk loves Spock forever. The crowd goes wild, which in a super-secret alien bar can be a bit surreal. After all, this bar is mainly for extraterrestrials who don't pass easily in human society, or ones who do but want the opportunity to be their true selves in a safe space. Some folks here make even Nearblob look somewhat ordinary. It's a bit like being a real-life version of the Mos Eisley Cantina in Star Wars, only less violent. "Looks like you're up," Kai murmurs, giving my arm a squeeze. I grin. "Give me a kiss for luck, boo." He sighs at the endearment, but his eyes darken as he leans down and takes my lips in a way that makes me want to ditch this event and explore our connection further. When Kai pulls back, I'm tingly all over, and more than a little hot and bothered. But I'm pleased to notice he isn't exactly unaffected either. "Knock him dead." I give him a jaunty little salute. "Aye, aye, Captain." He can't keep the fondness from his eyes when he tries to glare at me, which turns my grin into that of a lovesick fool, and I basically am. I have no qualms about owning it. I make my way over to the stage, offering variants of high fives along the way, to a tail here, a hand with 8 fingers there, a furry paw every now and then. 2 months ago, I never could have imagined this would be my life. A long-time Roswell alien conspiracy believer and total X-File, I, some remarkable twist of fate, actually found aliens here on Earth, living incognito among humanity. What are the odds? Originally, I had planned to expose them, not knowing better, but now I get to work with them and keep them safe. It also doesn't hurt that most of them think I'm the GOAT tentacle fiction author. I'm still tickled pink by that fact. I may be a largely unknown writer among the human population of Earth, but I'm a strange mega-celebrity to readers across the universe who've taken a real, albeit fanatical, shine to my brand of offbeat storytelling. I'm in a pretty good place about it now, but it did take me a hot second to overcome the sheer mortification of knowing real-life extraterrestrials read my alien tentacle fiction, space soap opera, and seriously dig it. The fans are sometimes kind of intense, but I freaking love it. I mean, I'm a super fan of many sci-fi franchises. Shout out to my fellow Doctor Who and Star Trek The Next Generation nerds, so I can entirely relate to their level of enthusiasm. It's humbling to know that it's my work making them bust out the fandom flags with pride. Heck, I recently found out there's a freaking intergalactic fan convention based on my series. Talk about wild! I totally am attending it someday. I'm not much of a believer in the divine, except for Chair, but it almost seems like fate that I ended up meeting Kai, a very attractive alien who just so happens to have, drumroll please, tentacles. I get a kick out of thinking that writing my tentacle fiction story played some critical part in manifesting him in my life. I smile at that thought, and spying my boo in the crowd, I give him a saucy wink. Whatever brought us together, fate, destiny, or sheer random coincidence, I am one lucky person to be engaged to the love of my life, who also happens to be a very appealing alien partner with plenty of unique qualities. I have to think about gross stuff like Groxel slime to calm myself. Nearblob turns the microphone over to me and glides back to the bar on his roller skates. As usual, he's wearing his ostentatious red cloak inspired by my sexy fictional villain, Lord Vardox. He's more obsessed with my series than I am with Doctor Who, and that's saying something. Like most of his clientele, Nirbmob doesn't pass for human in this world. He's got the same kind of enormous brain-shaped head and skeletal face as the Martians in Tim Burton's campy classic, Mars Attacks, including the bugged-out eyes with no lids and teeth without any lips covering them. It isn't quite as jarring a sight now as it was when I first met him. After all, he's my friend as well as a Vardox groupie. Kai's not so warm toward him and remains highly skeptical about his motives in befriending me, probably because Nirblob kidnapped me and my royal bodyguard, Chewie, a few weeks ago. However, that was entirely on the orders of his jerk boss. Nirblob ended up pulling a fast one on that fool by refusing to kill us.
Smooth, authoritative, and stable. Take that, evil. That's right, the light side of the Force cannot be denied. Nirblob has really turned things around, and I'm so proud of him. I like to think I played a small part in helping him see the error of his ways and leave the path of the dark side. He wasn't even all that evil to begin with, despite calling himself the evil Lord Nirblob. The change has been good for him, and he loves living on Earth now, especially since he took over running the alien bar that used to belong to Kai's walking jerk of an ex, Fabian Tradio, a.k.a. Jerkface Fabio, as I like to call him. Thankfully, that thorn in my side has disappeared into outer space with the shady drug-dealing jerk Lane Madison. He's the mysterious Osiran mastermind scheming bad things for planet Earth and its people. He's totally an evil supervillain like Lex Luthor or Emperor Palpatine. I'm hoping they both stay gone permanently, but I can't shake a persistent niggle of worry that our troubles with them aren't over. Fortunately, Nirblob has been able to make the bar his own. Tonight, he appears happy as a clam, slinging drinks with panache. In between making conversation with patrons, he gets up on the bar top and treats it like it's his personal catwalk, and he's auditioning for a role in Coyote Ugly. He's really in his milieu here. I'm thrilled to see him integrating so well. It's a bonus that he renamed the bar after the villain in my story. Looking around me, I feel optimistic. Life is good, and I refuse to fall into a worry spiral about lingering uncertainties. I readjust the microphone to my height and clear my throat, then start to sweat a little as I look out into the avid faces in the crowd. I haven't done a public reading like this since I was part of a writer critique group almost 3 years ago. That audience had been more divided in its reception then, but I feel reasonably confident the folks here tonight will enjoy what I'm going to read. After all, my story is taking an interesting turn in this new chapter. "We love you, River!" someone shouts. I grin. "Hi there, everyone. Thanks for coming out tonight. I'm River Sullivan, also known as Kirk Loves Spock Forever, author of the tentacular tales of Captain Starblade." The audience gives me a round of raucous applause, and I straighten with pride, my usual swagger returning in full force. Tonight, I have a small snippet to share that will whet your appetite. I can't help but wink at a shy-looking fan in the front row who flushes bright red. A mere peek into what you can expect in the next chapter. Upturned faces in the crowd regard me enthusiastically, and I prepare myself for what I must tell them next.
Now, right off, I do apologize that my productivity has been a bit less robust than usual lately. As many of you know, I started working for the Alliance, and my job is keeping me super busy. So, for the foreseeable future, I'm probably going to be shifting to a bi-weekly chapter release instead of a new chapter every week. That news doesn't go over so well. I had a feeling it wouldn't. The grumbles of irritation and noises of displeasure from the crowd make me cringe inside. I hate disappointing my fans, but I also have to make sure I don't overextend myself. I'm sure it will be frustrating for some of you not to get your weekly fix of Starblade and Vardox, but letting the anticipation and temptation build has its own merits, right? I try to temper my words with a smile. My fans are still less than enthused. I'm not saying I'm building up your readerly pleasure, but I trail off with a smirk. The audience laughs and smiles begin to return. Phew, I clear my throat and raise my tablet device. A hush falls over the bar as dozens of eyes and antennae focus on me. As you know, Starblade's ship was attacked in our last installment. Vardox rushed to his rescue, but before he could arrive, the space pirates disabled the shields on Starblade's vessel and boarded it, taking him and his crew hostage. Vardox has now arrived and is attempting to communicate with Starblade. The crowd gasps and murmurs circulate through the room. I work to keep my expression serious as I begin to read. After all, this is a majorly intense scene that I know is going to get some powerful responses. Vardox hailed Starblade's ship, standing rigidly in front of the view screen as he awaited an answer. Behind the confines of his cloak, his tentacles writhed with anxious frustration. Had he arrived in time? The view screen lit up at last, and Vardox's blood ran cold. Kamos Atasham, a Katnu space pirate he'd had the misfortune of dealing with before, stood on the deck of his dear captain's ship. Like most Katnu, Atasham was tall and muscular, built like a warrior. Apart from their scaly green skin and feather-like hair, as well as their clawed feet and hands, the Katnu had relatively humanoid-like physiology, much like a third of all bipedal species across the galaxy. At present, Karmos had a smug smirk on his green face. He held Starblade prisoner in his arms and pressed a wickedly curved Katnu blade to his throat. Vardox's sweet captain showed no fear. He was the picture of simmering fury and indignation as he scowled at his captor. "Ah, so good of you to join us, Lord Loki Vardox. It's been too long." His tone was all cruel condescension. The picture of unconcern, Vardox sat down in his command chair and leaned back in his seat. "Kamos Atasham, to what do I owe this great honor? If you'd wanted to get my attention, you needn't have bothered some poor human captain and his crew." Kamos narrowed his one black eye at Vardox and removed the blade from Starblade's throat to point it at the leather eye patch covering his empty right eye socket. "I'm here to settle the score with you, Vardox." "Ah, yes," Vardox drawled, crossing one leg. "The last time we met, I do believe I relieved you of that eye. But then you did try to swindle me on our trade agreement. I'd say I let you off rather lightly." Kamos hissed, revealing a mouthful of sharp, pointed teeth. "I will have my revenge, Vardox." Rolling his eyes, Vardox yawned. Kamos tightened his grip on Starblade, who stiffened almost imperceptibly. Behind his cloak, Vardox's tentacles roiled with rage. Kamos' face darkened with fury. "You dare yawn at me?" I'm afraid that's entirely your fault. You're being positively boring. Vardox shook his head. You see, I get a lot of these kinds of calls from people. They all say the same thing. You have wronged me, Vardox. I will have my revenge. Vardox sighed. It's all so tediously dull and predictable. Kamos growled. You think you're so clever. I know what you're trying to do, but I won't be manipulated by you again. I have reliable reports indicating you have a special fondness for this disgusting little human I've captured. Starblade stiffened in his captor's grasp, and Vardox had to fight to keep his mask of cool composure in place. Vardox flicked some imaginary lint off his cloak and regarded Kamos coolly. Kamos, I suggest you find better people to hire for your dirty work. I don't know what cheap informant told you this man was important to me, but I'm afraid they were pulling one over on you. I hope they didn't cost too much. He tisk-tisked in regret. Such a shame. But then you do have a rather unfortunate tendency to listen to the wrong people. Kamos narrowed his one eye and hissed, his grip on the knife tightening and causing the blade to nick the skin at Starblade's throat. Vardox watched as a drop of blood trailed its way down Starblade's neck to his exposed chest. It looked as though his sweet captain had been attacked while asleep and hadn't had time to fully dress. The sight filled Vardox with a cold, calculating rage. He would make Kamos regret bringing Starblade into their feud. Vardox would show no mercy to the fool who dared lay a hand on his precious captain. Kamos would feel the full depths of his wrath. Perhaps I will enjoy
smooth, authoritative, and stable. If he is of no concern to you, I might as well torment him before I kill him and strip his ship of every valuable item it contains. Kamos trailed the knife down Starblade's defined pectorals and leered. You foul-smelling, swine-like piece of space garbage! Starblade roared, punctuating his proclamation by spitting on Kamos' hand. Vardox growled, oscillating between pride and killing lust. On the one hand, his dear captain was so fierce and brave in the face of the enemy. It pleased Vardox greatly. On the other hand, Kamos was a pathetic excuse for a cut-new space pirate who didn't deserve to touch his sweet Starblade. He'd lose a lot more than an eye when Vardox got a hold of him. Nevertheless, he couldn't help but fill with pride as he witnessed the vibrant and defiant spirit of his beloved captain. "Oh ha!" Kamos chortled. "It seems you do care for this creature after all." Vardox rose to his feet, simmering with barely contained bloodlust. "Enough with these games. You have my attention, although you will soon wish you did not." This cretin underestimated Vardox at his own peril. Invoking the sacred words, Vardox made his proclamation. Kamos Atasham, under the binding laws of the Katnu people to which you are beholden, I formally challenge you to a ceremonial blood duel to the death. Starblade gasped, but Kamos crowed with delight. Challenge accepted. Name your terms, Vardox. As the initiator of the duel, you must declare the time and place. Vardox crossed his arms. First, you will release Captain Starblade and his crew. Then you will meet me in one lunar phase on Gamma Stella V, where we will have an official observer monitor and record our blood duel in the hallowed hall of High Wolfham. Kamos scoffed and shook his head. I think not.
I will meet you on Gamma Stella V at the time you specified, but my crew will keep Starblade and his people hostage until the duel is completed. If you win, they will be set free." He narrowed his one good eye. "If you lose, I shall keep them and use them however I desire." Vardox could not restrain several of his tentacles as they burst forth with vicious intent, angrily demanding Kamos' blood. They were ready and eager to strangle the life force out of him until he gasped his last breath. Starblade and his crew are not a part of this. Our feud is between you and me. Release them and fight like a true Kotnu warrior." Kamos scowled. "You may have been the one to request the blood duel, Lord Vardox, but as the challenged, I may name the stakes. My hostages are viable collateral under Kotnu law, which considers it perfectly acceptable for me to hold them until the duel's completion, and you know it." Vardox cursed internally. It seemed luck was not on his side. However, he did know another part of Kotnu law he could call on at this moment to help his fair captain. "I acknowledge your claim, Kamos. However, your laws also stipulate that hostages used as collateral in a blood duel must remain unmolested and unharmed until the duel is complete. Do you honor this stricture as dictated by Kotnu law?" Kamos' mouth twisted with frustrated anger. "It seems you know our laws far too well, Vardox," he grunted with displeasure. "I agree to abide by that stipulation as required under Kotnu law." He didn't sound happy about it. That pleased Vardox. "Excellent. I have recorded the terms of our arrangement during this conversation and will transmit the file to the officials on Gamma Stella V. You will be required to present the hostages to them before the duel commences, and they will verify the captain and his crew have remained untouched. If you violate this requirement, you automatically forfeit the duel, and I may mete out whatever punishment I so desire upon you and your crew." Kamos hissed, flashing his sharp teeth as his lip curled. "The terms have been set. I will join you on Gamma Stella V in one lunar cycle with my hostages in tow. Prepare to meet your death, Vardox. I look forward to making you suffer." He released Starblade and handed him off to one of his goons with a rough shove. "Your precious captain and his crew will remain safe for now. Watching you take your last breath, all while knowing I will inflict every ounce of my loathing for you on your precious captain long after I have disposed of you, will bring me great delight." In a rare show of feeling, Vardox allowed his eyes to turn a deep crimson color, showing Kamos the personage of a Mosnok warrior ready to defend his mate to the death. "And I look forward to removing other parts of your body, slowly and painfully, until you're begging me to put you out of your misery." He turned his red-eyed gaze to Starblade. "Don't fret, my darling. I will save you." Taking a deep breath, I stop and look up from my tablet to find a sea of eager faces staring at me in open-mouthed shock. "Way to wow them with a new villain, River." I try, not very hard, to hold back a smirk. And that's it for my open mic reading tonight, everyone. Just a little taste of what lies ahead. I hope you enjoyed it. The crowd immediately goes wild. "Oh my gosh!" Roxy screams, rushing up to me as I step down from the stage. "Vardox has to save his man, right? Right? This Kamos guy is a total douche. And a blood duel? How romantic! I can't wait. Eek! She does a happy dance in place before hugging me to her rather ample bosom. Nearblob glides over, eyes even wider than normal, if that's even possible. What a stunning new development! I told you, Lord Vardox is the greatest. So noble, so brave. He will protect the man he loves at any cost. He shakes his head as if marveling at the thought. I can't wait to see what happens next. Surely now Starblade will realize Vardox loves him. Other fans begin crowding around and asking myriad questions. I hold up my hands. I'm sorry, I can't divulge any more. You're just going to have to tune in for when each new chapter comes out. There are some pouting and sad faces as I make my way back through the crowd and over to the booth where Kai's sitting. I watch with amusement as a huge line of people wanting to buy t-shirts and other merch begins to form at Tom Jones's table. Hey Tom, I better be getting a percentage of those sales. It's my story you're making money on, I shout over to him. Tom grins. Sure thing, River. I was planning to donate most of the money to Project Oral. Kai groans. I give Tom 2 thumbs up. Good idea. I'm totally in favor of supporting Operation Rehoming Aliens lovingly this way. After all, I came up with the whole operation. I scooch into the booth right next to Kai before wrapping my arm around his waist in a side hug. Then I drop my head onto his shoulder with a sigh. He reaches up and strokes his finger through my hair. For some reason, he loves my crazy mess of curls. Yet another sign we're meant to be. You were amazing, he murmurs. You had the whole audience on the edge of their seats. I snuggle in closer. Thanks. They took the news about my releases slowing down better than I expected. He presses a tender kiss to the top of my head. They'll adapt. I told you they would. They love your story too much to abandon ship at this point. The crowd parts, and I watch as CJ and Zion head our way, joining us on the opposite side of the booth. As far as appearances go, these two couldn't look any different. CJ is a tiny 4-foot-tall gray alien with a little Marvin the Martin mixed in. He has a high-pitched chipmunk-like voice, and he's also starting a sideline as a children's entertainer, billed as the Alien Elvis. In contrast, Zion is well over 6 feet tall, and all rippling muscles from his training as a Vroknu warrior on his homeworld. Oh, and he's also bright blue, and pretty much an ice planet barbarian come to life. In looks, at least. When it comes to personality, he's a quiet, gentle, non-violent guy who I've come to realize is also a teensy bit shy. Heaven help him.
Smooth, authoritative, and stable. CJ clasps his tiny 3-fingered hands to his chest. I wouldn't have missed it for the world. This new development is most stimulating. Things have been too easy for Lord Vardox lately. I'm glad he's found some real competition in a new villainous rival. He wriggles happily in his seat. And the fact that he will have to duel him to the death for Starblade's hand. It's almost too much for me to handle, the excitement, I mean. I grin. Thanks. I have some intense chapters ahead, as Vardox must fight for his man. Poor sweet Zion frowns. I'm not sure I like this idea of a duel to the death. It sounds unnecessary and far too violent. The soft-spoken words seem at odds with his enormous muscular appearance. Born into a race of warrior beings known as the Vroknu, Zion is an outcast among his people, in part for refusing to follow the warrior way. I reach over and pat one large blue hand. Don't worry, Zion. I'll keep the gore to a minimum. I generally avoid gratuitous violence in my stories. I promise you'll enjoy what I have in store. He gives me a doubtful look, but nods. I will trust you on this, my friend.
Nurblob comes sailing our way on his ever-present roller skates, his Vardox-inspired cloak billowing behind him and his arms full of brightly wrapped packages. He deposits them on the table with a flourish and sketches an exaggerated bow. "These presents are for you." My mouth drops open as I stare at the pile in confusion. "What do you mean? It's not my birthday." Kai groans, and I turn my attention to him. The look on his face makes me instantly suspicious. I frown. "What aren't you telling me?" "Uh-oh," CJ squeaks. Wide-eyed, Zion looks between the three of us. I reach over and poke Kai in the rib, right in his ticklish spot. He immediately squirms in the booth and tries to lean his body away from me and my probing finger. He says, his eyes studiously avoiding me. I turn back to Nurblob. "What are these presents all about?" Nurblob shrugs. "Adulation from your fans, of course." "My fans?" I ask, trailing off in wonder. If Nurblob had eyelids, I feel certain he'd be blinking them at me right now in obvious confusion. "Of course, these are just from those who came tonight and realized they could give you gifts directly in person. I required folks to check them with me at the door when they arrived, and I told them I'd deliver them to you after the reading. But many of our people have been sending their offerings through the intergalactic post to Alliance headquarters for weeks now." Kai is making a not-so-subtle shut-up motion to Nurblob, who's blithely ignoring him. "Of course, there's the fan letters and emails, too. Haven't you been keeping up with those?" I slowly turn my head to stare at my fiancé. What in the world is going on? Have I been getting fan mail? And if so, why haven't you told me about it? I demand, my voice rising higher with each syllable. Kai squirms and finally releases a sigh of defeat. "Ever since you joined the Alliance, we've been receiving, on your behalf, fan mail, parcels, letters, and email correspondence from extraterrestrials across the whole, really, universe." I frown, a twisty, unhappy feeling in my gut. "Why didn't you tell me? You know I'd freaking love to read fan mail." Kai shoots me a pleading look. "I was going to tell you, I promise. The thing is, some of the items that are being sent, especially through the intergalactic post, are a little questionable." I tilt my head, considering. "Questionable how?" He cringes. "As in dubious items and skimpy lingerie for a start." Holy gosh, you know you've hit the big time when people start sending you alien items. I gasp. OMG, please tell me there are alien items. Kai gives me a stern look. Such contraband paraphernalia is officially confiscated by the Alliance. It's not something you could have kept anyway. Ah, nuts. I cross my arms and pout. You're no fun. We totally could have had a good time with an alien item. My tentacles are more than enough to keep you satisfied, mate. He says the words with a sexy little growl that makes me shiver. I pat him on the arm. Of course, honeybuns. But what about the fan letters? I totally want to read them and share the love with the people who enjoy my story. Kai groans and leans his head back against the booth wall. How did I know you were going to say that? I flutter my eyelashes at him. Because you know me so well. I then add in a sappy voice, because it's true love, and I'm your soulmate, and you're my boo. He arches an eyebrow. I don't know about that. I pinch his arm. Watch yourself, buddy. He snickers, but then sighs. To be honest, I was trying to protect you. We don't know who a lot of these senders are. Sure, we have email addresses from some of them, but many don't write their return addresses for packages. Origins can be hard to trace, depending on the email provider or intergalactic post office being used. Your safety is my utmost concern. Who's to say some of these people might not be working for your mother's family and trying to secretly get information that they could use against you?
Hell, one of them could even be the assassin posing as a fan and trying to lure you in with promises of friendship and praise for your work. I'm trying to keep you safe." Then he mutters, "and steer you clear of all of the really perverts." I lean over and pet his arm as if it were one of his tentacles. "Oh, you're trying to protect my virtue from gross creepers. How chivalrous and romantic." I put my free hand to my cheek. "I never knew you had it in you." He gives me a withering glare. "As your partner and future husband, I will always do whatever I can to keep you safe. If that means screening your sketchy fan mail, then that means screening your sketchy fan mail." He's being so stern and possessive. I really love it. I beam at him. "Does that mean I get to read the stuff you have screened as appropriate for my delicate sensibilities?" He regards me with those beautiful amethyst eyes that never cease to amaze me. I could get lost in them forever. Kai's expression softens into something that's starting to become familiar. It's the look that tells me I'm about to get my way. From now on, I will pass on the messages I deem appropriate and safe for your viewing. Ah, sweet, naive Kai. Now that I know these letters exist, I will be getting my grubby hands on them as soon as possible. I leer. Then maybe you could read me the interesting ones when we're alone in bed together. That would be kind of fun. His eyes darken with passion. Perhaps. I shiver. When he gets all very attractive like this, I can barely contain myself. And lately, I feel like his allure powers have been dialed up to 11. It's this whole tentaculum calefaction thing, a hormonally driven mating instinct among his people. When I got kidnapped a few weeks ago, the stress and fear from that whole event seemingly triggered an episode in Kai. It usually happens to women who are ready to produce offspring, so it's a bit of a medical mystery as to why it's happening to Kai. Sure, it used to happen, and in fact, some men from his home world were once able to carry babies. I don't really understand all the biological details behind it, but the internal composition of his abdominal cavity is quite a bit different from humans, as I discovered with his prostate, but I digress. In any case, our medtechs at the Alliance are absolutely amazed, but also stumped as to why Kai is, what appears to be, the first recorded case among a male of his species in well over 200 years. I like to think I had a part in triggering this intensely passionate ponfar period we've been enjoying for the last few weeks. Maybe my alien superpower is being too irresistible and awesome to not make my boyfriend very ardent. Whatever the case, we're basically connecting intimately like we're teenagers with strong desires. Truth, it's more intimacy than I ever had as a teenager. Kai shoots me a pleading look. "I was going to tell you, I promise. The thing is, some of the items that are being sent, especially through the intergalactic post, are a little questionable." I tilt my head, considering. "Questionable how?" He cringes. "As in dubious items and skimpy lingerie for a start. Holy gosh, you know you've hit the big time when people start sending you alien items." I gasp. "OMG, please tell me there are alien items." Kai gives me a stern look. "Such contraband paraphernalia is officially confiscated by the Alliance. It's not something you could have kept anyway." "Ah, nuts." I cross my arms and pout. "You're no fun. We totally could have had a good time with an alien item. My tentacles are more than enough to keep you satisfied, mate."
Smooth, authoritative, and stable. I'm experiencing regular intimacies, sometimes multiple times a day, and all my teenage fantasies have come to life. Every one of them. Well, except for that one in the TARDIS. Granted, tentaculum calefaction isn't something to treat cavalierly. The idea of making a baby with Kai is weirdly kinda awesome, but mostly plain terrifying. After all, I'm only 22. Even the hypothetical prospect of having kids and becoming a father right now seems ludicrous. I'm not opposed to children per se, I'm just not sure if I want any. And being a gay man in 21st century Vegas, I honestly can say it never crossed my mind all that much. Well, until this happened. Thankfully, it's probably a moot point. I don't have the biological genetics of his people. Thus, I've been told, it's virtually impossible for me to knock my man up. No Eiran has ever conceived a child with someone from another species. Although, now that I think about it, it does give me some fun ideas where Captain Starblade and Lord Vardox are concerned. But again, I digress. According to Kai, it's quite difficult to have successful cross-species interbreeding among extraterrestrials in general. Being part human and part Quintarian, I'm a bit of an anomaly myself, biologically speaking. But regardless, poor Kai's body has put him in a pon-farr state of perpetual ardor for the time being. Don't get me wrong, I'm totally down for it. His intense passion is matching mine like you wouldn't believe. And the intimacy? OMG, chef's kiss. It has been truly amazing. CJ pulls me out of my reverie. Perhaps you should open some of your gifts. I turn to Kai with hopeful eyes, but he shakes his head. I'm sorry, River, but they'll need to go through the Alliance scanners to ensure they're safe. Sorry, what do you mean? He wraps his arm around me. While the gifts so far have mostly been harmless in nature, we must take precautions. Something dangerous could be sent to you disguised as an innocuous package. I inhale sharply. Like a bomb or something? We all stare at the pile with rising alarm. Kai squeezes me tightly and strokes my hair. He loves my wild curls, and I've come to crave the soothing feeling of his fingers running through my hair and massaging my scalp. No, probably not a bomb, but we need to inspect anything addressed to you. We're just taking every necessary precaution to keep you and everyone else safe, Kai assures me. Nurblob nods. I see. You make a very compelling point, Captain Gennaro, one I had not thought of myself. Our dear River is in some considerable danger these days. Therefore, we must do everything in our power to protect him, lest we lose the joy of future chapters of the tentacular tales of Captain Starblade. We cannot allow such genius to be snuffed out, and certainly not until his legacy is complete. I shoot him a very difficult look. Was that a less than subtle way of saying you want to keep me alive just so I can continue writing my alien sensual story? Nurblob shrugs. CJ nods his head sorrowfully. 'Tis true, the story will always come first. But we do love you too. I groan. Nurblob signals to some of his helpers, and they quickly clear the gifts away from the table. I will have these sent to Alliance headquarters immediately. Kai nods graciously. Thank you. I lean back in the booth and cross my arms, a pout firmly in place on my lips. Well, very. There goes my fun for the evening. Kai quickly tries to change the direction of the conversation. How are you getting along with the guidebook my mother gave you? He knows me too well, that sneaky jerk. I brighten and reach into my front jacket pocket to pull out A Guide to Your Eiran Mate, From Courtship to Tentacles. The book is about the size of my hand and quite thick. If I hollowed it out, like in a movie, I could hide a flask in there. It's fascinating. I'm learning a lot about your people and culture. For instance, a strange commotion draws my focus away from my friends, and I look up in time to see an alien the size of 2 linebackers barreling straight toward our booth, his 3 eyes focused right on me. Tentacles serve many functions among the Iaran people. They are incredibly majestic and multifaceted appendages and can be used for a variety of tasks, from cooking and cuddling to fencing and intimate connection. You name it, a tentacle has probably done it, or at least tried to. A guide to your Iaran mate, from courtship to tentacles. Welcome to Earth, friend. We're so happy to have you here. Well, some of us are happy to have you here. The rest have no idea you even exist, and I'm afraid we need to keep it that way. Kai. I glance up a moment too late to do anything about the enormous Globok making a beeline for our booth with the aggressiveness of a charging bull. River sits frozen in shock, his eyes wide and mouth open as he gapes in disbelief at the enormous alien who's coming at us so fast, alarm bells are going off in all our heads. Zion makes a move to lean forward and shield him. Feeling like I'm moving underwater in slow motion, I make a clumsy grab for the phaser at my hip, even though I know in that millisecond I'll be too late. But then, lightning quick, Chewie sails through the air like a furry cannonball from out of nowhere and tackles the Globok to the ground barely a foot shy of our booth. The hulking, blue-spotted and gray-skinned behemoth goes down with a painful grunt and a loud floor-shaking thud. In a flash, Chewie straddles his back, two wicked-looking Kengi daggers pointed at the vital arteries beneath the Globok's left armpit and right ear. "Give me a reason, punk," he says in what I can only assume is his attempt at a Clint Eastwood impersonation. River manages to come out of his frozen stupor and scrambles out of the booth. Oh my God, what the hell is going on here? Expression shifting from fear to skepticism, River stares down at the Globok. This isn't Shilgar the Deadly, is it? My heart stutters just at the name of the assassin we recently learned is on his way to Earth to kill River. Zion and CJ come to stand beside him, equally dubious looks on their faces. "I don't know," CJ offers hesitantly. "But isn't he supposed to be more deadly?" Zion offers. Nurblob sails over, brandishing a large cattle prod-like device, its wicked-looking tip crackling with electricity. "Let me handle this vile assassin," he bravely offers. At this moment, I'm overwhelmed with gratitude that so many people are ready to protect my mate in the face of danger. However, I feel like an utterly incompetent fool for not recognizing said danger in time. Falling in love has made me soft. I've lost some of my prickly edge. My senses are always attuned so strongly to River these days that I've unconsciously taken to blocking out the rest of the world around me when we're together. Fool! My heart sinks as I realize just how badly this situation could have ended. I never would have forgiven myself if River was killed right in front of me and I hadn't been prepared. As much as I hate to admit it, I think I need to have Zamir whip my ass into shape. No, I'm not an idiot. There's no way I'll stop loving my mate, but I need to regain my focus to keep him safe. Please, don't hurt me," the Globok wails piteously from his prone position on the floor. Chewie growls. At a fraction of the size of the Globok, he's surprisingly intimidating when he wants to be. And stealthy. I didn't even realize he was here until he appeared in the nick of time. My respect for the furball and his royal bodyguard training rises to a new level. "Why were you trying to attack River? Who sent you?" Chewie demands. The Globok stills and begins to sob. I wasn't trying to hurt him, sniff sniff. "I'm his biggest fan, sniff sniff. I came here hoping to meet him. I just wanted his autograph," he wails before dissolving into hearty sobs. Disgusted, Chewie gets off him. "This is really pathetic. Get up, but slowly, capiche?" The Globok struggles to his full height, enormous shoulders slumped in defeat. "Smooth, Authoritative and stable. While Globoks resemble humans in terms of being a bipedal, upright species with 2 arms, 2 legs, and a head, they're a pale gray color and covered with blue spots. This and the 3 eyes clustered in their oversized foreheads make them unable to live openly among humans on this planet. Taking a closer look, I spot a crumpled notebook clutched in his large hand. River blinks at the notebook and then turns his gaze back to the Globok. "Why did you come rushing at our table so aggressively then? You've got to understand that would throw even the most sensible of people, or extraterrestrials for that matter. It looked like you were going to pile-drive us into oblivion." The Globok ducks his head and blushes. "I'm so sorry about that, Mr. Sullivan. I got a little carried away. I am Uzanat Spagong." He bows deeply. "My people, the Globoks, tend to rush into things without a lot of forethought when we are excited." Chewie grunts. "You can say that again." "I apologize if I frightened you with my unbridled enthusiasm." The Globok follows this with a deep bow. River turns his attention to Chewie. "Thanks for the save, but when the hell did you get here? I didn't even see you anywhere in the bar." "If I don't want to be seen, then you won't see me." River nods his head, obviously impressed. "Furry Ewok ninja for the win." "Screw you," Chewie scowls. "I ain't no very Ewok kid." Yeah, but you know what I mean. That was pretty dope. I'm impressed with your furry badass moves. Thanks for protecting me, even if I didn't really need protecting." Chewie reaches out a paw to the Globok. "Let me see that notebook, pal." He hands it over to Chewie, who examines it. "Okay," he says, passing it to River. "Let's make this quick, kid. Give him an autograph and he can be on his way." River grins and starts chatting animatedly with his overzealous fan while signing his autograph. I turn my attention to Chewie, all seriousness now. "I'm glad you were here. If that guy had been a real threat, I don't know how much use I would have been. Hate to admit it, but I've gotten rusty. I'm not used to having to protect someone I love and care about, someone who's more than just a job." Chewie scratches his muzzle and sighs. "It's only gonna get harder from here on out, trust me. You gotta stay frosty, Kai. An assassin is coming, and we have to be ready." I gather my resolve around me and give him a tight nod. I know. It's easy to fall into a false sense of security, thinking everything is okay and there's nothing to worry about. And it will be okay again, one day. But the threat to River's life is imminent, and we don't know from what corner it'll come. The assassin his relatives hired is equally as notorious as he is mysterious. No one can even provide me with an accurate description of the guy. Chewie crosses his furry arms, worry written all over his hairy face. "All I know is that he's good, and if we hesitate for even an instant, it could mean the difference between life or death for River. Let's not make that mistake." I reach out and squeeze his shoulder. Agreed. The other bodyguard my mother has hired should be arriving any day now. I'll feel better when we have multiple people keeping River safe. I shake my head, unable to conceal my obvious frustration. As much as I want to be able to protect him always, I fear I may not be able to, and that is a huge blow to my pride. Don't beat yourself up. I worry about the same thing, believe me. I've spent the last 22 years watching out for the kid. I'm not going to let anyone hurt him now, not if there's anything I can do about it. I nod. Thankfully, we've upped River's training as well. Zamir is working him hard on important self-defense techniques, and last week, River agreed to having a tracking implant like the rest of the Alliance. If he gets taken or separated from us, we'll be able to find him. Chewie leans back against the side of the booth and scratches his chin thoughtfully. That's good. In the meantime, I'm still trying to track down any and every lead I can get on Shilgar the Deadly, but getting intel on this assassin is harder to find than I expected. The guy's even worse than Lane Riley Madison. He's a very ghost. Nobody knows where he comes from or really all else as far as I can tell.
Just thinking about the impending gosh storm of danger surrounding my mate makes me feel edgy and prickly all over. I wipe at my forehead, and my hand comes away damp with sweat. I stare as a faint tremor goes through my fingers. "Really?" I whisper. "The telltale symptoms of the mating fever descend on me with speed and ferocity. The intensity of it is so much I nearly double over in shock. My gut cramps and my body yearns for River." The overly exuberant fan finally slinks off in mild embarrassment, but with an obvious look of happiness on his face, while clutching his notebook to his chest. As he departs, River turns his attention back to me. With one glance, he realizes my predicament. He steps into my arms and holds me in a reassuring embrace as he turns his head and whispers quietly in my ear. "It's the mating fever again, isn't it?" I nod and sag against him in relief. "Yes, how bad is it?" I give a slightly hysterical laugh. "Pretty bad. It came on me fast, faster than usual. I'm sorry, babe." I shake my head. "Not your fault." River darts a glance toward the door. "Do we have time to get home?" I'm panting now, a hazy fog of desire and yearning swamping me with need. "I don't think so. Not sure I'll make it that long. I hate the way the mating fever makes me so out of control and vulnerable in a way I've never been before in my life. My body feels like it is rebelling against me." But River is calm and so accepting of it all. Even better yet, he takes control of the situation. He gives me a soft look of silent understanding as he holds my hand, bringing my fingers to his lips and kissing them tenderly. The very sensation is glorious against my hypersensitized skin, and I shiver with delight. "Come on," he murmurs, in that sultry voice of his that never ceases to stir my desire, even when I'm not in the midst of a mating fever. "Let's go find some intimacy in your SUV." For a moment, I balk. "What?" He arches an eyebrow at me. "Never been intimate in the back seat of a car before?" I flush. That is, no," I admit. River's expression turns gleeful. "Ooh, a new adventure! I get to induct you into the ways of vehicular intimacy." Then, to my mortification, he turns to Chewie and says, "I need to go be intimate with Kai in the back of his SUV. You think you can keep watch over the parking lot and make sure everything's okay while we're otherwise engaged?" Chewie lets out a deeply put-upon sigh. "Sure, kid. When you work for royalty, you get used to having to keep an eye out for them when they're busy being intimate. Course, I'm used to slightly classier assignations in comfortable bedrooms, but to each his own." I groan. Thankfully, the mating fever is strong enough that it wipes away any feelings of personal humiliation that would otherwise overwhelm me at a moment like this. River pats my shoulder. "It's okay, boo. Chewie knows we've been intimate on the regular lately. This mating fever of yours is something else, especially since it can strike at any time." I cringe. "You can say that again." But my ability to think and reason is going out the window as my body responds intensely against the confines of my pants. I lean into him, and River takes that as a signal to hustle me out the back door. We were able to park in a lot behind the bar earlier. Right now, it's empty of people, which is about as good as we're going to get when it comes to privacy. River and I make a dash for my SUV, which, thank the galactic gods, has tinted windows. Lickety-split, River scrambles inside and folds the back seats down before I can blink. As I climb in, he's rolling out a blanket and holding a bag with some necessary supplies that he must have secretly stashed in here.
Smooth, authoritative, and stable. I stare at him while one of my tentacles busts free from my pants and presses the button to lock the doors. Were you planning on this? He looks up from his task, his wild curls framing his face adorably. "Baby, I always come prepared. I figured there might be a day when we'd need to use the back of this SUV in a jiffy. It's a hell of a lot more comfortable and cleaner than a dingy bathroom stall. Anyway, it pays to be ready for impromptu intimacy," he says, waving a couple of packets at me.
I feel that familiar tremor course through my body again and curse my bizarre biology, which is apparently a 1 in a million oddity. From what Mom has told me, it's been raising all kinds of excitement and fascination back on our home planet. I shudder, relieved I'm here instead of back there. No doubt the researchers back home have a ton of people wanting to study me. I get poked and prodded enough by our small medical team at Alliance HQ. I don't think I could handle more than I already have to deal with. Being a medical guinea pig is not my idea of fun, and especially not for such a biologically embarrassing phenomenon. I have a much deeper sympathy for my mother since undergoing this whole situation, however. She explained that she'd had to deal with the same torturous ordeals several times over the years. Once she was certain she didn't want to give birth anymore, she underwent a procedure on our homeworld to ensure she wouldn't get pregnant again. I'm assuming it's somewhat similar to a hysterectomy, but she's been vague, and our biology is quite different from that of humans when it comes to gestating embryos. I grit my teeth as a wave of heat washes over me, signaling the mating fever is amping up. Seeming to sense my growing need, River peels off his clothing in record time. He has me lie down on the blanket as he helps me out of my own sweat-damp clothing. With the back of my hand, I wipe at the perspiration on my forehead, grimacing. "I'm sorry." He pauses. "There's nothing to apologize for, Boo." I clench my fists in frustration, but I hate this. I feel like my body is out of control. River's expression softens. It seems like tentaculum calefaction's a little bit like going back to adolescence and the early days of puberty. He gives an exaggerated shudder. Man, talk about awful. I gape at him. He's not wrong. He nods, warming to the idea. Right? Puberty is difficult. Your body starts doing strange things that you don't have any control over. You feel intense desire in the blink of an eye. You're constantly aroused and never satisfied. It's almost like your body's been taken over by some kind of intensely desiring pod person. I can't help it. I let out a bark of laughter. You really do see the world through sci-fi movie-colored glasses. He flashes me a toothy grin. Most sci-fi movies and TV shows give me excellent frames of reference for making sense of the oddities in this world and beyond. I reach a hand up and cup his precious face. As I gaze into his eyes, I'm more grateful than I can express to him for how he's handled these last few weeks. The mating fever that comes with tentaculum calefaction is highly unpredictable, as we've discovered, striking with a fierce intensity at the most inopportune moments, and yet, each and every time, River has been there for me, willing to drop everything else to tend to me and my needs. I never dreamt that I could find a partner so loving and so generous. "You know I would do anything for you, don't you?" I say, my voice full of emotion. He bends down and kisses me nice and slow, languidly sucking on my bottom lip and then nipping at the tender flesh with a playful grin. He pulls back, his eyes warm and vibrant. "Of course, babe, I feel the same. That's what partners do for one another. Now, tell me, what do you need?" He runs a finger over my bare chest with a feather-light touch that brings goose pimples to the surface of my highly sensitized skin. I can deny him nothing, so I tell him what I want. I need you to be intimate with me. His eyes gleam with pleasure. "Ooh, we haven't been intimate in a while. I'm totally cool with that." My cheeks flush as I add, "And, I need my tentacles to be part of our intimacy." His eyebrows wing upward, like that little maneuver we did last week after watching YouTube videos of the gay Rodo. I nod. "Would that be all right with you?" River throws his head back and laughs. My body is more than on board with this plan.
I gaze down the length of his body. It's hard to see a lot in the dim lighting of the car, but when I reach out and touch him, he groans with pleasure. After a moment, he gently shoves my hand away. "Okay, baby cakes, let go of me, or else your maiden voyage in car intimacy is going to be over way too soon." He takes a moment to regain control of himself. With practiced movements, he prepares for their intimacy, opening a packet and applying a generous amount of lubricant to his fingers. "Tonight, you're going to let me get you ready." I frown. "One of my tentacles can do that for you." He positions his delectable naked body over me, and I groan at the skin-to-skin contact. River leans in closer, whispering in my ear, "I know, but I want to get you ready myself." I shiver with pleasure at the thought. There's no one else I can be this vulnerable with. Galactic gods, yes, that sounds good. He chuckles. "See, you can be so wonderfully compliant when you want to be." Pulling back, he moves down the length of my body and tells me in a deliciously commanding voice, "Prepare for me." I instantly comply. Under that adorable exterior, there's a bit of evil Lord Vardox in you, isn't there? River gives me a slow, devastating grin. "Wouldn't you like to know?" He traces a wet finger intimately, and I automatically clench. "Relax," he coos at me, circling intimately, and then tracing a wet line upwards. I pant. "Supernovas and stardust. More, please." A wet finger moves up to trace the length of my eager form, then circles around the tip. It's heaven and hell at the same time. Tantalizingly good, yet not enough. "Hurry," I tell him. "I need our connection now." The mating fever has taken me from 0 to 60 in no time at all. I don't need foreplay. I need intimacy now. He clucks, and his hand moves back to me. "All in good time, darling. Patience." His index finger slowly slips inside, and I stiffen before taking a deep breath and forcing my body to relax. I haven't been intimate in this way with many men in my life. I need a high level of trust to let myself fully go in the way I do when I am receptive. Because I trust River more than I've ever trusted any partner before, I feel so free with him. Everything about our intimacy is so much better and more intense than it's ever been with anyone else. I love connecting with him, making him whimper and moan, but I've also discovered that I adore when he leads. With him, our connection is never awkward or uncomfortable. It feels so very right, like we're two pieces of a puzzle that fit together whatever way you position us. It's one of so many reasons that I know River Sullivan is my destiny, the one person in this universe meant for me and I for him. At the thought, my eyes tear up a little, just as a second finger deepens our connection. River hesitates, worry flashing in his eyes as he scans my face. "Are you okay, love?" "Fine. I'm just overwhelmed with emotion right now. My voice is thick and hoarse when I whisper, 'I love you so much it makes me breathless.'" His free hand immediately goes to his side, squeezing hard. "Oh gosh, don't say adorable stuff like that, or I might lose control before we've even truly connected." I chuckle through watery tears. "As you like to say, I'm having all the feels right now. You sexy jerk, I really love you so much. Don't ever doubt it." He punctuates that fierce declaration with a sloppy French kiss that sizzles my nerve endings. I don't doubt his love.
Smooth, authoritative, and stable. I haven't been sure of a lot of things in this life, but my one shining certainty, the one I feel with all my tentacles and both my hearts, is that River Sullivan and I are meant to be. As his tone makes love to my mouth, he adds a third finger, moving the digits intimately until I'm squirming with restless, unfulfilled desire. "Enough," I gasp. River seems to sense the intensity of my need because he doesn't tease or talk. He simply shifts into position and connects with me before slowly pressing into my aching body that yearns for him with a feverish desperation. When we are deeply connected, we both groan in ecstasy. "So really good," he whispers, every single time. He's right. Our bodies make magic when they come together. River slowly begins to move with me as I adjust to him, and I let out one of my eager tentacles. It loops around him from behind, immediately searching for intimate connection. The slick appendage connects with him, and River's rhythm falters for a moment. He pauses and looks down at me, a grin of pure delight on his beautiful face. "You are such a naughty, naughty man, and I really love it." "Thank the galactic gods for that," I say. My previous experience dating a human did not go well. After Jonathan, I never thought an Earthling could truly accept me and my extra appendages without being horrified and repulsed like he'd been. Granted, River is technically only half human, but he was raised believing he was just like everyone else, and he's never flinched where my tentacles are concerned. Instead, he's always been curious, eager even, to learn more about me and them. Now that we've been together for nearly 2 months, he's become increasingly bold in his familiarity with my tentacles, and I revel in it. I'm still a little shy about bringing them out at certain times, but River has started nudging me in that regard, constantly offering reassurance and acceptance that he's okay with all of me. Although I started off primarily sharing my tentacles during more intimate sexual situations, I've been gradually bringing them out at other times to test the waters. River's been completely accepting every single time. I know my hesitance is due to my own issues and not anything tied to him. Time and time again, River has proven himself to be loyal and true. He embraces every part of me, including this very tentaculum calification. He's accepted everything about me from day one, and in return, I have grown to love and admire all the facets of his vibrant personality, which is so wonderfully different than my own. Like me, he has his own eccentricities that he worries others won't understand or might scare them away. His over-the-top excitement, his geeky humor, his non-stop chatter. Sure, some of it was confusing and a little overwhelming at first, but now it warms me inside every time he gets excited about something. I love the whole delectable package that is River Sullivan. I admire him more than he knows. As my tentacle nudges him and slowly connects, River picks up his pace as he moves with me. My tentacle hits a sensitive spot, and he jerks with pleasure. Holy gosh, I'm close, I gasp. Tension broke, gave in to desire, connecting deeply. He collapses on top of me in a sweaty heap, and I wrap my arms and 2 tentacles around him, relieved to feel the mating fever abate and eventually dissipate entirely. My mind floats on a haze of deep contentment, but one thought crystallizes as I come down from the intense experience. I want to marry this man and be with him for the rest of our days, and I need to make that happen soon. Kai. I know something's wrong the moment my mother strides into my office the following morning without knocking. My contented glow from a glorious early session of intimacy with River before work quickly fades when I get a look at her face. I jump to my feet. What is it? The assassin? My hearts are pounding like bass drums in my chest. She holds up both hands apologetically. No, but it isn't good. The Intergalactic Alliance's internal affairs agent has arrived. I feel the blood drain from my face and swallow thickly. Okay, this isn't good news. But we knew it was coming, and we've prepared as much as we reasonably can.
Maybe if I say it enough times, I can convince myself. She nods, her ponytail bobbing, but she paces back and forth in front of my desk with nervous energy. I don't like the vibe of this guy. He seems like a strict stickler. I frown. Isn't that always the case with internal affairs agents? She throws her hands up in the air. How would I know? I've never been investigated before. That fact is a miracle in and of itself. We're lucky to be on such a remote outpost as Earth. There aren't a lot of folks in the Alliance who would want to come out to this end of the galaxy, which for many is something of a primitive backwater. Our family has had a great deal of freedom and lack of oversight for the last few decades that we've been stationed here. Have you talked with him? She shakes her head. Just the email communications he sent me and your father in advance of his arrival. Maddox was the one to pick him up from the Valley of Fire base a little while ago. I immediately stand and straighten my tie, then shrug on my suit jacket and button it up. I suppose I've been summoned? Mom nods. Your father messaged me to come and get you. They're waiting for us in conference room B. I take a deep, calming breath and trace the engagement ring on my finger. River gave it to me after I proposed to him several weeks ago. Touching it soothes me, and I feel myself relaxing. I'm ready, let's go. Mom arches an eyebrow at me. You're more composed than I would have expected. I flash her a grin. I am my father's son, after all. She snorts. Ain't that the truth? She rushes to me and clasps me in a strong embrace. Don't forget, your father and I are here for you. We're going to support you all the way. I swallow back the emotional lump in my throat. Thank you, but it was my foolish error, and I have to deal with the consequences of this investigation. She growls. I still think this is all really ridiculous. I pat her on the shoulder. Keep your cool, Mom. Don't let this agent rile you up. She nods with determination, and we head toward conference room B. Inside, I immediately spy an obvious look of strain around my father's eyes, but his expression is otherwise devoid of any emotion. Several of the medtech staff who've been treating me for my condition are understandably also in attendance, but I'm surprised that River is seated at the table, looking charmingly confused. My brother lounges in the chair next to him and gives me a reassuring smile. The man sitting beside my father must be the IA agent. Like my father and me, he's dressed in a nondescript black suit and tie. At first, he appears fully humanoid. His face is rather ordinary and pale, framed with ashy brown hair cut short and combed neatly to the side. His eyes are an equally dull shade of mouse brown. Nothing remarkable stands out about him until I see the familiar red glove with an embroidered seeing eye icon on his right hand, and it's all I can do not to gasp. They sent a freaking Yendrothi? This is way more serious than I thought. No wonder my dad looks so strained. I will my hearts to stop racing as I join everyone at the table. Once we're all seated, my dad clears his throat and gets the meeting started. Thank you, everyone, for joining us here today. I would like to ask that you all do your utmost to assist our guest from the Intergalactic Alliance's Internal Affairs Department. Agent Baxlorn Katenji will be conducting his investigation over the next week or two. He will want to speak with some of you collectively as well as individually. Please be as open, honest, and transparent with him as possible. We have nothing to hide. I appreciate all of you complying with his requests for information while we assist in upholding Alliance protocol.
Smooth, authoritative, and stable. There are some murmurs around the table, and folks look at one another before turning back to Agent Katenji, who gives my father a curt smile. Thank you, Admiral Gennaro. He casts his gaze over everyone at the table. I'm not here to make friends. I'm here to do a job, and I hope you will all aid me in that process. As a representative of the Alliance's internal affairs, I simply intend to discover the truth and report back to my superiors, who will then determine if any action needs to be taken regarding the events under investigation. Of course, my sweet River has to pipe up. Oh man, you can't make any friends while you're on assignment? That majorly sucks and sounds super lonely. My tentacles rub together with pleasure. Our mate is beyond special. Agent Katenji's expression, however, remains flat and emotionless. It's part of my role as the investigating agent, and I am perfectly content to keep appropriate professional boundaries in place. His voice takes on a stern, no-nonsense tone. I was chosen for this investigation because I have a particular talent associated with my people. He raises the detested and gloved hand, and everyone shudders with barely concealed revulsion except for River. What's with the one glove look? Are you going for a Michael Jackson homage? That's a little dated now, but if you want to go that route, I'll help you out. We can totally do better to up your cosplay game. Ooh, I could help you bedazzle it. I say, if you want to go full King of Pop with your aesthetic, then don't hold anything back. You could totally rock some sequins. My mom fails to conceal a rather loud snort of amusement. Agent Katenji narrows his eyes at River before glancing down at the tablet device in front of him on the table. You are Kai Gennaro's fiancé and a member of his team, are you not? River's grin becomes huge. You bet I am. He sends me an air kiss. Love you, boo. The IA investigator scrutinizes River more carefully. Since you are new to the Alliance, Mr. Sullivan, let me educate you. He carefully pulls the glove off one finger at a time and turns his palm to face me and River seated across from him. Slowly, a face begins to emerge from the skin of his palm, its milky white eyes opening and surveying the room. River gasps. Holy frickin' wow! What is that? Agent Katenji belongs to a species known as the Yendrathi, my father explains quietly. They each coexist with a psi-enhanced parasitic symbiont. River gapes at the hand. So it's psychic? Wow! I mean, it's not quite as awesome as a Groxel's psychic horn of destiny, but still pretty neat. Not psychic, more like telepathic, Mal murmurs, keeping a wary gaze on the hand. River isn't remotely intimidated at this news. Shut the front door. That's so cool. He cocks his head and scrutinizes the face in Agent Katenji's palm before snapping his fingers and brightening. So you're a little bit like Quado in Total Recall. Only, I suppose the little guy in your hand isn't your conjoined twin. How fascinating. He cups his chin in his hands, elbows on the table, eyes twinkling with interest. How does it work? Does the symbiont talk to you? Or is it a mind meld type situation? How does it read other people's minds? I have so many questions. Agent Katenji's expression remains flat. Zugo is a part of me, and I am a part of him. We coexist. So he can communicate telepathically with you? Talk about impressive. River looks at the hand. Nice to meet you, Zugo. I'm River, by the way. Agent Katenji's mouth twists in what might be amusement, and I try not to shift in my seat. Thankfully, he decides to ignore River and redirects his attention to everyone else at the table. Captain Gennaro has been accused of misusing extraterrestrial technology that is more advanced than the capabilities of the human species on this planet. Specifically, he used a pulse teleporter in a manner that was not pre-approved or sanctioned by Alliance regulations. He has filed a medical claim with the Alliance to explain his actions. Agent Katenji's eyes shift to focus on me. During my time here, I will be interviewing Captain Gennaro, and all of you as well. You have all been deemed critical to this investigation, as you either witnessed it happen or have been involved in the captain's medical treatment. My tentacles gnash their metaphoric teeth. Agent Katenji turns his attention back to River. Mr. Sullivan, I will give you a demonstration of what Zugo can do and the reason I was chosen for this assignment. He turns his hand so the face in his palm can stare at me with those creepy white eyes.
Captain Gennaro, are your claims about tentaculum calefaction clouding your ability to make sound judgments and compelling you to utilize the transporter device accurate? I swallow. Yes, they are true. The eyes in his palm continue to bore into me, and I feel an almost throbbing resonance in the center of my forehead. I wince at the sensation, but it only lasts a moment before the white eyes close and the mouth opens to say, "He speaks the truth as he knows it." "Ooh, Zugo's like a lie detector," River exclaims. My father coughs discreetly into his hand. Something like that. The parasite can establish a mental connection with whoever is being evaluated. It can determine certain degrees of the truth based on what the person is thinking. Agent Katenji turns his attention back to his tablet before focusing on the medtech staff. "You are certain that what Captain Gennaro is experiencing is a real case of tentaculum calefaction?" Adeline, the head medtech who's been treating me, nods. Her hair is tied back in its usual graying braid, but she nods enthusiastically at the question. According to all of the information we have in the medical database and our few experiences with IRN women undergoing the same condition, I am completely confident that Captain Gennaro is the first IRN male to undergo tentaculum calefaction in over 200 years. Her eyes light up. It is a most thrilling scientific discovery. We have been fortunate to be able to study him during this process and to record as much data as possible. I shift in my seat and stifle a groan. Agent Katenji glances back at his tablet and types a few notes before continuing. "And you and your staff have found that the usual hormone suppressant used in these situations has not been entirely successful with Captain Gennaro." I flush. I'm not thrilled to have my personal medical information aired among everyone in the room, but I swallow back my anger. We anticipated this. Privacy in an investigation like this is non-existent. We also know how IA operates. This guy is no doubt trying to get a rise out of me, to get me to lose my cool. More fool him. He's underestimated me, that's for sure. "That's correct," Adeline says. "Since a case has not happened in a male in over 2 centuries, medications for the condition have largely been generated with only female IRN biology in mind. We have begun attempting to alter the medication for male physiology, but it will take some time before we know if we've been successful. The hormone blockers have decreased the number of mating fever episodes, but we have been unable to arrest them entirely. Captain Gennaro is still in the midst of dealing with this medical condition." Adeline nods. "Tentaculum calefaction can last for several weeks, even as much as a month in some individuals. We are reviewing historical data on IRN males, but we are unsure as to whether they had similar duration of the episodes to those of their female counterparts. At this juncture, we assume Captain Gennaro is nearing the end of this particular episode, as it has been 2.5 weeks already, but we cannot say for certain." Agent Katenji takes several more notes with his free hand while Zugo watches us from the other. "Thank you for clarifying that for me. I will be consulting with you in the labs during my stay, and will need to have access to your records on Captain Gennaro." I stiffen, but say nothing.
Smooth, authoritative, and stable. This is not wholly unexpected, but the invasiveness of it is appalling. I'm embarrassed enough as it is to be dealing with this condition I never asked for, but to have a stranger rooting around in my personal medical business is beyond awful. It leaves me with a bad taste in my mouth and an unpleasant twitch in my tentacles. River doesn't look happy about it either, but I had warned him that the IA agent would be digging into all my personal background, particularly my medical history. Fortunately, he keeps his mouth shut and instead sends me a look full of love and support. Once Agent Katenji has briefly covered preliminary facts about the incident with everyone in the room, he finally turns back to River with a penetrating gaze, and I feel my tentacles writhe with displeasure. "Mr. Sullivan, you were transported against your will by Captain Gennaro, yes?" River crosses his arms and gives him a look full of sass.
I wouldn't say against my will. I'd follow anywhere my boo wants to go. Sure, I didn't know what was going to happen, and believe me, the whole vertigo vomit extravaganza that followed my teleportation was not pleasant. I mean, Star Trek made it look so cool to be teleported somewhere, but the reality was far less enjoyable. Talk about disappointing. He shakes his head and shudders. I don't really plan to do that again anytime soon. But I also know that Kai was a little bit out of control at that point, and he looked pretty sick. For reals, he was all sweaty and pale, and he needed me. So even though it wasn't my favorite adventure to go on, I didn't mind. I'm his mate, and he's mine, and that's what mates do for each other. My mom leans across the table and high-fives him. That's really right. River beams. Agent Katengi holds up his creepy palm, and I stiffen. River, my cheeky little snickerdoodle, just grins. The parasite Zugo regards him for a very long stretch of time. Agent Katengi begins to frown as the milky white eyes in his palm close again. I cannot read the mind of this being. There's a stunned silence that falls over the room like a hush at a funeral. Everyone stares at my mate, and I can't help but feel pride bloom inside me. River shrugs. Sorry, Bax. May I call you Bax? I don't want to presume. He doesn't give Agent Katengi a chance to answer as he taps his forehead. My mind is an impenetrable fortress. Kai tried to put the hypnosis mind whammy on me when he first met me, and it was no dice. Later, Aiden tried to use his stinky pheromones on me to manipulate my memories, and that just made me sneeze. To be honest, I don't know what was supposed to happen here, but I felt nothing other than being creepily stared at by Zugo. No offense to you, Mr. Parasite, but it was a little bit ick. My mom shakes her head with admiration. Just when I think you can't surprise me anymore, you do. River grins at her. Love you too. Agent Katengi looks like he's been thrown off his game, and he isn't happy about it. It's the first hint of any kind of emotion I've seen so far. He stares at River in a combination of irritation and confusion before frowning down at his tablet again. You are half Quintherian? River shrugs. That's what they tell me. I only recently found out. Agent Katengi narrows his eyes. So the reports we received are true? We thought it had to be some kind of mistake that you were completely immune to mind-reading techniques. The ability is incredibly rare across the universe. River shudders. Whoa, let's not talk about mind-reading anything, especially my brain. This unusual ability you have is exclusive to those of royal descent? River shrugs again. That's what Chewie tells me. He's my royal bodyguard. I've never even met any of my mom's family, let alone been to Quintharia. I still think of myself as human for the most part. I mean, being able to resist mind manipulation is a pretty cool ability and all, but I was seriously hoping for some kind of rad superpower like shape-shifting instead. Agent Katengi makes some notes on his tablet before staring at River again. This is most unusual. I will need to report this finding to my superiors. I don't like the sound of that, but River continues to smile. Sorry, bro, my mind is a hard nut to crack. Agent Katengi carefully pulls his glove back on again before addressing everyone. Thank you for your time. I will be scheduling interviews starting tomorrow. He turns to my dad. Admiral Gennaro, would you be so kind as to give me a tour of this facility? My dad gets to his feet and offers him a polite but distant smile. Of course. Please follow me. Once they leave, the atmosphere in the room relaxes. Carla, my mom's right-hand helper, pops her head into the room. Captain? Mom goes on high alert. What is it? Your new hire has arrived. They've asked that you meet them down in the training room. Mom jumps to her feet. About time. She grabs River's arm and pulls him out of his seat. Come on, your new bodyguard is finally here. River grins.
OMG, I nearly forgot about that. Let's go meet them. When we step out of the conference room, I spy Roxy heading our way and ask her to join us since the whole team needs to meet this new bodyguard. Where's Zamir? She asks. He should already be down in the training room. It's almost time for River's daily workout. More like torture routine, River moans. He quickly brightens. Ooh, maybe I can get out of it today. Roxy snorts. You clearly don't know Zamir very well yet if you think that's ever gonna happen. River grumbles. I take his hand in mine as we enter the elevator and take it down to the training room. Knowing you're learning how to protect yourself under Zamir's training gives me comfort. Even though we'll all do everything in our power to keep you safe, I feel better knowing you have the tools to fight back if it comes down to it. River's eyes soften. Aw, Boo, you're so freaking sweet sometimes. There's no way I can say no now. He narrows his eyes. Part of me wonders if you know just how susceptible I am to your schmoopy side and are taking advantage of that. I school my features into the picture of innocence. Of course not. Mal snorts, and I'm close enough in the elevator that I can lean over and elbow him. River's good mood returns in an instant. Whatever. I'm just so excited to meet a new alien. What's this one like? River asks my mom. She grins. You'll have to meet them and see for yourself. All I can hope is that whoever Mom hired can help keep River safe from whatever threats are coming his way. Starblade scowled. You can't bribe me with intimacy. Vardox couldn't hold back a smirk. I can most certainly try. That's never worked on me before, and you know it. Vardox's answering grin was utterly unrepentant. There's a first time for darling. Lord Vardox, The Tentacular Tales of Captain Starblade, Chapter 138, River. The elevator dings, and the doors open to hell. Ahem, I mean to the training room. My demonic drill instructor, aka Zamir, is standing there in a tight white tank top that showcases every bulging, beefy muscle in his arms and chest. As part of the Vroknu warrior clan, he's as handsome as he is imposing, built like an extra from 300, with stunning ebony-hued skin, dark hair, and dark eyes. He shifts from foot to foot as if warming up, in loose-fitting pants suitable for the crazy-ass martial arts moves he's been trying to teach me lately. Emphasis on trying. You're late, he says in a deep baritone rumble. Zamir is very attractive, but when it comes to fitness, he'd give Satan a run for his money. I cross my arms and give him some attitude. Excuse me, but we had the internal affairs agent all up in our business trying to interrogate us, and then hitting us with a mind-reading whammy. I smirk. But he couldn't use his mojo on me, so huzzah! My body may be soft, but my mind is as strong as a steel trap. Zamir arches an eyebrow at me and turns to Kai. Everything okay, Captain? So far. The IA agent is a Yendrathi. Gosh, Zamir curses with feeling. I wink at him. Don't worry.
Smooth, authoritative, and stable. I totally frustrated the hell out of him when he couldn't read my mind. Shazam! I am so freaking awesome. That's good. I don't have the skills to whip your mind into shape, but your body is another story. Zamir's tone is dry as dust. I shake my head. You're funny. You won't think so once you see your new circuit training routine. Maybe we can postpone our training today? I look around eagerly. After all, my new bodyguard is supposed to meet us here. Have you seen them yet? The usually unflappable Zamir startles in surprise. I didn't hear about this. He darts a glance at Kai. Captain? Before Kai can respond, the doors at the far end of the room burst open and a tall figure strides toward us. They have a toned physique and are dressed in a simple black t-shirt and dark cargo pants. As they advance in our direction, Ellie squeals, "Loren!" in delight and runs over to hug the new arrival. After they embrace enthusiastically, Ellie turns back to us with a twinkle in her eyes. "Gather round, folks. I want to introduce you to my friend and River's new backup bodyguard, Luren Gallivac." I rush forward, hand extended. I'm totally eager to meet this new alien. "Hi, I'm so excited to meet you. Please call me River. Can I call you Luren? Thank you so much for coming to help keep me alive and safe from this crazy intergalactic assassin that my stupid Quintharian relatives sent after me." It's a whole big mess, but I'm trying to roll with it, even if it is like the alien version of some kind of really difficult Jerry Springer episode meets Jason Bourne. Luren blinks at me with amber-colored eyes, and I realize I've let my motor mouth run a little bit out of control. I take a deep breath and force myself to slow down. Sorry about that. I get a little bit excitable, sometimes. All the time, more like. Mal interjects with a snort of amusement. I glare at him before giving Luren my most blinding smile. "I'm just so thrilled to meet you." I tilt my head. "Also, and I hope you don't mind me asking, but do you use they-them pronouns? I know Ellie has used them when talking about you, and I just want to make sure I'm addressing you properly." Luren reaches out a rough, tanned hand and shakes mine. Their grip is firm and warm. My spidey senses instantly start tingling. I get a very good vibe from this person. I knew I could trust Ellie's opinion, but I like that my gut instinct's also telling me I can trust this new bodyguard. "Good to meet you, River." Their voice is deep but soft. "I've heard a lot about you from Ellie. And yes, please call me Luren. My species is one that does not conform to the binary biological or gender conventions so prevalent among Earthlings." My eyes widen. "Wow, so you're all like gender-bending badasses?" They flash a smile. "For a more Earthling frame of reference, my species is born with both male and female characteristics that can take on a variety of iterations." They grin. "It makes us very versatile lovers." Ellie immediately high-fives her friend with an amused snort. "That's super cool," I say. Luren nods. "It's quite common among extraterrestrial species to have fluid gender and sexual identities, as well as more diverse sexual anatomies. Aliens really have the advantage when it comes to intimacy. I mean, ever since I learned the magic of tentacle encounters was for real and not just in my fantasies and stories, I don't plan on ever going back." Kai groans. "TMI, River." I shoot him a smirk. "I'm praising your tentacle intimate skills, boo." He flushes. I take in my new bodyguard, and even I can tell they're quite attractive. Their hair is a startling shade of white blonde, cut very short to frame a tanned, angular face and stunning amber eyes that seem to glint in the light. Their physique is lean and muscular in a way that looks powerful, but nowhere near as bulky as someone like Zamir. I get the impression Luren is fast and light on their feet. "I know you're assigned to protect me, but I hope we can become friends." I grin. "And I'm fully supportive of the multiplicity of the magical gender and sexual identities that make up our ever-expanding rainbow spectrum. We totally need to dismantle binary gender essentialism, am I right?" I nod to myself. I learned all about it in college thanks to my gender and sexuality studies professor. Ellie takes a moment to introduce all the members of the team to Luren. I'm flabbergasted when they get to Roxy, and she starts fanning herself and ogling my new bodyguard. Roxy lets out a squeaky noise. "You're a Nalordian?" "I am." Luren winks at her, lips quirking. "And you are a very beautiful Osiren. Ellie told me about you." Roxy fans herself again. "Oh my, I mean, yes, I'm Osiren. Ooh, I smell an insta-crush in the making. So good to meet you, Luren," she says in a fluttery, breathy voice. "I'm Roxy." Luren gazes into her eyes with clear interest. They step closer and take hold of Roxy's hand before slowly bringing it to their mouth and brushing a gentle kiss over her knuckles. The pleasure is all mine. I've never seen such a bewitching Osiren before.
I'm not even joking when I say that Roxy very nearly swoons right then and there. Hell, I nearly swoon a bit myself. Lu-Ren is hot. I am so going to have to grill Roxy later because I think I just witnessed a love connection between her and my new bodyguard. That might make things a little bit complicated at work, but I am totally here to try and get those two together if there's a mutual spark. Roxy is one of the most stunningly gorgeous, talented, and amazing women I know, but her love life has been kind of difficult from what I've gathered. She deserves someone awesome who will respect and love her the way she deserves. I've already got a good vibe from Lu-Ren, who is very suave. Lu-Ren brings their attention back to me, their gaze intense and assessing. Let's see what we're working with here, River. What do you mean? They reach a hand up and stroke their chin in contemplation. From what Ellie tells me, you're part Quintharian and of royal descent. At that, I give a hesitant nod. So I've been told, but I don't know a whole lot about it, to be honest. Lu-Ren hums in consideration. I've had some experience with Quintharian royalty. Years ago, I once served as a bodyguard for the cousin of a princess who was traveling to another star system. Although I only worked for them for the duration of the several weeks-long journey, I learned a lot. Really? Like what? I have so many questions. There's still so much I don't know about my heritage. And we found it kind of tough to get concrete information. Even the Alliance doesn't have a lot of data recorded on my mother's people. Ellie gives me an affectionate smile. That's why I contacted Lu-Ren. I knew they had some experience with Quintharians, and I figure any added leg up we can get in keeping you safe is the best option. Good thinking, Mom, Kai says with an approving nod. Lu-Ren scrutinizes me carefully. I'd like to test something out. I have a theory. Talk about vague and mysterious. I blink at them, not sure if I like the sound of that. Test out what exactly? A slow, slightly evil-looking grin spreads over their face. I'm going to attack you, and you are going to try and defend yourself. Say, what now? My voice goes up several octaves, but I don't care. Lu-Ren pulls a small object from the side of their belt, and with the flick of a button, it extends into a scary-looking long staff that they whirl around in the air with a level of precision and speed that immediately has me trying not to mess myself. Maybe we should rethink your strategy. I always say talking and getting to know one another is the best way to start a relationship. Everyone else clear the floor, Lu-Ren orders, their voice strident and full of command. I'm not surprised when Zamir gives them a nod full of respect and saunters off, abandoning me to my fate. The others soon follow, until only my boo and I remain with Lu-Ren. Kai squeezes my shoulder. It's gonna be okay, River.
Smooth, authoritative, and stable. Use the skills you've learned from your training. Lu-Ren probably just wants to test where you're at so far. Easy for you to say. I gulp. Okay. Kai vacates the floor, and then it's just me and my new bodyguard. Lu-Ren's facial expression has gone from friendly to intent and deadly. I am going to attack you with the aim of hurting you. Don't hesitate for an instant. You need to act as if I'm a potential assassin. I start to sweat. I don't really like where this is going. I'm experiencing scared, senseless vibes, if you feel me. The only way to test out my theory is to attack you as if I mean to harm you. It's good practice for you anyway. I'm not going to go easy on you like your teammates. I gawk at them like they've lost their ever-loving mind. You do realize that sounds totally bonkers, right? Lu-Ren rotates and twirls the staff in their hands in a maneuver that has me backing up. I'm no fool. Now is not the time for avoidance and cowardice. Defend yourself as if your life depends on it. Before I can even respond, they charge directly at me, staff raised to bash my head in. Okay, I take it back. Luren is not hot. They are terrifying. I shriek like a clueless teenager in a slasher film and do what I do best, run away. However, the training room is only so big, and before long, I realize that I'm running in circles on the mat, somehow managing to duck each time the scary staff comes flying at my head, and narrowly escaping its promised pain when it inevitably crushes my skull. "Help me!" I screech at my teammates, who stand on the sidelines, not bothering to assist me one bit. "You can do it, River," Roxy shouts, her enormous heart eyes focused entirely on my assailant. "Remember your training," Zamir says, then offers in a monotone. "You can do it." That didn't sound remotely convincing. "You've got this, River," Mal offers. He busts out a packet of peanuts and starts munching on them while he watches like this is the greatest entertainment he's had in years. "Really?" I wheeze out. "Don't worry, River. Luren probably won't hurt you too much," Ellie says, giving me a thumbs up. "Not helping," I gasp as I manage to duck yet another strike and keep running as if my life depends on it, which I'm starting to think it does. There's nowhere to hide. This is the room where we practice our self-defense and martial arts training, after all, so it's an open space with mats padding the center of the floor, but that's about it. "Focus, River," Kai calls out, stern and commanding. He's the only one who looks even slightly worried. He loves me. I'm so focused on my sexy boo that I stumble and fall into a sloppy somersault on the mat, narrowly missing a jab from the staff that I didn't even realize was coming my way. Lucky. When I glanced up, Luren is coming at me again, amber eyes fiendishly focused on my demise, and a shiver of fear races down my spine and all the way to my core. I don't know why I didn't fully believe Luren at first, but I do now. They are seriously trying to hurt me. I manage to scramble to my feet and out of the way of the staff yet again. Then I feint left, veer right, and promptly fall flat on my face when my shoe catches on seemingly nothing. Once again, my tumble happens just in time to feel the whoosh of air over my head as the staff whips above me by a fraction of an inch. Holy cow, that was close. "Enough," Luren finally barks out. They retract the staff and attach it back to their belt before crossing their impressive arms over their chest. It's as I thought. I roll over on my back, wheezing for breath as I scowl up at them. "You were seriously trying to kill me?" They shake their head. "Not kill, no. Injure, yes." "What in the world? I thought you were supposed to be my bodyguard. You were hired to protect me from harm, not inflict it." Kai hurries over and pulls me to my feet, yanking me into his arms and taking on a protective stance. River's right. What in the world was that all about? Luren's expression turns cautious as they glance around. What I'm about to share with you cannot leave this room. Everyone crowds in closer. This room is secure. We have special soundproofing and electromagnetic protection from any kind of wiretapping, Ellie assures Luren. They nod. This is a carefully guarded secret among the Quintharian royalty, but a lucky few among those of royal blood have a genetic ability to ensure self-preservation in the face of extreme danger. "What? What does that mean?" I say, wiping sweat off my brow while Kai clutches me closer. Luren crosses their arms. "It means that you have a heightened sense of subconscious awareness when it comes to detecting danger against your person. Have you ever felt your body move automatically to protect you from any threat, even when you weren't aware of it? This is typically done through avoidance and defense rather than offense. Most royalty are not fighters, but a lucky few are born with the clitorian survival gene that gives them an innate ability to evade danger." Luren eyes the rest of the group. "Have any of you noticed River seems to have an odd ability to avoid personal harm? Often almost by accident."
Kai stills, his grip on my arms tightening. Yes. I startle and tilt my head up to look at him. What are you talking about? He shakes his head wonderingly. That time you faced down a Groxel in berserker mode. I blink. You mean Slimer? He nods. Boo, I just spent most of the time running away from that freak, especially his creepy tail, I shudder. He nearly skewered me a couple of times, too. But that's just it, Kai says slowly. He never did. And that was odd. Excuse me, I say, immediately affronted. Ellie interjects. What my son is trying to say, not so diplomatically, is that an otherwise seemingly human individual who'd never encountered a Groxel before shouldn't have been able to evade its attacks, especially when it was in berserker mode. That's difficult even for trained warriors to handle. I dart my gaze between them. But the Groxel totally managed to slime me, several times in fact. Zamir tilts his head to the side as he regards me. You are immune to the paralytic, so your body would not have been trying to avoid it. Wait, I rack my brain. What about when I got kidnapped by Nerblob? I didn't manage to evade that. Mal strokes his chin. No, but as we learned, Nerblob never had any nefarious intentions toward you. In fact, he was trying to protect you from his employer who wanted you killed. Roxy's eyes get huge. Galactic gods, you're right. Everyone stares at me like I'm a total freakazoid all of a sudden. Then Luren's words fully process in my brain, and I gasp. Oh, my freaking God! Does this mean I actually have a superpower? Roxy bursts into laughter. I think you could say that. It's not a particularly graceful one, but it has its merits, Ellie agrees. This is good news, actually, Luren says. It means that River's going to be a lot harder to kill than an assassin might anticipate. It gives us a bit of an edge, maybe even an advantage in this situation. Even against someone like Shilgar the Deadly? Zamir asks, his voice serious and almost concerned. Under that gruff exterior, he honestly cares about me. My heart warms. It's not going to be foolproof, Luren cautions, but it will help. We still need to continue to ensure that River has someone always watching him, and that we're training him to defend himself. His genetic ability will enhance his survival capabilities, but he needs to be prepared for how to defend himself in a head-on attack. Running away is always a good strategy, but at some point, if you are cornered and can't escape, you need to be able to go on the offensive as well. Agreed, Zamir says, and reaches over to shake Luren's hand with a firm grip. They both nod in mutual understanding and respect. I can tell they're going to be fast friends.
Part of me is happy about this because poor Zamir has had a hard time of it, especially with everything that's happened with his ex-teammate/ex-boyfriend, Wilder. Another friend will be a good thing for him. On the flip side, I'm sort of terrified about these two tough individuals joining forces to try and whip me into shape. I whimper. Oh my God, there's two of you now. My poor body might not survive. Kai squeezes me in his comforting embrace as he nuzzles my ear. We're going to do everything possible to keep you safe. But this is good news, my love. It makes me feel better about our chances going forward. Luren cracks their knuckles. We can't get complacent. It's my goal to capture this assassin so we can get as much information as possible out of him. We're going to thwart his efforts and do everything we can to ensure that River's safe from any future threats. The door to the training room opens unexpectedly, and Agent Katengi comes storming in with Maddox hot on his heels, the IA agent's face flushed with irritation. Agent Katengi makes a beeline for Ellie, who braces herself and fixes him with a challenging stare. Why have you not reported the security threat to this station because of your new employee? He fumes and points a finger at me in an accusatory fashion. I blink. Say what? Agent Katengi sneers before turning back to Ellie. Captain Gennaro, as head of security for the Alliance outpost on Earth, you are responsible for documenting any and all threats. I demand to know why you did not share this with intergalactic headquarters. It's standard protocol. To my surprise, Ellie keeps her voice calm and even. I deemed it best to delay notifying IH because we recently uncovered evidence of a mole in our Alliance headquarters. Until we have identified the traitorous culprit, sensitive data, including information about one of our employees, needs to remain on a strictly need-to-know basis. Agent Katengi narrows his eyes. This is highly unusual. Ellie pushes her chest out and looms over the shorter man. As head of security for the Alliance on Earth, I have the power to make such calls. Are you questioning my judgment or my authority, Agent Katengi? Holy really hell, Ellie can be scary as gosh when she wants to be. Agent Katengi swallows and steps back. No, my apologies, but I do require a full explanation. Ellie crosses her arms. In all honesty, I don't have to tell you anything. The threat against River's life is outside the scope of your investigation. But I'm choosing to share this private and highly confidential information with you because my team and I could use your help. Your special abilities offer a unique opportunity for us to root out the mole. Really, that's brilliant, Ellie, I say. My future mama-in-law is super awesome. She grins at me and flexes a bicep. I've got your six, kid. We're going to catch this rat, I promise. OMG, that was practically a come with me if you want to live moment. I squee with delight. Luren rolls their eyes fondly. You haven't changed at all, Ellie. Agent Katengi clears his throat. Let's get on with this story. I need all the pertinent details. Ellie's expression turns grim, and she quickly relates everything we've discovered so far. When she gets to the end, Agent Katengi has another frown etched on his face. This is a serious problem. Ellie rolls her eyes. No gosh, Sherlock. I beam at her. She's seriously my really hero. Darling, Maddox warns. She sniffs but turns back to Agent Katengi. Look, we're treating this situation very seriously. An assassin coming for a member of the Alliance is bad enough, but we at least know what that's about. We don't yet know what the mole's primary objective is, let alone what exactly they've been sharing with others. Is it only information about River, or are other Alliance secrets being leaked on the intergalactic dark web? She shakes her head. We need to find out how deep this goes. Agent Katengi turns a contemplative gaze on me. It seems like you've created quite a bit of trouble for the Alliance, Mr. Sullivan. I gasp. Hey, buddy, I didn't create any trouble. In fact, I've been doing my very best to help the Alliance, and I've proven pretty darn useful in more than one instance already. I cross my arms. Also, you're giving me Agent Smith vibes from the Matrix every time you call me Mr. Sullivan. Not cool. Exactly, Kai says, as if in agreement with my Matrix analogy, but then shakes his head. I mean about River not causing trouble. He didn't even know his true identity until recently. He has no control over what his distant relatives on another planet do. If you ask me, it seems like the Intergalactic Alliance has had its own fair share of problems if it missed an assassin coming to Earth to kill River's parents over a decade ago. Agent Katengi's right eyelid twitches, but then he seems to calm himself. You're right, my apologies to you and Mr. Sullivan. I offer a tentative smile. I believe in the Alliance's mission, and I'm doing everything in my power to help aliens here on Earth. I take Kai's left hand, stroking the engagement ring on his finger. After all, I have a vested interest in keeping extraterrestrials here safe. I'm marrying one. Luren takes that moment to step forward, hand outstretched to Agent Katengi. Luren Galavak. I'm River's new bodyguard. Ellie called me in to help protect him and to assist her with her investigations into the mole in the organization.
I'll be doing everything in my power to keep River and anyone around him safe from any assassin who comes for him." Agent Katengi reluctantly reaches his ungloved hand forward, and Lu Ren grips it tightly enough that the agent wince. "Why don't I show you to your hotel? I can even be a tour guide for a night out on the town if you'd like. Have you ever been to a casino before?" "In that?" Agent Katengi says, stumbling over his words, looking dazed. Mal chuckles, his devastating dimple on full display. "That brilliant son of a difficult person. Follow me," he says, and whisks away Agent Katengi before he even has a chance to protest. I turn to Ellie once Mal manages to successfully disappear with the irksome investigator. Did you guys have that planned out? If so, well done. Ellie grins at me. Not at all. What can I say? The apple doesn't fall far from the tree with that one. She puffs her chest out with pride. Good job, son o' mine. Kai sighs. Mal is hard to resist, but even he won't be able to keep that agent distracted for long. He's too tenacious and by the book. Ellie shrugs. Probably not, but it should be long enough to give you a bit of a reprieve until Monday. Maddox nods. Ellie's right. Next week is going to be intense. I suggest you all take off early today and enjoy your weekend. Prepare yourselves for what's ahead because you're both going to be grilled by Agent Katengi. He's a man on a mission, and he's not going to pull any punches. I suspect it won't be pleasant given what little I've heard about IA agents, but he does appear to be honest and committed to finding the truth. I bounce on my toes and swing Kai's arm, my mind fixated on getting to play hooky from work for the rest of the day. Woohoo! It's Friday! I tilt my head up and beam at my boo. You know what that means, right? He gives me a wary look. What? I grin. It's date night. Ayaran mates come with many advantages as well as challenges. For instance, family dynamics are often complex. Ayaran families tend to be very close-knit, and those bonds, while beautiful, can also be difficult for a spouse to navigate, especially when one comes from another species. And don't forget all the unusual customs Ayarans share. The sanctioning ceremony alone can send some running for the hills, whether they are Ayaran or not. One must have a strong spirit and a healthy constitution to handle becoming an Ayaran's mate. A guide to your Ayaran mate, from courtship to tentacles. You've made it to Earth, so now what? You might be asking yourself this very question.
Smooth, authoritative, and stable. Acclimating to a new world can be challenging for anyone. Remember, the Alliance is here to help. Don't hesitate to reach out to us. Getting situated in your new home and finding a community should be one of your first steps. Consider selecting a residence in one of our Alliance-run, extraterrestrial-only neighborhoods where you can be yourself and find new friends who understand what you're going through. The Handbook for the recently Earth-relocated River. It's your turn to pick what you want to do for date night, I tell Kai. My man is driving us home thanks to Maddox letting us leave work early. Date night, here we come. Unfortunately, Kai's looking kind of pale and tired. I frown. Are you feeling okay? He glances at me from the driver's seat and gives me a wan smile. It's just this very tentaculum calafaction. Adeline gave me another injection earlier to try to decrease my symptoms. It's apparently a new serum, and I felt tired and achy ever since. Our Alliance medtechs are doing their best to treat Kai in his current condition. We've sent word back to his home planet, and they are arranging to collect and send some of their historical records about males experiencing tentaculum calafaction, but it will take a while. In all likelihood, Kai will be better by the time it arrives, but at least we'll have more information on hand if this ever happens again, I suppose. I reach out and squeeze his thigh in reassurance. It's gonna be okay, boo. The medtechs think this is almost over. Hopefully, we shouldn't have to deal with this intense period of symptoms much longer.
Not that I've minded the intimacy. In fact, I've freaking loved it. But I know Kai's been bothered by it. For a man who's so tightly wound and prefers to be in control at all times, something like tentaculum calafaction, which is basically a period of intense, uncontrollable desire, is the worst possible kind of ailment. The gosh part is it takes away some of Kai's consent, since it forces intense desire on him even when he doesn't want it. As a result, it isn't as enjoyable for him on the whole, but he needs the physical relief nonetheless. He sighs. I hope they're right. I really wish I could make this all better for him. I hate watching him suffer. Trying to lighten the mood, I rub his thigh encouragingly. What do you want to do tonight? It's your date night, so it's your choice. He brings the SUV to a halt at a red light and gives me a sheepish look. Would it be terrible if I said I just wanted to pick up some takeout and relax at home in our pajamas? Immediately, my brain is pinging with ideas about fun onesies we could wear. I have several in reserve that Kai hasn't had the pleasure of trying out just yet, but I restrain myself. This is Kai's date night. He gets to pick what we do. I nod my head enthusiastically. Of course, I'm always down to Netflix and chill with you. Besides, I take the code of date night very seriously. It's sacrosanct. Whatever you want to do when it's your turn to choose, I will follow along with it, and you do the same for me when it's my turn. I nod my head with satisfaction. It's a perfect system. The light turns green, and Kai gets us moving again as he rolls his eyes. He isn't fooling me. I've learned to detect the glimmer of fondness in his gaze. Where do you want to get takeout? I ask. He thinks about this for a while. How about sushi from that place we tried last week? Their rolls were really good. Sounds amazing. I beam at him and I pull out my phone. Why don't I place an order for us on the app? It should be ready by the time we get there. Kai gives me the first genuine smile I've seen for a few hours. That would be perfect. His cheeks flush before he adds, Would you order me some of the tempura cheesecake with extra chocolate sauce on the side? I lick my lips and wink at him. Done and done. While he drives through late afternoon traffic as we head back toward Henderson, I use the app to put in our order. Now that I've been living with Kai for a few weeks, I've come to realize he needs a lot more food than I do. How the man can eat so much and stay so svelte, I'll never know. I guess those tentacles must burn a lot of calories, especially lately. He's been eating even more since the tentaculum calafaction started. The mating fever makes him ravenous for more things than just my company. To be safe, I order half a dozen rolls, miso soup, salad, several appetizers, and dessert for the both of us. 25 minutes later, we arrive at the restaurant, and I have Kai stay in the SUV while I rush in and grab our food. I'm back in a jiffy with a big bag full of grub that smells amazing, and happy bubbles form in my chest. Spending Friday night home alone with Kai is making me stupidly happy. The euphoria I've been feeling since he proposed to me a few weeks ago hasn't worn off yet. When I'm not thinking about this stupid assassin or worried about Kai's health, I'm walking on freaking sunshine. When Kai proposed and I said hell yes, duh, I made the bold but slightly impetuous decision to finally move out of my Uncle Benji's house and shack up with my boo. His whole family endorsed the plan and came to help me pack up all my stuff and move me in faster than you can say, tentacles for the win. Ellie in particular was super enthusiastic about the new development in my relationship with Kai and was quite determined to make sure that we were living together ASAP. It's been an easier transition for me than I expected. To be fair, Kai is a huge part of that. He's made me feel wanted and welcome from day one. He even helped me convert one of the spare bedrooms into an office where I can work on my writing when I have free time. We've also talked about ways we want to change some things in the house. Kai's more minimalist approach just doesn't have enough color and variety for me.
I've spruced up several rooms already, bringing in some more colorful accents to warm up the space, and even incorporating several of Benji's paintings here and there, but making sure to select from his more muted pieces. There's only been one area where we've had some minor tension. My sweet, precious boo is way more anal retentive than I am. He's fastidious when it comes to being clean and tidy in the house. Don't get me started on how neatly organized his closet and dresser drawers are. Conversely, I tend to be a bit more disorganized and scatterbrained about that kind of stuff. Usually, I just toss clean clothes where I can find places in the closet or dresser for them. Who has time to organize that kind of stuff? As for being tidy, well, I can't help it if I set things down and then my brain wanders off and I completely forget about them until much later. Kai has joked that he's worried I'm pulling a Hansel and Gretel, trying to leave behind signs of my existence for anyone who might be looking for me, so they can just follow the trail of stuff in my wake. We're learning to compromise, though. I'm getting him to loosen up and be a little bit more chill about these kinds of things, while he's forcing me to be more of a responsible adult when it comes to cleaning up after myself. Benji and I lived like a couple of single dudes for years. Keeping things tidy was not something we were all that concerned about. The one truly awkward part of moving in with Kai, however, is that I came with some furry baggage that refused to be left behind. Chewie put his foot down when I announced I was making the move and explained that if I was going, he was coming too. He's still my royal bodyguard, and he's not ready to let go of the duty my mother gave him. To my consternation, Kai was entirely supportive of Chewie moving in with us. I'd thought we were going to have a magical love nest all to ourselves. Having to share it with Chewie hadn't even entered my mind. Needless to say, things can get a little bit awkward, especially with poor Kai having uncontrollable episodes of the Icerian Marian fever.
Smooth, authoritative, and stable. When we finally arrive home, we park in the garage and enter through the side door into the kitchen. Much to my relief, I find a note on the counter from Chewie. "Kid, I know tonight is your date night, and I sure don't want to be around for your intimate moments together. I'm meeting up with a friend instead, and won't be back until late. Don't worry, I coordinated with Ellie, and we have a security team outside watching the house to ensure you guys are safe from any unexpected threats that may show up. Enjoy your date night, and remember, enjoy your intimacy safely, sanely, and consensually. Chewie." I smile fondly. He's such a cantankerous little furball. For most of my life, I thought Chewie was simply an odd-looking dog. Sure, maybe I should have cottoned on to the fact that he wasn't quite normal, especially considering he was over 20 years old and he'd been with me since I was born. But we often don't want to see things when we're not ready for them. There's still a lot I don't know about Chewie's species, and he likes to be mysterious about it when I try to ask questions. Anyway, it turns out when your extended intergalactic family is a bunch of xenophobic jerks, the bodyguard thing is kind of necessary. When Chewie learned they'd sent an assassin to try and kill me, just like they did to my mom and dad 12 years ago, he refused to leave my side. We don't know when the assassin's going to show up, but I'm trying to take it one day at a time, and by golly, tonight is date night. I'm not letting anything really ruin it. Setting down the heavy bag of food, I trail after Kai into the bedroom as he wearily takes off the stuffy suit and tie he always wears for work. I rush to the dresser we share and search until I find what I've quickly realized are his favorite pair of super soft gray sweatpants and a lightweight purple hoodie I bought him because the color matched his beautiful eyes. "Here, take these." I grab his work clothes and hand him his favorite loungewear. "And why don't you hop in the shower for a few minutes? The hot water might help you feel better." His tired eyes soften. "Thank you." I rise up on my tiptoes and kiss him. Of course, tonight is all about what you want. Like I told you before, you're my boo and my fiancé, and oh my God, how did I never realize this before? You're my boo-ancé. I feel confident Queen Bee would approve. More nicknames. How lovely. Kai's tone is drier than desert dirt. My smile goes full megawatt.
And when we get married, you'll be my hubby-boo." I can hardly contain my excitement. He deadpans. His sarcasm bounces off my deflector shield of enthusiasm. It's gonna be the best. I pat his arm. But don't worry. For now at least, we are going to relax so hard. He cracks his back with a groan. "Sounds good to me." I grin. "Baby, I am going to take such good care of you." Kai flushes at my words, and I know that's exactly what he needs from me, even though he hasn't said the words. Game on. I am going to pamper him like nobody's business. While he hops in the shower, I change into my favorite sweats and a long-sleeved Doctor Who t-shirt before I make my way back to the kitchen to set the table for us. It's still early, but I don't care. I bust out some candles and light them. Using the Bluetooth stereo system, I put on some relaxing music I know Kai likes in the background on low. He joins me just as I'm pouring us each a glass of the nice, chilled Riesling we both enjoy. I wave my hands at the table in a flourish. "Your dinner awaits, my love." He gazes over the spread appreciatively and smiles. "This looks lovely. Thank you." My heartbeat does somersaults. God, he's gorgeous. He looks all soft and sleepy with his damp hair and tired eyes. I want to cuddle him all night long. But first, sustenance. We dig into our food with enthusiasm. After wolfing down 2 rolls in quick succession, Kai looks less pale and more relaxed. He sips at his wine with a sigh of pleasure. "Give me your honest opinion. What do you make of this Katengi guy?" I ask around a mouthful of California roll. Kai hums thoughtfully as he munches on some salad. "Not sure. He seems like an incredibly focused and by-the-book kind of agent." He shakes his head. "The fact that the Intergalactic Alliance sent a Yendrathi is what worries me more." I frown. "Why?" "It's like bringing a bazooka to a fistfight." "Whoa, that's definitely not good." Kai nods. "While I must admit I'm not particularly enthused about having an agent with mind-reading abilities focusing his attention on me and my colleagues, if it gets us closer to wrapping up this investigation and clearing up any confusion, then all the better." I smirk. "It's kind of perfect, though. I mean, you're the guy who uses mind manipulation on people. It's only fitting that you come up against somebody who has a similar kind of ability at least once in your life." Kai narrows his eyes. "You're trouble." I take a sip of wine and chortle. "You know it." "How do you feel about your new bodyguard?" "Very. Apparently, it's my turn to be put on the spot. I should have thought of that before I began this line of questioning." I dip my piece of roll in the mixture of soy sauce and wasabi. Lu Ren seems pretty cool, although I'm still hella miffed that they were trying to really mess with me with that scary staff weapon thing of theirs. I shudder and pop the piece of sushi into my mouth before mumbling around it. "It was really very scary." Kai laughs. "Watching you trying to evade them was kind of fun. If Lu Ren hadn't explained how that survival gene worked, I would have thought you were just trying to make us laugh with your uncoordinated moves." I sigh, feeling glum. My newly discovered superpower turns me into Mr. Bean instead of Jason Bourne. Kai reaches out and squeezes my free hand. "No, it doesn't. Let me tell you, when Lu Ren told us about it, I was over the moon with joy." I blink at him like he's lost his mind. "Why?" His expression goes serious in a way that makes me shiver. Sweet St. Brittany, the things this man does to me. Having this ability means you have an even better chance of surviving an assassin's attack. I've been so scared ever since we learned that Shilgar the Deadly is coming to try and kill you. My heart aches at his words and the way his eyes glisten with unshed tears. "I've been so worried that I might not be enough," he whispers, "might not be able to protect you on my own, that even with all the measures we've taken, anything could go wrong, and I could lose you. I don't think I could bear it." His voice hitches on the last few words. I can't help the pained whine that comes out of my throat as I throw down my chopsticks and fly around the table to curl myself into his lap and wrap my arms around him. "Oh, sweetheart, I had no idea. Why didn't you tell me? You had enough to worry about. I didn't want to add to the list."
I look up into those beautiful amethyst eyes. If the tables were turned and an assassin was gunning for you, I would feel exactly the same way. I reach up and cradle his cheek in my hand, stroking it softly. I love you, Kai Gennaro, and I'll do everything in my power to be with you as long as I possibly can. I'm not going to let some jerk assassin ruin that for me. I arch an eyebrow. Besides, there's no way I'm dying and letting someone else get their grabby hands on you. You're mine for life, buddy. Kai chokes back a laugh. Is that a promise? I lean up and kiss the tip of his nose. You bet it is. After dinner, we clean the dishes together, teamwork for the win, and settle on the couch in the living room. I pull the soft blue throw blanket over us and snuggle into Kai's side as he wraps a warm arm around me. He shifts restlessly on the couch, as if unable to get comfortable. I've started to recognize this for what it is, and I smile to myself. Poor Kai is still too embarrassed or shy to ask me whenever he needs this, so I need to be the one to bring it up. Do you want to let some of your tentacles out? He stills, giving me a hopeful but uncertain look. I smile at him.
Smooth, authoritative, and stable. It's been a hard day, and you're stressed. I can tell you're still irritated by everything. We both know it relaxes you when your tentacles can cuddle as well, so let them out. His face flushes. Would that be all right? His tentative words make my heart ache. Even though he's adapted to using his tentacles with me in the bedroom, he's much more reluctant in situations like this. Really, his human ex, Jonathan, did a total number on Kai. Of course, I don't know how many ways I can tell you, but I love everything about you, and that includes your tentacles. It's not a bother. They're a part of you, and I accept them the same as I accept all the rest of you. You can trust that you and your tentacles are safe with me, always. He slumps in a startled kind of relief, and under the blanket he slowly adjusts his sweatpants to allow his tentacles to emerge from his abdominal pouch. They reach for me, needy and wanting reassurance. One of them wraps around my ankle and pets me there, while I pull the other one to my chest and begin to stroke it. It's okay, I say. Kai shudders with relief and leans against me. Thank you. I tilt my head up and kiss him on the cheek. Any time, fiancé. And so it begins, he mutters. But he still smiles. We stay like this for a while, until I feel Kai's body relaxing by inches as he gradually sheds the stress and worry of the day. That's when a brilliant idea strikes me. I lean forward and grab the remote, turning on the TV. Galactic gods, he groans. Are you going to make me watch another sci-fi movie? I snort. No, you're safe. We'll do that when it's my date night. But I do have an idea of something you might like that we could have fun watching together. He gives me a suspicious side eye. What is it? I get into our Netflix account and do a quick search for what I'm looking for. The whole time he watches me with a skeptical expression. I chuckle. Trust me. Once I find what I'm looking for, I hit play on the first episode. We're going to start with the first season and see if you like it. After all, it's most fun to start a show at the beginning. Kai doesn't look convinced, but he turns his attention back to the screen. A baking show? I grin. Not just any baking show. It's the Great British Baking Show. He frowns, but his eyes gleam with interest as the opening credits play. What is this? Just keep watching. Within minutes, his eyes are as huge as flying saucers, and is that drool at the edge of his mouth? It's a cooking competition, he whispers breathlessly. One that focuses on baked goods? Sweet galactic gods. Okay, that totally sounded like he was swallowing back some excess saliva. I nod my head proudly. Uh-huh. Kai gulps and watches the show without blinking, clearly entranced. With each pastry, cake, and cookie they make, he moans and licks his lips.
Hold that thought, I tell him, as I carefully untangle myself from a very unhappy tentacle that doesn't want to let go. Once I'm finally free, I race to the kitchen. I grab the tempura cheesecake and prepare 2 slices, one covered in a ton of chocolate sauce for Kai, and a smaller piece with just a drizzle for myself. I give a little sway to my hips as I saunter back into the living room, with my hands full of sweet goodness. Kai's eyes hot on me the whole way. With a little bow, I hand him his dessert. For you, with extra chocolate sauce as requested. He inhales and moans. Chocolate sauce. I chuckle. You're so freaking adorable. His cheeks pinken. I just happen to like chocolate. And every other sweet thing known to man? Not every sweet thing, just most. I throw my head back and laugh. I'd love to see the day when there's some kind of sweet you don't enjoy. To my delight, he playfully sticks his tongue out at me before he takes an enormous forkful of gooey chocolate-covered cheesecake into his mouth. His eyes flutter shut, and he savored the taste. I set my plate aside and watch, far more interested in him than my dessert. He doesn't seem to notice. It's as if the world around him fades away while he takes delicious mouthfuls of chocolate-covered cheesecake as the Great British Baking Show theme song plays in the background. Hot, very. I think I have finally found Kai's favorite type of indulgence dessert delight. Earth to Kai. His eyes are closed as he savors his cheesecake, completely unaware of my presence. Ground control to Major Tom, I attempt to croon in my best David Bowie voice. Nothing. I let out a put-upon sigh and wait. Eventually, Kai takes his last bite and licks the remnants off his fork before his amethyst eyes flutter open, looking dazed but supremely satisfied. That good, huh? His eyes slowly clear, and he blinks at me, and then down at his empty plate in confusion. I can't help back a giggle. That was awesome. It's like you teleported to another dimension and only just returned. I didn't know cheesecake could be so transcendent. He smirks at me. Well, that'll teach you. My eyes fixate on his beautiful mouth, and I'm instantly distracted by the smudge of chocolate lingering there. Using playful moves, I crawl over to him and take his face in my hands. His pupils dilate as I lean in and lick the trace of chocolate at the corner of his mouth. I moan. Delicious. Fire kindles in the depths of his amethyst gaze. With a playful growl, he pulls me closer on the couch. Ooh, I waggle my eyebrows. Is it time for second dessert, aka some intimate time? Kai regards me with an intent look in his eyes. I want to do something that we haven't done before. I like the sound of that. What did you have in mind? He flushes and my curiosity piques even more. I want to give you a special tentacle massage. Don't we kinda do that every time we are intimate? Your tentacles know how to massage me, that's for sure. He shakes his head and smiles at me with fond exasperation. No, this is something special that Ayarans do for their mates. Okay, color me intrigued. Sounds fun. I'm totally down for that. Kai arches an eyebrow. This might actually be difficult for you to do. How so? This massage requires you to let me be in control. I give him my most winning smile. I can totally do that. I'm sure I can be sort of passive. Kai snorts. Somehow I doubt that, but I'll guide you every step of the way. You're on. He gets up and pulls me off the couch, his tentacles lifting me into a bridal-style carry. Oh, my stars, I say in a high, fluttery voice as I channel my inner Southern belle, cultivated since I was 12 and watched old reruns of Designing Women with Benji one summer. Julia Sugarbaker, eat your heart out. You're just so manly and strong, Captain Gennaro. I feel so helpless and weak in your muscular tentacles. That finally gets him, and Kai lets out a deep belly laugh that warms me to my core. Making him laugh is still one of my greatest delights. You can't even role-play passively, huh? I shrug. What can I say? I told you I like to be in charge. You knew what you were getting into from the start, so don't even front, fiancé. We make it to our bedroom, where Kai sets me down on the bed like I'm precious to him, and that familiar aching thrum is back in my chest. I get it whenever he makes me feel like I mean everything to him. His 3 tentacles waving happily around him, he takes off his purple hoodie. Now let me undress you. I fling my arms wide. I'm yours to command. Galactic gods, have you been reading Regency romances again? I grin. Watching Bridgerton got me all excited, so of course I had to have a little Regency fix. He steps to the edge of the bed, and his tentacles slowly reach out, removing each article of clothing until I'm utterly naked. I watch with confusion as he steps back and rummages around in the end table on his side of the bed. Aren't you gonna join me? Let's get comfortable. He shakes his head with amusement before pulling out a bottle of massage oil. I blink at it and then turn my surprised gaze to him. You meant a real massage? I thought it was a euphemism or something.
Smooth, authoritative, and stable. Yes, River, I meant a real massage. I perk up. Does it come with a special treat? He snorts. I guess you'll just have to wait and see now, won't you? I cross my arms and grumble, no fair. His answering smile is devious. You agreed to let me do this and be in charge. Now, behave. Otherwise, I might have to give you some Lord Vardox-style discipline as punishment. I gasp, putting a hand to my chest and bringing back the Julius Sugarbaker hard. How dare you, sir? Kai isn't taking any of my gosh. Lie down, he orders in a deep, commanding voice that sends shivers through me. I flop down and wriggle on the bed. Ooh, that was exciting. On your stomach, he commands. I comply, shifting about until I find a nice, comfortable position lying on my front before resting my head on my arms and letting out a sigh. This is nice. Good job. Kai's voice is a soft purr that excites me even more. Very. Behave. You're going to feel my hands and then my tentacles massaging you from head to toe. This is about you letting go, surrendering yourself to me. It's just us here, and I promise I will take care of you. There's nothing to worry about. How did I get so lucky to find this man? Thank you, gods of sci-fi geeks, for raising me to be a mega-nerd who believes in aliens. It led me right to this amazing, loving extraterrestrial unlike any other. Let me know if anything becomes painful or uncomfortable, but my desire here is to make you feel good. When the first warm drops of oil touch my skin, I shudder with pleasure. Kai's big, toasty hands begin to knead and stroke my shoulders, neck, and back with skilled, sure movements. Hot. Very. How's he been hiding these masseuse skills from me until now? I fall under the magical spell of his touch, and within moments I'm groaning in relief as my body loosens under his masterful ministrations. Holy, really, gosh, that's good, I whisper. One of his tentacles joins the massage party and begins to work alongside his hands, digging into a knot in my shoulder I didn't even know was there. Very. I had no idea I was so tight all over. I chuckle and wriggle my best asset. Well, anywhere other than my tight, sweet curves. Kai chokes back a laugh. Quit talking about your body. I'm not going to massage it right now. Party pooper, I lament.
However, despite my teasing, I can tell that Kai is very serious about this, so I finally shut my mouth, no matter how tempted I am to continue a running commentary, subsiding into silence as I focus on the tender, soothing touch of his expert hands and tentacles. I relax and try to give myself over to the experience. After all, there's no one I trust more than Kai. I can give this to him. When I manage to clear my overactive mind of other thoughts and just focus on his touch, I fall into a comfortable lull until I'm a limp puddle of goo and beginning to nod off. "Mom!" he cries as she rubs her knuckles into his head. "Quit complaining. After all, you get to be in the same house with your mega crush for a couple of months. You'll have all kinds of opportunities to try to work your sexy mojo on him." Mal flushes a bright red, and I snort. He's got his work cut out for him on that front. Benji isn't going to be easy to seduce. Mal, you'll have to win over his heart before you'll ever have a shot at intimacy. Ellie lets out a hearty laugh. All the better. When it comes to love, you've got to work for it. Mal manages to squirm out of her headlock and retreats a safe distance before running his fingers through his hair and fixing it while he watches his mom warily. Maddox chimes in again. "Don't worry, son. Your house will be well taken care of. Your mother is putting Luren up here while they are on this assignment to keep River safe." Mal groans. "Couldn't Luren have roomed with Benji?" Ellie shakes her head. "Luren likes their privacy. Besides that, your house is right between ours and Kai's. If there's any trouble there, Luren or I can get to River's side quickly. Your house is a perfect fit." I cock my head and narrow my eyes at an oddly reluctant Mal. "I think you doth protest too much, sir." "No kidding," Kai mutters. Mal narrows his eyes at him. "Excuse me, big brother, but I remember you whining quite a bit about your groom-to-be when you were trying to avoid getting entangled with him." Now it's Kai's turn to flush. I link our arms together and press into his side. "Aw, you complained about me to your brother? See, that's how I know it's true love, boo." Ellie crosses her arms. "Mal, it's not like you to be so hesitant. What's holding you back?" Strangely, he gets a hunted look on his face. "Fess up, bro," I say. He throws his hands up in the air in exasperation. "Fine. I might feel something for Benji that could lead somewhere serious. But I don't have any idea how we'd be remotely compatible." I blink at him. "How so?" He gives me an incredulous look. "Because, as you so charmingly told me a while ago, I'm quite promiscuous." I grin. "You're like Lieutenant Riker, Han Solo, and Captain Malcolm Reynolds had a love child." "Ooh," Ellie says, "I can totally see that." "Kill me now," Mal whines. "Don't worry," I assure him. "Benji won't mind if you've been a bit of a ladies' man. He doesn't judge. He's a very sex-positive demisexual." Mal begins to pace the living room in agitated strides. "My usual methods don't work on him. He's immune to my sex appeal and my charm." He shakes his head. "It's pretty demoralizing, actually." Ellie grins. "Good. You need a challenge for once in your life." He throws his hands in the air. "What the heck, Mom?" She nods, her smile still firmly in place. "I told you before, true love is something you've got to work for. You've never had to work to get anyone to want you in your entire life. When you were born, you were graced with my good looks and undeniable charm. People have flocked to you, but you've never had to actually pursue someone you wanted before. I was the same until I met your father. Maddox pulls her into his arms and gives her a tender, loving kiss. Mal wrinkles his nose. "Let's not compare ourselves, Mother." She cackles. "You can't deny it, honey. When it comes to you and me, the apple didn't fall far from the tree." "True dat," I say. "And nice rhyming. I see where Kai gets his skills. My fiancé starts like I've jabbed him with a cattle prod." "What?" Ellie holds out a hand toward me, and we high-five each other. I pat Kai's arm. "Don't worry, you'll find out one day soon." I still haven't told him I know about the poem he wrote for me while he was stoned on Benji's brownies. I'm saving that juicy tidbit for the perfect moment. Kai frowns. Mal scowls. This conversation is taking a disturbing turn. Maddox sighs. "Son, what I think everyone is trying to get at here is we all know you have a thing for River's uncle. It's clear as day to anyone who sees you with him." "Except for Uncle Benji," I add with a snort. Maddox nods. Benji does appear to remain somewhat oblivious. However, after Kai and River's engagement party, I think he's begun to get an inkling of your interest, Mal. Mal freezes, gaping at his dad. "What do you mean?" "He's referring to when you were playing with Benji's hair and telling him some of your romantic daydreams about it," I offer helpfully. Kai chokes back a laugh. "I did what?" Mal's voice is a faint whisper. "You don't remember any of that?" I smile in recollection. "It was epic." Mal stumbles back to lean against the wall, a stunned expression on his face. "Galactic gods! I made a complete and utter fool of myself in front of Benji and didn't even know it." "Don't worry," I assure him. Benji was a little baffled, but secretly flattered. Also, he does have amazing hair. I've always been envious of it. Kai pulls me into a tight embrace and gently tugs on a few of my curls. "I adore your hair. It's perfect." I arch an eyebrow at him. I guess that old expression, "love is blind," is true. He pokes a finger in my side, right where I'm most ticklish. "Don't badmouth your gorgeous hair, or I'll have to punish you."
Smooth, authoritative, and stable. Mal pulls himself upright and begins to pace the living room again, muttering to himself, "I can't possibly go over there. Humiliating." Ellie talks over him. "Quit being a drama queen, Mal. This is the best opportunity you're going to get. Carpe diem and all that jazz. Don't be a wuss when it comes to love. Besides," I add, "Benji is totally in support of you being his roommate for a few months. He thinks I'm too young." Mal shakes his head, his expression haunted. "And he has disturbing ideas about how big alien anatomy can be." I snort. "Don't be intimidated by the erotic alien love rocket. That sculpture was unconsciously suggestive in nature. It's a giant psychedelic ceramic alien sculpture," he shouts with a strangled cry. "How am I ever supposed to measure up to that?" Kai doesn't even try to stop his laughter this time. Mal gives him a death ray glare. I hold up my hands in a conciliatory gesture. "Dude, for reals, Benji isn't particular about physical attributes." I hesitate. "At least, I don't think so. I mean, we share lots of things when we talk, but specifics on physical attributes aren't one of them." Mal lays down on the floor in a fetal position. This is going to be a disaster. Maddox shuffles his feet, the picture of an uncomfortable dad. "Talk of physical attributes aside, you're just going to have to woo Benji as a friend first, and a lover second. Love can make up for other perceived shortcomings." "Exacamundo!" I cry and flash Maddox a grin. Mal gives a strangled cry. "My physical attributes are perfectly adequate. More than even. I've never had complaints." Ellie leans over to give Maddox a big smacking kiss on his cheek, causing him to blush again, which is too freaking adorable. "You're so smart, baby." Mal stares up at his parents in confusion.
how the heck do I woo him as a friend? What does that even mean? I clearly need to talk Mal off this ledge. He's getting too worked up about the wrong things. I decide to switch tactics and let out a forlorn sigh. We won't force you to stay with my uncle if you really don't want to, I say. My voice takes on a sad note as I add, it's just, I know Uncle Benji's been lonely all by himself. He was used to living with me and Chewie for over a decade, and now both of us are gone. I trail off with a woebegone expression. Mal's eyes immediately flash with concern, and he sits up. He's lonely? Hook, line, and gosh darn sinker. I am so very good. I nod my head sadly, adopting a tragic mien. Why, just the other day, he told me the house feels so empty and quiet without us there anymore. I bring a hand to my chest in a worried gesture. And there's no one to keep tabs on him, make sure he's not pushing himself too hard. Mal frowns, lines of worry appearing on his face as he gets back to his feet. What do you mean? Ellie flashes me a subtle thumbs up behind his back. I look away and close my eyes dramatically as I bow my head. Uncle Benji's an artist, and unfortunately, he has an artist's temperament. When the creative spirit strikes, he's a slave to his muse and often forgets to take care of himself. He doesn't even stop to eat, just works for hours upon hours on end without taking a break. The poor guy can get run down pretty fast. Mal tries, but fails to squash a pained noise. In order to hide my impending smile, I bury my face in Kai's arm and pull out all the theatrical stops. I only moved out because I knew Benji would be okay if you were there to look after him. I sniffle loudly, then continue in a quivering voice. But if you want to back out of this promise, then I suppose I will just have to move back. Oh no, Ellie cries dramatically. You only just moved in together. You can't leave so soon. What will happen to your relationship with Kai? I know, but what about poor Uncle Benji? I can't just abandon him, leaving him all alone, not after he raised me when I became such an orphan. I'm totally milking this for all it's worth. When I crack open an eye and peer at Mal, I see he's now glaring at me and his mom. You guys can quit with the theatrics. The two of you together are a danger to society. Oh, nuts. Guess we pushed that a bit too far. I opt for honesty. Okay, maybe I was exaggerating a bit, but for real, Uncle Benji kinda needs a keeper. I've been the one to do it for more than half of my life, but now I'm ready to move on and marry my love. Kai beams down at me with a look of utter adoration. I rise on my tiptoes to give him a quick kiss that leaves him grinning. I turn back to Mao, all seriousness now. It would give me peace of mind to know that you're there checking on him every day, making sure he isn't getting depressed or overworking himself. I soften my voice and look him right in the eye. I think if anyone can wrangle my Uncle Benji, it might be you. Mal's face is inscrutable as he regards me for several loaded moments before letting out a long, "Fine. I did promise, after all." I flash him 2 thumbs up. "That's my son," Ellie crows. "Besides," I add coaxingly, "this really is your opportunity to have some serious one-on-one time with my uncle. It's a great way for you to figure out if what you're feeling is more than just a fleeting attraction. If this is something serious, you'll know. Trust me." Ellie nods her head vigorously. "River's absolutely right." "Of course I am," I reply, puffing my chest out. Mal lets out a deep breath, and I know we've clinched it. Fine. I will do this for 3 months, but that's all I will promise. "Deal!" I extend my hand, and he shakes it, while I glance around his surprisingly tidy home. "What do we need to do to get this place ready for Lu Ran?" Ellie jumps to attention. "Maddox and I can tackle that, and you boys can load the SUV." While they start going through the house doing some last-minute cleaning, the rest of us haul several plastic tubs and suitcases out to our SUV. It only takes us about 15 minutes before we have everything squared away in the back. I frown. Is that all of it? Mal shrugs. It's only going to be for a few months. I don't need a lot. Possibly half a year, Kai says. Mal gives him the stink eye. I said 3 months. Besides, if I need more stuff, I can always come back. It's not like I'm giving over my house to Luren permanently. It's all good, future brother-in-law. It looks like you've got enough here to get yourself situated. You'll be staying in my old bedroom, which we've converted into a guest room. I promise you'll be comfortable. I lean in close and squeeze his shoulder. Seriously, man, if it just isn't working, or you realize you don't want to pursue something with Benji, we'll get you out of there. But what about having someone look after your uncle? Don't worry, we'll figure out another option if you can't stay. Seriously, I don't want to put a lot of extra pressure on you. Ellie and I saw this as an amazing opportunity for you and for Benji. So go in with an open mind and an open hearts, and see what happens. I glance at Kai and then turn back to Mal with a grin I can't contain. I took a chance with your brother, and look where we are now. Sometimes you need to take that leap of faith. I know it can be super scary to pursue someone when you don't know if your interest is reciprocated. Heck, Kai turned me down several times before he finally gave in and admitted his feelings. Mal chuckles. That was pretty fun to watch. I cross my arms. Look, I know you're a good guy underneath all that swagger. Sure, you might be a bit of a player, but that routine isn't going to work on Benji. You're going to have to be honest, and you're going to have to be the real you. If you do that, you might just unlock Benji's heart. Mal's expression becomes too difficult to decipher. I'll be honest, I confide softly. He's been screwed over by people in the past who've taken advantage of his kindness and generosity. That's why he's not so willing to trust anymore, not when it comes to his heart. You're going to have an uphill battle on your hands, but the best place to start is as his friend.
Smooth, authoritative, and stable. Benji doesn't have enough of those. And believe me, I suspect you two might have more in common than you think. Mal stares at me. You know, you're really wise for a 22-year-old, mostly human man. I wink. Keep reminding your brother of that. He gives me his deadliest grin with full-on dimple action. You're on. I have been reading about this human thing called a date. I think we should go on one, Lord Vardox proclaimed. Starblade glanced down at his body, still feeling the warmth of their recent intimacy. I think we've skipped the need for that part of the process. Vardox tutted. But darling, just because we've shared intimacy doesn't mean I can't woo you as well. Heavens help me, Starblade muttered. Kai. When we arrive at Benji's house, he opens the door looking uncharacteristically flustered. River regards him with concern. You okay, Benji? His uncle lets out a high-pitched chuckle. Yeah, I'm just a little jittery, man. Drank too much coffee. He darts a glance at my brother before flushing and averting his gaze. Interesting. Shoving his hands in the pockets of his faded jeans, he turns and ushers us inside. Come in, mi casa es su casa. River takes Mal by the arm so he can't run away. Why don't I give you the grand tour? Benji, you come with us. Kai and his parents will bring in Mal's stuff. As he drags them off, he chatters cheerfully about various features of the house. Mom puts her hands on her hips and grins. It's hard not to love him, even when he's being a bossy little mess, isn't it? I grin back. You have no idea. It only takes us about 20 minutes to haul Mal's plastic tubs and suitcases into River's old bedroom, which has been converted into a sunny and comfortable guest room, complete with his former ensuite bath. River's posters, books, and collectibles have all been moved to my house, where we've converted my former guest bedroom into his home office. Actually, it's half office and half showroom, because it's also where he keeps and curates his favorite geeky things. When I emptied that room and gave it to him for his exclusive use, I was handsomely rewarded. My tentacles undulate with pleasure at the recollection.
When we all troop back downstairs, Benji, who has left his long hair down today, tucks some stray strands behind an ear. Mal tries, but fails, not to stare at his hair longingly. Benji shuffles his feet. Can I offer you all some refreshments? He smiles at me. I even have some magic brownies if you'd like some. Ooh, the infamous magic brownies. I want to try one. Mom's eyes sparkle at the prospect. Thankfully, River nips that in the bud. Actually, I've organized a little celebration for this momentous occasion, so we need to get going. Benji blinks. Momentous? Well, this is the first time in years that you'll be living with anyone besides me and Chewie. He gestures an arm at my younger brother, who's still standing there like an awkward fool, and so unlike his usual confident self that I don't know what to think about how this situation will turn out. And this is evidently the first time Mal's lived any real distance away from his family. Mal breaks out of his stupor. It's only a 20-minute drive, he grumbles while scuffing his toe on the tile floor. Ellie gives him a hearty slap on the back. Spread your wings and fly from the nest, my son. I can't contain my snort of amusement, and my brother fixes me with a stare that portends revenge. River spreads his arms wide. This is yet another way we're bringing our families close together. Isn't it wonderful? Benji isn't immune to River's enthusiasm. His expression softens into its more usual mellow mien, and he smiles. Totally, dude. Family is the best. River gets a mischievous twinkle in his eye and grabs hold of Mal's arm, dragging him over to Benji. Okay, roomies, I think it's time to inaugurate this moment and start things off on the right foot by giving each other a nice friendly hug. Mal's eyes widen like he just got caught in a stealthy tractor beam. I've never seen my suave younger brother look so out of his depth in my life. Benji flushes. Tigger, I don't know about this. River crosses his arms. Look, you guys are going to be family before long. I want you to be friends at the very least. Humor your adorable nephew and give the guy a hug. Benji's clearly unable to say no to him. And believe me, I totally understand. River has more power over the people he loves than I think he even realizes sometimes. Benji braces himself and opens his arms wide, before engulfing my startled brother in a friendly backslapping hug. I'm looking forward to being roomies, dude. Any friend of River's is a friend of mine. However, before he can pull back, Mal's arms reach up and wrap around him, squeezing tight and making Benji let out a startled squeak. My brother presses his face against Benji's chest and runs his hands through Benji's hair hanging down his back. And I swear, my pervy little bro pulls some of the strands to his nose and sniffs the locks as if he can't contain himself. Poor Benji stands there in awkward confusion until Mal finally lets go and pulls back with a dreamy look on his face. He reaches out his hand. Let's make the most of this and be friends. Benji gives him a relieved smile, instantly relaxing as he shakes Mal's hand. Right on. They hold on to each other for an instant longer than is comfortable before hastily letting go. Interesting. I'm starting to wonder if this crush my brother has is entirely one-sided. I glance at River, and he's got a smug smirk on his face that tells me he's already convinced that it isn't. He claps his hands together to get everyone's attention. Okay, folks, we have a party to get to. The rest of Team Anal are going to meet us at Vardox Cantina. Nearblob is covering drinks for everyone. Let's go and enjoy our Saturday night. Sounds very good to me, my mom says. Maybe we can even bring along some of those brownies. Maddox reaches up a hand and squeezes the back of her neck, massaging it. The last thing any of us need to be doing while an internal affairs investigator's here is indulging in marijuana. No fair, she pouts. River waves a hand dismissively. Don't even worry about it, Ellie. Benji makes them all the time. Your day will come. She sighs, but then brightens as she looks up at my dad. But I can drink, right? He chuckles and brushes his lips against her forehead. In moderation. This is a night for celebration and fun. I have graciously volunteered to be the group's designated driver, so you can all get as gosh-faced as you want, River announces. It surprises none of us when my mom gives a whoop of joy. It only takes us about 25 minutes to get to Nearblob's bar. I haven't said anything to River, but I still find it awkward returning to this establishment. My ex-friends with benefits turned traitor to alienkind, Fabian Tratadeo, used to be the one who ran this place, until he started working for Lane Madison and his shady operation on Earth. The elusive criminal kingpin and chameleon-like Osiren managed to escape before we had enough evidence to detain him. There's still so much we don't know about Lane Madison. Even his name appears to be an alias. Our team always uses his fake full name, though, because, as River explained to us, Lane Madison is a Lex Luthor level of bad guy who requires full naming. He was so passionate about it that no one wanted to disagree, even though I had to covertly look up who this Lex Luthor person was. River and his endless pop culture references. To me, they become cuter and cuter for some inexplicable reason. In any case, our supervillain and my evil ex-friend and former hookup fled the planet together and haven't been seen since. The drug incidents have ceased, and no other related problems have occurred. I wish that could bring me more comfort, but we've learned that the drugs weren't Lane Madison's main plan, but rather a smokescreen to draw our attention away from his true agenda.
Smooth, authoritative, and stable. I can only hope that his secret scheme has been thwarted while we have him on the run. There's still too much we don't know, and the lack of resolution leaves me uneasy. My father has advised me to be patient, that Lane Madison will show his face again, and next time we'll be ready to take him down. But I'm not so sure. In any case, this bar brings back some less than pleasant memories. But I know that River wants to support it because it's an important space for so many of my fellow extraterrestrials to meet and feel free to be themselves. Something that's particularly critical for those who are having to camouflage themselves as human, or for those who can't pass a humanoid appearance test and must live in hiding. River has been hard at work on his new project to help a wider range of aliens better adapt to life on Earth despite their differences. It's a massive undertaking, one that will no doubt require years of work to fully achieve what he envisions. But I'm firmly convinced that his efforts are going to make life on Earth easier for all extraterrestrials and strengthen allegiance and support for the Alliance. As we enter the bar and begin greeting everyone, River is immediately swarmed by friends and fans. I stand back and smile as I watch him in action. My mate is a remarkable man. When I first met him, I was drawn into his orbit and couldn't resist the magnetic pull of the connection I felt with him. He's my complete opposite in so many ways, but each day that I get to spend with him, I marvel at the complex layers beneath the sunshiny personality. I think a lot of people misunderstand River when they first meet him. They only see the surface, the fast-talking, sci-fi loving, stream of consciousness rambling, overly excitable ball of energy. He tells you what he's thinking and doesn't hold back. He has no filter. But in that respect, he's also very honest. It's something I admire in him. But even in the short time that we've been together, I've seen there's so much more to him than his honesty. He has a sharp mind, one that thinks outside of the box in a way that has benefited the Alliance more than we could have ever anticipated when we hired him. River also has an uncanny ability to make friends with almost any extraterrestrial he meets. He's known by everyone in the bar, not just because he's the writer of the infamous Starblade serial, but also because River takes the time to talk with anyone who approaches him. He wants to get to know them, and he remembers each of them and their problems.
He constantly gives of his time and energy to try and help the universe's refugees here on Earth, and for that he has earned some lifelong loyalty. River's too pure-hearted for his own good sometimes. He expects nothing in return for what he does, so I don't think he realizes just what it means that some of the extraterrestrials he has helped have acknowledged owing him a debt of gratitude. However, many other species take these things quite seriously. Unbeknownst to him, River has already amassed himself a small army of loyal followers who will back him whenever he needs help. The thought warms both of my hearts and gives me hope that no matter what troubles we face moving forward, we won't be alone. As his mate, or his boussance as he recently named me, I, by extension, have garnered a secondary level of respect and understanding from many of River's new friends. They trust me because River trusts me. He's broadened my world so much. Before I met him, my life was remarkably insular. My days were filled with only work, my team, and my family. Then River exploded into my life like a solar flare, blinding me with his vibrance, beauty, and love. Well, I suppose I also did have my secret weekly indulgence of the tentacular tales of Captain Starblade. I grin. I didn't realize it then, but River had already infiltrated my boring routine life, shaking things before I ever met him in person. I'm not quite sure what brought us together. Across all the many galaxies and planets out there, it seems improbable that we both ended up in the same place at the same time. I'm just very grateful it happened. Mom leans into my side and wraps an arm around my waist as she watches River talking a mile a minute with a circle of friends and admirers, a lively look on his face and a sparkle in his eye. She leans her head against my arm. "You found a good one, Kai." I swallow back the sudden lump in my throat, feeling my eyes moisten. I did. He's so much more than I ever could have imagined, and so much more than I ever thought I deserved. She squeezes me tight. Really, Jonathan and his really difficult, bigoted attitude, and really Fabian for trying to mess with you and River. I sigh. They both did a number on me, that's for sure. But time and finding River have healed my hearts. I gaze at my mate. He makes my world so much brighter, my life so much fuller. Mom giggles happily. I felt the same way when I met your father. Before him, I'd never been serious about anyone. Sure, I'd had plenty of lovers, some I'd stuck around with longer than others, but my hearts were wild and free and not interested in being tied to any one person. But when I met him, that all changed. I glance over at my brother, sidled up next to Benji at the bar, and looking uncharacteristically nervous but hopeful as he talks with River's uncle, who appears a bit dazed by the attention. "What do you think about those two?" I ask, tilting my head in their direction. Mom hums thoughtfully. "Time will tell, but there's something there. And for both their sakes, I hope it works out." She chuckles. "But like I told Mal earlier, I think this is a challenge he needs to experience, regardless of how it ends. He's never had to work for love and affection before, and it's about very time he did. I think it will make him grow as a man in ways I look forward to seeing." I smile. Me too. Before long, the bar is teeming with extraterrestrials, and I alternate between keeping an eye on River with his fans and observing my younger brother, who remains right next to Benji at the bar. The older man's face keeps oscillating between amusement and bewilderment. But I've also noticed that he isn't brushing off my brother either, but seems almost mesmerized by him, as if he can't look away. River finally returns to my side and links his arm through mine. "They look awfully cozy, don't they?" I chuckle. "Try not to force your matchmaking impulses on them. Just let what will be, be." He sighs. I know. I just think they're a perfect match, and I can't wait to see them as happy as we are." I gaze down at his sweet, hopeful face, and my hearts are full to bursting with love for this incredible man. "We should get married," I blurt out before I even have the chance to think about what I'm saying. Uh-oh, I was momentarily lost in my feelings for River that I forgot my mother was within spitting distance. Mom screeches, "Are you talking about your wedding already?" She's so loud, the bar goes quiet for a moment. "Very and blast," I mutter. Chatter around us resumes as River's eyes go comically wide. Wedding? Didn't we just get engaged? Cosmic blessings to my dear father, who appears as if by divine intervention and gently but firmly pulls my mother away. "Let the boys discuss this on their own first." "No fair," she whines as he drags her toward the bar to distract her with a drink. "May the stars bless you, dearest Dad." "You were saying?" River prods, giving me a nudge. He's also grinning at me with unabashed delight. I flush. "I know we've only been engaged for a couple of weeks, but don't these human weddings take a lot of time to plan? The earlier we start, the sooner we can be wed." There, that sounded logical and not quite so impulsive. River flutters his eyelashes at me. "You charm her, you. But seriously, I'm not like one of those wedding-crazy folks you see on reality TV. People who want to throw big weddings or who are trying to plan a really elaborate affair need a lot of time."
Smooth, authoritative, and stable. It's not like I have a huge extended network of family, and even if I did, I wouldn't want a huge wedding. I'd just want my closest friends and immediate family. After all, the Quintharian side of the family can go bother themselves. He shrugs. It's pretty much going to be Evan, Benji, Chewie, and some of my new alien friends. He wilts a little, his shoulders slumping. Unfortunately, I won't be able to invite my other human friends who don't know about you guys. This has become a bit of a sensitive issue for River lately. He's stopped going as often to his board game nights with his friends. He says it's because he finds it too hard to keep the truth from them. He wants to share his happiness, but he's compelled by alliance rules to keep this quiet. Already there are too many humans he knows who have been made privy to some of our secrets. Granted, they're now also working for us, or soon to be part of the family. But still, River knows not to spread it beyond his most inner circle. The ramifications would be horrible and could put us all in danger. River's just too honest to be able to lie to others about the reality of his new life. As much as he loves his other human friends, he's had to pull back from them to keep everyone, including them and us, safe. I reach out and brush some of his glorious curls from his forehead. "I'm sorry about that, my love. It's not your fault." He shakes his head, seeming to brush off his sadness, and smiles at me. "A wedding with you and the people I love most will be amazing. To be honest, I'm more concerned about this sanctioning ceremony among your people that you've been reluctant to tell me about. I've been reading some tidbits about it in the guidebook your mom gave me, but it's awfully coy about details, which is super sketchy." I try not to pale in response to that, but I can tell I fail. "Well," I clear my throat. "There's much we will have to explain to you about the ceremony, but it can wait until closer to time. I say, let's focus on a human wedding first." River narrows his eyes at me. "Why do I get the feeling you're not telling me the whole story here? You're actively avoiding talking about the ceremony, and it's making me hella nervous." I attempt to give him my most convincing smile. "I don't know what you're talking about." He narrows his eyes again. "That isn't going to work on me, man. I know you too well. That smile was phony as really. Damn and blast. When it comes to River, even my strongest defenses crumble. So much for all my years of being an intimidating captain of the Alliance. I can't even put on a good deceptive front when I need it most." My tentacles wriggle inside me as if to say, "Just tell him about the ceremony." Hell no, not until I have him locked down as my husband first. I decide to try a diversion instead. After all, I know River very well too. "Have you thought about where you'd like to get married? Any special locations here in Vegas? I pause before adding, or maybe we should go somewhere romantic, like Paris? River gapes. Paris? It worked? I nod eagerly. Anywhere you want. He thinks about this. I do want to travel someday, although outer space is sorta more my jam. I think I'd like a small wedding with just our closest friends and family, though. And with so many of us having work obligations to the Alliance, it'd probably be best to have the ceremony here. I arch and immediately suspicious eyebrow at him. Really? He puts his hands on his hips. I admit I do like a little grandeur on occasion. Your proposal, for instance. Absolutely epic and perfect. But weddings can sometimes be super stuffy affairs. Not my style. I don't want anything majorly formal and straight-laced. I blank at him. What do you want? He taps his lips in thought. Something fun and offbeat. A real Vegas-style wedding. Maybe at a quirky Weddings by the Hour chapel? Truly? He beams. I mean, it would be pretty cool if we could take over one of those chapels and invite all our alien friends, don't you think? I'm sure Tom Jones and CJ would be happy to do music for us. Ooh, and Benji could be our officiant. I stroke my chin. This idea has merit. I'll explore our network of people to see if any of them are working in one of these wedding chapels, and we'll verify that we can safely take over the space for a wedding soon. River's eyes soften. As soon as possible, huh? I feel heat rushing to my cheeks. I have a strong urge to be your husband without delay. It's true. My tentacles are completely in accord and dance a little jig inside me at the thought. When I get you home, we're going to share some passionate moments, River says, his voice a purr full of promise. Perhaps we could leave and no one would notice. My words are cut off by Nerblob, who comes sailing through the crowd on his roller skates and takes a hold of River's arm. There are more fans here who would like to get signatures from you. River shoots me a rueful look. I chuckle. Go ahead. Go meet your adoring fans. He leans up on his tiptoes and gives me a flirty kiss on the mouth, one with just enough hint of tongue to leave me wanting before pulling back. Give me 10 minutes, and then we'll ditch this joint and go share some intimate moments at home. He saunters after Nerblob with a saucy little swish to his hips. Roxy's loud bellow of my name as she hails me from the door has me dragging my eyes away from River's pert derriere. Fairly glowing, Roxy heads my way with a huge smile on her face and Luren at her side. Even Luren looks pleased, like the cat that got the cream. They make a stunning couple, that's for sure. To be honest, I'm thrilled for Roxy. If she's found someone who genuinely appreciates and cares for her, then I'm fully in support of the union. She's been unlucky in love for too long. They reach my side, and Luren glances around the establishment with a frown on their face. It's rather crowded in here, isn't it? It is quite busy. I scan the bar for River and spy him across the room, surrounded by some of his fans. That's when the lights go out. A chorus of cursing and raised voices ensues, followed by loud grumbling as folks stumble into one another. I wince at the familiar noise of glass shattering as confused patrons continue to try and get their bearings in the dark. There's a startled gasp near me, and then a resounding thud as something hits the floor hard. Someone pushes past me and I nearly topple over, my eyes still trying to adjust to the darkness around me. Just as the lights come back on and I blink around me in confusion, I hear a blood-curdling scream and someone shouts, "Help! River's been stabbed!" After completing the mating courtship ritual, you and your partner should spend some quality time with one another before making the decision to pursue a formal sanctioning ceremony. Eorans tend to mate for life, so don't rush into a permanent bond if you aren't quite ready yet. It is advisable to live together for a while first. Learn each other's daily habits, behaviors, and quirks, both the lovable and annoying ones. Test the waters and think about whether you can spend a lifetime together without wanting to kill one another, at least not on a regular basis. A Guide to Your Iron Mate, From Courtship to Tentacles. New to Earth and humans in general? Confused about the ways of this new species you're going to be living among? There are lots of fun ways to learn more about human culture, but stories are one of the best places to start. Since the very beginnings of human existence, the species has loved storytelling. Fiction, see Appendix C, and films, see Appendix A, are great places to start. Just take what you learn with a grain of salt. Humans do like to exaggerate and embellish. The Handbook for the Recently Earth Relocated. River. Nearblob drags me away from Kai, so I can go and meet a second round of enthusiastic fans. This is pretty much par for the course anytime I come to Vardox Cantina. But the crowd around me tonight is a lot bigger and more boisterous than I was expecting.
Smooth, authoritative, and stable. I thought this was just going to be a family shindig, celebrating Mal moving in with my uncle, I say, as I weave around a gaggle of visiting Bellazoids who giggle when I pass. Nearblob grins at me in that eerie way he has. You forgot about Saturday happy hour. I can't reserve the bar just for you and your event. I must remain open to the rest of my paying customers. He shrugs, his cloak billowing behind him as he glides forward on his skates. I've got to run a business after all. Keeping this ship afloat is hard work. I smile at him. You've been doing a bang-up job, by the way. I know no one was more thrilled than me when you took over running this place. I shudder. I don't have the most pleasant memories from before because it was old jerk Fabio's joint, but I'm trying to get past that. I don't want to let that jerk ruin this place for me. Anyway, I will say you've made some fantastic changes and truly turned this into an establishment for extraterrestrials to congregate, let loose, and have fun. Good on you, man. He comes to a halt, and I stop as well. It means a lot to hear you say that. His big, bloodshot eyes glisten in the light. I count myself lucky to be among one of your friends. I know I didn't put my best foot forward when we first met, but I hope you know how much I appreciate you helping me build a new life here on this amazing world where I've made so many new friends. Well, I do like to believe the best in people and extraterrestrials, and you've proven yourself to be worthy of my trust. I reach out a hand and shake his smaller gloved one. His expression turns serious. I just hope you know that I do not take this lightly. I will forever be in your debt for the kindness you showed me as a stranger and a new immigrant on this planet. If ever you need my assistance, you have only to say the word. I chuckle. That's awesome. Thanks so much. I heart you too, bro. Your human expressions are always so amusing. Nearblob arches a non-existent eyebrow. Now, may I ask when the next chapter of Captain Starblade will be coming out? You ended on the most tantalizing note during your open mic night. I throw my head back and laugh. Ha ha! I see what this is all about. You're angling for more Vardox and Starblade. I shake my finger at him. Never fear. The chapter in its entirety will be coming out soon, and I'm already working on the next one. Beyond that, I can't divulge any more details. He rubs his little hands together with glee. So much to look forward to. We resume our convoluted path through the happy hour crowd toward the horde of my apparent fans waiting in the back by the stage, many of whom hold notebooks and various items for me to sign. One of them, a guy who looks like a lizard man with scaled skin in a rusty hue, steps forward and shoves a t-shirt at me. I glance down and do a double take. Tentacular Tales Con 1? I squawk. A collector's item, Nearblob confirms. My eyes dart up to my fan's red reptilian face. OMG, you went to the Intergalactic Fan Convention based on my series? He gives me a shy nod and flicks his forked tongue. It was smust excellent. I am a huge fan of your work, Seer. I shake my head in amazement. Wow, okay, so you want me to sign the t-shirt?
I want to make sure before I accidentally defile this wondrous thing. If you would be so kind. I sign it with a flourish, then cap the Sharpie I always keep on me these days. Can't disappoint the fans after all. I really hope I get to go to this convention someday. His eyes widen as he clutches his signed shirt. You would undoubtedly be the guest of honor. I puff out my chest. The MVP, the hostess with mostess. After I've signed everyone's stuff, some folks wander off, but others hang around to chat and ask questions about the series. I always find this kind of interaction so fun, but I never thought I'd have this, a convention's worth of devoted fans. The questions can sometimes be a little repetitive, but I always have a fabulous time chatting with enthusiastic fans about my work. In fact, it gets me even more excited to go back to my writing. I haven't been able to spend much time on my story in the last few weeks. Between adapting to my new job, learning about my secret family heritage, dealing with Kai's stupid ex, getting engaged, and preparing for a potential assassin on his way to kill me, I've been otherwise occupied. Nearblob eventually rolls off on his skates to return to the bar and sling some more drinks, while I chat happily with my fans. Everything is going well until my attention is pulled away suddenly. I feel a prickle of warning. The prickle builds to an odd, creepy sensation crawling across my skin. A chill races down my back. Without even thinking, I spin around just as the lights go out. Right before everything goes black, I see in front of me a tall man in a hoodie, arm raised, and the flash of something metallic in his hand, before we're engulfed in blackness. My body moves of its own volition, just as something slams into my chest with what feels like the force of a freight train, knocking the breath right out of me in a starburst of pain. I imagine this is what it must feel like to get kicked in the chest by a horse. My lungs don't want to work. I'm only able to let out a wheezing grunt as I struggle to get oxygen back into my lungs. I crumple to the floor in stunned surprise. All around me there are shouts and curses as everyone continues to fumble around in confusion. Much to my relief, I'm finally able to suck in a real breath of oxygen to my burning lungs just as the lights come back on. I lie on the floor, dazed, but grateful to be able to inhale sweet, blessed air once more. That's when I look down at my chest, stunned to see a big, really knife sticking out of it. Someone near me yells, "Help! River's been stabbed!" I don't think anyone expects to get stabbed in the chest. I sure as gosh didn't. I continue to blink at the knife protruding from my body. Talk about surreal. Shouldn't it hurt more? Maybe I'm in shock. I frown. I don't see any blood. That's weird. Trying not to jostle the blade too much, I carefully sit up. In a flash, Kai's at my side. His face is unnaturally pale, and fear is written in every line of his countenance. "Don't move, darling," he whispers in a tremulous voice. "You're hurt, but you're going to be okay." Ellie steps into view and orders, "Give him space." She's got her phaser out and she's scanning the room with focus. Roxy appears, stern and commanding. "Step back, everybody." Luren crouches down across from Kai and regards me with a puzzled look. There's no blood. I squint at the knife sticking out of my chest, then reach down and yank it out amidst a chorus of startled cries. I grin at everyone. It's okay, folks. Reaching into the pocket of my jacket, now ruined by a knife gouge, I pull out the copy of A Guide to Your Ayaran Mate, From Courtship to Tentacles, that Ellie gave me a few weeks ago. I carry it with me everywhere because I try to read some whenever I can find a free moment. After all, I want to learn as much about my boo and his people as I can. I frown at the damaged book. Well, gosh. I give Ellie my best puppy dog eyes. I'm sorry. Whatever jerk tried to stab me really messed up the book you gave me. Ellie sniffs back tears. I don't care about the very book, you sweet, foolish boy. Kai lets out a choked sob and pulls me into an embrace so tight I'm once again gasping for breath. I awkwardly pat his back and wheeze out, "It's okay, Boo, I'm fine." Maddox shoves his way through the crowd circled around me, his expression grim. 2 of the security guards are down outside. "Dead?" Ellie asks. He shakes his head. "No, just quite efficiently knocked out." I stare at the knife in my hand. The knife someone just tried to kill me with. And there, emblazoned in stupidly ornate lettering on the handle, is the name Shilgar the Deadly. I can't help it. I start to laugh. Oh my freaking gosh! This guy etches his own very name on his weapons? Narcissist? Much? Also pretty really stupid.
Smooth, authoritative, and stable. Does he always announce his guilt like this? Talk about an open and shut case for extraterrestrial law enforcement. Ellie's expression turns dark. Many intergalactic assassins for hire do this. They utilize weapons that essentially leave their calling card or signature on a murder, especially if there's any potential competition for killing a subject. It's how many of them build their intergalactic street cred, so to speak. We need to bag the knife. Maddox calls to Nearblob for a plastic bag. I hold out the knife with a shudder and drop it into the Ziploc baggie. Maddox gives me a tight smile. We don't have any official evidence bags right now, but this will do in a pinch. In moments, he has collected both the knife and my book as evidence. "I'm going to get the book back, aren't I?" I ask plaintively. Ellie smiles at me. "I'll get you a new one if we need to. Don't worry about the very book right now. Just be grateful it saved your life." I think back on the moment. Really, gosh, the reality of what just happened is starting to hit me hard. Against my will, I start to tremble. Kai holds me tighter, his warm body pressed against mine. His familiar scent and welcoming heat go a long way toward melting the chill at my very core. Lu Ren interrupts the silence. "Tell us what you remember about what happened." Kai cradles me in his arms and buries his face in my neck, inhaling my smell as I think. "Well, I was talking with some fans, and we were all having a good time. Then, just before the lights went out, I had the strangest sensation." "Strange how?" Lu Ren asks. "It was almost like I knew some creeper was watching me. My body kind of moved on its own and whirled me around just as the lights went out. I got a faint glimpse of somebody in a hoodie that concealed his face. He was tall. Beyond that, I didn't really see much." I shiver, except the gleam of the knife right before he stabbed me. Kai goes pale. "He was going to stab you in the back?" I shrug, probably, but I sort of thwarted his plan, and he ended up stabbing me in the book instead. Huh, take that, jerk. Kai becomes utterly rigid. "So very close," he whispers, a note of anguish in his voice. I immediately try and put him at ease. Maybe this Shilgar guy isn't so great after all. What kind of deadly assassin makes such an epic blunder? Lu Ren shakes their head slowly and leans over to whisper quietly in my ear. "I think this is yet another manifestation of your you-know-what ability." I perk up and whisper back, "My upper power? Say, saved me? It's cool. We're talking code. Pig Latin for the win." They stare at me bemused for a moment and then nod. "I think so. If that knife had gone into your back, it would have been fatal. Gosh, if that knife had gone into your chest, it probably would have been fatal. There was no way that Shilgar could know the book would get in his way. And for him to strike at just the angle to hit it?" They shake their head again. "You are definitely favored by the galactic gods. I think the odds of surviving that attack were astronomical." I feel Kai shaking as he clutches me in an ironclad embrace. "It's okay," I assure him softly. "You can bring out some of your tentacles to hold me if you need to. No one here will judge." He lets out a shaky breath, and before I know it, 2 purple tentacles wrap around me, petting anxiously and checking my body all over to make sure there are no injuries. I've gotten used to this. It's a little odd, and Kai was shy about it at first, but I've come to realize just how tactile his tentacles are. Sometimes they need to confirm things for themselves through touch. They're a part of him, and I'm gradually learning their needs and preferences. I can feel Kai's body slowly begin to relax from its rigid tension once he convinces himself and his tentacles that I'm okay. Uncle Benji and Mal finally push their way through the crowd. Benji's eyes are wide with fear. "Tigger, you okay?" I nod and smile, glad he didn't see the knife. "I'm fine, Benji. What happened?" I try to downplay the details, but Benji is immediately agitated by my story. I'm surprised when Mal puts an arm around his shoulders and Benji leans into his side for stability. "Shilgar failed tonight, but he'll be back," Luren says. "He's here in Vegas, and he has one mission: to kill River. He will not be pleased to learn that he failed in his objective." They shake their head. "He will attempt to attack you again, and soon. We need to be prepared." Maddox comes back from conferring with Nearblob behind the bar. I've requisitioned access to all the camera footage from inside and outside the bar leading up to the attack. We'll review it at headquarters. I allow Kai to help me up. He handles me like I'm made of glass, his hands nervously fluttering over me as if he needs to keep checking and reassuring himself that I'm not injured. Tellingly, he keeps me enfolded in his tentacled embrace. "Are we heading into the office now?" I ask. Ellie shakes her head. "Sorry, River. This is about protecting you. You and Kai should go home where Chewie can keep watch over you. Don't worry, I'll have my best people on this. I've also called in a security team to watch your house all night. They're coming here now to pick you both up and take you home." "Thank you, Mom," Kai says, his tone full of gratitude. Luren stands. "I've already contacted Chewie, and he's returning to the house now. He'll be on duty until morning, at which time I'll come and take over. For the time being, you're going to have to get used to the fact that one of us will be keeping watch over you from here on out, 24/7. Until Shilgar is caught, we must remain on high alert." Nearblob comes rolling over, his wide eyes worried. "You're sure you're okay, River?" "I'm a little shaken up, but physically, I'm good." I rub my bruised chest, although I'll probably have a nasty bruise for a while. "He slammed that knife in really, really hard." Nearblob nods his oversized head. He was going for a kill strike, no doubt. Kai tightens his grip on me, and I shoot the bar manager a warning glance. Nearblob reaches up a tiny, gloved hand and strokes his chin. I don't think Shilgar the Deadly has ever missed or failed to kill his target on the first attempt. I let out a nervous laugh. That makes me feel so much better, not. How many times will I be lucky against someone like that? I don't like the odds, superpower or not. Luren crosses their arms, lean muscles flexing. He will undoubtedly be angry to learn he was unsuccessful. Ellie sighs. He probably already knows. There's no way he wasn't watching what happened afterward. Besides, if he's as experienced as you say, he must have realized the moment he stabbed River that he made contact with something that wasn't an actual chest. Probably, Luren agrees. There's a small commotion at the door as a trio of beefy Alliance security guards arrive to escort us back home. They're armed and on high alert, scanning the crowd and our surroundings the moment they enter the establishment.
We say our goodbyes to friends who watch us worriedly as we depart. Our family follows us outside to see us off as we get into what I recognize is one of the high-tech armored Alliance SUVs. Whoa, you called out the big guns. Ellie turns a grim gaze to me. Very right. I'm not playing around here. We have no idea what Shilgar's going to throw at us next. I need to keep you both safe, and I will use every resource at my disposal to do so. I leap forward and embrace her in a quick, fierce hug. Thank you, Mama-in-law. She squeezes me tightly and kisses me on my forehead. Be safe, future son-in-law. My eyes tear up and I sniffle. Absolutely. My alien superpowers saved the day this time. Let's hope they keep working for the next little while. Indeed, Maddox intones, wrapping his arms around Ellie from behind. She leans into him with obvious relief. Roxy rushes forward and squeezes me tight as she fights back tears. You scared the gosh out of me tonight. Don't do it again. I wipe my eyes. Got it.
Smooth, authoritative, and stable. Lu Ren pulls her back and Roxy wraps her arms around them for support. Then it's Benji's turn to join the round-robin hugfest happening in the parking lot. He looks more shaken than I've seen him since my parents died as he pulls me into his trembling embrace. The faint scent of marijuana clinging to his clothes and hair is oddly comforting. You scared the bejesus out of me, Tigger. Not my fault, I protest. It was that jerk Shilgar the Deadly. Benji pulls back and frowns. Yeah, he's a mega jerk. We're definitely going to defeat him, I assure Benji, and we high-five. Mal sidles up to Benji and presses into my uncle's side. Don't worry, River, I'll keep Benji safe. Benji blinks in surprise. Me? I'm not in danger. It's River we need to watch out for. Maddox clears his throat. Actually, we don't know that for sure. It's possible this assassin could go after others River cares about in an effort to lure him out, so for the time being, we must all be on our guard. Mal regards Benji before turning back to me. You can count on me, River. I'll stick to Benji's side like glue. Benji's eyes widen, and he lets out a startled gulp. I give Mal a grateful smile. Thanks, man. That puts my mind at ease. After a few more tearful goodbyes, Ellie confers with her security team, giving them strict instructions. Then Kai and I hop in the vehicle with our new entourage and speed off towards home. My sexy boo remains silent for the entirety of the journey, stuck to my side as if he's afraid I might disappear at any moment. The trio of men assigned to protect us are all silent, stoic, and constantly scanning the road. It's a little intimidating and slightly off-putting, but also apparently necessary. I'm secretly glad that the Alliance has brought out a security team to watch over us. This evening was a hella scary wake-up call. In all honesty, I'm less worried about myself than I am about Kai and others that I care about. What if this assassin tries to kill me again and Kai gets in the way attempting to save me? He doesn't have my weird superpower. He could end up being collateral damage, and I can't let that happen. The same goes for Benji, Evan, and all my extraterrestrial friends. I don't know what we need to do to keep all of them safe, and that scares me. After what might be the longest 20 minutes of my life, while we're all alert and prepared for another potential attack, we finally arrive back home without any problems. One of the security guards follows us inside, while the other two go to walk the perimeter of the house. It's oddly reassuring to see Chewie's familiar furry face waiting to greet us. What really happened out there tonight, kid? He demands with a scowl. All the nervous energy that had been keeping me upright seems to drain out of me all of a sudden, and I nearly collapse to the ground. Kai grabs hold of me before I fall and steers me toward the couch. I sit down gratefully, startled to find my hands are trembling again. Much to my relief, Kai quietly relates the series of events that occurred at Vardox Cantina while he joins me on the couch and wraps me in his arms. In his reassuring embrace, I feel sheltered and safe. Chewie grunts. Maybe this assassin ain't as good as everybody says he is. I shake my head. No, I think he's scary good. He got the drop on me without anyone else in the bar noticing. No one saw him enter the bar or leave it. He even managed to knock out 2 of the security guards at the door without anyone realizing until it was too late. Chewie frowns. Then how did you evade him? It's not like you're some kind of super spy in training. James Bond you are not, no offense. I puff out my chest. So, here's the thing. My new bodyguard 2.0, Lu Ren? Yeah, I talked to them already. I roll my eyes. Let me finish. They told me I most likely possess a special ability inherent to some Quintharian royalty that gives me sharper instincts for self-preservation to protect me from dangerous threats. Chewie's eyes become bigger than I've ever seen. Lu Ren thinks you have the Claturian survival gene. I tilt my head, trying to remember. I think that's what they called it. The Claturian survival gene is a rare genetic ability, occurring only among a select few in the Quintharian nobility. I've only ever known a handful of members of the family who possess it. Your mother was one, though. My heart aches. It didn't save her in the end. I consider him. So what does this mean for me? He scratches his chin. It tilts the odds in our favor, and it's gonna make you a whole hell of a lot harder to kill. Thank the galactic gods, Kai whispers. I pat the hand he has wrapped around my waist. Tell me what you noticed before Shilgar attacked you, Chewie demands. I explain the odd sensation that made me whirl around just in time for my would-be assassin to stab me right in the book in my jacket pocket. Chewie curses softly. You're really, really lucky, kid. Everything I've been hearing from my contacts makes me more and more worried about this Shilgar guy. He's creepily single-minded when it comes to his work. And he's used to being successful. He's not gonna accept failure. I frown, my worries from earlier returning. Do you think he'll go after Benji or Kai to try to get to me? Chewie shrugs. I don't know. Maybe, maybe not. Some assassins have a code they live by, a set of rules, you could say. They only kill the people they've been hired to whack. Others are less scrupulous. I gape. Are you telling me this depends on whether this guy is a gentleman assassin or some kind of mercenary without morals? Pretty much, kid. Gosh, I whisper. Kai's grip on me tightens yet again, and another tentacle comes out to wrap around me. Chewie sighs and heads back into the kitchen. Hey, kid, help me put on a pot of coffee. You know I have trouble reaching the counter. I glance at the clock. It's almost midnight. He shoots me a look over his shoulder like I'm short a few brain cells. It's not for you. It's for me. I gotta stay up all night watching over you guys and making sure you're safe. Aren't the security guards that the Alliance sent sufficient? Chewie shakes his head. I'm sure they're very talented, but my job is to keep you safe. Now that the assassin is here on Earth, we go into DEFCON 1 mode. I'm gonna stick to your ass like tighty-whities. I cringe. That sounds unpleasant. I don't care. Get used to it. You're not going to have a whole lot of privacy for the foreseeable future. He glances at Kai. Sorry, man, but let's hope you don't have any more of those mating fever episodes, or things are gonna get real very fast. Kai flushes. I had my latest hormonal inhibitor injection the other day, so I should be good for at least a few more days. Chewie nods. Good. For now, you're gonna have to sleep with your door open. I'll be patrolling through the house most of the night and checking in on you periodically. I'll try to be quiet, though. I rub my forehead, the reality of my new situation landing with its full weight. Until we catch this assassin, Chewie continues, we'll need to take all kinds of extra precautions. Not exactly what I was hoping to hear, I grumble. This is turning into a total what would Captain Jean-Luc Picard do kind of moment. He gives me a sympathetic look. I know, kid, this won't be fun, but it must be done. The Claturian survival gene isn't infallible. I already lost your mother to these Quintharian jerks. I'm not about to lose you too. I could never look Melody in the afterlife if I did. I sniffle.
Okay, Chewie, you've made your point. I follow him into the kitchen and help get a pot of coffee going. I also decide I need to buy Chewie a nice compact Nespresso machine for Christmas. He could easily store it on a shorter table in his bedroom that would provide simple access. The stoic Alliance security guard remains stationed in the room, silent but surveying his surroundings at all times. It's weird having a stranger in the house, but I try to ignore him and let him do his job.
Smooth, authoritative, and stable. Once the coffee's ready, I move the pot to a lower side table that Chewie can more easily reach. Don't overdo it, I warn him. Don't worry about me, kid. Try and get some rest. You're going to need to be at your best to face this new threat. No pressure, Chewie. Loren will be by first thing in the morning to take over. I've got their number, and since they're staying next door at Mal's place, they can get over here fast if anything goes sideways. That's reassuring, I say, although I'm not as confident as I sound. Everything in the bar occurred so fast, in the blink of an eye, really. I'm going to have to be on my guard and call on every skill Zamir's taught me to protect myself and my fiancé moving forward. Finally, Kai and I succumb to our exhaustion and stumble to our bedroom. We clean up in record time before crawling under the sheets together. He immediately pulls me to him and spoons me in a warm, reassuring embrace. 3 of his tentacles come out and join his arms around me, petting and soothing us both. "I could have lost you tonight," he whispers in a shaky voice. I swallow back a lump in my throat. "I know, but you didn't. My superpowers came to the rescue, and I live to fight another day." He lets out what sounds like a tear-filled chuckle. "You can say that again. I've never been so very grateful for that silly book my mom gave you than I was tonight." I snort. "You and me both. And don't call it silly. It's been quite informative." He brushes back my curls and snuggles close, his nose firmly pressed to the back of my neck and inhaling my scent as he softly breathes against my skin. I shiver from the sensation. "I love you more than anything on this earth, more than anything in the entire universe," he whispers fiercely. It's a bit of a struggle, but I manage to roll over to face him, reaching a hand up to cup his cheek. "I feel the same way about you. I love you to the end of the universe and back, Ka Gennaro. There's no way I'm going to let some jerk of an assassin really mess up our impending marriage and epic honeymoon." He arches an eyebrow at me. "Epic honeymoon, eh? And where exactly is this honeymoon going to take us?" "TBD, but maybe to the Intergalactic Tentacular Tales Convention?" I ask in a hopeful voice. He takes my hand and kisses my palm reverently. "We'll talk about it. You haven't been working for us long enough to have appropriate Alliance clearance for off-world travel, but I promise you, one day it will happen. I'm going to hold you to it," I tell him with narrowed eyes. He grins. I would expect no less. I rub where a painful bruise is already blooming on my chest. I was scared, though, when it happened. Kai leans down and kisses the spot gently. So was I. It all happened so fast, and I wasn't there at your side. He took us all completely by surprise. He takes a deep breath and fixes me with an intense gaze, a steadily burning fire of conviction in his eyes. "But we're not going to let this jerk scare us any more." Ooh, that gave me goosebumps. "We're not?" He shakes his head and gives me a wicked smile. "We're going to beat this jerk at his own game." A thrill races through my body. Oh, do tell, I love it when he gets hardcore like this. "We're going to trap an assassin," I gasp. "Oh my freaking God, I really love you. That is brilliant." I pause and frown. "But how?" His answering smile is sheepish. "That I don't know. Yet. But we're going to come up with a plan, and I have a sneaking suspicion you're going to be the mastermind." I grin back, my brain already whirling with ideas.
Very right I am. Shilgar the Deadly will rue the day he tried to mess with River Sullivan. From the ANAL Archive of Intergalactic Communications Email Communique, from Planet Belazoid. Sender, General, planetbelazoid.gov. Dear River Sullivan, I am writing to express my deepest thanks. You recently helped my daughter when she was visiting Earth before her wedding. Evidently, she and her friends unknowingly ingested some narcotics and ended up exposing themselves to a few hapless human men. I am grateful for the Alliance's prompt response in dealing with the situation, but I particularly appreciate the kindness you showed toward my daughter during this very frightening event. She sings your praises to everyone she knows, including her new husband, who I suspect is just a little bit jealous. Please know that, as Toralanas parents, her father and I are deeply in your debt. Should you ever need the assistance of Planet Belazoid, please don't hesitate to reach out. Sincerely, General Morella Fair. Dear General and Mama Fair, thank you for your kind message. It was my absolute pleasure to help your lovely daughter when she was visiting town. I'm sorry she got caught up in the nefarious plans of a baddie extraterrestrial, but I'm glad that things turned out okay and no one was hurt. Please give her my congratulations on getting married. I'm newly engaged myself and eagerly awaiting the big day. If you're ever in Las Vegas, be sure to look me up. I'd love to meet you and your husband in person. Best, River Sullivan. River. First thing on Sunday morning, I send out the bat signal. After typing fiendishly on my phone, I finally submit the group text message. Me. Emergency meeting. Please come to Uncle Benji's house at 5 p.m. for food, drinks, and epic scheming. The mission to incapacitate, capture, or kill difficult person jerk assassin goons is a go. Be there or be square. Mal. Why have you offered up the place where I'm staying? Don't I even get a say in this? Also, your acronym usage is out of control. Benji. It's all good, Tigger. The more the merrier. Ellie. Maddox and I will be there with our most devious ideas. Maddox. Should we bring anything to help with food? Don't worry. I've got that covered. I just need your big, beautiful minds. Tom. I'll bring boxed wine to share. Wine always helps with scheming. Woohoo! It's about time somebody started thinking about going on the offensive. I am so down for the mission to incapacitate, capture, or kill difficult person jerk assassin goons. Heart eyes emoji. My bodyguard 2.0, who woke us up at 7 this morning to take over from Chewie, glances at the message on their phone and chuckles. I really need to pull Roxy aside at some point and find out what exactly is going on there. Luren. I'll be there gorgeous. Squee. Zamir. I have plans with my brother tonight. Praying hands emoji. Sorry, this is a bit of an emergency and we need all hands on deck. Feel free to bring Zion along. Evan. I'll be there with bells on, Hermano. Let's catch this jerk. Kai. Zamir. I'd appreciate it if you could make an appearance, even if it's only for an hour or two. Okay, Captain. You can count on me. Me. Nice work, future hubbyboo. Thumbs up emoji. CJ. I am always happy to help out, my friend. Chewie. Holy gosh, we're gonna hit maximum capacity in the house for this shindig. Also, I agree with Mal on the acronyms. Me. Hardly. It won't even begin to rival my college graduation party. Also, my acronyms are epic. You can't deny it. Evan. 100. Me. Solitarity, my soul brother. Benji. I can't wait to see everyone tonight. I've got some new pieces I need your opinions on. The texting continues for a while before everyone signs off to enjoy their morning. Kai and I are full of optimism now that we've decided to take a more proactive approach and catch Shilgar before he can surprise us again. So, naturally, we decide to do some wedding planning. We start investigating venues online and calling around for availability. After a few hours of exhaustive searching, we finally hit pay dirt with the Glass Gardens Wedding Chapel. The building's online pictures are gorgeous. All the atmosphere of an outdoor wedding inside a climate-controlled chapel with a glass ceiling that uses different projected panoramas of the sky.
Smooth, authoritative, and stable. There are even real plants and trees around the seating area, plus a freaking waterfall backdrop at the front of the room. It looks soothing, bright, happy, and not too formal. Exactly what I want, and Kai's pleased as well. Timing is on our side. November is part of their off-season in terms of weddings, so we're able to nab a Saturday night 2 weeks from now. We realized early on that a nighttime wedding is probably the best choice, since half of our friends can't easily manage to conceal themselves in broad daylight from any potential looky-loo human tourists bound to be hanging about. For an extra fee, we can book the site for the whole evening, ensuring an even greater degree of much-needed privacy. I can't believe how easy that was. We're getting freaking married in 2 weeks. I feel elated and only mildly panicky. Kai looks downright luminous with joy. 2 weeks feels too long. I pull him to me and plant a big smooch on him. You smooth talker, you. We enjoy a leisurely brunch under the watchful eye of Luren, then Kai and I take a nice bath together after. As always, he delights in washing every inch of me, especially my hair, and I find his soothing touch goes a long way toward calming the worry returning to my mind. I'm an upbeat and happy-go-lucky kind of guy most of the time, but having someone try to kill you can bring down even the brightest of gay boys. After we're both clean, I seek refuge in working on the tentacular tales of Captain Starblade, and Kai continues to comb the Alliance's intergalactic databases for any information on Shilgar the Deadly that he can find. The day disappears all too fast, and at 4 o'clock, with Luren in tow, we go and pick up our catering order, bringing a veritable mountain of food to Benji's house. Call me selfish, but I wanted to have this meeting in the place I know best and historically have always felt safest. Also, I really want to see how Mal is adapting to sharing the place with Benji. My uncle answers the door wearing loose yoga pants, an oversized yellow tunic over a white tank top, and bare feet. His long hair is pulled up in a messy man bun, and he looks mellow and relaxed. I have a feeling that edibles made that happen. "Come in," he urges with a chill smile. While Luren does a security sweep of the perimeter, Kai and I haul in bags loaded with food and start setting out covered trays on the long dining room table that will be our build-your-own burrito/taco station. We've barely gotten started when Kai gets a phone call and, with an apologetic look, nips out of the room to answer it. "Most excellent choice of food," Benji says while laying out some containers of guacamole. I high-five him. Sometimes you've got to go back to basics. Chipotle has great, affordable catering options. Nothing beats a good burrito when I've got the munchies. I organize a tray with lettuce and other vegetable toppings. "You got the stuff to make margaritas like I asked?" Benji nods, his man bun flapping. "Sure thing. Mal helped me pick up what I needed since I was a little too baked to drive." I give him an innocent smile. "How nice of him. Maybe he can help you make the margaritas." Benji brightens. "Great idea, man. That would be righteous." Mal walks into the room at that precise moment and freezes, his eyes going wide. Benji flashes him a soft smile that makes him look way younger than it should. "Want to help me make margaritas, dude?" Mal turns an adorable shade of pink and stutters, well, sure." "Cool beans," Benji hums happily to himself as he begins organizing limes on the counter. Mal scurries over to me, grabs my arm, and drags me out of the kitchen. "What in the world are you doing?" I give him my sassiest eyebrow arch. "I'm generously gifting you a golden opportunity to spend quality time with my uncle. You're welcome, by the way." Mal wipes a hand down his face and groans. "Galactic gods, I barely got any sleep last night as it is. I'm not up for games." "It isn't a game." I pause, a slow grin spreading across my face. "Wait, what do you mean you didn't get any sleep last night?" Mal's face goes from pink to deep red.
That is, my answering gasp is loud. Were you having intense dreams about my uncle? Is that what kept you up all night? He shoves a hand over my mouth and hisses, "Shut up. I was not. I'm not used to the new room and everything. That's all." "Rewrite," I say around his hand, drawing out the word with obvious disbelief. Mal shakes his head and lets me go. "What does it mean if I'm having you help me with my love life?" I cackle. "It means you finally met your match and need my expert advice. After all, why not take advantage of my insider knowledge? As your future brother-in-law, I'm happy to help you out." He narrows his eyes. "But at what cost? I feel like there's a hidden catch here." "There's no catch. I think you and my uncle could be a good fit for each other. Besides, I know Benji better than just about anyone else. He needs some help too. Ever since his last relationship crashed and burned, he hasn't even let himself think about dating again. Consider this me helping you both." Mal very near squirms under my gaze before letting out a gusty sigh of capitulation. "Look, I hate to admit this, but I'm not exactly comfortable around Benji yet. I have some strong reactions to him at the worst possible times." I snort. "I felt the same way about your brother when I met him." Mal makes a gagging noise. "Yuck." I waggle a finger at him. "Don't yuck on someone else's yum. It's a total fandom and romance rule. Now get yourself in the kitchen and help my uncle." He crosses his arms, a stubborn set to his jaw. I roll my eyes. "Quit being a jerk. I know this whole friends before lovers thing is brand new for you, but friends do things to help each other out. It shows that you care. Believe me when I say little things like this mean more to Benji than your good looks or your pathetic attempts to flirt with him." "Fine," Mal grumbles. "You're lucky you're going to be family." "You'll thank me one day," I call after him as he wanders into the kitchen after Benji. Kai returns, wrapping his arms around me from behind. I settle into his comforting embrace with a contented smile. "If only things could always be this happy and simple." "What was that all about?" he asks. I tilt my head back and look up at him with an amused smirk. "Just giving your brother some tips on how to become friends with Benji." Kai chuckles. "I know it's only been a day, but my brother clearly hasn't quite gotten his footing living with your uncle yet. Mal has a lot to learn when it comes to creating a connection with another person that's not based on lust." "For reals," I agree. Then, unable to contain the glee on my face, I ask, "Wanna go spy on them?" His answering grin is downright evil, and I freaking love it. As you would say, oh yes. We creep toward the kitchen entryway and peek around the corner in time to witness the cutest, really thing I've ever seen in my life. Benji, relaxed and at ease in his kitchen, is humming to himself as he putters around to get out the things he needs, but Mal hovers near him, vibrating with nervous energy. His hands twitch at his sides as if unsure about what to do. Benji turns and gives him a mellow smile. "Have you made homemade margaritas before?" Mal shakes his head. "Can't say that I have. I've enjoyed plenty in bars and clubs, though." Benji nods in understanding. "It's cool, man. Those places make an okay version, but my recipe will blow all those others out of the water. You'll wonder why you've been drinking such inferior beverages when you could have been drinking my magical margarita." Mal stares at him with intense desire, licking his lips. "Magical margaritas?" Kai whispers in my ear. "Please tell me they don't have marijuana in them." I let out a soft snort. "No," I whisper back, "but they do have a secret ingredient." "I'll show you how to make my top secret recipe," Benji tells Mal in a confiding tone. "The only other person who knows this recipe is River." I gasp softly.
Oh gosh, authoritative and stable. Oh gosh, his sharing a closely guarded recipe with Mal? That has to mean something. Kai hums quietly. It's certainly interesting. Mal's eyes widen in surprise. It must be very special if you've kept it secret from others. I'm honored that you want to share it with me. I promise not to give it to others without your permission. Benji beams at him, his slightly crooked tooth on full display. Mal grabs onto the counter, hard. "Consider it my first gesture of goodwill as your new roomie," Benji says, as he reaches out and grabs a lime from the counter. "Help me juice these limes and we'll use that as our base. River and I like a nice tart margarita with a little hint of sweetness, a whole lot of tequila, and a secret little punch at the end." He leans in close and whispers, "The trick is a bit of pickled jalapeno juice." Mal stares at him, half bewitched, and drops the lime in his hand on the floor. They both bend down to pick it up at the same time, their hands touching. Even from here, I swear I can see the spark they ignite when they make contact, and I have to hold back the squee in my throat. Kai tightens his grip around me in warning to remain silent. For a moment, they stare at one another in a state of breathless surprise before returning their attention to the lime on the floor like it's suddenly morphed into an aggressive rattlesnake. Benji blinks, wiping away his look of dumbfounded shock, and slowly but carefully reaches down to pick up the fallen lime. Then they resume their drink-making efforts. They find an unexpected rhythm, Benji giving soft whispers of encouragement and Mal slowly relaxing and loosening up in my uncle's presence. When the doorbell rings, Kai and I scurry out of sight to go and answer it. Roxy and Luran stand arm in arm on the other side of the door. "Look who I found outside," Roxy exclaims, her blue eyes sparkling in her human alter form. Luran smiles with obvious amusement. "I just finished my security check. The house and neighborhood are clear for the moment." I arch an eyebrow at Roxy. "Girl, you and I so need to talk. You've definitely been holding out on me, and I want all the dirty details." Luran coughs and looks away, a secret smile on their lips. Roxy giggles. She's dressed to the nines today, pulling off a retro 40s-inspired look with a sexy high-waisted red pencil skirt and a white blouse with red polka dots and short ruffled sleeves. Her blonde hair is done up in victory rolls, and she's wearing a cute pair of black kitten heels. I lean forward and give her a kiss on each cheek. "Looking gorgeous, darling." Meanwhile, Luran is wearing faded blue jeans and a tight-fitting black t-shirt that showcases their lean, muscular torso in a way that keeps distracting Roxy's wandering gaze. I give a gracious bow. "Do come in. Benji and Mal are making margaritas, and we've got a build-your-own burrito/taco station set up on the table." Roxy rubs her hands together with glee. "Heck yeah! I am so going to eat my weight in burritos." Just as I'm closing the door, several other cars pull up, so I wait in the entrance while Kai shows Roxy and Luran around. Zamir and Zion get out of their enormous SUV. Big blue Zion, who bears an uncanny resemblance to an ice planet barbarian, if you know, you know, is carefully concealed in a hoodie, sunglasses, face mask, and gloves. They hurry toward the house with Evan hot on their heels. "Hola, chica," Evan calls out gaily. I blow him a kiss. "Get your cute butt in here and join the party." I usher them all inside just as yet another SUV pulls up to the curb. Maddox and Ellie get out. Ellie makes a beeline for me, immediately wrapping me in a motherly embrace and squeezing the stuffing out of me. I love it more than I could ever possibly say. "So glad you're okay, kiddo. I had nightmares all last night." I squeeze her back. "Thankfully, I'm totally fine, and today we are going to work on coming up with a plan to catch this villain." "Absolutely, and about time," she agrees. "I think this planning meeting to catch him is the best idea you and Kai have had lately." I get her and Maddox through the door, and am just about to close it when CJ and Tom appear from next door. Tom's pushing a stroller holding a poor CJ, mostly covered by a blanket, and several large boxes of wine in his lap. With a cheery whistle, Tom pushes the stroller up to Benji's front door. "Give me a hand here, River," he says, huffing. "This wine is heavier than it looks."
I help him lift the contraption and we safely get CJ in the house without any neighbors potentially seeing anything suspicious. Well, other than a supposed child in a stroller with boxes of wine in his lap. Once we close the door, CJ throws the blanket off and heaves a sigh of relief. "It's hot under there," he says in his chipmunk-like voice. Tom begins hauling away the 3 large boxes of wine in his lap. "Sorry about that, man, but it's one of the easiest and safest ways to transport you without anyone seeing what they shouldn't." CJ sighs pitiably. I know. I pat his tiny shoulder. "I'm working on ways to make life easier for you on Earth. Don't give up, my friend." He smiles up at me. "You are right. Life is good. I even have an exciting upcoming event. If there's time, I'll have to tell you all about it later." "Sounds good, man." As we rejoin everyone, the volume on the ground floor of the house has gone up several decibels. I put my fingers in my mouth and use a shrill whistle to get everyone's attention. I am a man of many talents, after all. "Thanks for coming out tonight for this emergency meeting. Everyone's here except Chewy, but he'll be along a little bit later. For now, let's eat, and then we can get down to business. Start a line, and let's enjoy some Chipotle goodness to fuel our scheming efforts." Everyone begins to line up, but Evan steps aside and puts his hands on his tiny hips as he glares at me. "You bought freaking Chipotle? Guacala! I could have made us more authentic food." I arch an eyebrow. "Were you going to be able to prepare food for this mini army of people, most of whom are extraterrestrials with huge appetites?" He scowls and crosses his arms. "No, but I could have made some of my abuela's tamales for Zion. Those would have seriously impressed him." I glance over at the big blue guy practically salivating as he loads his plate with enough food to feed 3 men. "I think Zion is okay with Chipotle for tonight. Save your tamales for when you make a romantic dinner for just the 2 of you." Evan's eyes light up. "Excelente! You're brilliant. I love that idea." I pat him on the shoulder. Of course I'm brilliant. Besides, this was a last-minute emergency meeting, and we needed something easy and fast to eat that I could get in bulk quantity. Also, I know you secretly like some of Chipotle's stuff, so don't even front. He rolls his eyes and mutters something in Spanish under his breath, but gets in line. After a few minutes, people are perched on the sofa, love seat, armchairs, and the floor around the coffee table as we all chow down on our burritos and tacos while pouring Benji and Mao's fabulous margaritas from the enormous pitchers. Tom, CJ, and Zamir end up drinking boxed wine instead. Once our appetites have been satisfied, things quiet down, and I decide to get everyone's attention again so we can get down to brass tacks. I clear my throat. Ahem. All eyes turn toward me. "Thank you for being here and assisting with this emergency strategy planning meeting for Operation Adversary. After what happened at Vardox Cantina last night, Kai and I realized we need to be more proactive. We're not going to let this adversary make us live in fear, wondering when he might strike next. We are going to take the offensive and capture this assassin." "Absolutely," Roxy cheers. I nod at her and continue. "We know for a fact that he's here now, and we've learned a little bit about his M.O. We know he has no problem coming in for an up-close and seriously too personal attack." Ellie chimes in.
Smooth, authoritative, and stable. The little we have been able to glean from our intergalactic alliance data on him is that he avoids more technologically advanced weapons in favor of various types of blades. She shrugs. Many killers have a signature weapon, and his have his freaking name etched on them. Lame. I got a call a little while ago confirming it, Kai adds. What we collected on the knife at the scene was uploaded to the intergalactic mainframe this morning, and it got several hits. Similar weapons were left behind at different murders, presumed to be the work of Shilgar. From the intel we've collected so far, it also seems as if this assassin focuses exclusively on his contracted hits. I think it's unlikely he will go after others unless we get in his way. Then all bets are off, Maddox adds. This is certainly helpful, but I don't like the fact that we still know next to nothing specific about this guy, Zamir says. Gosh, how? Really, are we going to lure out this villain? Evan asks. Zion frowns. Surely there must be a way to capture him without anyone being hurt in the process. Given Shilgar's reputation, I doubt it will be that simple, Zamir says somberly. I want to think like Zion, but I'm starting to worry Zamir is probably right. This isn't going to be easy, let alone safe. Sounds like we're going to have to use our larger extraterrestrial network here in Vegas to track down and surveil this guy. Ellie gets a grim but determined look on her face. I think we need to use the fact we have a mole in the Alliance to our advantage. Kai whips his head toward her. What do you mean? Ellie grimaces. We still haven't been able to ferret out who's been releasing information about River, information that led to Shilgar coming here in the first place. They're clearly keeping tabs on River and could be tied to this whole assassination plot more directly than we realize. I don't believe in coincidences. Maddox nods, lines of worry etched on his face. It's very possible that whoever this mole is working for has a vested interest in ensuring River dies. Kai inhales sharply, and I reach over and rub comforting circles on his back. It's okay, Boo. You think this Traverous jerk will share information they hear in the Alliance with the assassin? Evan's tiny body vibrates with rage. Ellie nods, her ponytail bobbing. I don't know what their full chain of communication is or how many individuals are involved, but I feel pretty confident that, if we strategically disperse carefully constructed information in Alliance HQ, it will get back to Shilgar. I shiver. Not very reassuring to know we can't trust everyone we're working with. No, Mal agrees, but using the mole to our advantage might make it easier for us to trap this assassin before he can get to you. Benji strokes his beard. Taking a more offensive approach like this is risky, but at least you'll have all of your support network to back you up. If you just sit around waiting for this jerk to try to kill you, he's going to look for a more opportune time that gives him the advantage, a time when you might be unprepared or alone. Mal eyes my uncle with a mix of pride and desire. Exactly, Benji. Benji glows under the praise. Kai leans in closer to me, giving me more of his weight. I don't like putting River at risk. We don't have a choice, son, Maddox says matter-of-factly. If Shilgar is here in Vegas, then River's already at risk every moment of every day. Benji's right. The longer we wait, the more opportunity we give this assassin to make things play out the way he wants. We need to turn the tables, make it harder for him to achieve his objectives. If we lure him out where we can control the environment, we're more likely to succeed. I'm picking up what you're laying down, Maddox, I say, and give Kai a gentle squeeze. None of this situation is ideal, but we're going to have to make the most of it, and hope that my superpowered genetics on top of our kick-ass team will be enough to take down this jerk. How can we help? Tom asks. I beam at everyone. I think I have an idea for how we can lure out this assassin without making him suspicious. Not right away, at least. Ellie pops a tortilla chip in her mouth and crunches loudly. What's that brilliant brain of yours scheming up? Okay, hear me out. Everybody knows Kai and I are recently engaged lovebirds. Zamir lets out a derisive snort, and his brother frowns at him. I give him the hairy eyeball and continue. It wouldn't seem out of place for us to be going on romantic outings together as we prepare for our impending nuptials. Ellie's eyebrows rise all the way to her hairline. Impending nuptials? Kai groans. I told you not to say anything yet. I can't hold back my grin. Oops, my bad. Roxy sits up from where she's been oh so casually leaning into Luren's side. OMG, you two better not be running off and eloping. A cacophony of noise crescendos throughout the room as everyone tries to express an opinion about Kai and I getting married. Once again, I stick my fingers in my mouth and let out a shrill whistle to get everyone's attention.
Simmer down, folks. Kai and I have decided we want to hold a super fun, cheesy Vegas wedding at a chapel we can rent out so all our family and extraterrestrial friends can attend without worrying about discovery. Kai takes hold of my hand and laces our fingers together before squeezing gently and looking at everyone. We've booked a place and we'll be getting married in 2 weeks. It'll be an evening wedding, so everyone can attend relatively safely. Ellie pouts. Oh, nuts! I was hoping to plan a big, elaborate wedding for you guys. Maddox wraps an arm around her waist and tucks her into his side. Don't fret, my love. After all, there's still the sanctioning ceremony to plan. She instantly brightens. Of course! How could I forget? She nods beneficently at us. Fine, you can have this fun, albeit rushed, human wedding, but you'll have to let us coordinate the Ayaran version. That sure didn't sound nerve-wracking. Not one bit. I still haven't been given a lot of information on this sanctioning ceremony. I'm a tad worried that you're all so close-mouthed about it. My nervous laugh falls flat. Ellie and Maddox give one another a speaking look before turning their attention back to me. Let's worry about that after you two have tied the knot in the human fashion. For now, I can say the sanctioning ceremony is a big event for our people, and some relatives from the homeworld will be traveling here to celebrate the occasion. Kai lets out a strangled noise. Who all is planning to come? Then he mutters under his breath, Do I even dare ask? Ellie cringes. I'll tell you more later. That doesn't bode well. The fact they won't tell me more about the sanctioning ceremony is also setting off alarm bells in my brain. I seriously don't have time to worry about this at the moment. Also, now I want to know everything about Kai's relatives back home. Roxy wiggles and practically falls into Luren's lap, which doesn't seem to bother my extra bodyguard in the least. Ooh, I can't wait. I've never seen an Ayaran sanctioning ceremony before. This will be so much fun. Evan raises a dismissive hand. I'm sure this alien wedding thing is nice and all, but River's part human, so his human wedding is just as important. I send him heart eyes of gratitude before gently beating my fist against my chest twice and giving him a finger gun salute. BFF magic for the win. Evan grins and offers me a head tilt in acknowledgement. I'm sure a Vegas chapel wedding organized by River will be unforgettable. Hermano, I'm ready and willing to help with the preparations any time. My heart is full to bursting as I regard him, teary-eyed. Muchas gracias, mi amigo. My Spanish isn't great, but I try when I can. De nada. I turn my attention back to everyone else. Now that we have a chapel booked, Kai and I will be sharing more information with you all soon, but plan to keep Saturday 2 weeks from now open on your calendars.
Smooth, authoritative, and stable. At that moment, we hear the kitchen side door from the garage open, and Chewie strolls into the living room on his furry hind legs a moment later. Sorry, late folks, what did I miss? We bring him up to speed, and he stares at me in disbelief. You guys are getting married already? You've been engaged for a freaking nanosecond. Kai pulls me into his arms. His familiar touch and warm masculine scent are soothing and centering. This whole situation has made us realize we don't want to wait. Neither of us has any doubts. We know that we belong to one another. He looks into my eyes. Right? I grin from ear to ear. Absolutely. He smiles softly at me before leaning down to kiss me on the forehead. Aw, Roxy coos, and I notice Luren smoothly slipping an arm around her shoulders. Very. Do I ever need to talk to Roxy about that? Those two are definitely more than friends. Chewie shakes his furry head. Well, kid, you've always been a lot like your mom. I guess the same goes for having a whirlwind romance and a fast wedding. He becomes serious as he paces the floor, holding a paw-like hand to cup his chin as he moves back and forth, deep in thought. River's idea about using a romantic outing to try and lure this assassin is pretty good. Why, thank you, I say. We gotta pick a location that wouldn't seem suspicious, but isn't going to be chock full of humans who might see something they shouldn't. Agreed, Maddox says quickly. I'm all ready for them. After all, I have dozens of ideas about places to take my boo on future dates. For Operation Jerk, I have mentally curated a few top selections from that longer list. I share these with the group, and everyone agrees we should try my first suggestion. Kai licks his lips. A chocolate factory? I beam at him. The Ethel M. Chocolate Factory and Cactus Gardens. I've been wanting to take you there on a date night for a while. They have awesome wine and chocolate tastings, and you can tour their beautiful cactus gardens afterward. Plus, it's right here in Henderson, so we wouldn't have to deal with the tons of tourists on the Strip. We could probably rent out the entire facility for an evening and staff it with undercover Alliance personnel, Mal offers. I wriggle with excitement, warming to my idea even more with every moment. That should be easy enough for us to arrange. Plus, everyone in the Alliance knows about Kai Sweet Tooth, so it's believable, Maddox says. Mal snorts. The location might end up being a dangerous one for that very reason. Kai could get too distracted by all the chocolates on display and forget to protect your sorry self, River. Kai shoots him an incinerating death glare that only an older brother could manage. Really, you, very much. Right back at you, bro. Enough, Maddox interjects in a stern but calm voice. We need to focus on strategy now. What do you think, Luren? Ellie asks her friend. They consider the idea for a moment. I'll need to scope out the building and gardens beforehand, but I think it sounds like a reasonable plan. We'll most likely want to prepare for an attack out in the gardens at the end of the tour. While we're taking a romantic stroll, I tell Kai as I cuddle his arm to me. What have I signed myself up for? He asks. Look at it this way. We hit 2 birds with 1 stone. We lure out the assassin to capture him, and we have a fabulous date in the process. Silent for some time, Zamir now heaves a put-upon sigh. Only River would try to find the bright side in a dangerous situation like this one. Aw, shucks, Zamir, you say the sweetest things. His brother Zion sits up straight. If there's anything I can do to help, you have my assistance and that of the rest of the Vroknu refugees here in Vegas. Ellie shakes her head regretfully. Thank you, Zion. We all appreciate your support and willingness to help, but we'll need to make this operation look as much like a normal date in public as possible. That means planting convincingly human-looking Alliance members on site. Zion's shoulders slump. I understand. We might not be successful on our first try. After all, this guy's been a notorious intergalactic assassin for quite some time. Capturing him probably won't be easy. If this plan doesn't work, we may need you for another one, I hasten to reassure him. Zion nods with renewed determination before crossing his hand over his heart and bowing. You can count on me, my friend. Hey, Tom pipes up. I had a brief stint working at that chocolate place. I'd be happy to pose as the wine and chocolate tour guide for a private session. I think I still have the uniform even. Ellie gives him a shark-like grin. Fantastic! We'll be calling on you to help us out, Tom. In the meantime, I'm going to start strategizing with Luren about how we want to position a security detail at the venue. As they begin talking, Tom and CJ pack up to head back to their house. I stand. Thanks so much for coming over, and for offering to help out. No problem, Tom says in his usual laid-back manner. CJ hovers anxiously. I wish there was something I could do, too. I smile down at him. If I think of something, I'll let you know. Just being my friend is a big support. I walk them to the door, but before I open it, CJ stops me. I almost forgot. I wanted to tell you about my special event coming up. He reaches into his pocket and pulls out a folded flyer that he hands to me. I stare at it. An Elvis convention? CJ bobs his tiny head with excitement. They're holding it at the Golden Nugget. There are going to be all kinds of fun events, but the big one is the talent show night, when the different performers are going to show off their abilities. I've got a spot in the lineup. That's amazing, CJ. Congratulations. He hugs himself. It's like a dream come true. I'd love for you and your friends to come and watch the show. I give him a thumbs up. Absolutely! We'll totally be there to cheer you on. He clasps his hands together in gratitude. Thank you. Okay, CJ, time to head home, Tom says, pulling out the stroller. CJ tugs on his baseball cap and hops into the stroller again, allowing Tom to cover him up with the blanket. Tom leans in and whispers, "Don't worry, I'll be there to keep an eye on him and keep him safe." I nod in relief. Good. I'm sure the other Elvis impersonators are going to be nice, but we still need to be cautious since CJ has so much he needs to hide. Of course. Tom gives me an uncharacteristically serious look. Stay safe, River. This assassin is no minor threat to sneeze at. Even the little I've heard about him is disturbing. Rumor is he has a 100% success rate. I feel my heart thump wildly in my chest, and I swallow. I know, but we're going to catch him. There's just no other option. He nods. I'll do everything I can to help. I smile. Much appreciated. He waves farewell and heads back home as I close the door behind him. Ellie immediately pulls me and Kai aside. Okay, boys, we are working on reserving the chocolate place tomorrow night. I gulp. So soon? I know it was my plan, but I was thinking I'd have some time to build my courage up. As we discussed, the longer we wait, the less advantage we have. We need to strike while we can. Plus, planting the seed of Gummusup in the Alliance first thing tomorrow morning makes it seem more sudden and spontaneous rather than something planned too far in advance. I think it will arouse less suspicion. Kai sighs. Mom's right, River. Besides, Ellie adds, we'll have a first-class security team on site to keep you safe. We'll nab this jerk. I high-five her. Really, yeah. Let's do this. I grin at Kai. And let's have a super fun date at the same time. Lord Vardox sighed with deep regret. How tragic that your ship broke down, and in the middle of nowhere without any help for several star systems. He shook his head. I guess that means you'll need to stay with me until we can get it fixed. It does look like it could take quite some time to repair.
Smooth, authoritative, and stable. You're the one who disabled the hyperdrive engine. You threw a bloody photon grenade into the exhaust vent. Starblade yelled, his face turning purple with outrage. Vardox shrugged. A mere technicality. Pointing the finger of blame is pointless at this juncture. Look on the bright side. Now we get to spend even more time together. My tentacles are all a-quiver, darling. Kai, a scowling Agent Katenji, is waiting for us the instant we arrive at headquarters on Monday Morning Hell. Hey, Bax, River says with a cheery smile and an enthusiastic wave. How was your weekend? Did you get to explore some of the sights of Vegas? He waggles his eyebrows. Or maybe have a dirty weekend. As they say, what happens in Vegas stays in Vegas. Agent Katenji's scowl remains. River, however, is undeterred by the investigator's lack of enthusiasm. Hey, do you want to grab lunch with us today? We're going to an amazing Indian lunch buffet. It's affordable and oh so tasty. Since you're new to Earth, I wanted to extend an invitation to join us. Just because you're here to do an investigation doesn't mean you can't get to know people and eat some really very good food, too. I appreciate the offer, Mr. Sullivan. However, I've found that it's best to maintain my distance from the people I'm investigating to ensure a consistent level of objectivity. I guess that makes sense, but it kinda sucks for you, bro. I'm still happy to share the info on where the restaurant is if you want to hit it up on your own later while you're in town. It's well worth a visit. Aidan Clark, our head of media and public relations, wanders past and River perks up.
He waves wildly. "Hey, Aiden, are you ready for that meeting with me?" He freezes, eyes wide and panicked. "What meeting? I don't seem to recall." "The one to start working on our handbook for the recently Earth relocated, silly. I've sent you 5 email invites that you've ignored." River skips forward and latches onto Aiden's arm in a vice-like grip that I know from experience is hard to escape. For a smaller man, River has untold depths of strength when he wants to use them. My mate drags a protesting Aiden toward one of the conference rooms down the hall. "You've held out on me long enough. Today is the day, my friend. We're going to start working on our guide for new extraterrestrial arrivals." I smile and nod at the Alliance security guard who follows them to keep a watch over River. Even with all the trouble brewing around us and an assassin on the loose trying to kill him, River remains his usual bubbly, upbeat self. I'm constantly amazed at his positive outlook on life and want to do everything I can to shield him from any danger, pain, or sadness. Galactic gods, I love him. 2 weeks already feels like entirely too long to wait to marry him. "Captain Gennaro?" Agent Katenji asks in a slightly annoyed voice, and I realize he's probably been trying to get my attention for a while. I turn back to him with an apologetic smile. Sorry, my mind was elsewhere. Agent Katenji gestures toward Conference Room B. "I've reserved this room for us to further discuss your case." Of course. I take a deep breath and follow him inside. He closes the door and, to my surprise, activates the wall panel that turns on the room's highest security settings, blocking out any potential visual or audio observation. I sit down at the long conference table, and he takes the seat across from me. "I apologize for having to enact such extreme measures," he says. "However, my preliminary investigation has revealed that your parents' concerns are well-founded." I frown in confusion. "What do you mean?" "There is definitely a mole within the Alliance outpost here on Earth." I try not to show my confusion as I frown. "I agree, but how does that relate to my IA case?" Agent Katenji rests his arms on the table with a sigh. "While it is true that I was sent here to investigate your conduct leading up to the unsanctioned use of a teleportation device on this planet, the Intergalactic Alliance sent me here with a more pressing primary objective. My senses go on high alert. The mole?" Agent Katenji nods. "My true mission is to uncover the mole and their connection to Lane Madison." I inhale sharply. Son of a phaser-freakingly difficult person. I know you recently tangled with this undesirable individual. What you don't know, and what we have not shared with anyone apart from those with the highest clearance, is that the Intergalactic Alliance's Major Crimes Unit has been secretly following Lane Madison for quite some time. I scowl. Is that why we got stonewalled when we requested info about him? To some extent, yes. Instead, the decision was made to send me so I could share the appropriate information with a select few. Have you spoken with my parents yet? Before you arrived this morning, but so far only you 3 have been notified. What can you tell me about this guy? Agent Katenji frowns again. As of yet, we still do not know his original name, only that he is a highly talented Osiran troublemaker who has begun fomenting discord on various planets in the universe. So Earth wasn't the first place he's tried setting up shady operations? I'm afraid not. From what little information we've been able to gather, he wishes to sow tensions between indigenous peoples and extraterrestrial immigrants on different planets. But to what end, we don't know. The possibilities, however, are incredibly worrisome. Such as? Katenji lowers his voice. We have begun receiving rumors, only circumstantial intel, mind you, that Lane Madison is working with leaders of different purist movements that seek to eradicate interspecies pairings and offspring. My mind races. Most humans on Earth still don't know about our existence here, and we have strict rules about dating humans on this planet.
I cannot say for certain what his objective is here on Earth. Perhaps it's something else entirely. But there are members of this Alliance outpost here whose parents are from different worlds. The purist movements are focused on any kind of interspecies relationships, which they perceive to be abominations. I scratch my head. So how does all this relate to the drugs and his attempts to expose extraterrestrials to humans? I don't have the faintest clue. Perhaps he is hoping that humans will incite violence against perceived intruders and eradicate them for him, making it easier to achieve his objectives. Doesn't seem very likely, let alone logical. I agree, but Lane Madison's motivations and objectives remain ambiguous at best. He has gone to great lengths to conceal his real identity and his true plans. I can't help remembering Fabian's words to me. We were told by one of his accomplices that the drug-related incidents among extraterrestrials on Earth were more of a diversion, a smokescreen, to conceal his larger plan, but we have yet to determine what that might be. Intergalactic Alliance HQ is concerned that whatever plan he has seems to involve different factions from multiple planets. Although the factions are different, they seem to want the same thing, so-called pure species. He's been bringing the leaders of these factions together for secret meetings. We're convinced he's gearing up for something big. Good galactic gods, I whisper. Could he be attempting to amass an army? Is it war that he's seeking? Agent Katenji's mouth purses with distaste. It's a possibility. The Alliance is investigating, and one of our top concerns. I run a hand through my hair, anxiety mounting inside me. None of this is reassuring. He shakes his head. What lies ahead is likely to be dangerous. In my capacity as an investigator, I will continue to give the appearance of investigating your case, while secretly focusing more of my energies on my primary mission. Privately, I can assure you that I have cleared you of any wrongdoing.
Smooth, authoritative, and stable. The medical data we were able to obtain from your home world, in addition to what your medical technicians have documented, prove that you have a legitimate case of tentaculum calefactiona, a circumstance you were ill prepared to handle, let alone anticipate. It temporarily impaired your judgment on a case, but did not create any disastrous consequences. The Intergalactic Alliance will make note of this event in your record, but my supervisors and I agree that no formal reprimand or punishment is required at this time. However, now that you are familiar with the symptoms of this particular condition's onset, we will expect you to comport yourself more appropriately in the future. Should another episode occur and affect you in a way that might impede your ability to maintain appropriate professionalism in the workplace, we will recommend at least 1 to 2 weeks of paid sick leave during any recurrence of the condition. I feel my cheeks flush, but nod in gratitude. Thank you, I appreciate that. May I share what you've told me with my fiancé? I'll make sure he doesn't tell anyone else. Agent Katanji gives a reluctant nod. You may do so, but secrecy is essential. Make sure to speak with him in a private place far away from here. We are unsure yet as to where the mole has hidden eyes and ears in this facility and beyond. They could be using listening or other devices to acquire information they should not be privy to. I pale. Hence utilizing the special security measures in this room. He nods. Your mother assured me this was the best conference room equipped for such private conversations. It was designed according to my parents' request, much like the training room. There are instances in which we need to have heightened security against spy threats, and my parents emphasized the need for such spaces before they immigrated here. They were laughed at by some of their peers, who assumed some backwater outpost wouldn't ever need such technology. But it seems they were right. The universe continues to evolve, and worlds turn. Nothing remains static forever. Being prepared for future problems or eventualities is only sound and logical. I can't hold back a smile. You know, I can't believe I'm going to say this, but you sort of remind me of Spock on Star Trek. Good galactic gods, what has River done to me? Now I'm the one mentioning Star Trek? Agent Ketenji clears his throat and looks away. Vulcans are a most sensible species, although they lack the enhanced abilities that being partnered with a symbiont brings. The Trill symbionts were much closer to the truth, especially when it comes to my species. I gape. River is going to lose his ever-loving mind if he finds out Agent Ketenji has watched Star Trek. Before I can even hope to ask him more, he quickly shifts gears. Now, I'm afraid I must ask you some questions about your fiancé. Speak of the devil. What do you want to know about River that you can't ask him yourself? I'll speak with him too, but my abilities do not work on him, which is a rarity in and of itself. I try to hold back a chuckle, recalling River's excitement over that fact. Then I pause, a horrible realization dawning. You don't think he could be the mole, do you? Agent Ketenji arches an eyebrow and favors me with a wry smile. While I attempt to remain objective and open to all possibilities in the course of my investigations, the information I have gathered on River Sullivan suggests that possibility to be incredibly remote. It would also not be in his own best interests to reveal his identity to extended family members who wish to see him dead. I slump with relief in my seat. Good. But what I want to know is why the mole felt it necessary to disseminate information about River and who knows what else, and how is it all somehow connected to Lane Madison? We believe they are working together. I fight back a growl. I was afraid of that. Without a doubt. It has become evident to us that Lane Madison acquired information about extraterrestrials on Earth from someone within the Alliance long before he ever showed up here. This connection has been built over several years at the very least. Dark matter, and very, I whisper, my mind racing. What could Lane Madison want with River? To my knowledge, they've never even met. Only Roxy and I interviewed him. And yet, he tried to have River killed by one of his underlings, Agent Ketenji points out. I rock back in my chair, my tentacles thrashing unhappily inside me. Nurblob did kidnap River on Lane Madison's orders, but to my understanding, it was largely due to Fabian's recommendation. My scowl at that recollection slowly morphs into a grin. I bet Lane Madison didn't anticipate his henchmen turning against him and siding with River instead. Agent Ketenji's lips quirk with amusement. I doubt it. Now, the more critical question. Have you been able to narrow down any potential suspects within this outpost? The thought of one of our colleagues working for the enemy makes me sick inside, but we need to find out who it is, and fast. He steeples his hands on the table, and I try to ignore the, thankfully, still gloved one. Although I have not yet narrowed down a manageable list of suspects, I can say that from my initial assessment, I believe it's most likely that the individual is either a part of the security unit or one of your medical professionals. Two of our most important units. Very. Why? It's a logical deduction. Only those within the security and medical divisions would have been able to acquire direct access to information about River Sullivan and his true identity. I think about it, my worry growing. The medtechs took his blood samples for testing. Precisely. And the security team was responsible for monitoring the safe transmission of data once the blood was tested and verified at Intergalactic HQ. I run a hand over my face. This just gets worse and worse. How do we know that the security personnel working for my mother are trustworthy enough to protect River from this assassin's attack? Even as we speak, we're in the midst of formulating a plan to trap him, using some of our security personnel as backup.
Agent Katenji leans back in his chair. I can certainly interview any who will be part of the mission and ask if they will uphold your fiancé's safety, but beyond that I cannot guarantee much. There are individuals who are very adept at masking their true feelings, and certain species who can more readily shield their minds from my symbiont's telepathic probing. Our powers are not perfect, let alone foolproof. He gives a wry smile. As we have already witnessed with your fiancé, River. I jolt in my seat as an obvious thought hits me. Actually, we do have one other option. Why didn't I think about this before now? Agent Katenji's gaze sharpens. What? When River was kidnapped, we were able to capture one of Lane Madison's other accomplices, a former member of our team, Wilder Videra. He's Roxy's twin brother. Katenji's eyebrows rise nearly to his hairline. I had not heard about this. I shake my head. He's being held under maximum security. So far, he's refused to answer most of our questions, and we don't really know why. We were waiting to get further orders from Intergalactic Headquarters. We sent them information on this not too long ago. I'll contact my supervisor and inquire, but I think we need to arrange a meeting with this man so that I may use my talents on him and hopefully get some much-needed answers. May I sit in on this interview? Of course, but we will need a similar private space to conduct the interview and ensure we're not overheard. I do not want to alert the mole to the fact that I'm looking for them. It's one of the reasons I have not been asking anyone direct questions that might reveal my assignment. If the mole catches wind of what I'm secretly here to do, they might get away before we can close in and capture them. I understand. Contact your supervisors and I'll arrange for us to have a safe place to interview Wilder.
Smooth, authoritative, and stable. It's about time we got some real answers out of him. The Iron Sanctioning Ceremony is an old and revered institution. It creates a formal mating tie between partners that is considered permanent and irrevocable. One must be serious indeed to take on the gauntlet of this 3-day ceremony, complete with several rituals that must be performed by each partner. River, you've missed me, haven't you? Admit it. Aiden gives me an incredulous look as he takes a seat at the conference room table. Hardly. I suspect he's still salty over me making fun of his BO pheromones when we first met, but I'm determined to let bygones be bygones. I plop down in a seat across from him while my silent and stoic security guard takes up a position at the door. You've been off-site for the last week monitoring the rec center expansion that the Alliance is funding for Project Oral. How's it going? I'm super pumped about this recent development for my brilliant Operation Rehoming Aliens Lovingly. The Alliance had already built a new rec center in their extraterrestrial housing division before I proposed my plan. However, after many conversations about what kind of spaces we would need to accommodate anticipated demand, the Alliance decided to expand the building to include some extra rooms like a dance studio, an art studio, and a music room. We're going to be offering all kinds of classes there, namely art and dance classes, courtesy of Benji and Evan. The construction is moving along nicely. We should be up and running in just a few more weeks. I beam at him. I appreciate your support on this. He clears his throat. Yes, well, I may not endorse all of your harebrained schemes, but I think the larger objectives behind your project are laudable. These resources will help many of our people here on Earth. You know, Aiden, you're really starting to grow on me. On the surface, you're all difficult and prissy, excuse me, but underneath it all, you're a pretty nice guy with a good heart, especially when it comes to your fellow extraterrestrials. We'll have to keep working on your bias toward humans, though. His cheeks pinken. I am not biased. I give him my best face, and he pauses. Fine. In the past, I may have felt less than warm towards segments of humanity, but I'm working on that. Okay, that's somewhat understandable. An unfortunate percentage of humans are jerks. I say, let's let bygones be bygones. I reach my hand across the table. He stares at it with distrust. What are you doing? What does it look like I'm doing? I'm trying to shake your hand. Reluctantly, he takes my hand and shakes. I grin evilly. I have a feeling you and I are going to become good friends. He promptly drops my hand like it's a dirty diaper. Ew, I think not. My grin gets even wider. That only makes me want to make it happen even more. He pushes his seat back from the table as far as he can without backing into the wall. No, thank you. I whirl my office chair around and kick off with my feet, riding the wheeled contraption around the table and straight in his direction. His expression goes from wary to alarmed. Stay away from me. As I scoot toward him faster, my face set in a determined cast, he uses his own feet to push his chair away from me. In no time, we're playing roller chair tag as I pursue him around the table and he squawks in outrage while trying to flee. Stay still and accept my overtures of friendship. He throws a pen over his shoulder at me as he uses his feet to propel his chair faster. No, you'll never escape me. Submit. Not on your life. I move my feet faster. As the Borg always say, resistance is futile. The door to the conference room opens and we freeze mid-chase. My guard is on high alert, hand on his weapon, as Mal pops his head in the room. The guard relaxes while Mal takes in the scene before him. What are you two doing? I grin. I'm trying to win over Aiden with my olive branch of friendship. Save me, Aiden begs. Mal darts his gaze between us. Right, well, I'm just dropping off this file Mom wanted you to consult for the handbook. He gingerly tiptoes into the room, lays the file down on the table, and backs out, closing the door behind him. As soon as the door closes, we hear him dissolve into hysterical laughter. Aiden closes his eyes and buries his face in his hands. The whole office will know of my complete and utter humiliation by lunchtime. I use this opportunity to roll closer. Reaching out my hand, I pet Aiden's auburn hair as I use my best Gollum voice. Don't cry, precious. We only wants to be your friend. We promises to treat you nice. Don't fights it. Give in. He turns his head slowly in my direction and glares. That's just downright creepy. I snort. Fine, party pooper. We'll work on our friendship another time. For now, let's get started on this handbook. It isn't going to write itself. The prospect of work reanimates him, and he takes his former place at the table while I sit opposite him. For now, I've lulled him into a false sense of security. Before he even realizes it, I will overwhelm him with my magical friendship vibes. He won't know what hits him, and by then it will be far too late to escape my clutches. For the next 2 hours, we make solid progress on a proposed outline for the handbook and divvy up sections to work on individually before we meet again. Surprisingly, he and I agree on a lot of the content that needs to appear in the handbook. Now we'll just have to wait and see how our writing styles gel with one another. As we're wrapping up, my phone buzzes with a familiar name on the screen. Sorry, I have to get this, I tell Aiden as I accept the call. Hey Zion, what's up? My friends and I are at the rec center helping with some final interior design elements. We were wondering if you wanted to come out and join us for lunch. We can also go over some of the details for the rooms and get your opinion. I instantly perk up. That sounds fun. I haven't seen the latest progress for a while. I'd love to stop by. Do you mind if I ask Evan and Benji to join us? They might have input on the dance and art studios. Of course, we would appreciate their feedback. Fantastic. I cast a sly look at Aiden. Can I bring my coworker, Aiden, too?
I'll probably have to bring my security detail as well, but such is my life right now. Aiden freezes in the middle of packing up his briefcase. I wink and give him a thumbs up. Sure. As you Earthlings like to say, the more the merrier, Zion replies. Excellent. We'll be there in 20, and food better be on you. Looks like I'll have to postpone the Indian buffet, but this sounds like even more fun. Zion laughs. Of course. See you soon. I hang up and give Aiden my most winning smile. Well, buddy, we have a lunch date with some of my other extraterrestrial friends. I can't wait for you to meet them. I turn to my guard. Are you going to join us or someone else? He taps his earpiece. Let me check. While he's busy, I turn back to Aiden. I think you'll like Zion and the others. Aiden frowns. Who? The new Vroknu refugees. Zion is Zamir's brother. Aiden hesitates. I haven't met any of them yet. Now's your opportunity, I tell him. It's kismet. The guard chimes in. We're good to go, sir. We have several security personnel at the site, and I will ride along with you. Fabulous, I reply before turning my attention back to Aiden. From the expression on his face, it looks like his mind is racing to bow out. I immediately latch on to his arm like a barnacle and refuse to let go. This is perfect. You can show me all of the developments in our construction on the rec center. I steamroll over any potential objections he might have by talking non-stop and barely drawing breath until I get him out to one of our Alliance-issued SUVs and have him buckled in the front passenger seat. My guard takes a few moments to examine the exterior of the vehicle, making sure nothing is amiss before climbing into the middle seat of the row behind me.
Smooth, authoritative, and stable. Road trip! I cry as I back out of the parking spot in the underground garage. Beside me, poor Aiden looks more than a little dazed and confused. He shakes his head. I'm sort of amazed at how smoothly you pulled that off. I shrug. It's a gift. He snorts. I don't know if that's what I would call it, but it's definitely impressive. And unrelenting, he mutters. Oh, sweet summer child, you ain't seen nothing yet. I quickly activate the phone in the SUV and call my BFF and my uncle to see if they're free to join us. It must be my lucky day, because they both promised to meet us at the rec center within half an hour. As we pull into the subdivision, I marvel at the fact that this is one of the first extraterrestrials-only housing developments that the Alliance has created in Vegas. It's going to be a mix of aliens who can pass as humans on Earth and those who do not. A few different safeguards have been put into place to protect those residents who need to stay concealed from humanity. The fact that it's a gated community with an Alliance security guard at the entrance to screen all people who want to enter the subdivision is an added bonus. It ensures we can maintain greater control over who has access to the neighborhood. The rec center will be a space in the community where everyone can get together and be who they are without fear of being discovered. I pull the car into the parking lot and then bound out of the vehicle with so much enthusiasm I almost forget to shut my door in my haste. I scurry back and slam it before quickly looping my arm in Aiden's and pulling him toward the entrance, my guard a silent shadow at our heels the whole way. Mahaha! Aiden will never be able to escape me. The exterior construction of the addition to the rec center has been completed, but as we step inside, a cacophony of noises fill the space, many of them originating from different construction personnel who are working on developing the interior rooms. Thankfully, the construction crew is entirely Alliance personnel. Almost immediately upon entering the building, a big blue alien, pushing 7 feet tall and built like a brick house, comes striding in our direction. Zion is Zamir's half-brother and an incredibly handsome extraterrestrial in his own right. Ironically, he was born into a warrior race of aliens known as the Vroknu, but he and his friends who escaped here as political refugees do not in fact want to be warriors. They're big, sweet teddy bears who could snap most people in half with their bare hands if they wanted. Instead, they want to be peaceful creatives.
On their homeworld, they were persecuted for being different, for not embracing the path of the warrior. Here on Earth, they're quickly learning to adapt and enjoy the new freedoms that this world has to offer. I've helped them organize a couple of successful all-male review shows here in Vegas, and they have a rabid fan base already. Who doesn't love big, colorful alien hunks dancing and performing for the audience's enjoyment? They've made enough money from just a few shows to start pursuing their own dreams. As amazing as they are as extraterrestrial exotic dancers, they are each slowly finding their own paths in their new lives in Vegas. Zion gives me a formal bow. "Thank you so much for coming." I wave a hand dismissively. "No need for formality, man. I'm super pumped to be here. You have no idea. I've been wanting to see how the audition is going for a while." Zion gives me a genuine smile that radiates obvious happiness. It is progressing quite well. We are very pleased with where things stand. I bounce on my toes. "That's so awesome." I introduce him to Aiden and they shake hands. "Why don't you give us the tour?" I know Aiden's seen a lot of this already since he's been checking in on the construction, but it'd be great to get your perspective. Zion happily agrees and begins showing us around the facility. "I'm actually surprised you haven't run into each other before," I say, looking between Zion and Aiden. "I'm usually here during the day, but I'm assuming Zion and his friends mostly visit at night," Aiden offers. Zion nods. "Darkness offers beneficial cover for us. Even though this neighborhood is quite well protected, we prefer to be as cautious as possible. This is our first time being here so early, but we were needed to help with some of the design details." Midway through our tour, Benji and Evan join us. Benji's his usual mellow self, wearing a pair of loose-fitting yoga pants and a Bob Marley t-shirt with a plaid flannel over it. As usual, his gorgeous mane of hair is pulled up in a man bun, loose strands falling to frame his handsome face. My uncle pulls off gorgeous with very little effort. Lucky bastard. My BFF, Evan, in contrast, is wearing the tightest pair of jeans I think I may have ever seen, over a form-fitting black leotard. Today, he's also wearing a dab of glitter eyeshadow and a hint of tinted lip balm, and his wavy, thick, dark hair is expertly coiffed. He sidles up to Zion with a seductive, languid grace that leaves the large blue man staring at him as if mesmerized, like a mouse in front of a cobra who wants to gobble him whole. Sweet Zion is way too much of a temptation for my bestie to resist. We all make our way to the dance studio first. My bestie lights up as he enters the space with its 2 mirrored walls, dance bars, and gorgeous polished wood floors. A built-in speaker system also promises plenty of dance-tastic beats. Evan takes in the space with a growing smile. "This is perfect, hermano." I clap my hands. "Oh, goody." He nods enthusiastically, eyeing the room. "Plenty of space. I can envision it now." He dances a quick step across the floor. "I can teach classes as well as one-on-one lessons in here." Zion clears his throat, a faint stain darkening his blue cheeks as he points upward. We built the ceilings higher than normal to accommodate some of the differences in height among the extraterrestrial community. Evan eyes him up and down. "I bet there aren't many aliens quite as big and tall as you, Preciso." Zion shuffles his feet. "The Vrokda people are known to have greater stature than some other species, but we are by no means the tallest in the universe." "I think you're just the right height," Evan purrs, then adds under his breath, "Perfect for me." I choke. My BFF is many things, but subtle ain't one of them. "River, is that you?" I hear from behind us as the other 4 Vroknu men poke their heads in the room. It's like witnessing an interesting rainbow of color all at once. Sweet shy Osajar is a lovely pink hue, while Jedrin is a pale lavender color that's very similar to the skin tone of my Osirum friend Roxy. The twins, Wojan and Tovak, are a rusty red color in hue. They all grin when they see me. "Thanks for coming," they somehow manage to say in unison. It's uncanny but sweet how earnest they are. The twins bound forward. "Come see the art room," Wojan says. Tovak nods in agreement.
we'll finally be able to practice the art that was forbidden on our homeworld. My eyes tear up at how enthusiastic and excited they are. Project ART is here to help you guys, I say, trying to fight back my tears. I'm having all the feels at this moment. They stare at me in concern. Are you all right? Osajar asks in a soft voice, concern written all over his pink face. Benji chuckles. Don't worry, my dude. River's just a little emotionally sensitive. He's full of all the happy feels, as he likes to say. Being able to help you achieve your dreams is one of his greatest joys. Ah, they coo in unison, regarding me with soft expressions. I wipe at my traitorous eyes. Come on, let's go take a look at the art room and see what's going on in there. The space is fairly bare bones right now, especially since the construction is not quite complete, so they haven't moved any furniture or decorations into the space yet. However, this room has a wall of floor-to-ceiling windows that provide a scenic view of the desert hills.
Smooth, authoritative, and stable. Aiden assures me it's a special type of one-way window technology that ensures those inside can see out clearly, but people on the outside can only see darkened window panes when they look in. This is an added precaution for our aliens who don't pass as human in society. The housing development has been designed as a safe space, but we can never be too careful, according to Kai. There's great light in here, I offer. Wojin nods enthusiastically. Plenty of light for painting and drawing. He and his brother continue talking animatedly about their plans, asking Benji questions about some of the art classes he's planning to offer. While they're busy, Osajar comes over and reaches out a pink hand and offers a shy smile. I don't believe we've met yet, he says to Aiden. Aiden stares at the beautiful pink man, then looks uncharacteristically awkward as he reaches out and shakes the proffered hand. My gaze sharpens as I watch their interaction. River tells me you are helping him work on a handbook for new extraterrestrials on this planet? Aiden flushes. Ah, well, yes, I am. Is Aiden flustered by my big pink friend? OMG! Osajar nods in understanding, tucking some of his equally pink hair behind his ear. I am not as gifted as my brethren when it comes to art or dance, but I am most interested in writing and would like to offer my services should you need any help with the handbook. I stand up straighter. That would be amazing. Aiden gets a slightly wild-eyed, panicked look on his face. Osajar smiles. You are River's friend too? He's a wonderful person, isn't he? Not real, Aiden begins. I wrap my arm around his shoulder and beam at Osajar. We're totally pals, and we'd love your help, wouldn't we, buddy? With my free hand, I reach over to pinch Aiden's side, and he jumps. He scowls at me before giving Osajar a tight smile. Of course, we'd appreciate your help. As a new arrival yourself, I'm sure there will be many things you can bring to our attention that we might not think of otherwise. Osajar's answering smile is radiant, and it renders poor Aiden speechless. The sweet Vroknu thanks us both, and then hurries back to his friends to share the good news. I elbow Aiden, who's staring after him in a daze. He's single, by the way. You're welcome. He shakes himself out of his stupor and, for once, gives me a begrudging smile. Maybe you have some redeeming characteristics after all. I grin. Careful, Aiden, that sounds like words of friendship to me. He rolls his eyes, but I feel a shift in our dynamic for the better. Also, am I the love master or what? From the Archive of Intergalactic Communications package with enclosed letter from the Zyria Quadrant. Dear River Sullivan, I'm a huge fan. Your series, particularly the dynamic between Lord Vardox and Captain Starblade, has inspired me as an artist. As if in a fever dream, I started drawing and couldn't stop. Please accept this handmade book of illustrations as my gift to you. I hope they inspire you in return. Sincerely, Alorna T. Gar. Dear Alorna, these incredible illustrations are truly captivating. Are you sure about this? Kai asks me. I give him a reassuring smile from the passenger seat. Everything's going to be fine, Buonsei. He frowns.
But what if something goes wrong? Aw, my man is seriously worried. I'm sure I'd feel the same if our positions were reversed. I mean, I am worried, I just hide it better. Also, I feel a lot more confident tonight knowing I'll have a whole team of Alliance folks around to help keep me safe. I reach out and take his hand in mine. Look, we've got a veritable army of Alliance personnel stationed incognito, both in the chocolate facility and hiding out at critical vantage points surrounding the garden. Your mom also gave us these super cool projectile net thingies that we can use to try and capture Shilgar if he shows. We've covered all our bases. Kai taps the steering wheel nervously with his free hand. I just don't like it. We still don't know enough about this assassin. He could outmaneuver us somehow. If that happens, well, we'll just have to rely on my royal alien superpowers to keep me safe. Kai hunches his shoulders, expression brooding. That isn't exactly reassuring. I let go of his hand and squeeze his jeans-clad thigh. Hey, it's going to be okay. We don't even know for sure if the assassin will show up. We've laid the breadcrumbs and we're going to hope for the best. But in the meantime, I still think we should enjoy this opportunity for a stellar date together. I lick my lips. This is a chocolate factory after all. A place like this must be like holy Mecca to you. He gives me a dirty look, but I see him fighting a smile. All joking aside, I am taking this seriously. I don't want some jerk assassin killing me before we get married. I am going to call you my husband come hell or high water. Nothing and no one in the universe will stop that. Kai's answering smile is full of tender amusement. I believe if anyone could survive by sheer willpower alone, it would be you. I flutter my eyelashes at him. You sweet talker, you. Even though we're practically married already, we're keeping the excitement alive in our relationship. I'll be glad when some of this excitement is over, he grumbles. My poor hearts can't take any more threats on your life. Me too. We finally get out of the SUV and head toward the Ethel M. Chocolate Factory. At this time of night, the factory itself is closed, but we're able to wander through the building to see some of the areas where production happens during the day and have a nice explanatory guided tour from Tom Jones, incognito as one of the chocolate factory staff. He's pretty darn good if I do say so myself. An outsider looking in wouldn't assume that he was working undercover for the U.S. Several Alliance security personnel are strategically placed in the facility, posing as workers. Ellie and her main team are hidden throughout the grounds, waiting to spring into action. After our tour, we stop to enjoy some chocolates, and my sweet fiancé finally mellows a little. In moments, he's making delighted noises and gushing over each delectable chocolate he shoves in his mouth, a transcendent look of ecstasy on his face. I swear, chocolate brings him immense joy, and I'm totally here for it. I lament the fact that we can't find a cozy spot in the cactus garden to share some intimate moments. It's too dangerous to be trying to be close while an assassin is gunning for you in the background. Besides, all those cactuses out there pose way too much of a danger to me. I'm forced to nix that brief, albeit tempting, idea from my mind. Kai moans around a dark chocolate truffle with a caramel center. Why haven't we come here before? This place is amazing. Clearly an oversight on my part. I'll make sure we get a membership and can come on a regular basis. His eyes practically sparkle at my suggestion. He's so easy. Christmas this year is going to be a piece of cake, no pun intended, when it comes to finding gifts for my man. We sip at some wine, but only superficially. After all, we want to keep our wits about us in preparation for what comes next. Once Kai has eaten his weight in chocolates, I lean in to nuzzle his ear and whisper, "Are you ready for the next part of our plan?" He closes his eyes and inhales deeply before giving me a brisk nod. I am. He pulls back a few inches and looks me dead in the eye, something fierce and powerful brewing in those amethyst depths. "I swear on my life, I will keep you safe," he promises. Talk about making a boy swoon. My fiancé is way too adorable. Everything's going to be fine. We've planned for just about every contingency. Now it's a matter of luring in our quarry. We thank Tom and indicate that we're going to take a stroll together in the cactus garden alone. Dun, dun, dun. We make our way toward the patio doors leading outside and pass an epic-looking M&M store that's part of the facility.
Smooth, authoritative, and stable. The displays in the window are like something out of Willy Wonka, with all shapes, sizes, colors, and flavors of M&Ms that one could imagine. Kai's eyes go as wide as saucers when he stares through the window, momentarily distracted from our path. I poke his rib in the spot where he's most ticklish, and he jumps. Leaning in, I whisper, "Well, come back and get you some of those after we nab this jerk assassin, I promise." Kai gives me a bashful look. "Sorry about that. A momentary distraction." "Uh-huh," I drawl. We open the doors and step outside. It's the perfect time of night for a stroll in the cactus garden. The sun has already sunk low on the horizon, and there's only the faint glow of the lingering sunset fading away into the dark of night, leaving a glorious crimson stain on the edge of the skyline. It's cooler out here now, as the shift from day to night in the desert drops the temperature fast. I shiver, and Kai wraps his arm around my shoulder, giving me some of his warmth. "So chivalrous," I murmur, looking up at him. He takes my hand and kisses my knuckles. "For you, always." The almost invisible earbud in my right ear crackles to life. "We're in position," Ellie says. "Keep up the cover of two lovebirds taking a romantic stroll." I try not to roll my eyes and whisper under my breath, "It's hardly an act." Ellie chuckles. "Just stay focused." "Copy that," I murmur back. Kai and I meander along the pathway of the garden, oohing and eyeing over the rather impressive variety of cacti, including some that are enormous, even taller than Zion and his crew. Their large and potentially fatal cactus quills make me shudder. Those things look really dangerous. "Indeed," Kai agrees, as he gently moves us a little farther to the side of the path away from the deadly vegetation. Lights are starting to come on in the garden, and I'm awed by the beauty surrounding us. I've heard they do a really spectacular Christmas light setup here in the garden. I squeeze his hand. "We should come back at Christmas together to see it." He smiles down at me with such a tender look in his eyes that my breath gets stuck in my lungs for a moment. Sometimes I keep expecting this sucker punch feeling of love to dissipate the longer I'm with Kai, but it hasn't yet. He affects me like no one else. Even if a Time Lord showed up and offered to whisk me away on adventures with him, I wouldn't go. I never thought I'd ever say that. Being with Kai is better than anything else. When I'm with him, I feel like I'm weightless, like what I imagine zero gravity must be like for the first time. No one else has ever made me feel this way. We still have a lifetime of happiness to share together, and there's no way I'm letting a jerk assassin really mess that up. I steel my resolve and focus my senses on the world around us. When I get a sudden prickling sensation down my spine again, I don't question it. I just grab Kai and enact a full-on duck and cover move. He grunts and says, "What the?" only to be interrupted by two daggers that whip past us overhead, implanting themselves in one of the enormous cacti along the pathway. I pull out the projectile net device from my jacket pocket and survey the vegetation around me. The dark garden remains deathly still. "Gosh, this is ridiculous. Come and get some, you difficult little punk," I holler. That's when a figure clad all in black darts out from behind another one of the giant cactuses, a fresh dagger raised over their head, and charges straight at me. I don't hesitate. I click the button to launch the net, but my assailant manages to dodge the attack, and the webbing sails past them, getting caught on several cacti needles. "Now!" I yell as loudly as I can, and 4 giant floodlights turn on in the garden, illuminating my mystery attacker. I don't get a much better glimpse of him than I did the first time, because he quite literally looks like a hardcore cat burglar. In black from head to toe, he has a hood pulled up over his head, and his face is covered from his nose down to his chin by a black mask.
Only his eyebrows and eyes are visible. He freezes in the light for an instant, and I get a glimpse of dark, almost black eyes narrowed in hatred before he moves again. Clearly recognizing the trap, he reverses course fast. Ellie and her team stream into the garden, surrounding my attacker and blocking all the exit doors. "There's no way out, Shilgar," Ellie calls out in a booming voice. "We have you surrounded. Come with us quietly, and you won't be harmed." Without uttering a word, and before anyone can react, Shilgar reaches into a back pocket and whips out a strange grenade-like device that he throws at the ground. "Really?" Ellie curses. Instantly, Kai and I are enveloped in an enormous smoke cloud that brings tears to our eyes and starts us coughing. "Quick," Ellie yells, "disperse and find him before he gets away." I hear the confused shuffling of feet around us, but I sense the air stir slightly as someone moves past me in the smoke. I'm about 90% certain it's Shilgar. On instinct, I reach out and shove the figure, hard. They grunt and then shriek as they land in a smaller patch of cacti. "Ha! Serves you right. Over here," I yell between coughs. Security personnel reach Kai and me just as the smoke begins to clear. We have barely a moment to witness the assassin, who's somehow managed to scale the cement wall, jumping over it and disappearing into the parking lot. "Very," Ellie curses. "Follow him," she directs her team, and they quickly exit through the side gate in hot pursuit. "Do you think they'll capture him, Mom?" Kai asks, pulling me into his arms. Ellie shakes her head, mouth pursed in an irritated line. "Doubtful. He's fast. Better than I thought, and he's prepared for a variety of contingencies." "Guess he didn't get to be a famous assassin for nothing," Kai mutters. I can't stop a satisfied smirk from curving my lips. True, but I did manage to pay him back a little for his earlier stabbing attempt. Ellie gives me an eager look. "Yeah?" I grin. "Yup, I shoved that jerk into some cacti. He had several painful-looking needles sticking out of his backside as he climbed over the wall. I'm sure that's got to hurt." Ellie throws her head back and laughs. "Nice work, kid. You've probably got him really riled up now." I shrug. The angrier he gets, the sloppier he's likely to be, and the better chance we have of nabbing him. She high-fives me, clearly having learned my ways. "Absolutely. Our first plan was a bust. We're going to have to take a different approach next time," Kai says. Ellie nods. "We can't give up. River's plan of luring him out is a smart one. We need to keep him off balance as much as possible. We need to stoke his ire, increase the likelihood of him making a mistake." She and I nod at one another in complete understanding. But poor Kai looks miserable. I feel like I was a useless prop in this mission. I wasn't able to help at all. Just being by my side helps. Don't sweat it. After all, your mom is head of security, and she didn't catch this jerk either. I dart a glance at her. "No offense, Ellie." She crosses her arms and arches an eyebrow at me. God, she is so freaking badass. I love it. Shilgar went full-on evil assassin to try to get me this time, so he's upping his game as well. He's a formidable opponent, I admit. Kai gapes at me. "You sound almost admiring." I snort. "Not exactly, but let's just say Lord Vardox would be impressed." Determined to salvage the rest of this night, I step forward and link my arm through Kai. "Enough about Mr. Jerkface Assassin. Come on, sexy. Our mission might have been a bust, but our date doesn't have to be. We're going back inside and getting a big box of amazing chocolates and some of those crazy M&Ms to take home. And then I'm going to blow your mind." Kai's pupils dilate at my suggestion. Half an hour later, we return home to find an anxious Chewie pacing the living room. "How'd it go?" he demands. My shoulders slump. We didn't get him.
Smooth, authoritative, and stable. "He did show up," Kai admits, "and he had a quick go at us, but he was surrounded too quickly to achieve his objective." Chewie crosses his furry arms. "How the hell did he get away then?" My hands gesticulate wildly. "Dude, he showed up dressed like a full-on ninja out of some kind of martial arts movie. and then he used a frickin' smoke bomb to create a diversion before scaling the wall and disappearing into the night. I have to hand it to him, I was sort of impressed, even though I didn't want to be. Really? Chewie growls. I smirk. But I did get a little jab of my own in. Or maybe poke is the more apt term. Chewie whirls on me with an eyebrow arched in interest. Oh yeah? I cross my arms, feeling the smug smile playing on my lips. You bet your ass. I pushed that jerk into a cactus patch. Chewie looks impressed. No way. Really? I nod, feeling proud of myself once again. Sure did. Let's just say I took a lot of pleasure in watching him scale that wall with a whole bunch of cactus needles sticking out of his backside. Chewie gives me a high five with his tiny paw. Between him and Benji, I learned the art of the high five and have made it my own. Nice work, kid. After their night, they felt deeply connected. I think I read about that in the handbook your mom gave me. His eyes flare as he stares down at his amulet around my neck. We can be quite territorial when it comes to those we love. I lick my lips. Ooh, tell me more. Why don't I show you? Even better. I let out a startled umph as Kai dives in and shuts me up in the most effective way possible by shoving his tongue in my mouth and kissing me with fervor. Talk about leaving a boy breathless. Tension broke. They gave in to desire, connecting deeply. It was really beautiful. Tonight, it's clear Kai has more control than he's had ever since the tentaculum calefaction began, and the thrill of pleasure this brings to him is reflected in his amethyst eyes. Secretly, I hope the Pon Farr-esque medical condition has abated. As much fun as I had during our amped-up intimate encounters, and I had a lot, I know Kai disliked losing complete command of himself. Oh, he experienced pleasure all right, pleasure aplenty in fact. But being beholden to the whims of the mating fever, which could strike at unexpected and inconvenient times, drove my poor fiancé crazy. He makes a rumbling noise deep in his chest that is so hot I shiver with need. My sassy mate, he whispers, I love you more than all the stars in the sky. I gasp, right in the feels, you sneak. I really love you too. They reached their peak. After their intense connection, they collapsed together. For several minutes, they lay there panting, their heartbeats gradually slowing. One of Kai's tentacles gently touched his hair, as if saying, "Thank you." I gave it a gentle pat as well. Eventually, Kai lets out a pathetic groan and manages to heave his dead weight off me before flopping down on his back beside me. He pulls me into his side, humming with contentment. Of their own accord, my lips curl up in amusement. Feeling quite satisfied with yourself, are you? Kai cracks open one eye halfway. Why, yes. Thank you. I laugh and roll on my side, facing him. Are you feeling better? Infinitely. He inhales deeply and lets out a deep breath. What I told you before was true. Every instinct in my being told me I needed to affirm that you were alive and well, and the only way that would satisfy me at that moment was making love to you. But it wasn't the tentaculum calefaction? He shakes his head. No, something even more primitive, perhaps. I snuggle into him. Well, I'm okay with you doing that whenever you want to. I'm always down for intimate moments with you. We lie in each other's arms for a while, drifting on a haze of contentment. When our stomachs start rumbling, we take a quick shower together before sheepishly making our way back downstairs. Got that out of your systems, huh? Chewie asks us with a far too knowing smirk from his seat on the couch. I smile. Oh yeah, and it was fantastic. Kai flushes. Spare me the details, kid. You too hungry? I haven't eaten dinner yet and I'm starved. I rub my noisy stomach. We came to forage for sustenance. All we've had to eat tonight is chocolate.
How about I order us some pizza? Chewie asks. I've got a craving for pepperoni. I raise my hand like the star pupil in class. Ooh, yes, I vote for that too. Kai chuckles. Sounds good to me. When our belated dinner arrives, after being screened by our Alliance security detail stationed outside, we all dig in with gusto. So, Chewie says around a mouthful of pepperoni goodness, I've got an idea about this assassin. I slurp back some gooey cheese. Oh yeah, like what? Clearly, he's gonna be on to us now. He knows this date of yours was a trap, and he'll be wise to our future efforts to snare him. Kai frowns. Probably. Any ideas on how we can ensure we successfully lure him out again? That's the question, Chewie says with a smug smirk, and I think I have the answer. I arch an eyebrow and pop a piece of pepperoni in my mouth. Are you going to tell us, or are you just building suspense here? Chewie shakes his head in disappointment. Sometimes there's an artistry to the grand reveal, kid. Don't mess with my vibe when I'm on a roll. I hold up my hands. My bad. Please continue. Chewie nods graciously. As I was saying, I have a plan. I think we need to annoy him by hitting him where it hurts, right in the ego. I blink. How do you propose we do that? We're going to start spreading some salacious gossip all over the intergalactic dark web. The notorious Shilgar the Deadly couldn't perform when it came to killing River Sullivan. I gape at him. That's both brilliant and deliciously catty. Love that for him. Kai frowns again. I'm not sure we want to stoke a deadly assassin's ire in this manner. Chewie gives him an incredulous look. Of course we do. The angrier he gets, the less control he has. I give him a thumbs up and wipe my mouth with a napkin. I support this plan. You can also include the fact that he failed to kill me, and I pushed him in a cactus patch, getting him quilled in the process. Chewie lets out a strange laugh that's a cross between a bark and a yip. Your handiwork will definitely be featured in our rumors. Gotta add extra insult to injury with this jerk. I grin. Exactly. Let's begin our new mission to besmirch the reputation of Shilgar the Not-So-Deadly. Do you remember when we spent your human Christy Moss together? Vardox asked, carefully enunciating the name of the foreign holiday. Starblade narrowed his eyes. You mean when you stalked me to that God's forsaken moon and we got snowed in together? Vardox sighed fondly. And you had to share a room with me, and there was only one bed? Starblade's cheeks flushed crimson. I nearly died of hypothermia. I wasn't in my right mind when I agreed to that. Of course, Vardox cooed, whatever you need to tell yourself, darling. But I shall choose to remember that time fondly, our first getaway weekend together. The Tentacular Tales of Captain Starblade, Chapter 141. Kai. The next morning, River, Lu-Ren, Agent Katenji, and I trek out to the Valley of Fire base where Wilder was moved to a secure holding facility after we captured him following the whole ordeal with River getting kidnapped a month ago. Do you really think you'll be able to get some information out of Wilder? River asks Agent Katenji as we enter the base. We've had limited success, he nods curtly. My abilities should be able to work on him. Granted, Zugo cannot read everything and everything I wish to get from a person's mind. But by asking the right kind of questions, Zugo can involuntarily force the subject to think on something that we want to know more about. Those are the thoughts my symbiont can capture and share with me. River stares at him, eyes sparkling, and his vibrating body practically bursts with obvious fascination. That's so cool.
Smooth, authoritative, and stable. You reminded me of Quato from Total Recall when we first met, but now I'm thinking you have a bit of a Deanna Troi thing going on too. Agent Katenji turns his head toward River and says the fatal words that seal his doom. I am not a Betazoid. River's shriek of excitement echoes throughout the entire base, startling many of the active duty personnel. Oh my freaking God, you know Star Trek? Agent Katenji's expression remains bland. Who doesn't know Star Trek? River puts a hand to his forehead in a fainting motion. Holy Captain John Luck Picard! Finally, an extraterrestrial who gets my Star Trek references. Impulsively, he reaches out and grabs both of Agent Katenji's hands and clasps them tightly. We totally need to become friends, he gushes with excitement. No other aliens ever get my Star Trek references, and it's downright criminal, I tell you. Okay, so clearly you watched Star Trek The Next Generation. What other shows in the franchise have you seen? Agent Katenji stares down at River's tight grasp. Please unhand me, Mr. Sullivan. River jolts in surprise and lets him go with a sheepish look on his face. Sorry about that, I got a little carried away. Agent Katenji's mouth quirks. So it would seem. As to your question, I have seen. He starts rattling off various series while River bounces from foot to foot. Is River always like this? Luren asks me, a twitch of amusement to their lips. I can't hold back a sappy smile. Pretty much. By the time Katenji finishes, River's eyes are comically wide. I had no idea you were so cool. We totally need to talk. Have you been watching the new Picard show? I mean, it's like super hard for me to see Patrick Stewart entering his twilight years, but the show is bringing up all kinds of nostalgia and feels. To my surprise, Agent Katenji's eyes light up, and he gives the faintest hint of a smile. Indeed, it has been most compelling. I have so many thoughts on it. Ooh, we could watch the next season together. Agent Katenji gives him a regretful smile. Much as I would enjoy talking with you about this more, I'm afraid we're actually here for a purpose. River deflates. You're right. I spot my mom and dad as they approach us. They arrived here ahead of us to make arrangements for the interrogation. Are we ready? I ask. Mom nods. We have him in a secure interview room. She turns to Luren. I'm going to have you stay out here to watch for anyone who might come snooping. The discussion we are going to have needs to remain as private as possible. I'll be watching over River inside, and you'll have my 6 out here. Luren grins. Just like old times. They both do a complicated hand-slapping shaking sequence, eyes bright and merry. River looks up at me with sad eyes. You're sure we couldn't bring the rest of Team Anil? I know Roxy and Zamir would want to be here especially. I shake my head at him and lower my voice. I know, but for now, we need to keep our conversation with Wilder as quiet as possible. Only those on a need-to-know basis are aware that this meeting is even taking place. Mother frickin' mole, River mutters under his breath. I lean down and kiss his forehead. Just be patient. We're going to catch whoever it is. I turn my gaze back to my mother. You concealed Wilder's identity on the way to the interrogation room? She nods. It's handy that he's an Osiran. We were able to convince him to change his form so no one would realize it's him. We make our way to the far end of the base, which has a connecting hallway that leads to an adjoining building with holding cells and highly secure interrogation rooms. We don't need many of them very often, but every now and again, when there are extraterrestrials causing trouble or performing illegal actions on Earth, they get sent here. We all file into the small, windowless room with a single table at its center. A shackled Wilder is seated in a chair on one side, wearing the appearance of a nondescript human. 2 open chairs sit opposite him. Agent Katenji and I take both of them, while River and my parents stand together in the corner of the room and observe. My mom accesses the panel at the door and enters a special security code to activate the room's extra precautions, ensuring that no one can watch or listen in on our conversation. Once the green light engages, she gives me a thumbs up indicating it's clear. I turn back to Wilder. You may assume your natural form if you so desire.
He shrugs, and a ripple rolls over his body as he returns to his lavender-skinned, silver-haired form. "So frickin' cool, every time," River whispers in the background, and I fight a smile. My sweet mate is constantly amazed by the abilities of many extraterrestrials, but the Osiren's shapeshifting ability is one he particularly admires. I get my first good look at Wilder in his natural form since we captured him a month ago. He doesn't look well. He's clearly lost weight, and his complexion is pale even for him. There's a kind of resigned dullness in his eyes that I don't like to see. At one time, Wilder was a member of my team, and someone I thought of as a friend. I have many unanswered questions of my own, but today we're here with a purpose, so I steel my resolve. Wilder Vadera, we're here today to ask you questions about your involvement with Lane Madison. Wilder sneers, putting on an act of defiance that I can see through right away. I already told you all that. I'm not going to divulge any further information about him. Agent Katenji places both of his hands on the table, his red glove with the eye insignia front and center. Wilder rears back in his chair, his lavender skin going a ghastly gray color. "You brought a Yendrathi to invade my mind?" He struggles against the restraints holding him to the floor. "Calm yourself," Agent Katenji says, as he carefully pulls the glove up and off his hand, finger by finger. "I am here on behalf of the Intergalactic Alliance. We are investigating Lane Madison and his actions across several solar systems. I intend to get the information I need from you, whether you wish to share it with me or not, as this has become a matter of intergalactic security. Consequently, under Intergalactic Alliance law, I have been granted permission to interrogate you with the assistance of my symbiont." Wilder shudders and turns his gaze away as Agent Katenji raises his hand and that disturbing face with the milky white eyes emerges in his palm. "What do you know of Lane Madison's plans here on Earth?" Wilder scoffs. "Not much. I was just a paid underling. He didn't tell me all of his plans." "Half true, half lie," Zugo intones. "He knows more than he is saying, but I cannot see what." Agent Katenji narrows his eyes. "Why did Lane Madison want you to distribute drugs amongst extraterrestrials on this planet?" "To make money," Wilder shrugs. "To cause trouble?" The symbiont opens its eyes. "That is only the superficial reason. His mind makes it clear that the drugs were a mere obfuscation. It was primarily used to distract our agents here on Earth." Wilder's starting to sweat now. I turn to Katenji. Ask him why he joined Lane Madison in the first place. That makes Wilder start to panic, yanking at the restraints holding him in place. "Enough of this! Get me away from this freak and leave me alone!" My father steps forward and physically restrains Wilder's smaller form. "Calm yourself, Wilder. We're not here to hurt you." My mom moves closer, her arms crossed and a serious expression on her face. "It's time to come clean, kid. We need to know why you got involved with this guy and what he has planned." Wilder's eyes dart all over the room as if looking for an escape route. Finding none, the fight seems to go out of him almost as fast as it came on, and he slumps in his seat. To my horror, big fat tears start rolling down his cheeks in uncontrolled rivulets. I've never seen Wilder look so defeated in my life. He lifts his weary opalescent gaze to me.
Smooth, authoritative, and stable. If you're going to force this out of me, I ask only that you don't tell Zamir or Roxy the truth. "Oh gosh," River mutters. I stiffen. "I will try to honor your request, but you know I can't guarantee that." He closes his eyes and then promptly drops a bombshell on me. "I joined Lane Madison to protect Zamir." Everyone in the room freezes. Agent Katungi frowns. "What do you mean? Explain." Wilder opens his eyes, and they look tired and full of pain. His father is a powerful ruler on their home world. When Zamir ran away many years ago and fled to Earth, he thought he'd escaped his father's control. But what he didn't know was that his father had kept tabs on him, monitoring his every movement, even from a distance. After Zamir and I started dating, I was approached by one of his father's agents. They offered me money to convince Zamir to return. I refused. They informed me they would have to bring an extraplanetary squad to forcibly remove Zamir and return him for punishment from his father and forcible re-education into the Vroknu way of life. Re-education? That sounds a lot like freaking homophobic conversion therapy mess here on Earth, River says, outrage written all over his face. I inhale sharply. The Alliance never would have allowed that. Wilder gives me a pitying look. You really think this tiny Alliance outpost could hold out against a military-grade retrieval unit from Zamir's home planet? You're deluding yourself, Kai. They would have come fully armed and prepared to wreak havoc just to take Zamir back. His father would be violating so many intergalactic alliance rules, he'd be facing dire consequences, my dad points out. Wilder shakes his head. He doesn't care about that. The guy's off his rocker. He doesn't recognize the alliance's power as legitimate. He's aligned himself with part of a radical purist faction, seeking to eradicate what they believe to be inferior species. And believe me when I say humans are not high on the list of species they respect, let alone believe should be allowed to continue to exist in this universe. My mother curses. You're talking about genocide. Wilder gives her a flat stare. Ultimately, I suspect that's what he wants. So basically, alien freaking Nazis? And I thought only humans were dumb enough for that kind of thing, River says. I frown. How did Lane Madison come into the equation? Wilder looks away. I didn't know what to do. I was desperate. At first, I tried to convince Zamir to run away with me, to leave Earth and start anew somewhere else. I figured if we could get away from here, and from his father's clutches, everything would be okay. He swallows thickly. But Zamir is too honorable a man. He refused to go with me, and made it clear he had a duty and responsibility here to the Alliance. He'd also grown to love this world and its people. To him, it had become his new home, and he wasn't willing to leave it. I can believe that of my stoic friend. There are untold depths to Zamir that most don't recognize. But he knew nothing about the threat to his life? Wilder scowls. Of course not. I wanted to keep the awful truth from him. He'd experienced enough pain and grief because of his father already. I didn't want him to know how far his father had fallen, and what kind of horrific future he had planned for his son. Agent Katangi clears his throat, and his symbiont says in a quiet, solemn voice, "He speaks the truth." I nod with sadness. Tell us about Lane Madison and how he came to be involved. Wilder lets out a slightly hysterical laugh. I was at my wit's end. I didn't know what to do. And then, one night, at Fabian's bar, a man approached me. "Lane Madison?" I ask. "Our very own Lex Luthor," River growls. Wilder blinks at him, and then focuses back on me and nods. At least, that's the name he gave me, and that he's been using here. He may be a fellow Icerian, but I don't know who he truly is, let alone his origins. He's too careful and too smart to reveal that to anyone. Anyway, he made me an offer. He would hold back Zamir's father so long as I came to work for him and helped him with his plans. He assured me he'd be able to keep Zamir from danger so long as I paid the price. This just gets worse and worse. Poor foolish Wilder. Why didn't you come to us? Despite what you think, the Alliance could have helped. He looks away. Madison was persuasive. He convinced me there was no way the Alliance could help. Only he could ensure Zamir's safety. I frown. How could he guarantee that? Wilder's sad smile is tight. You don't understand. Lane Madison knows Zamir's father. He's one of his political allies. Holy plot twist, Batman, River exclaims. Lane Madison knows many of the leaders of growing purist movements on several planets. They have a kind of coalition of their own, tenuous and volatile though it may be. What is Lane Madison's role in these groups? Wilder shrugs. I'm not sure. But he's making use of these people for his own ends. And he's providing them with resources they need, at a price. All I know is he has something over Zamir's father that keeps him in check. So long as I helped him, he upheld his end of our bargain. Wilder's shoulders slump. However, now that I've been captured, he'll undoubtedly learn that the Alliance had a Yendrathi interrogate me. He'll assume I divulged information that will nullify his agreement with me. Wilder raises terrified eyes to me. There won't be anyone to protect Zamir, or anyone who gets in their way, after that. Fun fact, Ayarans are excellent swimmers. At one time, they lived part of their lives underwater and had gills. However, as the species evolved and spent more time growing communities on land, this genetic ability disappeared. Nevertheless, their tentacles are still very adept at moving their bodies in water. If you get the chance to swim with your partner, don't challenge them to any races, or you'll be sure to lose. A guide to your Ayaran mate, from courtship to tentacles. Want to go to the place where you can let your hair down, your tentacles out, and your true self be seen? Want to go to the place where everybody knows your name? Come on down to Vardox Cantina, the best, very extraterrestrial bar in Las Vegas. Drink and relax with friends, new and old. If you're feeling grave, join in on the fun of karaoke night or open mic events. There's a little something for everyone at this wonderful watering hole. The handbook for the recently Earth relocated. River. Thank you so much for coming tonight, says CJ, looking up at me with big, shining eyes, while in his full, albeit pint-sized, Elvis regalia, complete with a pompadour wig. I smile down at him. I wouldn't have missed it for the world. I glance up at the rest of my team. We're all thrilled to be here to help support you on your big night, aren't we, folks? Zamir sends me a fulminating glare. Were these ridiculous costumes absolutely necessary? My smile goes straight to megawatt capacity. All of us are dressed up in the same style of sequin-embellished white satin jumpsuit, each one with a high collar, a deep V-neck, and bell-bottom pant legs. We even have matching Elvis wigs, just like CJ's, and oversized sunglasses. We are rockin' it, if I do say so myself. Heck yeah, what else would one wear to an Elvis convention? Grumpy Zamir does not look amused. I cross my arms right back at him. If you have an issue, take it up with Kai's mom. She agreed with me that this would be a great way for us to attend the event incognito. We blend in with the crowd. So, should my new nemesis, aka Shilgar the Not-So-Deadly, come looking for me, it'll be harder to pick me out from the rest of the crowd. Roxy grins and runs a hand down her form-fitting jumpsuit that shows off all her spectacular curves. I think it was a genius idea. I freaking love it. We should do this kind of stuff more often. Thank you very much, I tell her in my best Elvis impersonation. Everyone looks fantastic, chirps enthusiastically.
Smooth, authoritative, and stable. No one is better than the king. Lu Ren stands at Roxy's side and gives her an appreciative look. You'd be gorgeous in any outfit. Roxy blushes and giggles. We are so talking about this later, I mouth at her. With everything going on, I still haven't found a moment to get the lowdown from her about this thing with Lu Ren. Roxy gives me a saucy wink that just piques my curiosity even further. For now, though, I need to stay focused on our purpose tonight. I clap my hands together to get everyone's attention. Costumes are fun, and we're going to embrace that ethos tonight. No party poopers allowed. Besides, we all look fine as really. I turn to a still scowling Zamir. His jumpsuit clings to every oversized, bulging muscle on his body, making him a brick mess version of the king. "Just be careful you don't rip the seams on your outfit," I tell him, "or you might attract a posse of ardent admirers. Better yet, you might get recruited to go work for Chippendales." Zamir growls at me. Kai sighs. "It's better just to give in and go with River's whims on these things, Zamir. Trust me." I flutter my eyelashes at him. "Oh, boo, that might be the sweetest thing you've ever said." Mal snorts. "You're so whipped, bro." Kai narrows his eyes at his brother. "Oh, really? And what was it Mom told me the other day? You've started cooking all of Benji's meals for him?" Mal slowly turns a vibrant shade of red. I gasp. "Get out of town. Really?" I flash Mal a grateful smile. "Thank you. You are the best brother-in-law ever. I appreciate you looking out for Benji." Mal shuffles his feet awkwardly. "Yes, well, it was clear he didn't know how to take care of himself, let alone cook healthy meals at regular intervals." He shakes his head. "It's actually somewhat remarkable to me that he's managed to stay alive all these years." "I think a lot of that is River's doing," Kai mutters. I poke him in the side and he jumps. "Benji is great at many things, but practical stuff like cooking and cleaning are not his top strengths. We all have different things we excel at." I give Mal my best innocent expression. "Sometimes we just need to find the right partner who complements us in all the best ways." "Subtle," Kai says under his breath. "Real subtle." Evidently, Mal still hears him because he gets a calculating look in his eyes before saying loudly, "So true. We're all eternally grateful you found my brother and helped him loosen up." Roxy's snort laughs so hard she nearly chokes. Kai shoots Mal a death ray glare. "You're cruisin' for a bruisin', brother." Mal puts up his hands in a bring-it-on manner. "Give it your best shot, old man." The sight of them bickering like kids while in full Elvis regalia is kind of ridiculous and a whole lot adorable. Naturally, I whip out my camera and snap a shot. "Okay, tough guys, you are maxing out my cuteness overload here. And now I have photographic evidence to share with Ellie." They groan in unison. I ignore them and gather everyone together. "Let's get a group picture." Through sheer and unrelenting determination, I managed to snap several fabulous group photos and a couple of well-angled selfies of us huddled together in our costumes while ignoring the endless grumbling from my fellow men. Thank goodness Roxy is really cool and totally into my shenanigans. She keeps everyone in line while I work my magic. Mission accomplished. "I've got to get backstage for my performance," CJ says apologetically when we're done. "No problem. We'll be watching and rooting for you in the audience." I give him the Vulcan hand sign. "You got this, man. Go knock 'em dead." He returns the iconic salute and scurries off. The Elvis convention is taking place at one of the oldest but still legendary hotels and casinos in Vegas, the Golden Nugget. Entering the lobby of the place is almost like being sucked back to an earlier era of Vegas's classier, vintaged entertainment days. The age of the Rat Pack, Elvis, Liberace, and heck, even Tom Jones, the original, not Benji's neighbor. Even though I've lived in Vegas my whole life, I haven't actually spent a lot of time in the different casinos. Most locals are more likely to work at these kinds of establishments rather than frequent them. Such is the case in many tourism-oriented towns and cities, I suppose. But being a bit of a tourist for one night is kind of fun, especially in costume. We pass through the casino floor, jam-packed with rows of slot machines and blackjack tables aplenty. With the convention in town, the casino seems to be doing a brisk business, and the whole place is crowded with people gambling and milling about waiting for the show to start. I whistle. I had no idea this convention would be such a draw. Lu Ren scans the throng of people and frowns. "I'm growing worried about how many people are here.
With this many attendees, it's going to be harder to keep a vigilant eye on you amidst the crowd. Kai mirrors their frown. Lu Ren has a point. I hold up my hands. Oh, no, 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 no. You are not going to make me go back on my word to CJ. I promised him we'd be here. Besides, we're blending in. We're in costume and channeling all our Elvis mojo. I do a little hip thrust a la the king to emphasize my point. Kai favors me with an indulgent smile, but then his expression returns to serious. We're not going to bow out now, but we need to be on high alert. And River, you need to stay by my side at all times. He wags a warning finger at me. Don't make me put you on a leash. I do a little mock shiver. I could be into that. I lean in closer and whisper in his ear. You know I love it when you channel your inner Lord Vardox. Then I add in a breathy voice, by the way, that jumpsuit is clinging to you in the very best way possible. I can't wait for our time together when we get home. Kai's eyes flash with fiery desire. Behave yourself. His voice goes deep and throaty in a way that pings all my bells. Or what? I ask in my best ingenue voice. You'll have to make me behave? Precisely, he growls. I leer at him. How do you know I wouldn't enjoy that? Galactic gods, Mal interrupts with an exasperated moan. Will you two quit being so schmoopy and disgusting with one another? I try to toss my hair, but forget the wig won't really allow that. Ahem, no. Roxy slaps Mal on the back. Nice going, man. Knowing River, he'll be even more over the top with Kai just to mess with you. I reach over and high-five her. She knows me so well already. I'm starting to think she could give Evan a run for his money. You really should have thought this through, Mal. I shake my head sorrowfully. I assumed you knew me better than this by now. Kai snorts. He's spent too much time being dazed and confused by your uncle lately. He's off his game. Mal appears as if he's about to protest when Zamir straightens. Enough bickering. Everyone's moving inside the showroom. I bounce on my toes. Ooh, finally! I can't wait to see this show. We hand our tickets off to the ushers staffing the doors and enter the large entertainment space where the main show for the convention is taking place. There's a portable stage set up at one end, surrounded by speakers and professional lighting gear. It's lit up like a pageant show. This is going to be so epic, I say, and squeeze Kai's arm as I loop mine in his. He pulls our entwined hands up to his mouth and kisses the tops of my knuckles. Things have been seriously stressful the last couple of days. After our interrogation with Wilder, we all left shaken and unsure of what to do next. Agent Katengi immediately got in contact with his superiors at Intergalactic Headquarters and briefed them on the situation. For now, though, we're in a bit of a holding pattern as we wait to see what the Intergalactic Alliance wants us to do and what kind of help they may or may not be able to offer. The meeting confirmed for me what I'd suspected all along. Wilder isn't really a bad guy. Someone who makes foolish or unfortunate decisions, sure.
Smooth, authoritative, and stable. But he did what he did in a misguided effort to try and protect the man he clearly loves, and that just hits me in the romantic feels so hard. I entirely relate. If someone posed a threat to Kai, I would do just about anything to protect him. I glance at my sweet, sexy boo. He hasn't taken Wilder's revelations very well. He doesn't understand why Wilder didn't confide in him and Roxy, since they would have helped him figure out how to face the threats made against Zamir. The fact that Wilder could be so easily manipulated by Lane Madison to think the Alliance couldn't help him has left poor Kai even more confused and hurt. I know Kai's long had conflicted feelings where Wilder's concerned. Years ago, Wilder used to be a member of the team, someone they all loved and trusted. He's also Roxy's twin brother, which adds a complicated familial dynamic we're going to have to deal with later. I sneak a covert peek at my beautiful Osiren friend, feeling a wave of guilt wash over me for the umpteenth time lately.
She doesn't yet know what we've learned, and neither does Zamir. I understand why Agent Katenji and the Alliance think we need to keep this on the down low for the time being, but it doesn't make it any easier. I worry that Roxy's going to hate me when she finds out we've been keeping this critical information from her. She doesn't show it a lot, but I can tell that her brother's situation brings her constant worry about his safety and his future. It doesn't feel right keeping things from her, but I'm starting to learn that not everything is sunshine and rainbows when it comes to working for the Alliance. This job has its challenges, and sometimes I can't always follow where my heart wants me to go. I know Kai is counting on me to stay quiet about this, and that's the one thing ensuring I keep my mouth shut. There are few things that would hurt me more than disappointing Kai. I know how seriously he takes his job, and as his romantic partner, I reflect on him as a captain of the Alliance. Don't get me wrong, I have no intentions of changing the fundamental aspects of who I am, but I have realized that in some situations I need to show greater maturity and support for Kai as his partner. My fiancé is one of the most professional and honorable people I've ever met, a true asset to the Alliance. I need to step up my game a bit as his teammate and husband-to-be. We eventually find our seats, and I end up sandwiched between Kai and Lu Ren. I grin at them both. See, this is perfect. Can't get much safer than this. Your optimism is infectious, Lu Ren says in a sarcastic voice. Are you mocking me? I gasp. They chuckle. Only partly. Okay, I appreciate your honesty. They snort with amusement, and I give them a quick high five. Within moments, the lights overhead go out, and the ones over the stage are jacked up several degrees as music begins thumping out of the sound system. One by one, the different performers take the stage, and we watch their fun and flamboyant numbers. As one might expect, this group of Elvis impersonators are a lively bunch who make the show incredibly engaging. When CJ comes out, he's instantly a hit with the audience. When he finishes his number, he gets a huge standing ovation, and I swear I feel a tear of pride roll down my cheek. Kai leans over and kisses me gently, wiping away the tear. You're more tender-hearted than you like to let on. I sniffle. It's just so great to see him achieving his dreams. This is why I wanted to create Project Oral in the first place. He gives me a soft, loving smile. One of the many things I love and admire about you. I sigh. I just wish things were moving along faster. He laughs. River, it's only been a little over a month. You must remember the Alliance is still ultimately a bureaucratic entity. Think of it as the UN for extraterrestrials on Earth. Things don't happen overnight, but we've already got the rec center expansion built, and at record pace. In a few more weeks, we should be able to start offering some of the classes you want, and we'll continue to grow and expand from there. I know, I grumble. Patience is not one of my greatest strengths. He snorts, but tries to cough to cover it, and I narrow my eyes. He raises his hands. I didn't say anything. Eventually, the show winds down, and the crowds start to exit the showroom. We make our way back to the casino floor. Roxy stops us all with a huge smile. Why don't we enjoy a little bit of gambling this evening? I'm feeling lucky. Luck be a lady tonight, I croon at her. She throws her head back and laughs. Exactly. Come on. We follow her over to one of the blackjack tables, and she joins a new game with Mal, while the rest of us stand to the side and watch. Just as Rockfi gives a loud, enthusiastic shout when she wins her hand, I happen to notice something shiny on the ground near my feet. It seems like my luck might be good tonight as well. I lean down to grab the quarter notch, when something whooshes past my head and I hear a loud thunk. In a half-crouch, I turn and look behind me to see an all-too-familiar knife sticking out of a standing banner advertising the casino's VIP rooms. Oh gosh, I whisper. Kai tackles me, pushing me flat to the ground and knocking the wind out of me. Stay down, he orders. I focus on trying to be able to breathe again. Mal quickly intervenes to use his hypnosis mojo on the humans at the blackjack table. He's not as good as Kai, but he easily can handle a small group like this. The rest of the team instantly goes on high alert. "Find him," Kai says, his voice deadly, and they fan out in search of the assassin. Kai's intense eyes survey the crowd, and I peek around him. "We need to move. We're sitting ducks right here," he says. Unfortunately, he's right. Staying low, we hurry in the direction of the exit as several more knives fly past me and embed themselves in the casino wall. My nemesis is being really bold attacking in front of so many humans. Granted, most of them seem to be oblivious to what's going on around them. Their gaze is focused on their slot machines or card tables. All these zoned-out gamblers are like zombies on The Walking Dead or something. Another knife zooms past my head as I veer out of the way just in time. Thank you, Royal Alien Genetics. We take refuge behind some slot machines, and Kai peers around the corner, trying to gauge from what direction the threat is coming. Is this part of the show? An elderly lady with her hair dyed the brightest shade of red I've ever seen squints at me, a cigarette dangling from her lips, which are lined with a lipstick almost the exact hue as her hair. She watches me dodge another flying knife and then pulls the handle on her slot machine and curses. No very luck today. I know the feeling. Another blade whips in my direction with lightning speed, but I do a hasty stop, drop, and roll, and it goes astray. The red-headed woman puffs on her cigarette and squints at me. "You look awfully familiar." Her eyes widen when she takes in Kai, and she lowers her raspy voice. "You're from the Alliance?" I blink at her. Even little old lady aliens love the Vegas slot machines, I guess. Kai gives her a tight smile. I'm afraid we're in a bit of a tight spot right now, if you'll excuse us. He doesn't wait for an answer as he grabs my hand and yanks me down another aisle lined with slot machines on both sides. "Where the freaking is he?" Kai mutters, head whipping back and forth frantically. There's a familiar rush of movement behind me, and I lurch out of the way just as a figure clad in black material lunges at me with a knife in each hand. "Where the freaking are you hiding so many freaking knives on you?" I gasp. Shilgar, dressed in black pants, black hoodie, and a dark baseball hat pulled down low over his brow, thrusts his weapons at me again. I leap back, and before he can attack any further, Kai is on him.
Smooth, authoritative, and stable. My boo reaches for a small object clipped to his belt, and I gape as he engages a defensive staff that extends just like the one Roxy used on me when we first met. I start to cheer. "Oh yeah, kick his ass, baby cakes!" Kai initiates a strong offensive attack, whirling and striking with that staff like he's Donatello from the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, only dressed as Elvis. I'm not gonna lie, that gosh gets me really excited. Kai is even more skilled than I realized. Watching him fight with an intense fury and agility that I've never seen before has me practically swooning. The real Elvis could only dream of having my boo's moves. It also makes me understand just how lucky my genetics have made me. Shilgar is very talented with those knives, and I've only been avoiding his attacks simply because I won the alien genetic lottery. It's a fairly sobering realization. Soon, their fighting turns more intense, and patrons start to take notice. Several women scream, moving out of the way of the dangerous battle on the casino floor between the slot machines. Gosh, a duck, we're going to have casino security on us at any moment. With uncanny speed and agility, Shilgar does a crazy-ass backflip and then lashes out with a vicious roundhouse kick that hits Kai in the abdomen and sends him flying. "Kai!" I cry. He lands in a painful-looking heap on the ground, his body worryingly still. I squint and see what seems like the faint rise and fall of his chest. Alive. Phew, but down and out for the count. Shilgar approaches me with a wild look in his eyes. For the first time, I get a decent look at his face. Pale complexion, dark bushy eyebrows, eerie black eyes, and a dangerous scowl that rivals that of my worst bully in middle school. "I'm going to kill you," he rasps at me in a creepy voice. No way is this jerk going to intimidate me. I am beyond very angry right now. Really, Shilgar the jerk. He gapes at me, practically blowing steam out of his ears. I have a feeling his victims don't usually get a chance to talk to him this way. And he does not like it. I'm totally making him angry. Score 1 for River. I decide to crank up my sassiness and read this fool. "The library is open, honey." I put my hands on my hips and look him up and down with scorn-filled sass. "You look like a pathetic stalker who can't find companionship. You are bringing total loser energy with that outfit. And let me just say, you don't live up to your reputation, honey. Shilgar the Deadly? More like Shilgar the Jerk, if you ask me." I snap my fingers to emphasize my point. From the look of towering fury overtaking his face, I can tell I've struck a nerve. Seems like Chewie's gossip on the intergalactic dark web has reached his ears and ticked him off. Aiming to get this jerk as far away from unconscious Kai as possible, I once again do what I do best, run away. I zoom down several rows of slot machines, zigging and zagging with panache. The elderly lady with bright red hair reappears and comes hurrying toward me. "I knew it! You're River Sullivan!" I duck, narrowly avoiding yet another blade flung my way. The woman follows me as I weave through the rows of machines. At the moment, I can't see Shilgar, but I know he's close by. My new companion narrows her eyes. "Who the freakin' is this jerk trying to shank you?" I move us behind a slot machine and crouch down to hide. "An intergalactic assassin." She huffs and reaches inside the enormous purse she has hanging off her shoulder, rummaging around for a few seconds before she cries, "Aha!" and pulls out a long object she holds aloft like it's really Excalibur. I can only stare at it in wonder. She hands it to me. "Here, honey, use my lightsaber staff against that jerk." With appropriate reverence, I grab the handle of the device that looks like the actual hilt of a lightsaber, but with a huge pink silicone tip on the end. "Who are you, and where did you get this magnificent device?" I can't contain my awe. She grins around the cigarette still dangling from her rouged lips. "I'm Darla, and I got it on Etsy. Where else?" I can't stop myself from pressing the button on the hilt, which makes the tip light up as it emits the familiar sounds of the iconic Star Wars weapon. It's the most awesome thing I have ever seen in my life. Also, how have I not known a lightsaber staff existed until now? Forget alien devices, this is so much better. Darla takes a drag on her cigarette and adjusts the purse on her shoulder. "I'm a big fan of your work, by the way. I'd give up my lightsaber staff for a real Lord Vardox any day." "Thanks, Darla. But, what exactly should I do with this?" She cackles and points at the device. "This baby is very good protection, very sturdy. Plus, I've found most men get intimidated by the sight of it." She shrugs. "I bring that bad boy with me everywhere. I can beat up any would-be attackers and then keep it handy." I shudder a little and try not to think about where this lightsaber staff has been. Before I have time to formulate a plan, Shilgar materializes in front of us, and I'm too stunned to react. With a feral snarl, he comes at me with a knife in each hand.
Neither of us expects it when Darla yanks her purse off her shoulder and swings it at Shilgar's head, hitting him hard enough to send him reeling, with a lot more force than I would have expected from an older woman, even if she clearly is an alien since she knows about me and the Alliance. Spotting my opportunity while Shilgar is dazed, I give a battle cry and lunge forward with my improvised weapon, stabbing him right in the eye with the end of the pink tip. It's a direct hit. Score 2 for River. That's what I'm talking about, Darla crows from the sidelines. My eye, Shilgar howls, covering his injured orb. I press the button again, just to hear the classic lightsaber noise as I wave the device in front of me like a tough person. That'll teach you, jerk. Don't mess with River Sullivan and the lightsaber staff of doom. One hand still protecting his injured eye, Shilgar uses the other to send one of the knives flying at me. I easily deflect it with my new trusty lightsaber staff, and the blade goes wide, missing me and instead lodging itself in one of the Megabucks machines. Lights start flashing and a siren goes off. Megabucks, mega winner, flashes across the screen. Multiple gray-haired heads start turning in our direction, like elderly children of the corn. That's when I realize there's no one at that machine to claim the reward. It's like throwing chum into shark-infested waters. En masse, a throng of little old ladies come racing toward the machine with avaricious glee. One of them shoves Shilgar out of the way, throwing him off balance just in time for another to whack him over the head again with another oversized purse, sending him crashing to the floor. Out of my way, Sonny! 3 more women trample over him in their haste to get to the winning ticket. Poor Shilgar never stood a chance against the slot machine grandma brigade. I don't actually have any sympathy for him, though, so I whip out my phone and snap photos of Shilgar's crowning humiliation. I grin down at him in his dazed state. I'm posting these on the intergalactic dark web, you jerk. Ha! The look of pure rage he shoots at me from his one good eye makes me shiver. Maybe I've poked this bear a bit too much. I hear a thundering noise and look up to see Zamir charging in our direction, 300 pounds of pure muscle clad in a wonderfully clingy Elvis jumpsuit that highlighted his physique. This is the first thing that actually causes some of the little old ladies to freeze from fighting over the winning slot machine ticket as they gape at him in all his macho glory. Hubba hubba, one of them says. Now that's what I call a man, another announces. You single, honey? Darla asks, patting her hair. Shilgar is apparently wise enough not to tangle with my Vraknu hero, though. He scrambles to his feet, holding his injured eye and head, and fades into the growing crowd with alarming ease.
Smooth, authoritative, and stable. All big, heaving chest and flaring nostrils, Zamir comes to a stop at my side. Are you okay? Yeah. Don't worry about me. Follow him if you can. I need to check on Kai. They tussled and Shilgar knocked him out. He nods and takes off in the direction my would-be assassin vanished. I reluctantly return my improvised weapon back to Darla. Thanks. This came in quite handy. She stubs out her cigarette and grins. My pleasure. You're too cute for me to stand by and let some jerk try to kill you. Besides, I need to know what happens next with Vardox and Starblade. I let out a slightly hysterical laugh, then spy several security guards heading our way. Darla waves me off. Get out of here. I can handle these guys. She winks. I'll email you with a link to the Etsy account I mentioned. I blow her a kiss and hastily make my way back to Kai and shoo away the small crowd that has gathered, telling them he's diabetic and his blood sugar got low. They wander off as I drop to my knees at his side. With trembling fingers, I touch his cheek. Wake up, Kai. His eyelids flutter and he slowly opens his eyes. I pull him into my arms. Thank the galactic gods you're okay. He chuckles weakly.
Shouldn't I be the one saying that about you? How do you feel? That jerk pulled a surprise Chuck Norris move on you with that roundhouse kick. He winces and gingerly touches his abdomen. I think I'm okay, but I'm going to have one hell of a bruise. Are you okay? I ask, glancing meaningfully at his hidden form. Pretty sure. They're quite strong and helped block some of the damage my organs might have taken. I'll make sure you're comfortable later. I run a hand down his back. I want you to know you were amazing when you fought him. Seriously kick ass. I felt a strong attraction just watching you. Thanks for that, but knowing he got the drop on me has left my ego more bruised than my stomach after his attack. I shake my head. Seriously, Kai, this guy is bad news. I'm glad you didn't end up hurt worse. Indeed, he's more dangerous than we realized. I give him a grim nod. Agreed. Kai shakes his head. I was pulling out all the stops, and he managed to evade me more easily than I like. Yeah, I give a nervous laugh. In other words, it seems like I'm only still alive because my wacky genetic superpower is making things cosmically difficult for a man who's highly skilled at what he does, namely, killing people. So it would seem. Kai flashes me a mischievous smile. However, I bet that's really annoying him big time. I can't hold back a smug grin of my own. Oh, I know it is. I just messed with him royally. Kai gapes at me incredulously as I relate my story. When I reach the end, his lips twitch. You jabbed him in the eye with a toy? Basically, don't judge. I was in a tough situation, and I used what I had to work with. Thank goodness for Darla and her ingenuity. Innovating as always, he says admiringly. But of course, darling, it's one of the things I do best. He snorts. After talking, that is. I poke him in the ticklish spot on his side, and he laughs, but then groans, clutching his sore abdomen. Sorry, I murmur as I lean over and kiss him, so freaking glad he's okay after tangling with such a deadly character. Roxy and Luren appear and hurry over to us. You guys okay? Roxy asks, eyeing us both anxiously. We quickly relate what went down, and Roxy looks at both of us with wide-eyed amazement. Luren continues to scan the crowd, their expression troubled. Something is off here. I frown. What do you mean? I'm beginning to suspect that Shilgar has an accomplice. Kai and I look at each other stunned, and then back at Luren. Why do you say that? I ask. When we all split up, I thought I actually found him at one point and was tailing him through the crowd. He spotted me pretty fast and was doing a very good job of giving me the slip. Eventually, I lost him, but ended up all the way down at one of the other casinos 2 blocks away. Roxy gets a contemplative look on her face. It couldn't have been Shilgar then if he was here attacking Kai and River. Luren nods. Exactly. But who might this accomplice be? I ask. I'm not sure, Kai says, his brow furrowed. None of our data indicates an accomplice. All our reports suggest he works alone. They continue hypothesizing, but my attention shifts as I notice a familiar-looking figure in black moving along the edges of the crowd. What the hell? I jump to my feet. It's him, I cry. Before I can think too hard about it, I yell, "Come on, let's get him. He can't fight all of us at once. If we corner him together, we can take him." I bolt away with renewed energy, racing after my quarry. The figure in black is now wearing a face mask. Between that and his dark baseball cap pulled down low, I can't see much of his face now. But he takes off at a run once he spots me hot on his heels. I dodge and weave past people in the crowd as I follow him with dogged determination. Get back here, you jerk! I'm pretty riled up now, and awfully very tired of this assassin trying to mess with me, my life, and the people I care about. No one hurts my boo without feeling the wrath of River Sullivan. Operating on pure adrenaline, I chase him all the way out of the casino and onto the outdoor pool deck with its ginormous pool that wraps around a big part of the Golden Nuggets Hotel.
I pick up speed, and the figure darts a covert glance back at me before yanking a chair away from a patio table and overturning it in my path. Like a really badass, I vault over the chair and keep running. I have never been more nimble or graceful in my life. Somebody should be really recording this. In an instant, I spot my opportunity, and I put on one last gust of speed as I run right at him in the one and only football-style tackle of my life. To my elation, I send him flying over the edge and to the pool. Unfortunately, I can't slow down, and I fall in with him at the same time. Late November isn't the time of year when a lot of people are going to brave an outdoor pool here, even while on vacation. November isn't exactly a cold month here in Vegas, but the evenings can get downright chilly. The instant I hit the water with my quarry, I and my poor, innocent cell phone regret it. Ice-cold water surrounds me and makes every muscle in my body seize. I immediately decide those fools who do polar plunges are really crazy. When I manage to breach the surface of the water and gasp in a huge lungful of air, I can't stop my teeth from chattering. Roxy, Luran, and Kai materialize at the edge of the pool, panting for breath. I wave an arm frantically. I got him! Luran ignores me and starts racing around to the other side of the pool. I turn just in time to see my now very wet quarry pulling himself out of the water on the opposite side. Gosh, I mutter between chattering teeth. Kai helps pull me out of the pool, and I stand beside him, a shivering, dripping wet mess. My boo starts yanking me out of my wet and no doubt ruined Elvis costume, leaving me clad in only my boxers. Even my Elvis wig is a squishy wet clump of faux hair. I knew I should have gotten the security deposits on these costumes, I lament. Kai pulls me into his arms, and I squeak, "You'll get wet." "I don't really care," he declares with so much intensity that I still as he wraps me in his warm embrace. One of the hotel staff makes their way in our direction with some towels and a concerned look on his young face. "Is everything all right here? What happened?" I give him my most winning smile. "That shady guy in the baseball cap stole my wallet. Can you believe it? I was trying to catch him and we fell in the pool together. One of my friends is still chasing him." The attendant gasps, "Oh my goodness, sir. Here, take some towels and dry off. Let me run and get you some hotel attire so we can get you warm and dry." I nod my head gratefully. In 5 minutes, the helpful employee is back with a Golden Nugget t-shirt and some comfy sweatpants. "Should we call the police?" he asks with obvious concern.
Smooth, authoritative, and stable. Kai pulls out his wallet and hands the young man a $100 bill before he uses his mind-whammy voice and says, "You will forget about this incident and not worry about it anymore. Go back to your duties and have a good night." The young man takes the money and pockets it almost robotically before smiling with a vacant gaze and walking back into the hotel. I arch an eyebrow at Kai. Nice job. His phone starts to ring, and he pulls it out. "Zamir, where are you?" "Okay, well, be there soon. Try to corner him and wait for us if you can." "Where's he at?" I whisper. He tells me, and my eyebrows wing up to my hairline. Oh my God, it might be a bit out there, but I have an idea. Kai grins. "Lay it on me." I tell him what to relate to Zamir, and he gives me an incredulous look, but does it. When he hangs up, I say, "Just trust me." How the hell are we going to do this? It's my turn to grin. We're gonna be badass superheroes. From the ANAL archive of Intergalactic Communications Email Communique from Nimrox, Nebula Sender, admins tentaculartalescon.com. Dear Mr. Sullivan, Most esteemed Sir, I am writing on behalf of Tentacular TalesCon, the Galaxis premier convention for fans of the tentacular tales of Captain Starblade. We are entering into our 2nd year as a convention and have learned you recently heard about us.
Now that you are working for the Alliance, it is our most sincere hope that you might be able to attend our convention as the guest of honor. I know we, as the organizers, would be just as enthused as the attendees to have you join us in a celebration of your work. Please let me know what we can do to make that happen. Yours truly, the Tentacular TalesCon Committee. Dear Tentacular TalesCon Committee, when I got your email, I screamed so loud I freaked out a lot of people at work. Ever since I learned about your convention, I have been dying to attend it. Unfortunately, at the moment, I don't have Alliance clearance for space travel. But they have assured me that after a few more years of working for them, it will likely be granted. Believe me when I say, your convention is one of my top destinations. Let's stay in touch, and hopefully we can make this happen over the next couple of years. Your future guest of honor, River Sullivan. River, remind me again why I thought it would be a good idea to go along with one of your harebrained schemes. I grin at Kai as we're both secured into our harnesses while spread eagle on our bellies. Because my ideas are really brilliant, and you know it. He shakes his head. If this works, I owe you a date night of your choice. I wriggle with excitement as my harness straps are tightened. Ooh, including a pajama party involving new onesies? He nods solemnly. Even that. I rub my hands together with glee. I've totally got this in the bag. Quite literally, I chortle. The zipline operator grabs our attention. Are we ready, gentlemen, for the superhero zipline adventure? I give him a jaunty salute and a thumbs up. Absolutely. Fantastic. Enjoy your ride. The mechanized ramp opens up before us, and we are moved into position. I grin over at Kai like a kid on Christmas morning. I've always wanted to do this. He gulps. What the heck have you gotten me into now? Fun and kick-ass revenge? I love you, he says, the sentiment nearly glowing in his mesmerizing purple eyes. I love you too, and I'm so going to show you my affection later. But for now, let's concentrate on completing Project Jerkbag. In an instant, we're off. We go sailing, flying Superman style in our harnesses, over the crowds of people wandering along Fremont Street. The main part of the harness secures around my chest and shoulders, with additional straps around my calves to keep my legs extended in that classic Superman flying pose. I wouldn't call it comfortable, but it is exhilarating. The wind in my hair and the sensation of being aerodynamic is so much more amazing than I imagined. If only my superpowers were ones that would enable me to fly. Next to me, Kai looks a little green. I don't think he's a fan of heights, but he refuses to admit it. Isn't this epic? I cry, my heart beating like mad with the adrenaline coursing through me. The things you do for love, he mutters, and I smile. As we zoom down the zipline, many stories overhead, we start to pass over the pedestrian-only section of Fremont Street. I spy the Golden Nugget Casino ahead, and in moments we've passed it as we continue toward the end point of the zipline. I keep my eyes peeled, scanning the street below for Zamir and our elusive assassin. I'm getting worried we've missed them, but then I see two recognizable figures on the ground. Zamir has done a bang-up job. He's cornered Shilgar, and they're currently in the middle of some intense hand-to-hand combat. But even from way up here, I can tell that, despite his smaller stature, Shilgar is giving Zamir a difficult time. I turn to Kai. Are you ready? He nods. As we get closer, I yell out the words every fan of the ultimate Christmas movie classic has wanted to shout at some point in their life. Yippee-ki-yah, jerk!
The magic words send Zamir reeling back from Shilgar, who looks up in confusion just in time for Kai and me to simultaneously deploy our Alliance-issued snare nets. I'd completely forgotten we had them on us until this brilliant plan came to me like a vision. Of course, I'd had to borrow Roxy's since I'd lost mine between the pool and changing out of my Elvis costume. Hells to the yeah, I scream in victory, as the nets land on Shilgar, instantly trapping him in their web of containment. Kai and I reach the end of the zipline, and the technicians help us out of our harnesses. My fiancé peers back over the edge in complete awe. I can't believe that worked. I puff out my chest. I am one wily-ass jerk. Among other things, he agrees. Once we are safely out of our harnesses, we head down the stairs to street level and assist Zamir with the prisoner. Much to my delight, our whole team appears and slowly closes in on Shilgar, surrounding him. "What's happening?" a clueless human in the crowd asks. Maul starts rounding them up and drawing them away. "We're shooting an indie film here. If you could stay back, that would be great." Lu Ren has their staff out and at the ready as they help Roxy to flank Zamir. Kai and I join them. Shilgar gazes up at me with pure frustrated hate and loathing in his eyes. "That's right, difficult person. You got River Sullivaned." "Go away," he spits at me in that creepy voice of his that reminds me entirely too much of Willem Dafoe as the Green Goblin in Spider-Man. I cross my arms. "Take that, loser. I totally managed to outmaneuver you and capture you to boot. So much for that precious reputation of yours." His one good eye narrows, the other too swollen to see anything. "Never underestimate a true assassin. Believe me when I say it will be my supreme pleasure when I finally end your life. But until then..." To my utter amazement, he reaches into his pocket and pulls out a freaking sonic screwdriver device that looks awfully familiar. "Oh gosh," I manage to say before he presses the button and, poof, is gone in a flash. "Son of a phaser freaking difficult person," Kai curses. Zamir grinds his teeth. He had an illegal teleportation device? Those aren't easy to acquire on the black market. They're usually exclusive to members of the Alliance and a handful of interplanetary top officials. "Gods, really?" Roxy says, clenching her hands into fists. "We really had him." Zamir frowns. "The nets were a good idea. He couldn't get out of them. Even his knives wouldn't work against the Alliance-grade mesh. His only escape option was teleportation." "Well, gosh," I mutter, deflating. "What now?" Zamir and Kai give each other a knowing look. "That teleportation device is unlikely to be something he can use again anytime very soon," Kai says. "How so?" I ask. Lu Ren chimes in. "Most portable teleportation devices like that use an incredible amount of power. Teleportation is a rather involved process."
Smooth, authoritative, and stable. It requires a lot of energy to fuel it. If his device is anything like the ones the Alliance issues out, it will take a good week for it to fully charge and be reusable again. I nod slowly. "So, we have time to try and capture him again when he won't be able to pull a Houdini act on us to escape." Roxy nods. "Exactly." I put my hands on my hips and sigh. I guess this means we go to Plan B on trying to lure out Shilgar yet again. Kai groans. "Is Plan B what I think it is?" Mal returns from doing a quick mind whammy on the crowd and slaps his brother heartily on the back. "Of course it is. It's your bachelor party, bro, on a private boat tour of Lake Mead." I grin. "Absolutely." "Kai, I'm having second thoughts about this." River grins sunnily. "We're going to have so much fun tonight. After all, this is our joint bachelor party. Let's live it up." Once again, we're trying to lure out Shilgar in the hopes of catching him. This time he won't be able to escape with a teleportation device, though.
And the only way off this boat is over the side. It'll be a bonus if we can also wrap up Project Jerkbag at the same time. I groan. I'm starting to think you name these situations just to test me. River blinks at me with fake innocence. I have no idea what you're talking about. Chewie, who's been surveying the crowd, snorts. Yeah, right, kid. You can't lie to save your life. River casts his furry friend and royal bodyguard a concerned look. How you doing, Chewie? I didn't realize you get seasick on boats until it was too late. If I'd known sooner, I would have come up with another plan. Chewie waves a small hand dismissively. It's nothing. Don't worry about me. Focus on keeping yourself alive. Now that I look at Chewie, I realize he does appear rather green around the gills, but it's hard to tell under all that fur. How does our security situation look? I ask. Lu Ren and I've got our eyes on every corner of this ship. More than half the people on board have weapons as well. If Shilgar decides to show his face, he'll have a small army to deal with. I stare through the window out at the horizon. The sun is slowly setting as we cruise around Lake Mead on a private boat we reserved for the occasion. Everyone on board is either part of the Alliance or connected via River. They'd been apprised of the potential threat to River's life and the possibility of danger, but none of them batted an eye at coming aboard and helping us with our ruse. All of them wanted to do whatever they could to help my mate in his hour of need. He was so touched he cried the whole way over here, only managing to wipe away his tears and put on a happy face when we arrived to see a small sea of faces full of love and support for us. We're inside the main cabin on the ship, which has a nice open floor and seating along the walls. Tom Jones and CJ are setting up their musical gear at the far end of the room and getting ready to entertain us for the evening. Much as I would like to relax and enjoy this moment with River, I'm on edge waiting for our nemesis to appear at any moment. I just know he's going to make an attempt on River's life again tonight. I can feel it. My tentacles writhe with worry. Mal wanders over, a can of soda in hand, and wraps an arm around my shoulders. You've got your frowny face on. I scowl. He chuckles and leans in to whisper in my ear. You're going to start freaking River out if you keep that up. How am I supposed to relax at a time like this? His expression turns serious. If Shilgar shows up, we've got him outnumbered. That doesn't comfort me as much as it should. He outmaneuvered us on Fremont Street. It's possible he could do it again. Maybe, but don't forget he still failed when it came to his primary objective. Our mom materializes out of nowhere, entering our hushed conversation while River is still distracted by Chewie. Mom crosses her arms as she surveys the room. If he's already on board, then he's pretty damn good at hiding himself. We've searched it from top to bottom. I have to agree. The ship is not particularly large, and we have thoroughly scoured all the potential places an assassin might be hiding in wait. Mal shrugs. He might not show at all, like Roxy suggested earlier. He's probably wise to our plans now and isn't looking to get caught in yet another trap. Perhaps, I murmur, although I secretly suspect that Shilgar the Deadly's pride has taken a serious blow from his repeated failures to kill River, and no doubt from a humiliating encounter. The temptation to come here tonight when River is so boldly flaunting his willingness to be out in public and celebrating his upcoming nuptials despite the threats to his life will be too hard to resist. I don't think Shilgar will be able to hold back. River ambles over as Chewie vanishes to do yet another round of security sweeps. What are you guys talking about? Just making sure we're ready, Mom offers. I pull River back into my arms, my tentacles wishing they could come out to encircle him as well and protect him from any and all danger. I could bring them out among these people, but I'm still self-conscious about it. Iarans don't flap their tentacles around in public, and I've had a few embarrassing moments with that already. Like we discussed earlier, make sure you stay where one of us can see you at all times, and no going out on the deck alone. River gives me a smart salute. Aye, aye, Captain. I pull him in closer and lean down to kiss the top of his head, briefly inhaling the citrusy scent of his shampoo lingering in his golden curls. Are you sniffing me again? I pull back, clearing my throat awkwardly. No, of course not. He snorts with amusement. It's all good, you know. I find it rather cute. I feel my cheeks warm. He arches an eyebrow at me, and I look away. Okay, maybe I was sniffing you. Just a little. He grins. You can sniff me any time you want, love. The speaker system crackles to life, and CJ takes up his position behind the mic, once again in his full and much-beloved Elvis regalia. As the music begins, he serenades us to a chipmunk-like rendition of Elvis' Love Me Tender. River holds out his hand to me. May I have this dance? I reach out and take it, feeling that familiar electric zing I get every time we touch. We step out onto the impromptu dance floor and begin to sway to the music. How are you feeling, really? I ask. He rests his head on my chest as he melts into my arms, letting me lead in the dance. A little stressed, to be honest, but being in your arms is the one place I truly feel safe, like everything will be all right. My heart's ache at his words. I feel the same way about you, my mate. His face turns incandescent with joy. I'm going to marry you, my sweet, sexy, grump, and extraterrestrial fiancé. The countdown is on. I tilt my head down until our foreheads are touching. And I'm going to marry you, my fast-talking fireball of a mate. He leans up on his tiptoes and kisses me briefly on the lips. Then he narrows his eyes. I notice you still haven't told me a single thing about this mysterious sanctioning ceremony we're going to need to complete after we get married. My step falters, and his eyes narrow. I clear my throat and try not to sweat. Naturally, we'll want to talk about that, but there's still plenty of time. Stall, my brain urges me. Besides, we have a rapidly approaching wedding to plan and an assassin to catch. We've got our hands full. He frowns and then smiles. And classes we need to start offering at the rec center. He pumps a fist in the air. Project Oral for the win. I smile. That too. To my surprise, I watch as other couples begin joining us on the dance floor, lured by CJ crooning Elvis love songs. My parents slowly dance close to us, but my jaw nearly drops to the floor when I see one of our new friends, Osajar, being led out onto the dance floor by none other than Aiden Clark. What the hell is going on there? I murmur to River. He glances over his shoulder and back, giving me a smug smirk.
Smooth, authoritative, and stable. Oh, I totally introduced those two at the rec center the other day. Sweet Osajo wants to help us with the handbook that we're creating, so I've happily given him some responsibilities on the project, and he's going to be working closely with Aiden. I stare at him, flabbergasted. And Aiden let you do that? River throws his head back and laughs. He didn't have much choice, Boo. Besides, I could tell from the get-go that he was quite smitten with our big pink friend, and vice versa. The feeling was totally mutual. Aiden's not a short man, but Osajar towers almost half a foot over him. I shake my head in amazement. I never thought I'd see the day that anyone, would want to go for Aiden. River shrugs. Aiden can be a bit of a jerk sometimes, but I'm starting to realize there's a good guy under all that bravado. He grins. I told him we're going to be good friends. Now it's my turn to throw my head back and howl with laughter. Galactic gods! How did he take that? River's expression turns sly. Not well. Then again, I was chasing him around a conference table while riding a wheelie chair. He shrugs. It's only a matter of time before he succumbs, though. His voice shifts into a Yoda impersonation. Strong with me the Force is. I snort. That's one way to put it. River turns coy as he gazes into my eyes with a look I've come to know spells trouble. So, I was looking through some of my fan letters today. Son of a phaser. Really difficult person. My face must give me away, because he grins and pats my arm.
Don't worry, I only read the ones that you've screened and approved so far. Thank the galactic gods for that. He reaches up and traces his index finger over my chest in a highly distracting fashion. I saw that we have an open invitation to a special club on another planet. I groan. Don't even say it. But I think it's the perfect opportunity for me to have a little adventure off-planet, he whines. After all, we clearly must have the alien technology to make this possible. I gaze into those eager green eyes that I've come to love so much. I want to give him the world, even the universe, should he so desire it. But River's not ready for space travel yet. Hell, even I've only been off-planet a few times in the last 30 years, and that's mostly been to travel back to my homeworld to visit our relatives. I promise you that one day I will take you on a grand adventure to the far reaches of the universe, but we have much work we need to do here first. River pouts. I suppose you're right. He brightens again. But what about that cute couple that wants me to officiate their wedding? I blink in confusion, and he reminds me of the details. Ah, yes. I tilt my head at him. Is that something you'd like to do? River considers for a moment. If I could get some kind of non-denominational ordination to marry them, then I might. I'm hella flattered they even asked. It's kind of amazing to know that people like my story so much they want me to officiate their wedding. He nods to himself as if reaching an answer. If it would make them happy, I'd be more than willing to help them make their dream come true. There's something so earnest and guileless about River's sincerity and enthusiasm. He truly does love to help people who care about him and his work. At every turn, he surprises me with his intelligence and his capacity for kindness. He makes me strive to be a better person always. As we continue to sway to the music, River's smaller form warm and familiar in my arms, I marvel yet again at the strange series of events that brought us together. I may never fully understand how it all happened, but I will forever be grateful. Roxy and Lu-Ren waltz our way, arms entwined around one another in the dance. Lu-Ren is wearing a dapper suit in navy blue, and Roxy's managed to pour herself into a form-fitting little black cocktail dress that leaves her long, bare legs on stunning display. From the smile on Roxy's face, I can tell she's beyond happy at this moment. River squeaks with excitement. OMG, you two are totally together now, aren't you? I was right. Roxy gives him a smug smirk. Let's just say we are eminently compatible, as we've both discovered. River squeals with enthusiasm. Nice job. You work fast, girl. I salute you. They reach out and high-five one another, and Lu-Ren rolls their eyes in my direction. I give a faint shrug. After all, what are you going to do with these two? There are many reasons that Roxy's become such fast friends with River and vice versa. They're like two peas in a pod some days. It's a good thing Evan seems to feel secure enough in his BFF status that he isn't threatened by Roxy. Tonight, he's following Zion around, as River put it, like he's a human LoJack, whatever that means. River beams. I'm so thrilled for you both. I just wish this wasn't all happening while we're dealing with a stupid assassination plot. Roxy leans into Lu-Ren's side. Hey, if this wasn't happening, Lu-Ren might never have come here in the first place. She looks up into Lu-Ren's eyes. But now we're seriously planning to give this a go. Lu-Ren's already put in a request so they can be reassigned here to Earth on a more permanent basis. River gasps. Holy freaking gosh, that's amazing. He immediately lets go of me and embraces both of them in fast, fierce hugs. Congratulations! We should totally celebrate. Roxy demurs. Another time for sure. This evening is all about you and Kai. River's shoulders slump. I suppose you're right. Hey, I protest. What am I over here? Chopped liver?
River brightens and skips back over to me. "You're my super sexy fiancé," he says happily. "You better," I grumble. He giggles. Benji materializes out of the crowd as CJ's number ends, and he switches out with Tom Jones, who begins setting up for his own routine. River's uncle is carrying a foil-covered tray of something that smells unbelievably delicious and disturbingly familiar. "Hey, Tigger, I made brownies to share with everyone." I immediately feel my mouth pool with salivation. I swallow. "Brownies?" Benji grins, flashing that slightly crooked front tooth. "Yeah, dude, they're the magical variety, though, for anyone who wants to enhance their gender-inclusive bachelor party experience." River shakes his head fondly. "Of course you made magic brownies for this shindig." Benji smiles. "I didn't want to show up empty-handed." He pulls back the foil, and the heavenly smell overtakes me. "Anyone want one?" "I think we all need to keep our wits about us this evening, but we certainly appreciate the gesture, Benji," I say, fighting against the temptation of glorious, delectable brownies. As usual, River's uncle remains unfazed. He shrugs. "No problem, my man." He gives me a wink. "I'll save you a few to take home and enjoy later." He ambles off, and I watch as my brother's gaze follows him across the room, his expression hungry for a whole very lot more than brownies. I link arms with River and wander over to Mal. "Hey, bro, how's the new roommate situation going?" Mal startles, flinching as if he didn't notice us joining him. He gives me a sheepish look. "Sorry, my mind's elsewhere." I arch an eyebrow and direct a pointed glance at Benji before focusing on him again. River leans in eagerly. "I totally want to hear all about how things are going with Benji." Mal flushes and looks uncharacteristically uneasy. "It's been an adjustment, but interesting." River tilts his head. "How so?" "Well, I knew your uncle was an artist, but I have to admit I've never actually lived with an artist before and had no idea what to expect." River chuckles. "Yeah, it can be a bit of a trip. Benji gets these crazy bursts of inspiration, and then you won't see him for days on end because he'll be in his studio painting or at the pottery wheel working like a fiend." Mal nods his head vigorously. "Exactly! And when he does, he doesn't take care of himself, and I'm left worrying about him all the very time." River jumps forward and clasps both of Mal's hands in his own.
Smooth, authoritative, and stable. Finally, someone who understands the pain and torment that I've endured over the years. Mal grips his hands back tightly. "I had no idea how much you had suffered." River wipes away a mock tear. "Thank you for taking up the baton. We're now brothers in arms as well as brothers-in-law." They fist bump with equally serious expressions. I facepalm. Galactic gods, what is happening right now? Benji ambles back over, munching on one of his own edibles. "What are you guys talking about?" Mal and River break apart guiltily. "Nothing!" they cry out in unison. Benji blinks as he looks between them, and then gives us all a dopey smile. "Okay, man, that's cool." He sniffs the air for a moment and frowns. "Is it just me, or does it smell smoky all of a sudden?" That's when a shrill fire alarm starts to blare throughout the ship. Fun fact, Ayarans have large appetites and require more food than some species. However, it is less well known that most Ayarans have a certain food they cannot resist. Some carefully guard their specific preferences, even from friends and family, as it can be used against them. No one wants a family member or coworker trying to get you to do their bidding while manipulating you with all too tempting morsels of your favorite delicacy. However, as an Ayaran's mate, it would be in your best interest to know your mate's greatest edible temptation. Just be sure to keep that information to yourself. A Guide to Your Ayaran Mate, From Courtship to Tentacles. So, you're looking for work on Earth in the great mecca of Las Vegas, aka Sin City? Good for you. For those folks who can easily pass as human, the sky's the limit, just so long as the job doesn't require submitting a DNA sample. You may want to steer clear of law enforcement, for instance. Since Las Vegas is a tourist destination, there are always plenty of jobs in the casinos. Heck, even entertainment could be an option, and not one exclusive to human-appearing folks. We've helped several unique immigrants find profitable careers that allow them to hide right in the open. For your reference, do a Google search for Alien Elvis, Children's Entertainer Extraordinaire, or the Alien Barbarian All-Male Review. The Handbook for the Recently Earth Relocated. River. Everyone instantly goes on high alert. Evan and Zion race over to my side. "¿Qué pasa?" Evan demands, his face pinched tight with worry. I shake my head. No idea. Maybe someone was using the ship's kitchen and burned something? I swallow hard. Or it could be Shilgar making his move. Kai crushes me to him so hard, I hear both of his hearts thumping loudly in his chest. With one free hand, he pulls out his phaser. Evan gasps, and I watch in amusement as Zion yanks him close in a protective gesture, his big, muscular blue arms engulfing my much smaller BFF. Evan looks happier than a pig in a mess. He's totally milking this for all it's worth. Believe me, my BFF is far from a shrinking violet, and the man knows how to fight dirty. In some respects, I'd trust him to stay safe from an assassin more than sweet Zion, who may have been trained as a warrior but wants to live a peaceful life. For now, though, Evan's lapping up the attention, and I'm not going to spoil it for him. "Fall in," Ellie says. Lu Ren and Chewie quickly flank me. "Everyone, move outside. We need to head to the lifeboats to be safe," Maddox says, ushering our guests toward the doors that lead to the deck. There's some grumbling, but my friends and family comply. The smell of smoke intensifies, and Ellie frowns at her husband before turning back to us. Maddox and I are going to go investigate, stay together, and keep a close watch on River out on the deck. Lu Ren and Chewie nod, their expressions deadly. "Where in gosh could he be hiding?" I whisper to Kai. He shakes his head. "I don't know. That's what worries me." The fire alarm continues to blare as we make our way toward the exit doors. In the blink of an eye, the lights go out. Gosh, I inhale sharply. This is just like the first attack at the bar. Before we can do anything, a projectile crashes through the window, and there's a flashbang. In seconds, the room starts to fill with even more acrid smoke. We all cough and struggle to see more than a few inches ahead of us. "Hurry, we have to get to the deck," Chewie says as he hacks from a mouthful of smoke. "Stay close and follow me," Lu Ren says, taking Chewie's lead. With cautious movements, they direct us through the thick haze the last few yards to the door leading outside. Kai has a tight hold on my hand as we file out in a single line. Once we're topside, my vision clears in the moonlight, and I breathe in deep lungfuls of sweet, clean air, letting out some residual coughs from all the smoke. "What in gosh happened?" I croak at last. Lu Ren is scanning the deck, where several of our security team are rounding up guests, while others patrol the length of the ship. "You guys stay here. Let me go and check the perimeter to make sure it's clear." Chewie nods his furry head. "Be careful." In an instant, Lu Ren melts into the darkness, leaving our side more quietly than a ghost. I don't know if it's the smoke or a combination of that and the start of a mini panic attack, but I suddenly can't breathe well. "I need air," I gasp, and take several steps forward to lean against the railing. Kai and Chewie flank me on either side, eyes constantly scanning the ship. Trying to calm my racing heart, I focus on slowing my breathing and taking in deep, cleansing inhalations and letting them out slowly. After several minutes, I feel myself calming, and bone-deep weariness overcomes my fear and adrenaline. Being on constant edge, waiting for this assassin to strike, is taking a toll on even my usually boundless energy and positivity. I can only pray to the Time Lords of the universe, because I totally know they're out there, that we catch Shilgar tonight. I stare down into the water, the dark depths of Lake Mead gently lapping against the hull of our boat. The waters are calm this evening, but whatever's happening aboard the ship is not good. It's taking them too long to find the source of the commotion. Where in gosh could he be? I wonder aloud. Chewie and Kai stand at attention on either side of me, eyes roving over the deck. I sigh and regard the water again. In retrospect, we should have learned from Jaws where the true danger could be lurking. In that instant, when my guard is down, a projectile comes shooting out of the water right toward me and Kai. I don't think. I push Kai out of the way and cry out as a device of some kind clamps onto my shoulder before yanking me over the side and into the inky black realm below. The last thing I hear is Kai's frantic scream as he calls out my name before I make impact with the dark, cold water. The shock of the freezing lake causes me to exhale what oxygen I had in my lungs before they close shut. This is even worse than falling in that pool with Shilgar last time, and a whole very lot scarier. Is he doing this to get back at me? In the impenetrable depths of the water, I can't see anything, and it makes me panic. My shoulder also feels like it's been wrenched out of my socket. The device is still locked onto me and dragging me down even further. I struggle to pull my jacket off and manage to get enough leverage to make the device release me and take my jacket instead. I'm left flailing about with one good arm. I can't see anything in front of me, especially at this time of night. But my spidey senses alert me to a shift in the water as something moves toward me. I kick out and away from it. My foot makes contact with what I think is someone's head, and I thank my lucky stars I've gained a temporary reprieve from my assailant. I know I've probably only been submerged for less than a minute, but already my lungs are starting to burn from the lack of oxygen, so I kick frantically toward the faint moonlight on the lake's surface, praying I'm going in the right direction.
Smooth, authoritative, and stable. Like Indiana Jones, I know I chose wisely when the light gets brighter ahead of me and someone or something splashes into the water. Coming after me, I break the surface of the lake with an almighty gasp as I suck in lungfuls of sweet, precious air. As my spotty vision clears now that my brain is getting oxygen once again, I hear Kai's frantic calls a short distance away, and I wave an arm. "I'm here! Help!" Someone on deck points a floodlight in my direction, illuminating my position, and very near blinding me in the process. I blink several times to clear my gaze and watch in complete amazement as Kai swims toward me like his Wesley in The Princess Bride, coming to my rescue in eel-infested, or rather, assassin-infested waters instead of quicksand. Swoon! When he's only a few feet away, I feel my attacker grab my ankle and try to pull me under again. Oh gosh, no! With all my might, I kick my leg high like I'm auditioning to be a Vegas showgirl and land a solid blow on what I think is his chest, and the grip on my ankle lets go. I frantically swim toward where Kai is. "He's down there," I say, pointing below us. "He must be wearing some kind of scuba gear." Kai's eyes narrow in a way that makes me shiver from more than just the cold. Then he just made a fatal mistake. I stare in amazement as 4 of Kai's tentacles burst to the surface. "Stay here," he tells me, his voice sexier than ever, before he and his tentacles dive into the shadowy lake below. Holy frickin' hotness, Batman! My fiancé is serious tentacle hero material. Chewie tosses over a life buoy. "Grab onto this, River." I do a quick breaststroke over to it and cling to the side before turning my worried gaze back to where Kai disappeared. I feel movement below me as the water starts to churn rapidly, like a mini whirlpool is forming. My heart pounds in my chest, and my ears ring as I wait what feels like an endless age for Kai to reappear. I don't know how much time passes before the churning water stills. "Kai!" I scream, panic starting to rise inside my throat. An instant later, I let out a sob of relief when his dark head breaks the surface. His tentacles hold aloft a thrashing Shilgar in a full-on wetsuit complete with oxygen tank. But no matter how he struggles, he's unable to escape the grip of Kai's super-manly tentacles. One is wrapped around his throat, and it squeezes tighter until he stops struggling. Another dashing tentacle has Shilgar's arms trapped awkwardly behind his back. Tentacles for the win! Kai gives me a cunning, smug smile. "I've successfully completed Project Nuisance for you, darling." I clap my hands to my heart and laugh with blinding relief and joy. "Why, thank you, my good sir. You're my most valiant hero." "Hang tight," I hear Maddox shout over the side. "We're going to send down the ladder." After what feels like several hours, during which I start to understand what it must have been like for poor Jack in Titanic to freeze to death when Rose wouldn't share that very door with him, our Alliance colleagues toss down some rope to secure Shilgar. Once Kai has him bound, Maddox lets down a rope ladder for us. It's an arduous climb back up, but I'm grateful Kai's tentacles can carry Shilgar without my help. My own fingers are numb as I struggle to ascend the ladder. By the time I heave my sodden self over the side, I flop onto the deck like a limp fish, what little strength I had left leaving me in one sudden rush. Ellie and Lu Ren converge on Shilgar and ensure his hands and feet bound in Alliance-issued handcuffs in no time flat. Chewie searches him thoroughly and removes all 15 of the daggers he has strapped in his dive belt. The man is wearing a frickin' wetsuit. I have no idea how he managed that. At long last, we pull off his mask and the hood of his wetsuit. A familiar and defiant face glares up at us. Kai crosses his arms in satisfaction. "Shilgar the Deadly, you're under arrest for the attempted assassination of Alliance agent and my mate, River Sullivan." Chewie growls, cracking his furry knuckles. "You're lucky I didn't find you myself, or you wouldn't be breathing, punk." Shilgar remains strangely silent. Then I get a closer look at his face, and I blink. Guys? Look at his eye." They all stare at him. "What about it?" Ellie asks. "I injured it the other day, but it looks perfectly fine now. Are we sure this is our guy?" Kai frowns. "He just tried to kill you, and me for that matter. Of course he's the assassin." I tilt my head. Could his eye have healed that fast? I thought I got him pretty good. When he got away last time, it was swollen shut. Shouldn't there be, at least a bruise or something? Maddox says. "Not many species could heal damage like that so fast." I frown. I mean, he looks like the guy from last time, but something's off. Then I remember the mysterious helper Shilgar was working with when we tangled with him in the casino. Could this be his accomplice from last time? Kai crosses his arms and narrows his eyes at our captive. "Good question. It appears we're going to have to get some answers from this would-be assassin." From the Advanced Network Archive of Intergalactic Communications. River, I'm shivering uncontrollably by the time we drag Shilgar, or his weird doppelganger imposter, into the main cabin of the boat. Kai looks like a dashing hero as he brushes back his dark wet hair and watches me with concern. "Are you okay?" I probably look like a drowned poodle in contrast. My hair is undoubtedly beginning to dry in a frizzy halo around my head. Kai's big, warm hands carefully search me all over. "He didn't hurt you, did he?" I wince when he gets to my shoulder.
With a growl, he rips open my shirt and examines the injury. He frowns. There's some bad bruising and swelling here, but it didn't break the skin. He rotates the arm, and I inhale sharply. It was wrenched pretty hard, but it doesn't appear dislocated. Well, check you out at headquarters when we get back to make sure. Okay, I stutter between chattering teeth. But I'm really freezing. Our other guests start to rejoin us now that the threat is contained and gape at me and Kai in our current condition. I don't recommend overboard adventures, I tell them. Evan rushes to my side, Zion trailing after him, a worried frown on his handsome blue face. Dios mío, are you okay, hermano? I nod. I'm alive, after all, and that's what counts. Evan looks at Shilgar 2.0 and narrows his eyes. Did you defeat this pendejo? I grin even as I continue to shiver uncontrollably. I got a couple of good kicks in, but Kai's the one who brought him down. I beam up at my fiancé, and he was really sexy when he did it. Kai looks ridiculously pleased with himself, and super sexy. After all, what's left of his shirt isn't much to speak about, and all that glistening chest is hard to ignore. Ellie disappears and quickly reappears with a couple of thermal rescue blankets. Kai and I use a nearby bathroom to shuck our wet clothes and hang them up to dry while we wrap ourselves in the blankets. I'm downright exhausted when we return to the main cabin, and Kai takes me into his arms. He finds a spot on one of the benches and pulls me into his lap, cuddling me so that the heat from his body gradually starts to warm my ice-cold skin. How he managed to remain so toasty despite also taking a dip in Lake Mead's frigid waters, I have no idea. For once, not caring what anyone else thinks, Kai lets two of his tentacles come out and wrap around me as well. One pets my face softly, in gentle, reassuring motions. The other starts massaging my neck and shoulders, loosening up my stiff muscles. I slump into Kai's arms as I let go of the tension I didn't realize I was holding on to. I'm sorry our bachelor party torpedoed into this mess. I don't care. I'm just relieved you're alive, he murmurs, holding me tight, heat practically radiating off him. It feels glorious. I need to ask, how come you're not freezing from the water? Maddox steps over to us.
Smooth, authoritative, and stable. Our species was originally part aquatic on our home planet. We spent a lot of time in the water and can still regulate our body temperatures even in very frigid conditions. Kai's body knows you're cold and it's trying to warm you. My eyes widen in recognition. I think I remember reading something about that in A Guide to Your Ayeran Mate. Maddox nods. We have a few interesting tricks up our sleeves when it comes to protecting our mates. I grin. Your son was a total impressive. I had no idea how strong and fast he is in water. The pride on Maddox's face as he regards Kai warms me to my very depths. Good work, son, he says in a gruff voice loaded with emotion. Kai swallows thickly. Thank you. I snuggle into my sexy alien man furnace and sigh with contentment. You're going to be rewarded later. Silence descends as Luren and Chewie tag-team it, hauling over our bound captive and setting him on his knees on the floor. He remains silent and brooding as we regard him. Are you Shilgar the Deadly? Ellie demands, her arms crossed and her expression steely. Our captive scowls at us but says nothing. Chewie cracks a couple of furry knuckles. Let me have a few minutes with him in private. I'm sure I can get him to talk. Maddox sighs. I think we'll hold off on torture for now. Ah, nuts, Chewie grumbles. Maddox turns his attention back to my attacker. You do realize the predicament you're in, don't you? You've been captured by the Alliance and are wanted in several galaxies. Once we're done with you, you'll be sent to intergalactic headquarters for further processing. Things don't look good for you. I suggest you cooperate. Wannabe Shilgar doesn't even flinch. That's when my uncle, clueless as ever, comes strolling into the room. His hair is down and flowing around his shoulders. Even in a paint-stained t-shirt and jeans, he looks like he could be a very sexy romance novel cover model rocking a half-silver fox vibe. Well, except for the tray of brownies he's carrying once again, although I suppose that might totally be some reader's preference. He blinks in my direction. "You okay, Tigger?" I nod and give him a shaky thumbs up. "Phew, I'm glad. That whole situation with the fire and smoke bombs was pretty gnarly, wasn't it?" He shakes his head. "Anyway, now that everything's calmed down, I'm sure we can all stand to relax a little bit. Anyone want a magic brownie? I know they help me chill out when I'm stressed." For the first time, my would-be assassin has a very noticeable reaction. His dark eyes widen, and his mouth opens as he gapes, starry-eyed, at Benji. "Oh, gorgeous specimen of manhood, who are you?" Benji tilts his head at him in confusion. "Who?" Clone Shilgar nods as if entranced. Benji shrugs. "I'm River's uncle, Benji." He frowns. "Are you the one that was trying to hurt my nephew?" To my amazement, Pseudo-Shilgar flushes. "I'm afraid so. My deepest apologies, fairest Benji. Had I but known of your existence, I never would have attempted to harm a hair on that one's head," he says, giving a dismissive head tilt in my direction. Mal strides over and yanks Benji away from Not Quite Shilgar while emitting a guttural growl. "Whoa, dude," Benji says as he stumbles, a little off-kilter from Mal's sudden eagerness. Sort of Shilgar's eyes narrow. "Sweet Benji, are you betrothed to that Ayeran?" "Who, Mal?" Benji chuckles. "I'm way too old for a young guy like Mal." A pained look flashes across Mal's face that my uncle misses, and I wince. Faux Shilgar perks up. "So you are unattached." "Yeah, man. I'm single right now. I don't date a lot anymore." Simulation Shilgar's countenance smooths. "Excellent. I would like to formally state my intention to court you. You are the most bewitching man I have ever seen. In all my travels, I have never met one so fair as you. I now know what love at first sight is." I give him the middle finger. "No way, bro. There's no way you're going to date my uncle when you tried to kill me." Imitation Shilgar has the good grace to look moderately ashamed. "How was I to know that you were related to the man of my dreams, the object of my romantic destiny?" From the thunderous expression on his face, it looks like Mal's all ready to blow steam out of his ears, or kill Pseudo-Shilgar. It's a toss-up. "Stay away from Benji or you'll have me to answer to," he roars at last. Benji gives a startled jolt before turning to Mal and giving him a soothing smile. "Don't worry, dude. I can totally take care of myself." Semi-Shilgar narrows his eyes at Mal and scoffs. "I hardly think that's a terribly worrisome threat. And I bet I could slap you into a brick wall with one of my tentacles." "Repeatedly," Mal replies, a Machiavellian gleam in his eyes. Benji looks between the two men, deepening confusion written all over his face. "I don't fully know what's going on here, but I think we all need to chill out and relax." He steps forward with a bright smile. "Why don't you try one of my magic brownies? I think it'll help you mellow your vibe, my dude." Mock Shilgar has veritable cartoon hearts in his eyes as he gazes up at Benji in adoration. "Already you offer me food. What a great honor. This night I have truly learned to believe in destiny." He sketches an awkward kneeling bow while tied up. "I am honored and will eat every bite." Benji cuts him a square and holds it out. This is awkward. I just realized your hands are—" Before anyone can react, knockoff Shilgar dives forward mouth first and gobbles the brownie right out of Benji's hand. My uncle gapes at the man chewing on a mouthful of his edibles. "Wow, that was hella weird, but okay, man."
He steps back and smiles at everyone. Anyone else want a brownie? Entirely unwilling to be outdone by his new nemesis, Mal steps forward, determination written all over his face. I would be honored to eat one of your brownies. Kai groans and shakes his head. Bro, don't go down that path. I'm a cautionary tale, remember? Mal shoots him an icy glare that says, don't interfere. Fine, but I warned you, Kai grumbles before subsiding into sulky silence. I pat his leg, then his tentacle for good measure. Mal has to make his own mistakes in life. Too bad my phone is dead after being in the water, or I would have started recording this, Kai says. Mal and fake Shilgar glare at one another as they angrily chew on the brownie they've each shoved in their mouths. These are excellent, Mal says with conviction. He doesn't even have a sweet tooth, Kai mutters, and I elbow him. Sort of Shilgar straightens from his awkward kneeling position. Indeed, your culinary talents know no bounds, Benji. I would expect nothing less from my future husband. Mal snarls at him. Benji blinks as he nibbles on the corner of a piece of brownie. Husband? Dude, I barely know you. Also, no offense, but I don't think I could really date someone who tried to kill my nephew. I love him a lot, and that's just not cool, bro. Substitute Shilgar's expression becomes contrite. I apologize, oh sweet Benji. Please forgive me. It was only a job, and we have failed. I sit up straight. Now we're getting to the root of this mystery. What do you mean, we? Who are you working with? All eyes dart to stunt double Shilgar, and we watch in amazement as his pupils dilate. Whoa, Benji whispers. Chewie frowns. The brownie shouldn't be affecting him already. Maddox strokes his chin. He must be from a species that metabolizes narcotics faster than others. My mouth drops open. That can happen? Ellie nods. Human narcotics have unusual effects on different species with biology that is not entirely similar to yours. For instance, Kai was able to suffer no ill effects from eating nearly an entire tray of Benji's magic brownies last time because his metabolism can process it faster and more safely out of his system than a typical human. I watch in amazement as imitation Shilgar starts to sway in his kneeling position on the floor and lets out a giggle. Did Benji get a deadly assassin high? Kai asks in disbelief. I feel fluttery, Sham Shilgar announces in a sing-song tone.
Smooth, authoritative, and stable. Maddox turns to us and lowers his voice. This could be the perfect opportunity to get some answers from him. Holy gosh, he's right. I grin from ear to ear as I send Benji a double finger gun salute. Good work, oh Benji-wan Kenobi. Benji gives me a slow, devastating grin. Anything for you, Tigger. We turn our attention back to bogus Shilgar's listing form as he blinks confused eyes around him. Ellie steps forward again and takes over the interrogation like the badass security captain she is. Tell us who you are. He snorts and giggles again. I'm Shilgar the Deadly. Chewie scoffs. More like Shilgar the not-so-deadly jerk. I have to agree with Chewie on this one. Phony Shilgar scowls at him. You're the one who posted vile lies about us on the intergalactic dark web, didn't you? Chewie buffs his claws on his furry chest. The one and only. Counterfeit Shilgar growls. I will destroy you one day. Chewie rolls his eyes, clearly not impressed. Ellie tries to rein things in. What do you mean, us? Who are you, and who's your accomplice? He sighs. I already told you, I'm Shilgar the Deadly. I pipe up. Then why do you speak of yourself in plural terms? He makes a humming noise, as if considering. Then he says matter-of-factly, because there are two of us. Estás bromeando? Evan cries. What do you mean there are two of you? I thought you were just a henchman.
Shilgar the Deadly is an assassin duo? I never imagined this. Maddox starts to pace, his brow furrowed in thought. This is unbelievable. We have no data anywhere suggesting this. I pale. Holy really balls. This means the other one's out there and still after me. Kai tightens his grip on me. Son of a phaser, really difficult person, he curses with feeling. I share the sentiment. Shilgar 2.0 shrugs. We've been very careful to keep our true identity a secret. Until now, it hasn't been a problem. We radically underestimated this job and River Sullivan. I take deep breaths, trying to calm myself before I ask. So, was it you or the other you that I beat up in the casino? Then I inhale sharply. Oh, mother freaking gosh balls! Are you two identical freaking twins? Evan and I gasp in unison as the puzzle pieces fit into place. Dios mío, Evan cries. It's just like in Las Lágrimas del Viento when we found out that Carmen had an evil twin sister she never knew about. OMG, Consuelo. She looked just like Carmen but was rotten to the core. She tried to kill her so she could take her place and steal her man. Thank heavens Pablo realized the truth before it was too late. I nod enthusiastically and turn back to Shilgar 2.0. So, which of you is the evil twin? His shoulders slump and he gets strangely teary-eyed. My brother is the true mastermind. I am but his humble servant on these missions. I glare. You guys are really assassins. Shilgar 2.0 sniffles. It's my brother who does the killing. I find such things to be rather gruesome. He shudders. I would much rather be writing poetry. He looks up at Benji, pupils wide. Poetry about fair Benji. He begins to compose on the spot. There once was a man so fair, no one else could compare. His lustrous locks would shimmer in the light, and even the strongest of hearts would thump at this sight. What the hell is happening right now? I whisper. Ellie interrupts Shilgar's poetic embellishments, which Benji observes with a bemused smile, all while Mal glowers. Are you telling us your brother is the assassin and you're his assistant? He shrugs. Basically. My name isn't even Shilgar. That's my brother. Then who the hell are you? Ellie demands. I'm Philgar. I wince. Clearly their parents weren't super inventive on the naming front. Ellie narrows her eyes. Okay, Philgar, if you're not the main assassin, why did you show up this evening and attempt to kill River? Good really question. I nod approvingly at Ellie, and she winks at me. I love her so hard. Philgar slumps. I'm starting to feel strangely low all of a sudden. Benji rushes forward. Dude, that just means you need another brownie. He offers him another morsel, which Philgar readily accepts, munching away happily. Within moments, he's giggling again. What did you call this most amazing delicacy? A brownie? Benji nods. Yeah, dude, magic brownies. Philgar gapes at him in amazement. Not only are you divinely beautiful, but you also possess magic? Benji says, scratching his beard as if unsure how to respond. Philgar continues, I wish that I could kiss your fair hand, my dearest love. Benji steps back. Nah, man, I'm good. Ellie tries to regain Philgar's attention by snapping her fingers in front of his face. Answer my question. Why did you attempt to kill River tonight? He lets out a very loud put-upon sigh. My brother has become quite irritated by River Sullivan. His many attempts to kill him so far have gone disastrously awry, and last time River injured his eye. He could not bear the idea of going out in public looking like he was beaten up by the very man he was supposed to kill. I snort. Score one for me. So he sent you instead? Ellie asks.
Shilgar shrugs. He wanted me to have a go at it, to prove myself, so to speak. He hangs his head in defeat. But I have failed, and now he will want to kill me as well. I gasp. Your brother, twin brother I might add, would kill you? Shilgar sniffles. If I am no longer useful to him, there is no point in keeping me around. He's told me so. Against my better judgment, I feel tears pricking at my eyes. That's horrible. I'm so sorry. Shilgar's eyes glisten with tears. I thought I could make him proud, and then he would finally love me. But I realize that dream was nothing more than a foolish fantasy. Your brother sounds like a really jerk and a sociopath, I say. Shilgar sighs. He is not a man prone to emotion or empathy. He directs his gaze at me. Although you have made him angrier than I have ever seen him before in my life, he shivers. It's been quite terrifying, if I'm honest. Great, and this jerk is still out there. Really my life. You really haven't killed anyone? Kai asks, his tone highly suspicious. Shilgar shakes his head. That's more my brother's area of expertise. He uses me to scout out locations, keep tabs on where our marks are, etc. But he's the one who creates the plan of attack and executes it. He rather relishes being the one to do the deed. It's why he likes to get up close and personal, so he can use his signature weapon. With his bloody name etched on the hilt, Kai mutters. Shilgar nods. Exactly. He may be a killer, but he takes pride in his work. Yuck, I say, and grimace. Ellie crosses her arms again. You seem awfully willing to rat out your brother. Shilgar considers this. Since the probability he intends to kill me now is high, yes. Also, tonight I have found my one true love. I will do what I must to ensure a chance at freedom, so I may one day be with him. He bows awkwardly at Benji. Like hell you will, Mal snarls. Benji stares at him in shock, and Mal flushes under his scrutiny. Ellie returns to her interrogation. Was it you or your brother who set the fire on the ship and used the smoke bomb to disperse and distract us? Shilgar shakes his head. It was all my work. Where is your brother now? Shilgar hesitates and then admits, at a secure location waiting for me to return and confirm I have completed our mission. Maddox looks at Ellie. Perhaps we can send in an extraction team and nab him. Shilgar shakes his head. You can try, but my brother is good. He'll know something's amiss now that I've missed my deadline to return. In all likelihood, he's abandoned that location by now. Very and blast, Maddox mutters. I sigh. Looks like Project Jerkbag isn't quite complete yet. What in the hyperdrive hell is that? Starblade asked, staring at the dish Vardox had placed in front of him. Vardox's chest puffed out in pride. A rare delicacy from my home world. We call it Gluck-Nuck. Starblade prodded the food with his fork and paled.
Smooth, authoritative, and stable. Why is it still moving? Gluck-Nuck is always best when served fresh. Vardox picked up his squirming entree and popped it in his mouth, biting down on the exoskeleton with a satisfying crunch. Starblade gagged. I think I'll pass. Vardox swallowed the last of his salty morsel and frowned. But I cooked for you. Isn't that something humans do on a date? You didn't cook anything. That thing is still alive. He glanced down at his plate with a shudder. Vardox sighed. This human dating business was more complicated than he expected. I will make a note to ensure all future food I make for you is dead and cooked according to Earth custom. I'd really rather you steered clear of making any food for me whatsoever. Besides, it isn't a date when you have your partner handcuffed to a chair. Starblade tugged at his restraints with irritation. Vardox leered. Among my people, it is. Kai. We all stagger into Alliance HQ the next morning, bleary-eyed and exhausted. Most of us are operating on only a couple of hours of sleep after our wild night capturing Shilgar and trying to track down his more dangerous twin brother. Once we got back to land, we spent several hours searching locations around Vegas that Shilgar thought his brother might have retreated to. Unfortunately, they all proved to be dead ends. By the time we decided to call in quits, it was about 4 a.m. My team and my parents make our way to the conference room and have just gotten situated when there's a knock on the door. One of our administrative assistants peeks her head into the room. "River, you have a delivery." He jumps up from his seat, suddenly bright-eyed and full of enthusiasm. "Thank you, Shara." He scurries over and helps her carry in several trays loaded with large iced and hot coffees, as well as 2 huge boxes full of donuts. They lay them out on the table, and River waves a hand over them like a magician. Coffee and donuts for one and all. I don't exaggerate when I say we descended on them like a ravenous horde, momentarily recharged by the promise of an influx of sugar and caffeine in our systems. "Nice work, River," Mal offers around a mouthful of jelly donut. He grins. "My pleasure. Eat up. Today is a new day, and we are totally going to make it ours. Shilgar better watch out." And just like that, River steals my heart yet again. My sweet mate who thinks about others and takes care of them. A man who can rally even the lowest spirits and revitalize our sense of purpose as a team. Seeming unaware of my regard, River rubs his hands together with vigor. "Let's do this, friends. What's our next step to catch this jerkbag?" Mom leans back in her conference chair, propping her boots up on the table and sipping at an enormous latte. "Good question. Shilgar's in the wind. We have his brother in custody, but I doubt we can use him as a bargaining chip or bait." I take a hearty swig of the peppermint mocha, one of my new favorites, that River got for me. Perhaps we should put out new information on the intergalactic dark web that the elusive Shilgar the Deadly has in fact been captured by the Alliance outpost on Earth? Clearly his reputation means something to him, and our attempts to discredit him so far have riled him up. Dad strokes his chin, deep in thought. That might be effective in drawing him out again, goading him to finish the job. River starts to pace the room. I just get this feeling that we need to act fast. We can't sit around waiting for Shilgar any longer. Roxy frowns around a chocolate-frosted Long John. Why's that? River shrugs helplessly. I don't know. It's just a gut feeling I can't shake. Mom nods at him. It's always important to trust your gut on these things. She focuses her gaze on the rest of the room. For the record, I agree with River. Shilgar's already taken much longer than usual to complete this job. The longer he stays here, the more likely he is to get captured as well as have his reputation ruined. I think he's going to try and make a move as soon as possible. We don't want to be caught unprepared. I sigh. But where do we even begin looking for him? We followed up on all the leads that his twin brother was able to give us with no luck. Perhaps he wasn't telling us the truth, Zamir says, sipping a hot coffee with a thoughtful expression on his face. I shake my head. Agent Katengi was able to interview him first thing this morning and determined that the information he gave us was indeed truthful. As if speaking his name summons him, there's a knock on the door, and the IA investigator quietly enters the conference room, his countenance serious. I know you've had a long night and very little sleep, but I wanted to inform you as soon as possible that I believe I have discovered who the mole is. His words drop like a bomb, leaving everyone momentarily stunned. Mom's feet slam down on the floor, and she jumps up. Who the hell is it? Agent Katengi remains calm. As I told your son a few days ago, I had narrowed down the field of likely suspects to either be in the security unit, he gives Mom a pointed look, or someone in the med lab. Dad frowns. The med lab? Katengi nods. After all, they were some of the first people to have knowledge of River's true identity.
Galactic gods, he's right, Roxy says. River's eyes go wide. Holy guacamole, Batman! My dad frowns. But all of the MedLab staff have been with us for years, some of them since Ellie and I first arrived on Earth. Katengi grimaces. This betrayal has likely been ongoing for at least several years. I'm afraid to say... His words are cut off by a blaring alarm throughout headquarters. A feminized computer voice echoes from the internal speaker system. Code red. Repeat, code red. Security breach in Sector C. Really, Mom swears, racing for the door. That's where we're holding Thilgar. In mass, we exit the conference room and run toward the holding cells in our high-security sector. We race past open conference rooms and cubicles filled with anxious-looking personnel, but we don't have time to deal with any of them. Our priority is to find out what's going on in Sector C. When we arrive, we discover the 2 guards at the entrance are down for the count on the floor. Another one comes stumbling toward us with a hypodermic needle sticking out of his neck. She took the prisoner, he gasps. Mom grabs a hold of the poor guy before he crumbles to the floor. His head rolls back and she lightly taps his face. Get it together, Jones. What do you mean, she took the prisoner? Zamir pushes past Mom and through the clearance area, only to come back grim-faced a moment later. Thilgar's gone. Agent Katengi starts pacing. I was too late. I thought I'd managed to cover my tracks. How on earth did she know I'd discovered her? Who? Mom demands. Katengi stops. Adeline from the med lab. River gapes at him. The nice old lady who's been giving Kai his injections? My blood runs cold. Adeline is the traitor? I don't know the woman well, but she's been with us for years and is often the one treating us in medical emergencies, including my tentaculum calefaction. Mom is able to get poor Jones to confirm it was Adeline before he passes out from whatever she injected him with. Thankfully, a portable bioscanner indicates it's just a strong sedative. I don't know how the hell she got an access code for this sector, but we need to find her fast. Mom's expression is full of fury and fierce determination. Where could she be? River asks, his face still frozen in obvious shock. Mom races to one of the computers and brings up a holoscreen. I'm accessing the mainframe. It should be able to detect her movements within the building. Her eyes scan the holoscreen, and then she straightens, letting out a curse. Son of a phaser! Really difficult person. What is it, Ellie? Dad asks. She gives us all a grim look before barking out in her most serious voice. Everyone to transporter room A. She's used a teleportation device to take her and the prisoner to our Valley of Fire base.
Smooth, authoritative, and stable. Dark matter and vary it. She's going to try to steal a ship? I ask Moms. Mouth twists. Most likely. It's her only way to get off this planet. Now, follow me, everyone. She leads the way, and we hurry toward Transporter Room A. River's eyes are wide as he gives me an accusatory side-eye. Transporter Room? We have a freaking Transporter Room? How come I never knew about this? This is like one of my Star Trek fantasies writ large. His mouth turns down in a frown. You were totally holding out on me. I wince. Let's talk about that later. Right now, we've got to hurry. We reach the private transporter room and startle the poor attendant on duty. Mom barks out orders, and he immediately gets to work preparing to beam us to the other base. The transporter can only take 4 of us at a time, so Mom, Dad, Zamir, and Roxy go first. River watches with wide eyes, full of a mix of eagerness and trepidation. So freaking cool, he whispers. He looks up at me. Is it going to be like the other transporter experience? I wince. For you, probably. Most people need to build up an immunity to transporter travel sickness. River pales but soon rallies. Maybe this time will be better. I'm a fast learner after all. Finally, the technician is ready for us, so Mal, Luren, River, and I take our positions on the platform. Agent Katenji steps forward, his expression serious. I will stay here and attempt to restore order. I must also report this information to my superiors immediately. I give him a solemn nod. Thank you. Make sure to use your power on any of the medtech staff who want to assist the agents who were knocked out. We need to confirm Adeline was working alone or check if she has any accomplices she left behind. He gives me a curt nod. I will. Good luck, and stay safe. Next to me on the platform, River's practically vibrating with excitement. Now this is more like it. He turns to the technician. Beam me up, Scotty. The technician gives him an amused twitch of his lips. Aye, sir. A loud whirring noise picks up as the system synchronizes again, and within moments, the teleportation beam locks onto each of us. We feel that familiar rushing through time and space before we're spit out in the middle of our Valley of Fire base, trying to find our equilibrium once again. Oh God, I think I'm gonna hurl, River says, making a gagging noise and then covering his mouth and stumbling aside, decidedly green-faced. The rest of the team already has their phasers in hand and are fanning out. Even though this is a time of day that only requires a reduced staff on site at this base, it's still quieter than it should be. Personnel lie scattered on the ground, unconscious but alive. It looks as though Adeline used some kind of stun grenade in here. I'm torn between wanting to stay by River's side to keep him safe and the need to catch Adeline before she potentially escapes the planet with our assassin's brother. We haven't had much time to determine exactly why she took him with her, but I can only assume she's somehow in league with Shilgar or those who employed him. Neither option sits well with me. River is bent over, hands on his knees, taking deep breaths as he tries to avoid vomiting. I move to his side and rub his back. You're not used to the teleportation devices yet. I look around anxiously. I think it would be best for you to stay somewhere safe until you regain your equilibrium. River tries to protest and then sways on his feet before giving me a weak smile. Really, maybe you're right. I lead him over to a secure holding room and get him situated. This room is bulletproof and fireproof. It locks from the inside, so no one is getting in unless you let them. It's a small equivalent of a panic room, with a single cot, a toilet and sink, and a cabinet full of food and water rations. Once River's seated and looking less green, I shift from foot to foot. Maybe I should stay with you. He waves me away with a hand. I'm fine. Seriously, go get them. I hesitate and then nod. I'll be back. He gives me a weak grin. You need to work on a Terminator voice to make that more fun. I can't hold back the laugh that bubbles up. Stay here and behave. I love you. I love you too. Turning, I exit the room, hear the lock click into place behind me, and race toward the holding bay where our team has converged. The bay houses only several viable ships at the moment, all of them scouting vessels. It doesn't take us long to find Adeline attempting to bypass the external security code on one of the larger scouting vessels. Hearing us, she whirls around with a phaser in one hand and pointed at Thilgar's head. "Put down your weapon and let go of the prisoner," Mom yells. "We have you surrounded." Adeline tosses her gray braid over her shoulder and yanks a struggling Thilgar closer to her. When her finger hovers over the trigger, Thilgar stills. With her free hand, she continues to work at the access panel code of the ship, and we slowly begin to move in closer, flanking her on all sides. "Stop right there," Adeline calls out, pausing in her movements. "You must realize you don't have a hope in the world of getting out of here. And even if you do, that vessel won't get you far," Mom says. Dad holds a hand up in a placating gesture. His tone calm and soothing as he says, "Why don't we all sit down and talk about this like sensible extraterrestrials?" Adeline rolls her eyes.
Maddox, you've always been such a pushover. You're really trying for diplomacy now? I don't think so. I'm smart enough to know the Alliance doesn't look fondly on traitors. Dad's expression hardens. Adeline scoffs. I've been right underneath your noses for ages. Honestly, I'm surprised it took you so long to figure it out. But I suppose my harmless little old lady act was quite effective. To our complete and utter amazement, a ripple washes over her body, and she morphs into a much younger Osiren form, complete with lavender skin and silver hair. She tosses her hair over her shoulder and gives us a smug smirk. "You really traitorous, difficult person," Roxy screeches, chest heaving with rage. Adeline looks her up and down, sneering. "You're the one who's a pathetic excuse for an Osiren. Willingly working for the Alliance? Where is the profit in that?" Zamir steps to Roxy's side, putting a soothing hand on her shoulder and calming her. Mal shakes his head. "I don't know how you kept up that facade for so long. We never had a clue." Adeline scoffs. "With the proper motivation, dedication to a mission as annoying as this one is easy. Things were going so well, too, until that disgusting Yendrofi showed up. When he arrived, I knew my time left was limited. Why would you betray us in the first place? The Alliance has given you a home and a job here on Earth. What more could you want?" Mom demands, a scowl on her face. Adeline arches an eyebrow. "A lot more, actually. The Alliance has always had a rather limited viewpoint on the role extraterrestrial species should play on planets like this one, where the indigenous people still don't realize they aren't alone in the universe." She shakes her head. "We are forced to keep our true identity secret, even though most of us are from far superior and more advanced species, especially compared to these primitive, foolish humans. So that's your end game, I ask. You help Lane Madison reveal alien existence to humanity and force them to accept us? They outnumber us. What do you hope to gain from that besides a lot of confusion, fear, and violence?" She throws her head back and laughs. "Oh, Kai, you're just as naive as your father. Our plan is so much bigger than that." Zamir growls. "You're talking about invasion and colonization." I inhale sharply, my heart's thumping loudly in my chest. Sweet galactic gods, this is so much worse than we imagined. Adeline gives him an assessing gaze.
Smooth, authoritative, and stable. I always thought it was such a shame that a powerful and mighty Vraknu warrior like yourself would leave his noble clan to become an underling for the soft-minded Alliance. She shakes her head. You see more clearly than your captain. Gosh, Roxy says, horror written all over her face. It'll never happen, Mom says confidently. Adeline scoffs as her free hand continues to fly on the keypad. You were always so stupidly and brashly optimistic, Ellie. I think you've taken on a bit too much of the human personality in your time here on Earth. Maybe watched a few too many movies. I shock even myself when I say, once you start down the dark path, forever will it dominate your destiny. Galactic gods! River has finally done it. He's got me quoting sci-fi movies now. Adeline gives me a nonplussed look. Lane Madison offers the promise of a new future where those who serve him will have rewards you can only dream of. We will take over other worlds and build them in our image, resurrecting the purity of the most powerful species of the universe that have atrophied from too much cross-species propagation. Dad shakes his head pityingly. You've been brainwashed by this ideology of hatred. As a woman of science, you should know better.
You should realize that diversity in the natural world is what makes it continue to evolve. It generates progress and growth rather than stagnation and stasis. She scowls at him. That won't be a problem. In my time here on this planet, I have worked tirelessly to find ways to ensure the continued strength of pure species. Your son proved most helpful in my research. Imagine my surprise at having the good fortune to study an Ayaran male who possesses a genetic ability thought to have been lost by your species over time. Mom growls and takes a menacing step closer. What in the world have you been doing to my son with your experiments? Her words make my knees weak. We put so much trust in Adeline. She was helping me with my tentaculum calification. Or so we thought. Adeline smirks. Don't worry. By the time you figure it out, it'll all be too late anyway. I suggest you enjoy your freedom while you can. Your time on this world is coming to an end. A beeping noise sounds, and the ship door opens. Gosh, Roxy curses. In a flash, faster than any of us can react, Mom darts forward, phaser pointed at Adeline. Adeline shoves her hostage at Mom, knocking her shot wild as Thilgar crashes into her and sends them both sprawling to the ground. Adeline aims her own phaser and shoots, hitting Thilgar in the shoulder. He cries out in pain. Dad manages to get off a shot, knocking the phaser out of Adeline's hand. Clutching her injured hand close, face full of rage, she disappears into the ship, the door closing behind her with a vacuum suction seal. "Get back!" I yell as the ship engine fires up. Dad and I quickly grab Thilgar and Mom, dragging them back and away from the dangerous exhaust of the ship. In almost no time flat, the small vessel activates its cloaking device and zips out of the open hangar and into the atmosphere, far away from our grasp. Mal turns to Dad, frustration written all over his face. "I can follow her in one of the other vessels." Dad shakes his head slowly. "No, son. She's clearly had this planned for a long time." I run a frustrated hand through my hair. Surely she won't get very far. She took a scouting vessel. It's not like she's going to be able to travel to the far reaches of outer space in that thing. Zamir scowls. If she's working with Lane Madison, I suspect there is a larger, cloaked ship in orbit around the planet already waiting for her arrival. Mom winces as she stands, favoring her left arm. Zamir is right. This was planned, and she had help. Roxy starts pacing, fury practically crackling off her skin like electricity. Another really Osiran traitor? What in the world is going on? She still doesn't know about her brother, or the threat against Zamir. Despite Wilder's wishes, I'm going to have to tell them both the truth, and soon. They need to know everything if we're facing a potential alien invasion scenario. Mal approaches Thilgar and begins examining him, since he has some limited medical training. "How is he?" I ask. Mal's expression is grim. "It's a clean hit, but it's done some real damage. We need to get him to our med techs fast." I kneel next to the semi-conscious man. I don't like him, but we have a duty to protect him as our prisoner. "It's going to be okay, Thilgar. Hang on." His head rolls to the side as he looks up at me, and he struggles to keep his eyes open. "Be careful," he croaks out. "It's all right. Adeline's gone. We're safe for the moment." He shakes his head and winces at the motion. "No, if this was planned, my brother's probably here already. We were offered a contract by the Quintharians first, but then Lane Madison came along and made us a better offer. He's the one who hired us," he whispers before his eyes roll back in his head and he collapses unconscious. My blood turns to ice. "Gosh," Mal murmurs. I stare at everyone in dawning horror. He said Shilgar could be here already. Lane Madison was the one who hired them. "Oh gosh," Mom says, holding her injured arm. "Where's River?"
I don't even bother to answer as I whirl around and take off at a dead run, heading back to where I, like a really idiot, left him alone and unprotected. River. As my nausea and dizziness from the teleportation start to pass, my worry ratchets up. I don't like not knowing what in the world is going on out there. I get up and start to pace the narrow confines of the small secure room Kai has stuck me in with growing agitation. I should be out there helping everyone. Okay, I acknowledge I was totally useless when we arrived. That teleportation, gosh, ain't no joke. Star Trek made it look so easy, but the reality is far from it. I peek out the small, fortified one-way glass window on the door to see several of the base personnel still lying unconscious out there. Kai and the others had assured me they're just temporarily stunned and will wake up soon, but I feel like I ought to at least go look for someone who might be conscious and capable of assisting them. Not one to want to sit around and not help in some fashion, I decide to venture out. After all, I am feeling quite a bit better now. I know the rest of the group headed off toward the ship hangar, but a strange urge to go the opposite direction pulls me toward one of the other open hangars containing several vehicles and crates full of equipment. I amble into the enormous space and look around for any signs of life. I frown. Where is everyone? I'm not sure about the layout of this base since I've only been here a scant few times, and certainly have never been given the grand tour. Kai has always assured me that I'd learn more over time and be given more clearance, but now I'm basically wandering around in the dark. As I walk through the hangar searching for anyone who might be upright and functional, I turn a corner and promptly stub my toe. Ow! I grumble. As I lean down to examine my poor foot, I feel a familiar rush of air fly over me and look up to see a dagger embed itself in the door of a black Humvee. A very familiar-looking dagger. Son of a motherless goat. Of course Shilgar would be here right now. What a mess. I don't even have time to wonder how and why he knew to be here. Instead, I focus on trying to keep myself alive. But as usual, the guy's like a freaking ninja, and I can't see him. I look around wildly but can't spot the jerk. Just as I duck behind a stack of crates, I hear a raspy voice croon. Come out, wherever you are. Yeah, that's creepy as gosh. The floor of the hangar starts to shake as a loud rumbling noise similar to a jet engine revving up rumbles from the other end of the base. You hear that? Shilgar calls out. That's your traitor getting away. Gosh, Adeline must have been able to access one of the ships. Once I kill you, I'm going to pick your friends off one by one, just for fun.
Smooth, authoritative, and stable. I think I deserve that after having to deal with you. Not good. My team has no idea that Shilgar's here, and they're distracted by Adeline. They could be in danger. There's no other choice. I'm going to have to draw Shilgar away from them. Then I can call the cavalry to come prepared and rescue me. Taking a deep breath, I launch myself out from behind the crates and dive under an open-top Jeep, rolling until I make it to the other side and pop up like a freaking action hero. Gosh, yes! With slightly less finesse, I scramble into the vehicle. Luck's with me because the keys are in the ignition. I don't waste time as I turn the key and rev the engine to life before gunning it toward the open door of the hangar. I weave around some other parked vehicles as I race for the exit. There's a loud thunk, and I look down to see a knife now embedded in the console of the Jeep. Gosh, that was close. In an instant, I break out into the daylight and point the Jeep toward the open desert. Right now, I don't really have a plan, but as I glance in my rearview mirror, I see that I've successfully lured Shilgar away from my unsuspecting team. He's in a black SUV with tinted windows and gaining speed. I slam my foot down on the gas all the way. With my free hand, I pull out my third new phone in several days. At least there's no risk of me falling in water out here. And try to dial Kai, but discover I don't have any signal. I thumped the steering wheel with frustration. The thorn in my side, aka Shilgar the Deadly, is steadily gaining ground on me, even though I'm gunning the Jeek for all it's worth. I also realize I'm decidedly low on weapons with which to defend myself, let alone launch an offense against this creep. I hastily reach over with my right hand and open the glove box, keeping my eyes on what's ahead of me, which is basically a whole lot of desert. I blindly feel around until I touch a familiar-shaped object and cry out in triumph, "Aha! At least I have a phaser with me now, although I don't know how much good it's going to do me." In my brief moment of distraction, I don't notice Shilgar's pulled up alongside me until it's too late. He jerks the wheel to the right and sideswipes me. I flinch and yank my wheel as the loud, grating sound of metal on metal echoes in my ears. The black SUV closes in again and sideswipes me with even more force this time. I drop the phaser as I make a mad grab for the wheel with both hands, trying to maintain my control over the Jeep. I slam on the brakes and the black SUV barrels ahead. Taking this moment of opportunity, I turn the wheel hard to the right and veer east and away from Shilgar. This brief lead on him won't last long. I glance in my rearview mirror and spy the black SUV coming back, straight toward me. Once again, I desperately try to use my cell phone, praying I can get through to Kai. I nearly cry with relief when I see I have a single weak bar of reception as a tinny ringtone sounds out when I swipe Kai's name. He picks up almost instantly, his voice full of terror. "River, where are you? Help!" I'm being chased by Shilgar. He was hiding in the base, and I lured him out into the desert so he couldn't attack you while you guys were distracted. I took one of the Jeeps, but he's following me in an SUV. I don't know how long I can keep him distracted out here. "Hold on, we're coming," he promises. "I love you," I whisper, tears welling in my eyes. I don't get a chance to hear his response because Shilgar closes in and rear-ends me with so much force I experience whiplash. I don't recommend it. A horrible grinding noise reverberates in the air, and my grip on the phone is lost as it goes sailing out of the open side of the Jeep and into the desert dirt. Action movies always make car chases look so much easier. They lie. Trying to get Shilgar away from me, I do a hard turn of my wheel to the left and gun it for a steep incline where the Jeep is likely to have the advantage. Steadily I climb, and when I crest the top, I go barreling down the other side, not bothering to touch the brake. Instead, I focus on trying to steer clear of large rocks and desert scrub while the Jeep bounces down the embankment. Before I know it, I'm back on level ground again, and I have a better lead on Shilgar for the moment. My body feels vaguely shell-shocked from the experience, but I'm otherwise okay. Hallelujah for all-wheel drive. I race deeper into the desert, leaving a trail of dust in my wake. After several minutes of tenuous freedom, a quick glance in the rearview mirror shows that Shilgar is still hot on my trail, following me with a tenacity that is starting to make me sweat. I have no idea where I am now. I've lost my phone, my one means of communication with the rest of my team, and the phasers rattling around somewhere on the floor of the vehicle. This doesn't bode super well for my survival chances. If I can just keep Shilgar distracted long enough for my team to catch up with us, I'm sure we can take him down. When I look in the rearview mirror again, the SUV has disappeared. A warning prickle tingles across my skin. What the? That's all I get out before the black SUV plows into the passenger side of the Jeep from out of nowhere, sending it into a wild spin-out. I desperately try to regain control just as I careen into a large rocky outcropping, crashing the rear end of the Jeep into an enormous boulder. The force of the impact leaves me momentarily stunned, so I can't even react when my airbag explodes open with a bang. To add insult to injury, it punches me in the face, knocking me breathless for several seconds.
When I can finally make my lungs work again, I inhale the acrid aroma of smoke and the bitter tang of gasoline, making me cough. I have a feeling that means bad things, and I need to get out of this vehicle really fast. Panic starts to set in when I yank at my seatbelt but can't get the buckle to unlatch. I glance in the rearview mirror and see the SUV come to a screeching halt a few hundred yards away. Gosh! Just as I'm about ready to scream in frustration, I notice Shilgar's dagger is still embedded in the center console, and I reach over and yank it out. Popping the airbag to get it out of my face, I quickly start sawing through the seatbelt and free myself. The smell of gasoline and smoke is getting more intense. I make the painful decision to abandon the phaser. I'm worried the Jeep might become a fireball any moment now, and don't want to risk the time to search for it. With clumsy fingers, I manage to open the door and fall out the side of the vehicle and onto the dusty ground with a painful thud. Coughing, I peer through the thickening smoke to see a figure striding in my direction with purpose. Clutching the dagger in my hand, I stumble to my feet and set off at a run, but moments later, I'm thrown to the ground by a shockwave when the Jeep explodes behind me. I lie on the ground temporarily stunned, my ears ringing from the force of the blast. My vision is a bit blurry for a moment, and I wonder if I hit my head. I shake it to try to clear my momentary daze and wince at a painful throbbing that commences. Slowly and carefully, I crawl to my feet. I look behind me. The figure, all in black, staggers upright as well and comes toward me with a determined stride. Gosh, this guy is worse than the Terminator. He just keeps going and going no matter what. Not wanting to wait around, I take off at a run again, even though I have no clue where I'm going. I'm just letting blind panic and hopefully intuitive instinct guide me. Using a classic maneuver I learned from many a film, I covertly grab a handful of dirt and fling it right in that jerk's face just before he tries to stab me. "Arr!" he cries, wiping at his eyes. I scuttle away from him and get upright again on shaky legs. With what energy reserves I have, I run hell-bent for leather, the only thing on my mind, survival. We're heading deeper into the vast emptiness of the desert, and the sun is starting to set.
Smooth, authoritative, and stable. There's nowhere to hide in this open expanse. I didn't strategize this very well when I decided to lure Shilgar out here, but there wasn't time to formulate a better plan. I had to draw him away from the people I care most about. Arms and legs pumping, lungs gasping for oxygen, I race away from my attacker. I will very well run until my heart stops beating if it gives me a chance at being with my sweet Kai again. Just thinking about him gives me another burst of speed. Over the loud panting of my burning lungs, I soon detect a strange rumbling noise in the distance, but can tell it's coming closer at a rapid pace. Daring to glance in that direction, I see a dirt cloud rising behind whatever is heading straight toward us. My heart leaps with hope. Kai! Distracted by the sight of possible salvation, I trip over some rocks that I don't see until it's too late. Twisting my ankle in the process, I fall to the ground in an exhausted sprawl, just in time for another one of those freaking knives to go sailing over where my head had been a moment before. Maybe my superpower still has a little bit of juice left after all. I hastily roll to the side and try to rise to my feet in one fluid motion like Zamir taught me, but stumble. Gosh, my ankle hurts really bad. By the time I whirl around, Shilgar is right on me. I use every defense move that Zamir taught me. As he attempts to stab me, I block him with a rock in each hand, managing to evade the worst of his jabs. "Die, you disgusting abomination!" he screeches at me. "Get lost, you xenophobic jerk!" I yell back. I think I surprise him at that moment. I tend to do that to people. And aliens. Spying my chance, I go for it and manage to land one final, spectacularly solid kick straight to his midsection. Score 2 for River. Shilgar falls to his knees with a pained shriek, and I move away on increasingly feeble legs, trying but failing to run again. That last fall seriously really messed up my ankle, and I can't put proper weight on it anymore, so the best I can manage is an awkward limp run. I don't make it far before I hear Shilgar cursing as he follows me. Even as my pulse races with renewed fear, I can't make my body move any faster. I let out an involuntary and slightly hysterical laugh. This is it. I won't go down without a fight, though. If I can, I'll injure this bastard even more than I already have. Fueled by righteous anger, I turn to face my killer and take a last stand. No way am I letting this maniac stab me in the back. As Shilgar closes in on me again, knife raised and a manic gleam in his one good eye, I crank my arm and draw on all those years of Little League. The rock in my hand goes flying straight at his face, making a sickening crack when it hits him square in the mouth. That's right. I may not have been much of a batter in Little League, but I could throw a very good strike. Shilgar stands frozen in stunned disbelief. I watch in proud and slightly horrified fascination as his shattered front tooth falls to the ground, followed by a hearty gush of blood. That's when I think Shilgar tips over from frustrated rage and into pure psychosis. Apparently, me and my weird superpower have that effect on some people, like jerk assassins. He lunges for me with an animalistic cry, and I manage to dodge him just as the mysterious plume of dust coming toward us clears, like curtains parting, to reveal a lone rider on a high-speed motorbike barreling straight at us. It's like something out of a freaking action movie, or maybe The Matrix. The rider is dressed all in black with a matching black helmet and looks like a total badass. I'm sort of jealous. Even Shilgar hesitates, watching the new arrival with wary uncertainty. As the rider gets close, they do an insane flip while holding on to the handlebars that moves them up into a standing position on the seat. To my amazement, they jump off the bike and go sailing through the air with the greatest of ease, executing a smooth double somersault before landing nimbly on their feet with what looks like a freaking lightsaber extended in a readied pose. And it isn't a lightsaber toy. It looks like the real deal. What in the Star Wars awesomeness is this? I whisper. Shilgar realizes he has a new problem to deal with and decides to abandon me in favor of protecting his own midsection against the wicked cool rider who immediately goes on the attack with savage fury. Pretty quickly, Shilgar realizes his signature killing knives are not going to cut the mustard against this new foe. In an impressive and graceful move, he manages to fling one at the mystery rider, distracting them long enough to reach into a holster on his belt and pull out a freaking lightsaber of his own. I blink and mutter to myself, "Am I dead? Is this some weird final moment fantasy my brain is concocting because I've watched Star Wars too many times? I thought the move with the bike was epic, but then a computer-distorted voice comes from the helmet and says, 'I see your Schwartz is as big as mine.' I choke. Holy Spaceballs, Batman! I must be dead. This is just too freaking perfect. Also, I decide I love this mystery rider who can quote epic sci-fi comedy even at a moment like this. What in the world are you talking about? And who in the world are you? Shilgar demands with a slight lisp and a noticeable whistling noise when he breathes, thanks to me relieving him of one of his front teeth. Ha! The computer voice quips, "My name is Inigo Montoya. You killed my father. Prepare to die." Okay, I am now officially the first member of Mystery Rider's fan club. They are really awesome.
Shilgar decides action is better than talking and goes on the offense. I know I should probably be running or arming myself with whatever rocks I can find, but I can't look away from the once-in-a-lifetime throwdown happening right in front of me. As I watch the two of them spar with a level of skill and expertise I could never hope to replicate, I'm gobsmacked. This is even better than the fight between Luke and Darth Vader. Better than the sword fight between Inigo Montoya and Wesley in The Princess Bride. Their lightsabers blur through the air with intense speed and precision as they engage in a series of complicated parries, thrusts, and riposts. These are two incredibly gifted swordspeople. I can only stare in amazement as I watch the beauty of their battle. But the thing that amazes me even more is the slow dawning realization that the mystery rider who has come to my aid is clearly better than Shilgar and is steadily pushing him back. I start cheering. "Kick his midsection, mystery rider! May the force be with you!" For some reason, this seems to embolden the rider further, and they renew an even more aggressive attack. To my utter shock, all too fast, they manage to disarm Shilgar, knocking his lightsaber to the ground and injuring his sword hand in the process. My hero pauses, their own weapon pointed straight at Shilgar's face, which is twisted in a snarl of rage. "Who in the world are you? You're interfering with my hired kill," he demands, spittle flying. That weird computer-distorted voice emerges from the helmet again. "I am giving you one chance at mercy. Leave here with your life and never come near River Sullivan again, or face the consequences." Shilgar hisses with fury. "I have a reputation to uphold." He lifts a hand up to his face. "Look what this vile creature has done to me. He's ruined my beautiful face." I scoff. "Dude, you were trying to kill me and totally deserved it. I only injured you in self-defense." Shilgar snarls at me. Lightning fast, he pulls two more knives from his holster, flinging one toward the rider and one straight at me at the same time. In a sad imitation of Keanu Reeves dodging a bullet in The Matrix, I do a very pathetic but effective version of the limbo before landing on my midsection, evading the knife by scant millimeters. Phew, weird superpower for the win once again.
Smooth, authoritative, and stable. Shilgar screams in frustrated rage. My mystery savior easily deflects the knife flung in their direction with their lightsaber. "I warned you," they say in that odd computerized voice. And then, in a movement so fast I barely see it, they swing their lightsaber in a graceful arc and lop off Shilgar's freaking head. It lands on the ground and rolls in my direction before coming to a stop scant feet away. Even from here, I can see he still has a confused look on his angry face, as if he didn't understand what happened at even his final moment. "Oh my freaking God!" I scream, leaping to my feet and scurrying backwards while making involuntary gagging noises. That was really cool, but gross. I inhale slowly through my nose, trying not to projectile vomit right here and now. "Thanks for Herx saving me, by the way. Who are you? Are you like Kylo Ren on a motorbike?" Granted, he had a disturbing stint on the dark side, but redeemed himself in the end. I let out a nervous laugh and stare at the head on the ground again. And that's all it takes. I stagger limp away as I spontaneously start crying and vomiting at the same time. It's not a pleasant experience. Don't get me wrong, I didn't like the guy, but it's not every day you see someone chop another person's head off with a freaking lightsaber, even if that person kinda deserved it. "Sorry," I gasp and sniffle. I'm a little squeamish when it comes to decapitating bad guys, it would seem. I take slow, steady breaths in and out of my nose as the mystery rider in black saunters over, coming to stand in front of me while I remain hunched over and trying not to hurl again. I look up hesitantly, not knowing which way the wind is going to blow with this person. After all, they just unalived a deadly assassin in a rather epic but brutal fashion. Then again, they did intervene and stop my own imminent demise, so that's a big mark in their favor. I waggle the fingers of my right hand at them. "Hi, I'm River. Thanks for saving my life, and sorry about the vomit." To my relief, the rider retracts their lightsaber blade and reholsters the handle on their hip. With careful movements, they pull off their gloves and reach up to disengage the helmet on their head. It makes a strange clicking noise, and then a pressurized hiss reminiscent of Darth Vader's helmet before they pull it off. A cascade of long, golden curls blows sideways like a pennant in the wind, carrying with it the familiar scent of strawberries. I stare up at the woman's beautiful face, her wild mane of hair, and her familiar gray eyes. I swallow what little saliva my dry mouth can muster and whisper, "Mom? I've thought of a new date for us," Vardox announced over the view screen. Starblade sighed. The captain looked as dashing and handsome as always. The sight made Vardox's tentacles squirm with anticipation. "After last time, I'm not sure I even want to know what you're thinking." Vardox spread his arms wide. "Darling, you need to be more trusting." Starblade narrowed his eyes. "With you? Never. I'll change your mind one day, sweet captain." Starblade scoffed. Vardox's smile turned calculating. After all, he'd come up with the perfect date idea. He bowed with a flourish of his cape. "Captain, would you be willing to accompany me to view the Emission Nebula in Scorpius? The ultraviolet glow is said to be unforgettable." Starblade blinked, his lush lips parting on a faint gasp. How did you know I've always wanted to see that?" Vardox rose to his full height and grinned. "Will you join me?" "Yes," Starblade whispered. Vardox's tentacles writhed with unadulterated joy. He would capture Starblade's heart. It was only a matter of time. "Kai, when my sketchy connection to River is lost right after I hear the horrible sound of metal crunching on metal, we have to find River," I shout as I start racing toward the bay where we store a few of our desert terrain vehicles. The rest of the team follows me with equally concerned expressions on their faces. "What happened?" Mom asks. I shake my head. "Shilgar was here. Rivers lured him away from the base for some reason." "Really?" Dad's eyes take in the space as we enter the bay. "It looks like a Jeep, and maybe one of the SUVs is missing. They must have gone out that way," I say, pointing toward the open exit. Looking for transportation of our own, I hurry over to an enormous Humvee and freeze when I see a dagger sticking out of the driver's side door. Rage building inside me, I reach forward and yank it out with a screech of protest from the metal siding. And there, emblazoned on the hilt of the dagger, is Shilgar's name. Son of a phaser. Really difficult person. I yank open the door with renewed purpose. "Everyone in! We're going after them!" Dad climbs up front with me and Mom, while everybody else gets in the back as I start the vehicle. The engine purrs to life, and I hit the bass, tires squealing as the huge vehicle surges forward. I gun it toward the exit, and we emerge out into the late afternoon light in moments, but I quickly realize I have no clue where they've gone. "Dark matter and very it," I curse, slowing down and slamming the steering wheel in frustration.
Where the hell should I go? Mom climbs over Dad and peers her head out the window. It's too hard to decipher vehicle tracks out here. We do a lot of practice maneuvers in this area, so I can't tell what's fresh versus what's not. She climbs back in and pulls out a handheld tablet device. Hold on, let me sync up to the Alliance mainframe and see if I can track the GPS on River's phone. The Humvee's engine idles with a familiar rumble as I wait on tenterhooks for Mom to get the information we so desperately need. She frowns as she focuses on the screen. Hold on, our connection out here is unstable. I'm having to shift to our satellite relay. I take deep breaths, trying to stay calm, even though my tentacles are writhing in agitation and fear inside me. They're as desperate as I am to find River and bring him back safely. Got it, Mom yells in satisfaction. Okay, bear north. She keeps her eyes on the tablet screen as I take us in that direction. We drive for about 10 minutes before she barks out, bear east. East! I turn the wheel and steer us on our new heading. I'm covering a lot of dusty ground, but after another 10 minutes, she yells, stop, back up. Without a word, I put the vehicle in reverse and slowly back up as the tracking app on her device beeps loudly. Eventually, she holds up a hand. Stop here, we're practically on top of it. She climbs over Dad again and out of the vehicle. I put the SUV in park and yank open the door, jumping out with a rush of desperation. The others soon follow. We search around the vehicle, looking for any signs of River or his phone. A small eternity passes before Mom cries out in triumph. Found it! She jogs back to the Humvee holding River's battered phone. I run a hand through my hair. Where the hell is he? The words come out in a near sob. Mom strides over to me with a determined look on her face. She pulls me into a fierce hug before stepping back, a firm grip on both of my arms. Don't lose it now, Kai. That won't help him. River needs you to keep it together. I swallow and nod. Wait, Mom says, didn't we have a tracking device implanted in River? Hope surges in me. Yes! She taps on her tablet, frowning. It's not showing up. My heart skips a beat. No, he can't be. Dad grips my shoulder, his firm touch grounding. Wasn't it Adeline who implanted his tracking device? Could she have disabled it somehow? Really? I don't know. Maybe. After everything we've learned, I wouldn't be surprised at yet another betrayal like this. I've messaged my staff back at headquarters to see if they can reactivate it, Mom says. That could take precious time River doesn't have. We're not giving up, son. Dad points over toward an incline. I spotted tracks heading in that direction. We should try there next.
Smooth, authoritative, and stable. We climb in the Humvee again, and I point it right at the large sand dune. In no time flat, we're off-roading it in the desolate desert with no real clue where River or his attacker have gone. A torturous 20 minutes later, we spy smoke up ahead. With renewed urgency, I put the pedal to the metal and head toward it, praying we won't find the worst. An abandoned SUV is parked not far from the smoldering remains of a Jeep half crashed into a large rocky outcropping. My knees go weak at the sight, and Dad grabs me, helping to keep me upright while asking everyone to stay back as Mom investigates the wreckage. She does some quick but thorough searching around the smoking heap of metal and comes back with a tight smile on her face. No casualties in the vehicle, but there was clearly a bit of a standoff here. I slump into my dad's side. Mal is studying the ground a short distance away. It looks like they took off on foot from here. He reaches up a hand to shield his eyes as he gazes toward the horizon where the sun is setting. There's a bunch of big rocks directly west. I'd bet dollars to donuts that that's where River went. Mom and I agree, so we all pile back into the Humvee again and head in that direction. It's slower going, as Mal sticks his head out the side window to keep an eye on the track marks on the ground. The wind is blowing strongly out here, and he warns us that the tracks won't stay visible for a whole lot longer if it keeps up. I tighten my grip on the steering wheel and focus on finding River. When we reach the cluster of boulders, we all get out and scout the area quickly. After about 15 minutes, Zamir calls out that he's found tracks again leading away from the outcropping. The next half hour is a slow and arduous process of trying to follow tracks in the desert when we have no idea where we're going and daylight is disappearing fast. "Over there," Roxy cries, pointing north. There in the distance, we spy what appear to be 3 people. I slam my foot down on the gas, dirt and sand spewing around me as the Humvee jolts forward at speed. As we get closer, I don't know what to make of what I'm seeing. There's one body lying on the ground, while a strange man and woman appear to be holding a lifeless-looking River between them. My heart's ache and my stomach twists in knots along with my tentacles. "Please let him be okay," I whisper. When I'm within spitting distance, I slam on the brakes and shove the vehicle in park before I throw open the door and fly out and toward River. The woman gently lets go of River and stands at attention, a wary look on her face and her hand on her hip, where I also see several weapons. I stop in my tracks. "Who the hell are you? Is River okay? What happened?" A wave of relief washes over me when I realize the body on the ground is Shilgar, although I'm more than a little disturbed to see he happens to be missing his head. Against my will, my tentacles come bursting out of my clothing, fabric ripping in the process. "Give me my mate. I need River in my arms right this instant." The woman arches an eyebrow at me. "So, River decided to settle down with an Iberan? Not bad," she says, in what sounds like a proud voice. I stare at her. Now that I look more closely, her face looks strangely familiar. But it's the wild mass of curly blonde hair blowing in the wind that makes me realize the impossible. "Galactic gods," I whisper. "Are you River's mom, Melody?" She grins, and it's like looking at River. He has her smile completely. "The one and only," she says. "How is this possible?" Dad asks. I manage to turn my dazed look of shock away from River's mom and back at my mate. He's so still and pale. Is he... I can't get the words out. I'm nearly hyperventilating and feel dizzy. Melody shakes her head. "Don't worry, he's fine. He just passed out." Turns out watching me decapitate bad guys makes him a little squeamish. She chuckles, and then her expression softens. I think that was just the catalyst. He was beyond exhausted by the time I got here. He put up a long, hard fight against Shilgar, but I made it in just the nick of time. I let out a long, shaky breath and feel my heart start to slow to a more normal rhythm. The man holding River picks him up with ease as he stands and steps toward us. I blink in shock once again. I know that face. What in the hypernova heck is happening here? The man smiles, looking exactly like he does in his photo on Benji's wall. I'm Chris, River's dad. I feel lightheaded as I watch the two of them. How the heck are they alive and here right now? Everyone else seems to be frozen in shock, except my mom. She walks right over to Melody and punches her in the face. Melody staggers back with wide eyes, clutching her cheek. I gape. "Mom, what the heck?" My mother puts her hands on her hips and stares down Melody. "How dare you abandon your child and let him think you were dead?" She's all towering fury and motherly indignation. It's quite a sight to behold. And it makes me realize just how much she's come to love River too in a short amount of time. It warms both my hearts. Melody has the good grace to look ashamed. It wasn't an easy decision, but we made it to keep River's existence a secret, to keep him safe for as long as possible. Mom growls. "Do you know how much losing you hurt him? He was just a child when it happened." Melody's eyes look down at the ground. "I know,
and I've missed him every day, every single waking moment, ever since. But the threat against my life, and his by extension, was very real. The best way to keep him from harm was to let my family back home believe that I was dead. If I stayed away from him, they'd never know that I'd had a child, and he would be able to live his life without having to look around corners worrying about assassins at every turn. Chris moves closer to her in a motion of solidarity. The attack on our lives was nearly fatal. I required life-saving treatment that wouldn't have been available to me here on Earth. Melody had to make some hard decisions during a life-and-death situation. I'm still too stunned to speak. Roxy stands beside my mom, a matching scowl on her face. Why are you back now after all these years? Before they can answer, River starts to moan and his eyes flutter open. He blinks several times as he stares up at his father in awe. Dad? Is that you? Chris's smile is loving and warm, his green eyes practically sparkling just like his son's. That's right, Tigger. I'm so glad to see you again. River shakes his head slowly. Am I dead? Is that why I'm seeing you and Mom? Huh, and I didn't think heaven was real at all. Did I ever get that wrong? My bad. I rush forward and yank him out of Chris's hands, pulling him to me in a tight embrace as I choke back tears. His words make me physically hurt. You're not dead, love. You're alive and here with me. Kai? He reaches up a dirty hand and cups my cheek in wonder. I never thought I'd see you again. His words are too much for me. I let out a sob of relief and kiss him like there's no tomorrow, tasting my own tears in the process. When I pull back, River smiles at me with a happy grin. Okay, that sure felt pretty real. I let out a relieved laugh and then frown as I look at his cheek. What happened here? I ask, my fingers hovering gently over the injury. He winces. Shilgar managed to get me. He frowns. I hope the scar doesn't make me ugly. I crush him into another hug. Nothing could make you ugly to me. Remember, I'm going to marry you. The vows are for better or for worse. I can handle anything so long as I'm with you. He slumps in my arms, eyelids drooping. I'm so very tired. I wasn't sure if you guys were going to make it in time. I fought as long as I could. I know, I say, petting his hair while my tentacles rove all over him, making sure there aren't any other injuries. He winces when I get to his left ankle, and my tentacle pulls back. Twisted my ankle a little while ago. I don't think it's broken, but it's definitely not in good walking shape.
Smooth, authoritative, and stable. I let him go and kneel down to examine it while he puts an arm on my shoulder to keep himself upright. The injury is already starting to swell. I palpate it and rotate the ankle gently. He winces, but I don't detect any preliminary signs of a break. I stand up and pull him into my arms again, my tentacles wrapping tight around him. I can't bear to let him go. Dad steps forward, a serious look on his face as he regards the scene, including Shilgar's lifeless and headless body. I think you folks have some explaining to do. Melody grins at us just the way her son does. I guess we do. The next hour goes by in something of a daydream blur. After we all squeeze into the now very full Humvee and head back to the Valley of Firebase, I'm in the middle row of back seats, sandwiched between Kai on my left and my mom on my right. Kai's right arm is wrapped tightly around my shoulder, while two tentacles are snuggled around my waist possessively. I can't bear to let him go. Dad steps forward, a serious look on his face as he regards the scene, including Shilgar's lifeless and headless body. I think you folks have some explaining to do. Melody grins at us just the way her son does. I guess we do. River. The next hour goes by in something of a daydream blur. After we all squeeze into the now very full Humvee and head back to the Valley of Firebase, I'm in the middle row of back seats, sandwiched between Kai on my left and my mom on my right. Kai's right arm is wrapped tightly around my shoulder, while two tentacles are snuggled around my waist possessively. I keep alternating between petting him and staring at my mother, as if she's a mirage I'm worried is going to disappear at any moment. I have so many questions, but I also have a confused jumble of emotions roiling inside me that, in the face of this shocking discovery, leave me utterly tongue-tied and silent for once in my life. Mom isn't particularly talkative either. Even in the dark of the vehicle, now that we're safe and sound, I can see the lines of exhaustion on her oddly youthful face. She doesn't look like she's aged much since I was a baby. We could be mistaken for siblings now. On the one hand, that gives me high hopes about our Quintherian genetic longevity, but on the other, it's also majorly weird. The part that has me even more confused is that my dad doesn't look like he's aged a day either. I crane my head back behind me to glance at him, and he gives me a warm smile. It's all so overwhelming. Silent tears start spilling down my cheeks, and I don't try to stop them. After everything I've been through today, I don't even bother trying to hold them back. I'm so really grateful to be alive and to know that the threat against me has finally been contained. But also, having my parents return from the dead is a little much for me to process after all I've already endured today. Don't get me wrong, there's a part of me that is utterly elated and thrilled to know that they're here and alive. But another part of me feels deeply resentful and downright mad. Why did they let us all think they were dead for over a decade? Why show up now after so many years? I feel completely overwhelmed by everything, so I lean my head on Kai's shoulder, closing my eyes and letting a wave of exhaustion overtake me. His warm tentacles around my middle are like a comfortable heating blanket. I don't know how long I'm asleep for, but eventually Kai is gently shaking me awake, and I sit up with a start. "It's okay, we're back at the base," he says, and opens the door, helping me out of the vehicle after him. I'm grateful he still has a tentacle wrapped around me, because, quite frankly, I can't stand very well at the moment. It doesn't matter though, because the instant I'm out of the vehicle, Kai lifts me in a bridal carry and heads off with purposeful strides toward a conference room. Lu Ren greets us and updates the team on the status of the personnel knocked out by a stun grenade when Adeline teleported to the base earlier. "Thanks for staying here to help," Ellie says. Lu Ren gives her and me a hug. "I'm glad that you are all safe and sound. It looks like you have a lot to talk about. I'll stay here and continue helping everyone on base regroup." I sway on my feet when Kai leaves my side to talk to Mal. They confer quietly for a few minutes before Mal leaves to go take care of something. I don't know what, and I'm almost too tired to care. The conference room is a nondescript space with a small kitchenette. It's fairly evident staff on the base use it more as a break room. The room also has a couple of well-used couches and a round table with several high-back swivel chairs. Kai makes a beeline for one of the couches and sits down with me still held in his arms. I grin up at him. "I think I can sit up." He shakes his head. "You need to keep your foot elevated." I'm too tired and comfortable to argue with him. Every muscle in my body is very unhappy with me now that I'm feeling the after effects from my desert adventures in staying alive. Maddox volunteers to go get some ice for me and disappears. Ellie scrounges around in a cabinet and comes out with a first aid kit that she hands to Kai. He immediately goes about tenderly cleaning the wound on my face, and I try not to flinch as the antiseptic stings when it makes contact with the cut. "Sorry," he murmurs as he works. "We've got to clean this out. You're covered in dirt and Lord knows what else from being out in the desert." I let him do his work, and he carefully inspects the wound once it's clean. "I don't think he'll need stitches. This skin glue should work well enough, and the bleeding's already stopped."
He uses the glue to suture the wound and then covers it with a sterile bandage. I smile up at him. "Thanks, Boo." "Any time," he whispers, his voice hoarse. The turbulent sea of emotions washing over his face tells me just how worried he's been. Maddox returns with an ice pack, and I hiss as Kai presses it against my swollen ankle while he has me swallow some ibuprofen. I chase those down with several bottles of water that Ellie gives me from the fridge. After I've drunk 2 of them, I sigh with relief. I know I was only out there for maybe a couple of hours, but I feel like it sucked every ounce of water out of me in the process. Maddox puts on a pot of coffee in an old-fashioned Mr. Coffee carafe before everyone takes seats at the table, and an awkward silence descends over the room. The door opens and Roxy and Zamir reappear, joining us. "We've got everything at the base under control, Captain," Zamir says. "No one was seriously injured. There was only a skeleton crew on staff this afternoon since we had personnel performing training off-site. It was a stun grenade like we thought," Roxy adds. "Adeline showed up and detonated the thing before anyone had time to react." Kai nods. "Thank you." Maddox clears his throat and looks at my parents. "As Admiral of the Alliance outpost on Earth, I need to question you about today's events so that we can file an official report as soon as possible. Much of what happened today has broader implications for the Alliance. But for now, let's start with Shilgar, especially since we now have a dead assassin on our hands." He pulls out a tablet device and activates the recording function. "This meeting is being recorded." He goes around and announces the names of all the individuals present, and then has my parents identify themselves. Lastly, he turns to me. "River, why don't we start with you first?" I blink tired eyes. "Me?" "Yes. Why don't you tell us what happened to make you leave the base, and up until we found you?" I yawn, and Ellie kindly pours me a steaming hot cup of coffee, which I hold in my cold hands, soaking up the warmth and smelling the divine aroma of caffeine goodness. "Thanks, Mama-in-law." She winks at me, and I sip at the coffee with relish before haltingly telling them my story. When I get to the part where I thought all hope was lost, Kai makes a pained whine in his throat, one of his tentacles stroking my arm reassuringly. I'll admit, it was scary as really. Things were looking dire, and I didn't have much energy left, but I wasn't going to give up without a fight. I explain how I executed a full-on strike pitch that hit Shilgar right in the front teeth, knocking one of them out. Kai beams at me with pride. Ellie hoots with laughter. "That's amazing, River." I shake my head. It was mostly dumb luck and my weird superpower, but I was not going to let him kill me without getting in a few good shots of my own first. Anyway, what was really awesome was when the mystery rider, aka my mom, showed up.
Smooth, authoritative, and stable. Talk about a plot twist. I begin gesticulating wildly, my enthusiasm and energy amping back up as I tell them the spectacular sequence of events that occurred when she came to my rescue. And then, when I realized who it was, I don't really know what happened, but I passed out. "Pretty understandable," Ellie says, giving me a smile. "You'd been through a lot." I nod and turn my gaze towards Zamir. He and I have not become close friends yet, but I've learned to respect him greatly, and I know how much Kai appreciates him and his friendship. He's a lot sterner and more serious than me, and doesn't really seem to get my sense of humor. But I have to thank him now. I promised myself I would if I made it out alive. A big part of what kept me alive in the face of danger was Zamir's training. I look him right in the eyes, trying to convey my gratitude on my face. "Thank you, man. I owe you, and sorry for all the complaining during training." Zamir dips his head in acknowledgement. "My pleasure. I'm glad you survived this ordeal. The captain would not have been able to handle losing you." He gives me a small smirk. "Besides, you've become a rather valuable addition to our team. We'd like to keep you around." I grin with pleasure. I'm totally going to win Zamir over one of these days. Maddox clears his throat again. Okay, River, thank you for sharing your side of things. He turns to my parents. Why don't you tell us what brought you back to Earth after so many years? And how did you know River was in danger? Mom leans back in her chair. Chris and I have been keeping quiet tabs on our son for the last 12 years. I gasp in shock. Mom flashes me a sorrowful smile. When we fled Earth 12 years ago, we had barely survived a deadly attack meant to end our lives. We were able to stage the scene in such a way as to convince the authorities that Chris and I had perished in the explosion. Dad pipes up. I was severely injured in the attack, and Melody had to make a split-second decision on what to do. I sit up straight. What do you mean? Mom looks at me. I decided that I needed to teleport Chris and myself to a friend who could help us. It ensured we were able to get treatment for Chris on a ship with the necessary med tech. Once he was stable, we planned to come back and take River with us. However, it became clear that my parents had sent several Quintharian emissaries to ensure that we were dead and gone. I didn't want to risk returning and bringing them right to River. At that point, they didn't know he even existed. Chris and I spent many long hours debating what to do, but we decided it would be best to keep River on Earth, hidden from my off-world family, and unaware of his true identity until such a time as we felt it was safe to return. Ellie scowls. So you let him think you guys were dead? Do you know how badly that really messes up a young child to lose his parents at that age? I'm sincerely touched at how riled up Ellie is on my behalf, and shoot her a loving smile of gratitude. Roxy shakes her head. I don't know about logic. It seems kinda gosh to me. Mom grimaces. It was a decision that pained me then and every day since. I love my son, and I didn't want to be parted from him, but his safety was my top priority. And even if that meant I had to stay away from him because I was a danger by virtue of my identity, then that's what I was willing to do. I swallow back tears. My dad slowly begins rolling up his sleeve on his right arm. We all stare at him in amazement as he pulls the shirt sleeve up over his shoulder. There, I can see the mottled mass of ragged scars around his arm socket. Whoa, I whisper. He turns his arm so the palm of his hand is face up. With his other hand, he presses down on a part of his inner forearm, and I gasp in shock as a small panel opens in his skin to reveal full-on robotic circuits and wiring underneath. Holy Terminator arm, Batman! Dad flexes the arm. It's a cybernetic arm connected to my neural network so that I can use it like I would my own arm. He grins. It's quite a bit stronger than my old arm. How'd you get such a super cool bionic arm? I ask, my head flooding with so many questions. My dad closes the panel on his arm and flexes his fingers before he rolls his sleeve back down. I lost my arm in the attack on our lives 12 years ago. The assassin used an explosive device that did serious damage. I didn't even feel it at first. To be honest, I don't remember a lot about that night after I was injured. I went into deep shock and nearly died from blood loss. The only reason I survived was that Melody was able to teleport us to a friend who had a ship in orbit around Earth. They were able to stabilize me in the medical facilities on their ship until we could get to an intergalactic space station with more advanced resources. He rotates his very human-looking arm. That's how they constructed this arm for me. It's so lifelike, I admit. Indeed, the flesh-like exterior would be hard to distinguish from real human dermis. If he hadn't shown me what lay underneath, I never would have guessed. Mom smirks at me. Don't worry, River. He's not connected to Skynet or anything. I snort in amusement and reach out automatically to give her a high five, which she reciprocates as if it's the most natural thing in the world.
And just like that, touching her hand seems to awaken something inside me that's been utterly numb and stupefied since I barely escaped Shilgar's final attack on my life. I let out a choked sob and jumped to my feet before flying over to my mom and dad and pulling them into an awkward but intense group hug. "I missed you guys," I say, tears streaming down my face that I don't bother to wipe away. Deep down, I know I still have a lot of unresolved anger and resentment toward them for leaving me behind. But I also kind of understand why they did it. Right now, I'm just so relieved and happy to know they're alive that I choose to focus on that instead. If nearly losing my life today taught me anything, was to value the time I have with the people I care about. I'm not going to totally let them off the hook for what happened, and we're going to need to have some big talks, but that's something I'll worry about later. The door to the conference room suddenly bursts open, and Benji, Chewie, and Mal come tumbling in, talking over one another. Several steps into the room, Benji freezes, his eyes going wider than I've ever seen them before, as he stares at my parents in disbelief. Chewie is quicker to regain his equilibrium, and he starts yelling instead. What the really is going on here? Are these some kind of pod people? Have you guys been hoodwinked by evil genetic clone lookalikes? It's really my mom and dad, I tell him. It still feels surreal to be saying that. Chewie narrows his eyes skeptically and crosses his little furry arms as he scrutinizes my mother. If you're really Melody, what's our secret code? Mom's eyes sparkle as she crosses her own arms and mirrors his stance. Frau Blucher! Chewie whinnies like a horse in response. They smile at one another. He slowly uncrosses his arms and takes several hesitant steps forward, tears blooming in his eyes. It's really you? Mom nods, looking equally choked up. Chewie flings himself at her, and she catches him in her arms. They hug and laugh with so much joy that it gives me all the warm, happy feels inside. "What was that all about?" Kai asks. "It's from a movie, a great comedic classic. I'll show it to you sometime," I say. Kai snorts. "Now I know where you get that habit from." I grin. Benji continues to stare at his brother. Am I tripping? My dad rises slowly to his feet. "Benji, it's me, Chris." He blinks rapidly. "But you're supposed to be dead." Dad shakes his head. "That's what we wanted everyone to think after we were attacked. We barely escaped with our lives. And we knew we had to protect River from Melody's family. If everyone thought we were dead and never knew River existed, we could keep him safe."
Smooth, authoritative, and stable. Benji's complexion turns a pale ashen color. But you can't be Chris. You haven't aged a day. I was his younger brother, and I look hella older than you do now. My dad gives an awkward smile. I have a lot of things to explain, but suffice it to say that Melody found some extraterrestrials who were willing to enhance my longevity to better match hers via advanced genetic modification. Holy gosh, I whisper, my mind racing at the implications. Poor Benji starts to tremble. "Benji, are you—" I don't finish my question before his eyes roll back in his head and he starts to crumble to the floor. Like a knight in shining armor, Maul darts forward and grabs him before he can fall. Tenderly, he picks him up and carries him over to one of the couches. The whole time, his face is etched with concern. "Is he okay?" I ask, hovering over the side of the couch. Benji's face is awfully pale, and his hair has come loose from his usual man bun. Maul frowns, brushing some of the hair back from Benji's cheek. "I think he was just shocked. It's a lot to take in for someone who's thought their brother was dead for the last 12 years. I sigh. I know the feeling. I suppose I fainted as well, so not an unexpected response. Then I frown. Wait. How the hell did you get them here so fast? Maddox clears his throat. Kai and I made the call that it was necessary for Maul to use the Alliance transporter to return to the city and bring them out here as soon as possible. First and foremost, I wanted Chewie to be able to confirm Melody's identity for us. He turns to her. No offense, but we can't take any chances with Osirans involved in plots against the Alliance and humanity. Mom nods. Completely understandable. Maddox turns his gaze back to me. But I also know that Melody and Chris's return will impact not only you, River, but also Benji and Chewie. I nod, giving him a grateful smile. Thank you, I appreciate it. My dad comes over and kneels next to the couch, grabbing Benji's hand as he lies there, still and unmoving except for his shallow breathing. This has been a bigger shock for him than I could have imagined. I reach over and put a hand on his shoulder. I don't think there's any way to really prepare someone for a revelation like this. Benji may be a pothead, but he's also a sensitive soul at heart. He spent a really long time grieving your loss. When Grandma and then Grandpa passed away so soon after we thought you died, it was a huge blow to us both. It was just me and him against the world. At first, he didn't know what to do without any of his family support left. Dad's eyes glisten with unshed tears. I'm so sorry. I can never repay him for what he did taking you in and raising you. I smile. It wasn't always easy, but Benji did a great job with me despite difficult circumstances. I love him to pieces and would do anything for him. My dad's countenance softens, sorrow and pain evident in his green eyes that are so like my own. There hasn't been a day that's gone by that your mom and I haven't felt tormented over having to leave you both behind. We've missed you this whole time, hoping we could someday be reunited. We just never expected new dangers to draw us out into the open and back into your lives. It wasn't until someone in the Alliance made River's identity known across the intergalactic dark web that we knew we had to come back. It was only a matter of time before my family learned the truth and sought to rectify it, Mom admits. I hate to say it, but they're a bunch of jerks, I tell her. She cringes. Basically, I was happy to get away from them. Her eyes burn with fury, but they wouldn't let me be. They couldn't accept that I found happiness with a human. Mom's break with her family has cost her so much. If it weren't for them, I could have grown up with my parents. Let me extend my apologies, Maddox says. We only recently discovered there was a mole in our organization, and they were feeding Alliance information to undesirable parties on the intergalactic dark web. Ellie leans forward. Is that what brought you back to Earth? The potential threat to River's life? In part, Mom admits. When we realized information about River had reached my family back on Quintheria, I still have a few reliable connections there. Chris and I knew it was only a matter of time before they sent an assassin. However, imagine our surprise when we discovered that their political ally offered to hire the galaxy's best assassin to do the job, and out of his own pocket? Say what now? I ask, suddenly confused. Kai leads me back over to our couch next to Benji's and pulls me into his arms. While you were busy dealing with Shilgar, Adeline informed us that she'd been working with Lane Madison, and that he has been scheming with a number of alien purist groups on other planets. I'm not sure what his involvement with the Quintharians is, but given the royal family's attitudes, he no doubt found like-minded supporters. Chewie scratches his furry chin. But if Lane Madison offered to hire the assassin himself, hiring the best and thus most expensive one, it must mean he really wants River dead. I'm floored by this new information. Why the hell does Lane Madison care whether I live or die? I've barely met the man. Mom quirks her mouth at me. From what I've heard, you've thrown a major wrench into several of his plans, whether it was intentional or not. You have become a bit of a thorn in his side, even though you didn't know it, and he decided to hire the most notorious and successful assassin in the galaxy to come after you.
Well, I suppose I did turn one of his employees against him. Nearblob and I became friends, and I recruited him to live on Earth and run Jerkface Fabio's bar. I smirk. Joke's on him, though. It turns out that my genetic self-preservation thingy made it nigh on impossible for poor old Shilgar to off me. Mom nods. So you've learned about the Klatorian survival gene inherent to our line. My eyes widen. You knew about this? She nods. I didn't know for sure that you had inherited it too, but the likelihood was high since I possess it and so do my parents. I just wasn't sure if your human side could dilute it or not. Very. I have so many things to ask her about. There's still so much I don't freaking know. Kai cringes. There's also a high probability that Fabian is pushing Lane Madison to kill you. He definitely wants you dead. I take Kai's hand in my own and squeeze it. Your ex is a jerk. You need to prepare yourself. It might become necessary for Mom to chop his head off for me one day. Mom snorts. I only behead jerks actively trying to kill you. He's definitely a jerk, and most likely trying to kill me, albeit from a distance, I mutter. Maddox interjects. Wait, Melody, you said saving River was only one of the reasons you came back to Earth. What were the others? Mom shrugs. From the rumors we've been collecting in nearby quadrants, we have bigger things to worry about than just an assassin. Ellie scowls. It doesn't help that Adeline got away. I stare at her open-mouthed. She got away? How? She'd been preparing for it for quite some time, Maddox says. She was a step ahead of us. By now, she's likely reconnected with Lane Madison somewhere off-planet. Roxy turns to me with a grim expression on her face. And she's totally an Osiren in disguise, by the way. Shut the front door. Roxy shakes her head sadly. It's true. Adeline was an Osiren working with Lane Madison? I ask. Maddox nods, his expression foreboding. For years, it would seem. Apparently, he has a much bigger mission to take over this planet and possibly others. Holy gosh, are we talking full-on alien invasion a la Independence Day? I don't even care that my voice got rather high-pitched at the end of that question. Kai pulls me into his embrace. From what Adeline let slip, he wants to take over the planet and put supposedly superior alien species in charge. My gut churns with anxiety. This is not good. I lean heavily against Kai, taking comfort in his familiar warmth.
Smooth, authoritative, and stable. And here I thought escaping an assassin was the worst I was going to have to deal with. He rubs my arms comfortingly. Don't worry, the entire Alliance is going to be working on preventing any of this from happening. I shake my head. But you don't know if you will be able to achieve that or not. There are a lot of variables here. Mom interrupts my ramblings. That's where Chris and I may be of some help. We've been able to collect some intel on Lane Madison and his agenda. The instant we learned he'd been the one to hire Shilgar to come after River, we made it our mission to find out as much about him as we could. Ellie and Maddox lean forward in their seats. Mom continues, the guy is definitely bad news, and slipperier than an eel. From what we've learned, he's caused similar trouble and conflict on worlds all over the universe, but he handily manages to escape ever being caught. He seems to thrive on sowing the seeds of conflict, and his latest efforts have been recruiting these wacko leaders of purist factions. I frown. But does he actually believe in their xenophobic ideology? I know I'd only seen the man briefly, but I didn't get that vibe from him. Hard to say, my mom admits, but it seems like he's using them as pawns for his own objectives, whatever those may be. Maddox lets out a long, weary sigh. I think the time has come when I must divulge another truth that only some of this group is already aware of. I straighten in Kai's lap, having a sneaking suspicion I know where he's going with this. Maddox turns his attention to Roxy and Zamir. A few days ago, Agent Katengi went with River, Kai, Ellie, and me to interview Wilder.
Roxy inhales sharply. Zamir tenses, but then goes unnaturally still. Maddox quickly recounts what we learned from our interrogation. Midway through, Roxy jumps up out of her seat and starts pacing the room, muttering to herself about her foolish jerk of a brother, while tears stream down her cheeks unchecked. Holy guacamole, this is turning out to be a highly emotional day. Zamir stays frozen, his expression unreadable. Finally, Maddox's account of events comes to a close, and Roxy falls into her seat, looking exhausted, but also like a weight's been lifted off of her. Zamir slowly stirs back to life. In other words, my despicable excuse for a father is one of the figureheads that Lane Madison is manipulating and using to serve his own purposes? As far as we understand it, Maddox says. I see, Zamir murmurs and subsides into silence. I cock my head and ask tentatively, isn't it good to know that Wilder isn't a total traitor? That he got involved because he wanted to keep you safe? Granted, he made some bad decisions in trying to achieve that, but don't you think it shows he cares for you? The glare Zamir sends my way could make a polar bear shiver. Wilder's defection from the alliance is not what broke my trust in him. And that's all he evidently plans to say on the matter. I tilt my head back and look up at Kai, but he shakes his head regretfully. Not my story to tell. Well, really, someday I'm going to find out what happened between Zamir and Wilder, but for now, we need to start worrying about protecting Earth from a bunch of jerk extraterrestrials who want to take control of this world for their own purposes. I hear a soft groaning from the couch next to me as Benji slowly sits up and looks around the room in confusion. What happened, man? My dad sits next to him and squeezes his hand. You passed out, Benji. Benji blinks. I did? My dad nods. I think all of this was a little too much for you. Benji shakes his head slowly. It feels like I'm on a bad trip or something. I don't know how any of this can be real. Dad gives him a sorrowful look. I promise you it is real. We are going to talk, and I will explain everything. He swallows thickly. I've missed you very much, little brother. Benji lets out a pained noise that makes poor Mal flinch. Then Benji and my dad reach for one another at the same time, hugging each other hard. I've missed you so much, man, Benji manages to get out. Dad sniffles. Maddox rubs his forehead. All of this is going to be a real mess to explain to Intergalactic Alliance headquarters. Mom holds up a small device that looks a little bit like a SIM card. We can help. We have vital data to share with the Alliance that should be able to help us prepare for this potential onslaught. Chris and I have returned not just to save our son, but to save this planet and its people. We're here to help. I stare at her in awe. When did you become such a jerk? Not only can you quote cool sci-fi movies, but you wield a freaking lightsaber photon blade? She interrupts with a smirk. Whatever. And you can chop off bad guys' heads, which is super cool, but also majorly gross. And you ride a motorbike like a gymnastic daredevil? Do you have mutant superpowers? And will I ever have them too? She grins. Inherent talent helps, but my skills were hard-won through work and practice. Zamir nods and gives a grunt of agreement. Aw, nuts. Gym practice is boring and sucks. She shrugs. It's a good thing you got my good looks. I gasp. How dare you? Dad chuckles. Like mother, like son. I open my mouth to say something in response to that, and then freeze as another idea quickly sideswipes it in my brain. Wait, I totally forgot to ask. How the heck did you know where I was and how to find me when Shilgar attacked me? Mom and Dad share a meaningful look before she turns back to me. When you were a baby, I grafted a tracking nanochip under the skin behind your left ear. I reach up unconsciously. I thought that was a little birthmark. She shakes her head. It's very tiny and easy to hide from most people. The Alliance probably didn't detect it.
but it ensures I, and only I, can track you with the equivalent of intergalactic GPS from my monitoring device that is paired to it. We'd also been monitoring Alliance communications to keep an ear out for any trouble, Dad interjects. When we learned you were on your own against Shilgar out in the desert, we knew it was time for us to act. Kai squeezes me tight. I'm so glad you did. We might not have made it to River in time. He doesn't know how close things came. I shiver. Maddox frowns. Well, we'll need to have a separate conversation about how you were intercepting Alliance communications another time. What about Adeline? I ask. Were we able to track her when she escaped? Ellie scowls. The scouting vessel she stole docked with a larger ship illegally in orbit around the planet. Before we could send a squad to confront the ship, it departed to parts unknown, and we lost the signal. She was no doubt planning this for quite some time, Kai says with a sigh. Do we think it was Lane Madison picking her up? I ask, both wanting and dreading the answer. Roxy slams a hand down on the table in irritation. Most likely. There is much to discuss, and new threats looming on the horizon. For now, we need to head back to Alliance HQ. Agent Katengi has overseen things there since our abrupt departure, but we need to update him on what has transpired so he can communicate with his superiors. I anticipate a lot of talks with our intergalactic offices in the coming days and weeks. If Lane Madison is indeed planning an invasion or some other type of hostile takeover of Earth, this is a matter that we won't be able to handle all on our own. I'll take Benji home, Mal offers. My uncle still looks utterly dazed and confused, but seems to take comfort in leaning on Mal. The rest of us pile into a huge SUV and make our way back to headquarters. I'm grateful we don't have to teleport this time, but all the way back, I can't help wondering what we're going to do to deal with this really big new threat looming in the distance. For once, even I don't have answers. From the Archive of Intergalactic Communications, email communique from the Teleronda Quadrant. Sender, Fan Mailey, Yaren, Mail. Dear River Sullivan, congratulations. I hear you're marrying an Yaren.
Smooth, authoritative, and stable. I am married to one too. Don't you just love being with them? Anyway, Yarans make the best life mates. Trust me, you'll be very happy. Oh, and try not to worry too much about the sanctioning ceremony. I mean, sure, the ceremony can be intense, but overall, I didn't mind it so much once I got through it. Just think of it as a rite of passage. Best wishes, a supportive fan. Dear supportive fan, thank you. I'm over the moon about getting married. I definitely found the Yaran of my dreams. But I am getting super nervous about the sanctioning ceremony. No one will give me specific details. Even key parts of your email were unclear. What do I do? Freaking out, River Sullivan. 2 weeks later, River, are you ready to make an honest man out of me? Kai looks at me and there is a beautiful glow about him that I've never witnessed before. He's been dreaming of this day since we planned it 2 weeks ago, and now that it's finally here, he's happier than I've ever seen him. You can be sure I am, he tells me. I squeeze his hand. Let's do this, partner. We both nod at each other, and with our hands clasped between us, we walk together down the aisle as the chapel plays the wedding march. The tiny rent-by-the-hour chapel is probably more packed than it usually is for these kinds of quickie weddings. We reserved it for the whole evening so we could have a ceremony with all our extraterrestrial friends and family, as well as the few humans in our circle who are in the know. I practically skip down the red carpet. I'm so really excited to finally be marrying Kai. Even though there's a lot of potential danger and uncertainty looming on the horizon with Lane Madison and his nefarious plans, I'm not going to let him or anyone else ruin my and Kai's big day. Also, to have my actual parents, who I thought were dead for the last 12 years, here for this momentous occasion is sort of blowing my mind and filling me with all the feels.
Kai and I talked about it though, and we didn't want our parents to walk either of us down the aisle. Our relationship has always been about the two of us, so we wanted to walk each other down the aisle. It just felt right. It was the best decision. Right now, I'm walking on really sunshine, very near floating along on a wave of pure happiness. I look up at my boo and can't help grin. I told him I wanted a fun wedding, something different from the usual stuffy affair that most people have. As much as I'm sure Kai would look devilishly debonair in a tuxedo, there's no way I wanted to wear one. Instead, I wanted our wedding to be cool and quirky rather than serious and stuffy. After all, I plan to start our nuptials the way I mean to carry on. So, naturally, I had one major requirement. Everyone had to wear onesies. Kai looks really adorable in the bright blue octopus onesie I picked out for him, complete with fun fabric tentacles that trail down the back of the outfit. Keeping with the oceanic theme, I opted for a red lobster onesie. In this big old universe, I am definitely Kai's lobster, his mate for life. I suspect I'm glowing just as much as he is as we march down the aisle in our outfits. Our friends and family stand in the rows all dressed in fabulous onesies, watching us with fond and loving expressions as we make our way toward our officiant. It's like the most epic pajama party wedding ceremony of all time. Totally my idea of a good time. Even our Vroknu friends managed to find some oversized onesies that would accommodate their enormous frames, and they look so really adorable I can't even handle it. But best of all, my Uncle Benji stands at the front of the chapel, dressed in his rainbow kaftan that he uses for special occasions. His beautiful long hair hangs around his shoulders neatly brushed, and his beard is freshly trimmed. He'd been ordained as a non-denominational officiant in the state of Nevada many years ago, when some of his good friends wanted him to marry them. He's married several couples over the years, but I'm particularly pleased that he's going to be able to marry me and Kai. There isn't anyone I'd rather do it for us. Don't get me wrong, I love my parents, and I'm already working hard on trying to rebuild a relationship with both of them now that they're back on Earth to stay and to help us with what lies ahead, but I don't know them very well anymore. It's Benji who's been by my side for the last 12 years, helping me through the pain of loss, the awkwardness of teen adolescence, the growing pains of college and becoming an adult, and beyond. He's been my rock this whole time, the one person I've always known I could count on. Benji wasn't some kind of perfect or idealistic guardian by any means. We weren't living some kind of gay Hallmark family movie special or anything, but he did a pretty very good job, all things considered. I'll forever be grateful to him for all the sacrifices he made and the lengths he went to in order to keep me healthy, happy, and safe as I was growing up. When we reach the front podium, I can tell Benji is as emotional as I feel. The ceremony itself is brief but beautiful, as Benji expounds on the power of love and the work that goes into making a life with a partner through good or ill. When the time comes for us to say our vows, we each pull out our notes. Mine are on a rather sweaty and crumpled piece of paper, while Kai's are written neatly on stiff, crisp note cards. I hold back a snort of amusement. We might be opposites in many ways, but we're perfect for one another. Benji turns to me. River, if you will please read your vows to Kai now. I grin. Gosh, yeah. Several people in the audience chuckle, and I glance down at my notes before looking back up at Kai. I never believed in love at first sight until I met you. Given all the sci-fi movies and television series I've watched over the years, and my particular obsessions with Doctor Who, Star Trek, and Star Wars, it probably shouldn't have come as a surprise that in this big old universe, I would find true love with a bona fide alien. He gazes lovingly at me, his amethyst eyes sparkling. I continue. You turned out to be so much better than I ever imagined, and so much more than I ever thought I deserved. I told you when we first met that I'm a little bit extra. It's turned off quite a few folks over the years, but you handle my zany brand of extra like a pro. You go along with my wacky whims, even when they involve wearing onesies. He and the audience chuckle. I swallow, my emotions rising in my throat.
Every day with you brings me joy and happiness. No matter what comes, I promise to stand by your side and make each day as fun and full of love as possible. I can't wait to spend the rest of my days with you, Kai Gennaro. Probably driving you just a little bit crazy, but in all the very best ways. I love you through the far reaches of time and space, and back again. Always. Benji sniffs and clears his throat. Kai, if you would be so kind as to read your vows to River. Eyes glistening with unshed tears, Kai blinks rapidly at his note cards and then looks deep into my eyes. River, I never thought I would date a human again, let alone fall in love with one. He gives me a crooked smile. Granted, it turned out you were only half human, so maybe that was the trick. I snort. But in all seriousness, you make me feel everything I never knew love could be. When I'm with you, I feel invincible. You amaze me each and every day and make me want to always be my very best self for you. Our differences make us perfect for one another. Our strengths complement each other in so many ways. You support me in the areas in which I lack, and I try to do the same for you. His lips twitch. When you let me. I laugh wetly. You constantly impress me with your quick mind, your quirky sense of humor, and your endless supply of enthusiasm for all things extraterrestrial. I love you with both of my hearts and all 5 of my tentacles. I vow to be your husband and equal partner in all things for the rest of my days.
Smooth, authoritative, and stable. I can't wait to spend every day with you for the rest of our lives. Right, in the really feels, I whisper through blurry tears. Now for the exchange of rings, dudes, Benji says with a mellow smile. I reach into my onesie pocket and fumble a bit with the awkward lobster claw sleeves. I sort of misjudged there, but I finally manage to get the ring out and wave it in the air triumphantly. Kai chuckles and regards me with a look of pure adoration. The feeling is mutual. I carefully slide the wedding band on Kai's left ring finger, right on top of his engagement ring, and he does the same with his ring on mine. I wear my engagement amulet proudly on my chest. My wedding band is engraved with the words, "I love you," and his with, "I know." It's sort of our thing. We take each other's hands and clasp them as we look into one another's eyes. I now pronounce you husband and husband. May your union bring joy, harmony, and happiness to you both for all your years to come. I let go of Kai's hands and do a flying leap into his arms, wrapping my lobster legs around his middle as he holds me close and kisses me for all I'm worth. Our friends and family cheer raucously in the background, but for this moment, it feels like they're not even in the room. Everything fades away, and it's just me and Kai. The sexy, grumpy alien of my dreams is mine at last, for all the rest of my days. I pull back, slightly breathless, and grin. I've said it before, and I'll say it again. Like Lord Vardox, I always get my man. He gives me a slow, sensual grin. Thank the galactic gods for that. United, we turn back to the crowd and raise our joined hands in triumph. Everyone moves the chairs to the walls to free up an impromptu dance floor as Tom Jones and CJ start setting up to perform for us in the background. We mill around the chapel, visiting with our friends and family in the crowd who want to congratulate us. Ellie and Maddox wear matching unicorn onesies that make me smile. I have fond memories of Kai's unicorn onesie that I have hidden away at home for when he's ready to wear it again. They give us big hugs. "Congratulations, boys," Ellie says, slapping us both heartily on the back while she brushes away tears forming at the corners of her eyes. "Thanks, Mama-in-law," I manage to wheeze out while my lungs try to work properly. My parents come over next. My mom is wearing a Chewbacca onesie, while Dad has on a Luke Skywalker one that showcases his bionic arm. "Nice," I say.
I love the Star Wars theme. Mom grins. Of course. Who do you think introduced you to the magic of Star Wars when you were a rugrat? I grin. Of course. I remember that. She smirks. Plus, I kinda wanted to bug Chewie a little. You know he got his nickname because of Star Wars, right? Chewie darts over in a huff. No need to tell that story, Melody. He's the only person not wearing a onesie at our wedding other than Benji. Although that floor-length caftan isn't exactly far off the mark. But poor Chewie does have his own thick coat of fur, and he told me he'd be roasting in a onesie if I made him wear one, so I let him get away with not having to adhere to the dress code. Mom leans closer to me and whispers, I'll tell you the story another time. Chewie scowls and drags her off. My dad gives me a hug and soft congratulations before following her. I sigh. We still have so much more to talk about, but I need to give it time. This is a big adjustment for all of us. We can't be what we once were overnight. For now, we need to work on rebuilding trust and developing a whole new dynamic. We've all changed over the last 12 years. Benji comes over and pulls me into a tight embrace, his rainbow caftan fluttering around him. Congratulations, Tigger. I'm so happy for you. Thank you. It was a beautiful ceremony. He nods, looking all choked up. I'm so honored that you wanted me to officiate it. I reach up and cup his face in my hands. I wouldn't have wanted anyone else. You mean the world to me, Benji Sullivan. Don't you ever forget it. He chuckles. Likewise, kid. Likewise. Mao bounds over, looking adorable in a puppy dog onesie, complete with a collar. You were amazing, Benji. Benji waves a hand dismissively. Nah, man, officiating weddings isn't hard. It's really all about the couple anyway. Mao regards him with avid eyes and clears his throat. And what about you? Do you think you might ever want to get married? I facepalm and whisper, Subtle, Mal, real subtle. Benji seems to ignore the implied meaning behind the question and thinks about it seriously for a moment. I don't know, man. At my age, it seems pretty unlikely. I've had a couple of serious relationships over the years, but they all ended before they could become something more permanent. He gives a wistful smile. In my youth, I really thought I would find that special someone someday, and I definitely wanted to marry him. I'm a monogamous kind of dude after all. He shrugs. I haven't found my person yet, so I just don't know. But if you did find him, Mal says, swallowing hard, you'd consider getting married? Benji thinks about it for a moment and then nods, gifting him with a beatific smile. Totally, dude. True love is a rare and beautiful thing. I'd want to honor that with the commitment of marriage. Then Benji grins, flashing his slightly crooked front tooth. I meant to tell you earlier, you look cute in that onesie. Nice choice. Mao's face slowly goes from pink to vibrant red. On that note, Kai says, we need to mingle some more, but we'll see you all at dinner at my mom and dad's place later. We make our way through the crowd, thanking everyone for coming. Once I get closer, I realize our Vrock new friends are wearing adorable, oversized Care Bear onesies. Wow! Talk about 80s nostalgia, I say, giving them an approving nod. Love your choice of onesies. Zion flushes. We discovered cartoons a while ago and have become quite enthusiastic about them. Care Bears is a most relaxing program to watch when one needs to de-stress. I beam at him. It's all good, dude. I don't shame anyone for liking cartoons. I enjoy quite a few myself, and you guys look hella adorable. I totally want a picture with you in a little while. They nod enthusiastically, and we move on. A microphone crackles to life, and Tom Jones clears his throat. If our newlyweds would step forward for the first dance, please. I look around in confusion. We're doing that here? Kai shrugs. So it would seem. We move toward the middle of the room as the familiar opening notes of the song When a Man Loves a Woman play over the sound system. I arch an eyebrow as I wrap my arms around Kai's neck, and we slowly begin to sway to the music. Interesting song choice. However, immediately we notice that the refrain has changed, as Tom Jones croons, "When a man loves an alien," instead. Kai's eyes get wider and wider as we dance and get a good listen to the rest of the lyrics, which have been adapted from the half-baked love poem Kai wrote for me when he was high as a freaking kite on Benji's magic brownies. "This is epic," I whisper. "Oh dear galactic gods, I thought it was a dream. I didn't really think I'd written that." I nod seriously, trying to keep myself from laughing. "Your mom recorded the whole thing on her phone and shared it with me a few weeks ago." "Sorry." Kai closes his eyes with a groan and rests his forehead on my shoulder. "Kill me now," he mutters. I rub his back awkwardly, trying to navigate around my lobster claw sleeve. "No way, man. We just got married. You aren't getting rid of me that easily. Besides, I think it's sweet and romantic. Your poem gives me all the happy feels." In each other's arms, we slowly move in time to the music. As joyous as this moment is, I can't fully let go of my worry about what lies ahead. "How are things going with Wilder?" I ask quietly. Kai sighs. He wasn't happy that we divulged his secrets, but I think it was a real weight off his shoulders. Roxy's been to see him several times. He's still awaiting his trial with Intergalactic Headquarters.
Smooth, authoritative, and stable. What about Zamir? I ask hesitantly. Has he spoken with Wilder? Kai shakes his head. No, he refuses to. I honestly think Wilder thought Zamir would show up once he learned the truth. The fact that he hasn't, well, it's not been easy for him. I frown. Even though he was an idiot, he made bad decisions because he cared about Zamir and wanted to protect him. Perhaps. It certainly seems like something foolish Wilder would do, but at this point, I take everything he says with a grain of salt. He's lied and manipulated for too long to trust him at his word. I sniffle. I wish I could bring those two together and get them to talk it out. It's so obvious they both still have feelings for one another. I know, but they have to make that happen on their own. And to be honest, I'm not sure Zamir ever wants to have anything to do with him again. For now, we're going to have to wait and see how his case turns out. He may be required to serve time in an intergalactic penitentiary for his crimes. I bury my face in his shoulder. Why is everything getting so complicated? He strokes my back. I don't know, but I'm grateful to have you by my side, husband. I lift my head and look into his eyes. Likewise, hubby boo. Kai glances over my shoulder and his eyes widen. What? He slowly turns us so I can face the direction he's looking. There on the dance floor are Mal and my Uncle Benji. Whoa, Mal works fast. Kai chuckles. He's like our mom in that regard. I chortle. That's all good. He's going to find it a lot harder to seduce Benji than anyone he's ever met before. Agreed. But he's trying very hard. He's doing what you told him. He's trying to become friends first. I can tell progress is being made now that they're living together as roommates. See, there was a method to our madness when your mom and I conceived of that plan. I never doubted you. I snort. Sure. My expression sobers. Have you spoken to Thilger lately? Shilgar's twin brother remains in Alliance custody. It wasn't easy having to tell him how his brother died. We tried to spare him the more gruesome details, but I know Thilger was pretty shell-shocked for a while afterwards. He is seeking refugee status on Earth and wishes to assist the Alliance in some capacity. I gawk at him. Say what now? Kai pulls me in closer to his body, which radiates its usual yummy heat. Although he is still grieving the death of his brother, I think he's also free for the first time in his life. Shilgar was a manipulative and controlling figure, and Thilger was always under his thumb. Now he has an opportunity to find a new purpose for himself.
He's not angry that we basically killed his brother? Well, technically it was your mother who did it, and she isn't an Alliance employee, just an ally. But he doesn't appear to hold any ill will toward us. He admits his brother was in the wrong. When it came down to you or him, you won. Kai quirks his mouth. Also, it helps that you're related to Benji. I groan. Oh no, please tell me he isn't still crushing on my uncle. Sorry. If anything, he has become even more determined to fix his life so he can woo him properly. I marvel as I shake my head. I bet that might end up driving Mal up the wall. Kai's answering grin is evil. I can't wait. I open my mouth to respond, but I'm interrupted when the doors to the chapel burst open and a small entourage of people march inside. I've never seen any of them before, but they look rather familiar with their vibrant purple eyes. "Mom!" Ellie cries out in shock. "Grandma?" Kai says. The little old lady at the front of the group, and she is little, barely 5'2", but not actually all that old-looking. Her long, dark hair, liberally streaked with silvery gray, is pulled back in an intricately braided twist. "Gosh, looks like I missed the human wedding," she says, hands on her hips. I blink. "You're Kai's grandma?" She beams at me, a few wrinkles showing around her eyes and mouth. "I'm Iris Gennaro, and you must be River Sullivan." Her eyes twinkle. "It's a pleasure to meet you. I'm a big fan." I stare. "OMG, you read my story?" "Of course. Didn't you get the fan letter I sent you?" I slowly turn my head to look at my husband. Whoa, that is such a fun thing to think. And he facepalms. "Dark matter and gosh." I step back and put my hands on my hips. "You've got some explaining to do, Buster." I turn back to his grandmother. "I'm sorry I didn't get your message, but I'm thrilled to meet you, Grandma Gennaro." She waves a small hand in the air. "Don't remind me of my age. Just call me Iris." I grin. "Sounds good, Iris. I'm so sorry we didn't send you an invitation to the wedding. I had no idea you were coming to Earth." She steps forward and pats my arm. "Never you mind, dear. I'm here now." I take her hand, kissing the top of it. "The whole Gennaro family is blessed with good looks. They must get them from you." She chuckles. "I always liked a smooth talker. Why, one time, when I was on Feldara 4, I met a Kellerorian man." Who Maddox interrupts. "Mother, let's save your romantic exploit stories for another time." She pouts. "What are you doing here?" Kai asks. Iris looks at him like he's been taken over by a pod person. "I'm here to help you prepare for the sanctioning ceremony. I may have missed the wedding, but I'll be here for the main event." Maddox made it clear it would be too complicated for all of you to come home for it, so naturally, we decided to come to you. She takes a few moments to introduce some cousins and aunts and uncles in the group. Grandpa will be along in another few days. He had some business he needed to wrap up first. I give her a tentative smile. "That's so thoughtful of you to come here. I still don't know much about this sanctioning ceremony. I mean, I'm sure it's mostly a formality now that Kai and I are married, but it will be nice to learn some of your traditions." Iris narrows her eyes and crosses her arms. "They haven't told you about the ceremony?" "Ah." I look at Kai and his family, who are all studiously avoiding my gaze. Iris lets out a loud, disappointed breath. "The sanctioning ceremony is no simple formality. It's a 3-day extravaganza full of complicated rituals you and Kai must complete together." I blink. "What now?" Kai grabs me and urgently cups my face in his hands. "I was going to tell you all about it, seriously. I just didn't want to freak you out. And then everything happened with Shilgar, and I almost lost you, and I just wanted to get married. I thought we'd have more time before the sanctioning ceremony. I had no idea my family back home was going to travel here to expedite things. In retrospect, we should have known," Ellie mutters. Iris gives her a steely glare.
You had to complete the ceremony too, my dear. If you'd refused, I never would have let you have my Maddox." Ellie mutters something I can't hear, but her expression is sulky. Iris turns back to Kai, her gaze shrewd and assessing. "I understand you've come down with a case of tentaculum calefaction." Kai flushes. Yes, but I think it may have finally passed. I haven't had any episodes of the mating fever in over 2 weeks." She strokes her chin thoughtfully. "Interesting. Whatever that means." Maddox clears his throat. "Not that I'm pleased to have you here, Mother, but advance notice of your travel plans would have been helpful. There have been some recent developments that make being on Earth riskier than usual." Iris crosses her arms. "I know. I've already been in contact with your aunt in Intergalactic Alliance headquarters. While my top priority here is to facilitate the sanctioning ceremony, I'm also here to help out with this invasion threat." Maddox blanches. "But you're retired." "Pshaw, no one ever really retires from the Alliance. One can always be called back into service when the need arises. When I learned of the threat to Earth, I was first in line to volunteer to help. Don't worry, I've kept up with my martial arts and phaser sighting skills." I inhale sharply. Heck yeah, another badass woman in the house, and I am here for it. Iris winks at me.
Smooth, authoritative, and stable. "I'll show you some moves while I'm visiting." "Yes, Master Yoda," I cry. To my amazement and utter delight, she croaks, "Teach you I will." I swoon in Kai's arms. This is mother-freaking destiny. She knows Star Wars. Galactic gods, this is going to be a nightmare, Kai whispers. I straighten, mind racing with questions. Yeah, so this sanctioning ceremony? 3 days, huh? Is it a total rager of a party? And rituals? What do those entail? Iris' answering grin is slow and slightly disturbing. I have so much to teach you. Get ready.